A web author traverses the world of Journey to the West, beginning with a copy of Battle Through the Heavens, which captivates a monkey into seeking him as a master. What is cultivation? What is Journey to the West? There is nothing more intriguing than reading a novel. In pursuit of crafting a masterpiece, the monkey becomes a disciple under Mu Chen, exhausting his ingenuity and creating chaos across the three realms, all in search of inspiration. But that is not all when Nezha views the king's avatar, and when Tian Peng watches the Pigsy Chronicles, and when Yang Jian reads Investiture of the Gods, the entire journey too. The West is thrown into disarray in the Purple Cloud Palace. The venerable Hongjun declares that Mu Chen's writing is extraordinarily captivating, and he too desires to urge for more chapters. Chapter 1. At Mount Fongsong, the monkey peaks of my novel. In the West Hezhou, at the Lingtai Fongsong Mountain, Mu Chen, with a brush clenched in his mouth, gazes at the bamboo slips before him and the ancient trees outside. His expression, one of despair. It has been nearly an hour, yet due to writer's block, not a single word has emerged. Ding! Due to severe writer's block, the system has entered an urging state. The host must complete the first 3 chapters of a new book within 2 hours, or the system will cease to exist with you. A chilling electronic voice suddenly echoed. What the hell, system? This is too harsh. This is not urging, it is a death sentence. Mu Chen gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead, gripping the brush tighter. Completing 3 chapters in 2 hours? Unless he became possessed by an eagle, he might be the first author in history to lose his life due to writer's block. For a moment, Mu Chen felt as though the world bore a malicious intent towards him. In his previous life, he had written until his demise, only to awaken in the torrent of transmigration, bound to the mightiest writing system, believing this was his chance for redemption. Yet, on the very first day of writing, he encountered a reader demanding updates. And it was his life that was at stake. How absurd. To make matters worse, he found himself in a desolate mountain, where he could only write on bamboo slips, with the sole reader being a system that only demanded updates. Ding! Detecting host's mental collapse, the system activates Writing Assistance feature. Writing Assistance. As a mature writing system, your brush now possesses the ability to write autonomously. You need only pay homage to those classic masterpieces, and your pen shall flow with divine inspiration. Note: your readers may have a chance to comprehend the profound truths and mysteries within your work, and upon their understanding, you shall share in their enlightenment. The system's series of announcements filled Mu Chen with elation. Homage to the classics? Does this not mean I could be a literary copyist? In his past life as a seasoned web novel enthusiast, he had read more classic works than resources in his cloud drive. Isn't this merely a matter of having the means? Yet, what does it mean to comprehend profound truths? This system is rather juvenile. Mu Chen chuckled, dismissing these thoughts. The pressing matter was to swiftly recall a classic work, to pay homage to, and complete the writing task his life depended on it. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Chen recalled a timeless masterpiece, his expression becoming solemn as he held the platinum wolf hair brush, writing with clarity and in an instant, golden light illuminated the scene. With the brush dancing gracefully across the white jade bamboo slips, vibrant and captivating stories leaped to life. At that moment, Mu Chen seemed to enter a wondrous state, feeling as though he was not merely writing stories, but chronicling the indomitable spirit of life. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West do not belittle the youth and poverty. Meanwhile, outside the Three Stars Cave, old immortal, I have traveled thousands of miles to seek the path of eternal life. Please take me as your disciple. Before the ancient stone door, a monkey clad in tattered gray robes knelt. Looking disheveled and nearly in tears from behind the stone door, a clear, proud voice replied, "The Master has said, you are unclean in 3 aspects and unpurged in 6. Furthermore, you still possess the form of a beast. He shall not accept you. You may return." With reddened eyes, the monkey anxiously scratched his head and immediately began to bow repeatedly. "Though I am of beastly form, I am born of heaven and earth and sincerely seek the path. I implore the immortal to take me as a disciple." In pursuit of eternal life, he had navigated the seas on a bamboo raft, searching for the traces of immortals, enduring years of hardship. Now, having finally found an immortal, how could he give up? What if he was of beastly form? Does that disqualify him from seeking the Tao? If the immortal does not accept me, then I shall kneel here and not leave. The monkey gritted his teeth, kneeling even more respectfully at the steps, his eyes filled with determination. If not accepted for a day, he would kneel for a day. If not accepted for a year, he would kneel for a year. If not accepted for a lifetime, he would kneel for a lifetime. In short, he was determined to become a disciple of the immortal and discover the path to longevity. He firmly believed that as long as he was sincere enough, he would eventually move the immortal. Truly a foolish monkey, then kneel here. The attendant behind the stone door snorted coldly, waving his sleeve as he departed. Just a wild monkey, and he dares to seek entry into the Three Stars Cave? What an absurd ambition! Inside the Three Stars Cave, disciple. What of the monkey outside? The patriarch Bodhi sat upon a mat, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Reporting to the patriarch, that monkey is still kneeling outside the door, and from the looks of it, he seems unwilling to leave. The attendant stepped forward, respectfully smiling. Patriarch Bodhi, holding his whisk, smiled slightly. Very well. Everything is proceeding as planned. This monkey's nature is unruly. I shall refine his temperament before taking him as my disciple, preparing him for the great task of pilgrimage. With that thought, the patriarch settled his mind, resuming his meditation. Outside the Three Stars Cave, the monkey knelt on the stone steps, yet his stomach growled persistently, hunger gnawing at him. He scratched his ears and decided to seek some fruit nearby to quell his hunger before returning to kneel. However, fruit trees were scarce in the vicinity, so he ventured further afield. After walking about a mile, he suddenly halted. Why is there a study here? Could there also be an immortal residing within? The monkey's eyes brightened upon seeing the wooden structure, its doors wide open, the windows overgrown with moss, and within he could faintly see someone diligently writing. Curiously, the writer's pen danced with divine assistance, the ink shimmering with golden brilliance on the bamboo slips. What a marvel! I must see what is inscribed on those slips. Suppressing his hunger, the monkey entered the study, where the young man was wholly engrossed in his creation, clearly unaware of the unexpected visitor. Carefully approaching the desk, he caught sight of the first bamboo slip adorned with exquisite characters. This is a world belonging to fighting spirit. There is no flamboyant magic, only the fighting spirit that has reached its pinnacle. In that brief phrase, the monkey felt his breath quicken, as if he had plunged into a sea of books, sensing that within the slip lay an enigmatic world beckoning him. Could this be a divine text? He mused, eagerly continuing to peruse the bamboo slips. More and more words leaped into his vision, and the monkey found himself thoroughly immersed, feeling as if he were no longer a mere stone monkey, but rather the rejected cultivator from the Xiyou family. To prove himself, he dedicated himself to training, setting a 3-year pact, braving the dangers of the monster Beast Mountain range, collecting rare flames, and ascending to the Yunlan sect, thus achieving fame in battle, known throughout the world. What a thrill! This is the true rise of the underdog. I too shall rise, I too shall cultivate extraordinary flames, I too shall achieve renown in battle. What if I am unclean in 3 aspects, or unpurged in 6? What if I am of beastly form? 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Once I have mastered the Grand Tao, I shall ensure that all of you understand that even in the guise of a mere beast, one can shatter the heavens. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited within the monkey's eyes, as if a majestic mountain lay buried deep in his heart, with him standing atop its peak, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The spirit-sensitive stone monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain has read your novel and become your devoted reader, with the potential to awaken extraordinary talents. Note: you have exceeded the writing task of over 300 chapters, so please continue your diligent efforts. Mu Chen was deeply engrossed in his writing when the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind, drawing him back to reality. I have managed to write over 100 chapters in one go. Surely this means I will not face any more demands for updates. He instinctively exhaled a breath of relief, only to realize something was amiss. He abruptly turned to the monkey that had inexplicably appeared beside him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What on earth? The spirit-sensitive stone monkey from Flower and Fruit Mountain? You can't possibly be Sun Wukong. Xiyou. Chapter 2. Reading a novel and awakening divine powers. Sun Wukong. The monkey was momentarily taken aback, finding the name remarkably melodious. Truly, it was a splendid name. Gratitude to the celestial for bestowing it. After witnessing the marvels of that sacred text, the monkey had come to regard Mu Chen as a celestial being. After all, who but a deity could compose a tome such as Dopa? Haha, from now on, I shall be known as Sun Wukong. The monkey exclaimed joyfully, convinced that a name bestowed by a divine being could only be exceptional. Mu Chen inhaled deeply, astonished that he really was in the world of journey to the west. Moreover, the illustrious name of Sun Wukong was conferred upon him. Ahem, what brings you here? Mu Chen inquired with curiosity. The monkey scratched his head bashfully. Naturally, I have come to seek a master and learn the arts. Where's this place? Without hesitation, the monkey replied, this is Ling Tai Fong Xiyou Mountain. Ling Tai Fong Xiyou Mountain? Mu Chen was utterly stunned. What a surprise. He had only just traversed into this realm and already found himself a neighbor to Patriarch Bodhi. Fortunately, Patriarch Bodhi was among the foremost powers within the journey to the West universe. Having such a formidable neighbor ensured his safety. By the way, why did you leave Sanqing Cave to come here? Sun Wukong, scratching his head, chuckled awkwardly. I was kneeling outside the cave, but alas, I was terribly hungry. I ventured out to seek food, and upon passing this place, I was captivated by the divine talent of the celestial, which compelled me to pay my respects. So, he merely passed by. Mu Chen nodded slightly, smiling. Are you no longer hungry? At his reminder, Sun Wukong suddenly realized that he had entered the room ravenous. Yet after perusing several volumes of Dopa, he felt no hunger whatsoever. Could it be that this divine book could satiate hunger? With this thought, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, fixated on the unfinished chapters of Dopa on the table, as if they were treasures of immeasurable worth. Seeing this, Mu Chen smiled faintly, surprised that the renowned great sage, equal to heaven, had become an avid reader of web novels. Do you wish to read this novel? The monkey nodded enthusiastically. Then you must pay for a subscription. Writing a book is no easy task, and the subsequent chapters are all paywalled. I cannot let you read them for free. With a wave of his sleeve, a bamboo scroll filled with densely packed text swiftly closed. While the free chapters were inconsequential, the paywalled chapters were a privilege only for those who could afford them. After all, authors must be compensated for their hard work. But I have no money, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression akin to a forlorn maiden as he saw the divine text slip away from him. Perhaps I could trade my attire for it? He pointed to his tattered clothing, feeling somewhat bashful. Mu Chen's lips twitched in disdain as he glanced at the monkey's rags. What would I do with that? Use it as a rag? If you could offer me that golden armor you will don in the future, I might consider it. Sensing Mu Chen's dissatisfaction, Sun Wukong felt deflated, realizing he had no other possessions apart from his attire. He pouted, lamenting that he couldn't miss the conclusion of such a splendid novel. Could it be that this masterpiece, deemed divine, was forever out of his reach? O Celestial, I truly wish to read this novel. Would you be so kind as to accept my monkey fur in exchange? Sun Wukong gazed at Mu Chen imploringly, willing to forsake all dignity for a glimpse of the divine text. Monkey fur? Mu Chen's eyes lit up at the mention. This monkey was transformed from the stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys, born of heaven and earth. His fur could very well be a rare treasure. Very well, you may exchange monkey fur with me. Mu Chen smiled. Sun Wukong was overjoyed, nearly bowing down in gratitude as he hastily plucked several strands of fur from his body, fearing Mu Chen might change his mind. Upon receiving the monkey fur, a sudden notification echoed in Mu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a rare item. 4 strands of Sun Wukong's monkey fur, redeemable for 200 talent points. Indeed, it was a remarkable item. Mu Chen's heart surged with elation. As expected of the stones from Nuwa, even the fur was extraordinary, brimming with potential. According to the system's previous descriptions, talent points could not only enhance his writing speed, but also assist him in recalling more literary masterpieces, yielding boundless benefits. Though his heart was jubilant, Mu Chen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "For strands of monkey fur for 100 chapters. Does that seem fair?" Not a single objection. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, feeling he had struck a remarkable deal. Here are the next 100 chapters. Enjoy your reading. Mu Chen smiled with satisfaction, gradually unfurling the bamboo scroll. As the text materialized, the room was once again bathed in dazzling golden light, embodying a touch of ethereal charm. Before Mu Chen could utter another word, Sun Wukong eagerly approached, hungrily cradling the scroll as he began to read with rapt attention. Under the azure sky. With nary a cloud in sight, two small black dots hovered in the distant sky, gazing down at the mountain-built city of Wutan below. Let a Dozong expert cleanse his neck. This audacity in the Gamma Empire is likely unprecedented for a youth. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The monkey was ecstatic, feeling his heart surge with the protagonist's fortunes, wishing he could leap into the story and confront the enemies alongside him. Beside him, Mu Chen observed with a smile, recalling that previously, the system had hinted at Sun Wukong potentially awakening his innate powers while reading. Now, with over 100 chapters to bolster him, this monkey was bound to awaken his divine abilities. It was fortunate that Mu Chen could write swiftly, producing over 100 chapters in a single day. Otherwise, Sun Wukong might have had to wait an eternity to awaken his powers. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong reached a thrilling part, every hair on his body stood on end. Even the blood within him surged as if something profound was awakening. He was utterly entranced, even beginning to dance with joy. Had there been a phone nearby, he would have undoubtedly posted on social media. Hey, you raucous monkey. Why are you dancing while reading? There's no music playing. What astonished Mu Chen even more was the palpable surge of intense energy erupting from within Sun Wukong, akin to some exotic flame stirring restlessly. Boom. Following this, a thunderous sound resonated from within him as the fiery energy converged, surging into his eyes. It was scorching, searing. It felt as if something was about to burst forth from his gaze. Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head. Boom. Two beams of scorching light shot forth from his eyes, soaring into the heavens like radiant rainbows. Simultaneously, ding. Your devoted reader, Sun Wukong, has experienced insights while reading Do Pu, successfully awakening the innate divine power. Breaking Illusions Golden Eyes. Breaking Illusions Golden Eyes, a divine ability of the spiritual stone monkey, capable of piercing through all illusions and seeing great distances, unimpeded by the five mountains. Ding. Your devoted reader, Sun Wukong, has unexpectedly acquired an exotic flame, Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame, originating from Do Pu, dwelling within the Earth's molten core, birth deep within the Earth, having undergone countless refinements, taking 10 years to attain spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to bloom as a lotus. Its hue is predominantly azure. This flame's power is unfathomable, capable of even provoking volcanic eruptions in volcanic regions. Note, as the author, you will receive all insights gained by your readers in real time. With a series of system notifications echoing, Mu Chen's face flushed, his excitement barely contained. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if with the awakening of Sun Wukong's innate powers, his own vision had transformed into something extraordinary. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could perceive the styles and colors worn by the celestial beings above. Chapter 3. What kind of immortal cultivation? I, old son, want to read novels. Hee hee. Seizing this opportunity while the monkey comprehended his divine abilities, I shall test the prowess of the illusory golden eyes. Mu Chen felt a thrill within. Immediately concentrating his will upon his eyes, quietly activating Sun Wukong's innate skill, the illusory golden eyes. Two beams of golden light flashed by, and Mu Chen felt his vision soar to unprecedented heights. Everything around him became crystal clear, to the extent that he could even discern the growth rings of a great tree 100 miles away. Such clarity would astonish even the keenest of observers. With a slight shift of his gaze, Mu Chen curiously directed his attention towards the direction of the Crescent Moon 3 Stars cave. The scene before him transformed instantaneously, revealing the entire Crescent Moon 3 Stars cave in vivid detail. Within an ancient, quaint pavilion of the cave, the venerable Bodhi ancestor sat gracefully in midair, while a group of disciples knelt respectfully behind him. Outside, the monkey's head was bowed in supplication. Why was it that the Bodhi ancestor felt an unsettling anxiety, as if something monumental were about to occur? Returning to the master, it is indeed strange. That monkey just went out to forage, and several hours have passed without a trace. Could it be that he, knowing he could not attain immortality, has simply left? Ventured an older disciple. Left? The corners of the Bodhi ancestor's mouth twitched. That is not in the character of that monkey. How could he depart without achieving the path to longevity? With this thought, the Bodhi ancestor extended his hand to divine the hidden truths, attempting to ascertain Sun Wukong's whereabouts. What is happening? The heavenly secrets are obscured, as if someone is deliberately concealing them. The Bodhi ancestor's heart raced, and he could no longer remain seated. This cannot be. That monkey is the key figure in this journey westward. Nothing must go awry. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, his expression sharpening as he suddenly raised his voice. Who dares to engage in acts of eavesdropping? His voice, imbued with the essence of a half-step primordial golden immortal, reverberated through the space, causing the very air to tremble and the entirety of Mount Fokzuan to shudder. Meanwhile, Mu Chen let out a muffled groan, his mind swirling in chaos as he fell into a momentary stupor. The Bodhi ancestor's admonition pierced through the fabric of reality, striking him directly. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the system, he might have been preparing for his next reincarnation. Cough, cough. It appears that the illusory golden eyes should not be used recklessly. In this world of Journey to the West, where gods and demons roam, should I inadvertently glimpse something I ought not to, my luck may not be so favorable next time. Mu Chen inhaled sharply, though he had regained his composure. A lingering trepidation remained. The system could shield him from the heavenly secrets, yet the Bodhi ancestor had already realized Sun Wukong's disappearance. He could not allow the monkey to linger here any longer. With this thought, Mu Chen instinctively glanced at Sun Wukong beside him. At this moment, Sun Wukong had just comprehended his newfound strength and, overwhelmed with joy, could not help but cheer. Thank you, celestial beings, for bestowing this power upon me. Thank you. Thank you. As he bowed in gratitude, azure flames erupted around him, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. Sizzling, the flames danced like whimsical sprites, swirling around Sun Wukong, manifesting as the extraordinary fire he had just obtained, the azure lotus heart fire. Hee, I never expected that I, old Sun, would also possess the azure lotus heart fire like Xiao. Thank you for your divine favor. He instinctively believed this extraordinary fire was a gift from Mu Chen. After all, how could treasures from the book materialize in reality? Mu Chen smiled silently, watching the lively flames before him, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Though he merely functioned as a conduit for words, being able to transport beloved web novels into the Journey to the West world and manifest their divine abilities and treasures was undeniably a source of satisfaction and pride. He even began to fantasize about the monumental changes that would unfold in the Journey to the West world when he introduced the grandiose 9 Dragons coffin, the Een Tiger talisman that commanded 100 corpses, and the desolate tower of the Emperor of the Wild. Just as he was lost in this fervent reverie, a sudden sound broke through the air. Celestial being, your novel is not only extraordinarily captivating, but also conceals profound abilities. I, old Sun, am filled with reverence after reading it. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me the art of novel writing. The monkey, flushed with excitement, knelt down with utmost sincerity. Nearly from an incomplete novel, he had acquired 2 divine abilities and undergone such a remarkable transformation. Who, if not a celestial being, could stand before him? Gazing at the youthful and handsome Mu Chen, Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with deep respect, not daring to overstep his bounds. Had he not endured countless hardships in search of immortality for this very moment? As for the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, what was that? He held it in contempt. Old Sun would not deign to visit. Cultivating immortality? Where is the pleasure in that compared to reading a novel? Not only is the novel captivating, but it also enriches knowledge, truly a win-win. More importantly, the author of this novel is handsome, and his words are delightful. For this reason alone, we must read it. Sun Wukong bowed down 3 times to the ground, each bow shaking the entire study, fearful that Mu Chen might refuse him. Mu Chen, too, was anxious, worried that the monkey would damage his floor tiles. Cough, cough. I am not a celestial being. I am merely an ordinary struggling author. Mu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, deciding to be candid. He never imagined that after writing novels for most of his life, his only loyal reader would be a monkey, and that this monkey would demand to learn the art of writing from him. Was this plot something a normal carbon-based life form could conceive? Though Mu Chen had revealed his truth, the monkey remained unconvinced. You say you are not a celestial being, yet how could you write such an enthralling novel? How could I have obtained the azure lotus heart fire? This is an extraordinary fire from the story. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am not so easily fooled. Sun Wukong bowed even more fervently, his sincerity unwavering. Seeing this, Mu Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. Sun Wukong had become a devoted fan of Battle Through the Heavens. While he was pleased, he recognized the implications. After all, Sun Wukong was a pivotal figure in Journey to the West, the very person tasked with retrieving the scriptures. If he allowed the monkey to remain here and write novels with him, not only would the Buddhist sect likely object, But even the Bodhi ancestor next door would surely disapprove. Keeping the monkey here would be akin to digging his own grave. With this thought in mind, Mu Chen prepared to refuse, only to be interrupted by the system's voice resonating in his mind. Ding. As the sole novelist in the journey to the West world, how could you lack a legacy? Detecting Sun Wukong's fervent desire to become your disciple. A system task has been triggered. Accept Sun Wukong as your disciple and impart the art of novel writing. Rewards, a basic writing tool set. Foundational lessons in the golden 3 chapters, character and plot design basics, a primordial peach tree of innate spiritual roots, and the host gains human immortal cultivation. Penalties for refusal, none. Mu Chen was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of ecstasy. He never anticipated that his writing system would not only urge him to write, but also issue tasks, with such bountiful rewards. Upon a cursory glance, the writing tools and foundational teachings were likely intended for the monkey, while the primordial peach tree and human immortal cultivation were genuine rewards for himself. Setting aside the rarity of the innate spiritual roots, the reward of human immortal cultivation was something Mu Chen could not refuse. Though it was merely human immortal, it was still an exceptional opportunity for ascension. I absolutely cannot let this pass. Cough, cough. Since you sincerely wish to become my disciple, I shall reluctantly accept you as my student. Chapter 4. Ascending in broad daylight. Where has the monkey gone? As Mu Chen's voice fell, Sun Wukong leaped up in elation, immediately hanging upside down from the beam of the room. Ha! The immortal has accepted me as a disciple. I now have a master. He was as jubilant as a child, his face aglow with joy. Mu Chen smiled slightly and reminded him, however, you must understand that taking you as my apprentice involves considerable risk, so you must agree to a few conditions. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. What conditions? As long as my master accepts me, I'm willing to agree to countless conditions. Very well. My first condition is that you shall not leave this study without my permission. Mu Chen's expression was serious. The reason he dared to take Sun Wukong as a disciple was that within this study, there was a system protecting them, capable of concealing all celestial secrets, allowing them to remain unafraid of Patriarch Bodhi and the heavenly deities. However, if he were to step outside, even the smallest demon could easily overpower him. The second condition is that you must pay me 10 strands of monkey hair daily as tuition. For this is not a free education. Monkey hair is a precious commodity, capable of being exchanged for substantial talent points. With such resources, he could easily produce 100 chapters daily, or even a book in a single day, if required. No problem. Sun Wukong grinned widely, eager to agree. Fearful that Mu Chen might change his mind, he had no objections to the first condition. Merely being accepted into the ranks of immortals was already a stroke of good fortune. Staying in the study was of no concern to him. As for the second condition, he had no qualms whatsoever. After all, he was young and vigorous, with an abundance of monkey hair. It would grow back quickly, so he wouldn't go bald. Seeing this, Mu Chen smiled slightly and patted Sun Wukong's head, saying, from today onward, you shall be my personal disciple. And I hope you will travel far on the path of novels, achieving the status of a platinum deity at the earliest. Definitely. I will strive hard. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, feeling a sudden surge of hope for his future. Witnessing Sun Wukong's obedient demeanor, Mu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction and resolved to nurture this monkey properly. He envisioned a scenario where, during their journey to acquire scriptures, a monkey wielding a pen would vanquish demons and write fervently, creating an amusing spectacle. Ding! Congratulations on completing the disciple recruitment task. You have received a set of basic writing tools, fundamental teachings in 3 chapters, foundational character design teachings, and an innate spiritual root, an immortal peach tree. The host has attained human immortal cultivation. As soon as the system's voice concluded, a rumble echoed within Mu Chen, his aura soaring dramatically. He ascended from an ordinary mortal to a terrestrial immortal, achieving feats that many could hardly fathom. Of course, for many immortals, the human immortal realm merely signifies entry into the immortal gates, granting eligibility to vie for the fortunes of heaven and earth. Beyond human immortals, there exist realms such as earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, profound immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, supreme golden immortals, great golden immortals, quasi-saints, and others. In the world of Journey to the West, each realm is a significant leap, with even the weakest demon kings in the human realm possessing at least earthly immortal cultivation. In other words, Mu Chen's human immortal status, among high-tier powers, could only serve as cannon fodder, the lowest among them. At this moment, Sensing the sudden depth and terror of Mu Chen's aura, Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling a deeper respect for his master. As Mu Chen remained at the human immortal level, he exhaled a long breath, feeling an unparalleled strength within him. How exhilarating! Is this the cultivation described in novels? It is not as arduous as I imagined. Is it merely about having the capability? Mu Chen smiled, glancing at the adoring Sun Wukong. With a wave of his hand, he summoned several items from the system's space. These were indeed the basic writing tools, and some writing tutorials rewarded by the system. A fine method. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized items. Mu Chen replied nonchalantly, "These are gifts to celebrate your acceptance as my disciple. This is for writing. And these books contain the cultivation methods I've selected for you. Please understand them well." A gift for becoming a disciple? Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Extending his long arms to gather all the items into his embrace, feeling as if he had obtained a treasure. Meanwhile, in the cave of the crescent moon and 3 stars, Patriarch Bodhi's expression was grim, his deep-set eyes seemingly ablaze with a fierce fire, casting an atmosphere of tension throughout the cave. What is happening? His lips moved, and his icy voice nearly erupted from between clenched teeth. Moments ago, he distinctly sensed someone spying on him, yet after divination, he discovered nothing. Even more infuriating was that the monkey, which had just knelt at his door, had vanished. He even covered the entire Mount Fangsuan with his divine sense, yet there was no trace of the monkey. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. What to do? Patriarch Bodhi's eyes reddened with anxiety, and he began to frantically divine again. But no matter how he calculated, he could not ascertain the monkey's whereabouts. "This is disastrous, a grave situation," he murmured, feeling increasingly flustered. With the journey to the west still not commenced, the stone monkey, as the scripture seeker, had gone missing in his territory. This was a monumental issue. Disciple, quickly ignite the incense and inform the heavenly court and the west about the monkey's disappearance. After giving this command, Patriarch Bodhi sighed heavily, shaking his head. At this juncture, he was at a loss. He could only leave this troublesome matter to the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm to resolve. In the west, within the great thunder sound temple, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams and illusions, like dew and lightning. One should observe them as such. The towering Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, surrounded by radiant light. As he spoke, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and his melodious voice resonated without pause. Just then, a wisp of green smoke drifted from afar, landing on his fingertip. Suddenly, the sound of scripture ceased, and the Buddha's expression changed dramatically. What has happened? The assembled Buddhas were momentarily taken aback, witnessing the Buddha lose his composure for the first time. Before they could inquire further, the Buddha stated, "Everyone, the monkey has gone missing and may have been hidden away." The monkey has been hidden? The Buddhas were instantly dumbfounded. They naturally knew to whom the Buddha referred. But how could this be possible? That monkey should be at Mount Fangsuan, taking on his apprenticeship, under the watchful eye of Patriarch Bodhi. Who would dare to play hide and seek beneath his gaze? Impossible. Within the 3 realms, aside from a few saints, no one could deceive Patriarch Bodhi's sight. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was the first to step forward, affirming, "This cannot be." The Buddha sighed. "This news comes from the cave of the crescent moon and 3 stars, so it is unlikely to be false." Upon hearing this, the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the Buddha spoke solemnly, "Where are the 4 great bodhisattvas? Avalokiteshvara, Ksitigarbha, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra bodhisattvas immediately stepped forward, responding in unison, "We are here. You are to lead the 18 arhats and the 3,000 celestial beings down to search for the stone monkey. It is imperative that you locate him as swiftly as possible. The journey to the west is of utmost importance, and we must not allow any mishaps," the Buddha commanded. "Amit Ba, I will abide by your decree," replied the monk reverently. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao hall, a hearty laugh echoed. "Ha ha, how amusing. I never expected that the stone monkey would lose himself at Mount Fangsuan." The jovial laughter resonated through every corner of the Lingxiao hall, imbued with leisure and delight. The deities present in the grand hall looked at the laughing Jade Emperor, puzzled. The monkey's disappearance was a significant event in the 3 realms. Why was His Majesty so amused? As if sensing the confusion among the gods, the Jade Emperor leisurely sipped from a cup of divine nectar and said, "You are all unaware that this journey to the west is decreed by the heavenly Tao, and though Patriarch Bodhi is a figure of the Tao, he was originally of the Buddhist lineage, likely a manifestation of the saint of proficiency. In the present day, The stone monkey has vanished from Mount Fangsuan, and naturally, the Buddhist sect in the West must bear part of the blame. I suspect that the Buddhist community now resembles ants on a hot skillet. And perhaps in a few days, they will request assistance from the heavenly court to search for the whereabouts of the stone monkey. At this thought, the Jade Emperor grew increasingly excited. As long as the Buddhist sect approached him, regardless of whether the stone monkey was ultimately found, the West would owe the heavenly court a favor. The Jade Emperor then commanded, "Send my decree to secretly dispatch General Li, the king of Toda, to search for the stone monkey on earth, but ensure that the Buddhist sect remains unaware." Upon hearing this command, the deities were more bewildered than ever. Were they not supposed to wait for the Buddhist sect to seek help? Now that the sect had not yet arrived, why were they proactively searching? The matter of finding the stone monkey is of utmost urgency. If the heavenly court can locate the stone monkey before the Buddhist sect, it would be a significant achievement. Upon hearing this, the deities exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Indeed, the emperor is cunning. His actions clearly indicated a pretense of aiding the West while secretly searching for the monkey, intending to claim credit from the sages once the monkey was found. Truly, it is as if one seeks to maintain a facade while indulging in debauchery. The celestial beings internally scoffed, acknowledging yet another lesson learned. Just then, a report was made to the Jade Emperor. The 4 bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect seek an audience. Outside the grand hall, the deities Qianlian and Xuanfinger strode in quickly. Please, let them in. The Jade Emperor grinned slyly, as if everything were under his control. Chapter 5. My book house is named Sanwei Book House. Within the book house at Mount Fangsuan, Mu Chen noticed the monkey fiddling with the writing tools and suddenly realized he had overlooked an important treasure. Indeed, the primordial spirit root of the peach tree. His eyes brightened, and his heart brimmed with anticipation, as a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. The primordial spirit root is nearly as potent as the celestial elixirs of the supreme Lord Laozi, and he had acquired the legendary peach tree spirit root. This is a rare treasure found only in the heavenly court's peach garden. If well cared for, it could fulfill the dream of abundant peaches. System. What year is my peach tree? Mu Chen wondered curiously. As an author of fantasy novels and a seasoned bibliophile, he knew that peach trees are categorized into 3 tiers based on their maturity. The most common bears fruit every 3,000 years, the somewhat rarer every 6,000 years. And the most extraordinary, the 9,000-year variety, is exceedingly scarce. Your peach tree bears fruit every 9,000 years. Upon hearing the system's reply, Mu Chen meticulously counted several zeros and could not help but smile in satisfaction. Indeed, there cannot be many 9,000-year-old peach trees in the Queen Mother of the West Garden. However, even if he planted the tree now, would he have to wait until the year of the monkey and horse to taste a peach? Mu Chen began to ponder. He certainly was not a 1,000-year-old turtle. How could he wait for the peach tree to blossom and bear fruit? No, even a 1,000-year-old turtle could not wait. Just then, the system's crisp voice chimed in again. Do not worry. Planting the peach tree within the house will allow your talent to accelerate its growth to bear fruit annually, without any compromise in quality. It can be done this way? Annual fruiting. When did my talent become so formidable? Indeed, reading is beneficial. At least he need not worry about farming in the future. Mu Chen chuckled to himself, but then glanced at the palm-sized book house, and his smile faltered. System. Are you sure this tiny book house can accommodate a tree? It can barely fit a person. He could not help but retort. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the new arrival task. Task description. Given your outstanding writing task completion on your first day in this realm, you have successfully become the master of the book house. Quickly name your book house. Task reward. Upon successful naming, your book house will expand into a courtyard, and within its confines, you will remain in an invincible state. An invincible state within the book house? Now Mu Chen could hardly sit still. This reward is simply a small-scale invincibility. With this, he need not worry about the patriarch Bodhi seeking trouble. Even if he did come, he would have to kneel and sing his praises. The system is incredible. Thinking of this, Mu Chen was even more exhilarated, and without hesitation, he declared, System, I have decided to name my book house Sanwei Book House. Look how melodious that name sounds. As the saying goes, the warmth of humble clothing is matched by the fragrance of simple meals, while poetry and prose linger on. The Sanwei Book House is truly the most tasteful abode among the 3 realms. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the new arrival task. And your book house is officially named Sanwei Book House. As soon as the system's voice faded, the entire book house suddenly trembled, followed by a continuous roar. as if something was surging from beneath the ground. Beside him, Sun Wukong, with a brush in his mouth, stared blankly at everything around him. He watched as an ancient courtyard rose from the earth, surrounded by 4 charming wooden houses, and then a plaque inscribed with Sanwei Book House appeared out of thin air, resting majestically above the entrance, exuding a mysterious and rustic charm. In the blink of an eye, the once palm-sized book house transformed into a fragrant courtyard, seemingly existing since ancient times, radiating an indescribable, ineffable elegance. Sun Wukong gazed blankly at all of this, as if witnessing a miracle. This is too extraordinary. The monkey was somewhat dazed. Is this the divine power of his master? Such wondrous transformations. Haha, indeed. Mu Chen smiled nonchalantly, though internally he too was greatly astonished. Fortunately, having watched numerous special effects films in his past life, such miracles were somewhat acceptable. With the expansion of Sanwei Book House, Mu Chen felt an invisible power enveloping him, which seemed to be the system's promised small-scale invincibility. Next, it was time to plant the peach tree. He eagerly licked his lips, entered the central courtyard, and selected a suitable spot. Then with a thought, he commanded, boom. In an instant, a towering peach tree, resplendent with celestial light, sprouted from the previously barren ground, filling the entire book house with rich celestial energy. Haha, this tree is brimming with celestial aura, shimmering brilliantly. Just planted. And already such a spectacle, truly worthy of a 9,000-year-old peach tree. Mu Chen laughed heartily, realizing that with this peach tree, the monkey would likely have no intention of leaving. Now, all he needed to do was patiently wait for a year, and he could become a peach tycoon rivaling the Queen Mother of the West. Is this what it means to win effortlessly? With this thought, Mu Chen felt a surge of delight. Master! Master! Just then, the excited voice of the monkey reached him. Mu Chen looked up to see Sun Wukong, with a brush in his mouth, mimicking Mu Chen by scribbling on bamboo slips, indeed resembling a budding writer. Not bad. You seem to exude the aura of a great literary figure. Mu Chen smiled slightly and added, Wukong, from tomorrow onward, you should practice writing. In this era, if a writer does not possess beautiful handwriting, readers will not take them seriously. Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, his eyes twinkling, and then asked with a smile, Master, can I still read your dope every day? The monkey had begun to urge for updates. Mu Chen laughed and scolded, You mischievous monkey, are you perhaps addicted to reading novels? All right, once I update tomorrow, I will let you see it first. Hee, thank you, master. The monkey grinned widely, eagerly anticipating the plot of tomorrow. It is said that in the primordial wilderness, countless moons pass, and the world of Journey to the West is no different, in the blink of an eye. Over half a month had passed. During this time, Mu Chen enjoyed a life akin to that of a celestial being, spending his days indulging in revelry, playing with the monkey, and teaching Sun Wukong the intricacies of language. As night fell, he diligently typed away, updating the subsequent chapters of Battle Through the Heavens. The entire book comprises a total of 1,623 chapters. Except for the first day when Mu Chen struggled to keep pace and managed to write over 300 chapters in one go. He maintained a steady rhythm of 5 chapters per day in the following days. This substantial output was not born from laziness, but rather a necessity to appease the system's daily demands for updates. After all, the system mandated that he produce 4,000 words daily. Failure to comply would result in catastrophic consequences for him. To ensure his longevity, Mu Chen resolved to slow down his updating pace, seizing the opportunity to delay whenever possible. His decision was entirely justified, albeit at the expense of the eager Sun Wukong, who now awaited each evening's updates with palpable anticipation. Each day, the monkey's greatest expectation was the continuation of Battle Through the Heavens, but as Mu Chen's pace slackened, the days stretched interminably, filled with longing for the unfolding plot. At times, when Xiaoyan found himself in peril and the next chapter had yet to be released, the monkey felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the narrative and lend a hand. Cursed Soul Heaven Emperor, if you dare to harm Xiaoyan, I, the great sage, will not let you off lightly. Brother Xiao, when will you reunite with Sunner? Master Yao, your disciple is truly a fool. In the courtyard, the monkey relished the latest chapters of Battle Through the Heavens, murmuring to himself. Observing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle and glanced at the calligraphy exercises Sun Wukong had been practicing recently, saying, Wukong, your handwriting has become quite neat of late. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the art of novel writing. As his direct disciple, it was only natural for him to inherit his teachings and learn how to craft a novel. Will we really learn to write tomorrow? Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement propelling him into the air with several flips. I shall rely entirely on my master's guidance. After diligently practicing calligraphy for half a month, I can hardly wait to pen my own story. Chapter 6, The Golden Three Chapters, have you learned them? The next day, as dawn broke, the monkey rose early and waited eagerly at Mu Chen's door. Today was significant for him, as his master would personally instruct him in the craft of novel writing. Once I master this art, I shall pen my own version of Battle Through the Heavens. The monkey vowed, his bright eyes brimming with determination. With a soft creak, the door opened, revealing Mu Chen clad in white. Follow me, he said gently, leading the way to the study. The monkey followed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Writing, after all, requires one to read extensively, to create a fine novel. The first step is to immerse oneself in exemplary works of the same genre, learning from the techniques of predecessors. What you are reading, Battle Through the Heavens, is a classic in web literature. Its first 3 chapters are renowned as the Golden Three Chapters, worthy of emulation by every novice. At this, Mu Chen cleared his throat and stated solemnly, what I shall teach you today are the Golden Three Chapters of web literature. Golden Three Chapters? The monkey's face lit up with curiosity. He had not expected that even the beginning of a novel contained such depth of knowledge. Master, please teach me what the Golden Three Chapters are? His eagerness was palpable, his thirst for knowledge insatiable. Very well, observe closely. Mu Chen smiled faintly, retrieving a platinum wolf hair brush from his system space, ready to demonstrate. What a magnificent brush! Sun Wukong's gaze was instantly captivated by the exquisite pen. Finely crafted and resplendent. Compared to his own brush, it was a stark contrast, utterly dominating in every aspect. Could this be the legendary artifact? The monkey gasped internally. Previously, while watching his master write, he had focused solely on the content, oblivious to the pen's extraordinary nature. No, I, the great sage, must find such a treasure for myself in the future. As Sun Wukong silently vowed this, Mu Chen began to write, and suddenly, a torrent of creativity flowed forth, with golden lotuses blooming at each stroke. Battle power, 3 segments. As lines of text emerged, the air around them seemed to envelop them in the story's atmosphere. With a serious expression, Mu Chen meticulously rewrote the beginning of Battle Through the Heavens. This time, he took his time, savoring the purpose and connections of each sentence, while also providing annotations for the monkey. The opening introduced the protagonist's identity and outlined his predicament, setting the stage for the character's subsequent rise. With each of Mu Chen's explanations, the initially obscure beginning became clear and comprehensible to the monkey. So that's why the sense of immersion was so strong when I read this book. The monkey realized, his attitude toward learning becoming even more earnest. Continuing to write, Mu Chen produced a series of sentences that flowed effortlessly, strikingly natural. Impressive. The monkey was momentarily dumbfounded, though it comprised only a few lines. The connections between the sentences were seamless, the logic impeccable, devoid of any superfluous words. The beginning of a novel is indeed priceless. It must avoid tedious exposition. Many authors attempt to lay out their stories setting at the outset for the reader's understanding, unaware that readers lack the patience for such rambling. In essence, readers desire the story, the conflict, the excitement, not your meaningless drivel. Mu Chen's voice resonated like a bell in the monkey's ears. Sun Wukong etched these words into his memory, filled with admiration and aspiration. His master was truly remarkable, so knowledgeable. At the moment Xiao Yin looked up, the black ancient ring on his finger suddenly emitted an exceedingly faint, eerie glow, which vanished in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone. As the lesson progressed to the end of the 2nd chapter, with each annotation, the monkey discovered that a captivating novel indeed contained no wasted words. Each paragraph served a distinct purpose. Some provided background, others laid foreshadowing, and some enhanced the atmosphere. Each segment functioned in harmony to construct a relatively authentic narrative world. The monkey gazed at this scene, entranced by the novel. By the time they completed the annotations for the first 3 chapters, a profound transformation had occurred in the opening. So this is what the Golden Three Chapters are? The monkey leaped 3 feet into the air, feeling as though his mind had absorbed everything, understanding it all. Do you comprehend? Mu Chen put away the wolf hair brush and turned to the monkey. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled shyly. I understand. But what? But I worry that while my mind comprehends, my hand has yet to learn. Sun Wukong's expression turned awkward. With his current writing skills, he could barely manage an essay, let alone attempt a novel. Fear not. Writing is not a matter of instant success. It requires extensive reading, learning, and practice. I understand. The monkey nodded humbly. Since awakening his innate abilities after reading Battle Through the Heavens, both his memory and comprehension had significantly improved. Many previously obscure concepts now seemed clearer, allowing him to grasp them gradually. However, understanding was one thing. Executing it was another challenge altogether. From today onward, your daily task will shift from practicing calligraphy to writing. You must compose a short segment of a story every day. After giving this instruction, Mu Chen leisurely strolled into the courtyard to bask in the sun. Sure thing. I will take it seriously, Sun Wukong declared, eager to begin. While the monkey was immersed in learning how to write novels on Mount Huagua, chaos had erupted in the Buddhist realm. It was said that the four bodhisattvas personally led 3,000 disciples, nearly turning the mortal world upside down. Yet, not a trace of the stone monkey could be found, not even a single hair. The Buddhist sect was thoroughly distressed. Subsequently, the heavenly court dispatched the four heavenly kings to descend to the mortal realm and assist in the search, yet no progress was made. Instead, the inexperience of the four heavenly kings in their duties only compounded the troubles for the Buddhists, leaving the monks in a state of utter despair. They pondered whether these individuals were here to assist or merely to create chaos. In response, the four heavenly kings feigned humility and offered apologies, yet inwardly, they were elated. The more disarray there was within the Buddhist realm, the greater the likelihood that their captain, the heavenly king with the pagoda, would be the first to locate the monkey king. One day, a youth clad in lotus-patterned garments floated through the air, a blade of grass held between his lips, aimlessly wandering the heavens and the earth. Father is truly something else, searching for the monkey king every day without taking this prince out for a bit of fun. The heavenly court is quite dull. If I linger here any longer, I shall rust. The youth grumbled, aimlessly gliding on his fiery wheels. The mortal realm is far more entertaining, but where shall this prince go for amusement? He muttered to himself, gazing down at the swirling clouds below, where mountains intertwined, shrouded in ethereal mist. The spirit energy in those mountains must be abundant. It surely would be delightful. With this thought, the youth paused momentarily, guiding his fiery wheels downward, landing directly in the mountains. Samway study. Upon his arrival, he was drawn to a nearby courtyard, where the sign prominently displayed the three characters. What a splendid name. Could it perhaps be the study of a literatus? A smile crept upon his lips, accompanied by a glint of disdain in his eyes. In recent years, with the mortal realm engulfed in the flames of war, where could one find any literati? It seemed the proprietor of this Sanway study was merely indulging in pretentiousness. With this in mind, he took strides toward the Sanway study, eager to uncover its secrets. Chapter 7. When did I, Nezha, become a demon child? Inside the Sanway study, Mu Chen was evaluating a segment of the novel penned by Sun Wukong. Wukong, while you have managed to compose a complete passage, there remains a lack of logical coherence between the sentences. The leaps in meaning are too vast, resulting in a deficiency of continuity. This will only complicate the reader's experience. Observing the haphazard lines of text on the table, Mu Chen sighed. Nearby, Sun Wukong's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly recognizing his shortcomings. In comparison to his master's literary prowess, his own writing was utterly subpar. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated within Mu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a hidden quest. Quest details. Teach Sun Wukong how to write a novel. Quest reward. Upon the completion of a fine novel by Sun Wukong, you will gain celestial cultivation upon his formal apprenticeship. Note: after attaining celestial cultivation, you will possess the initial ability to create objects from nothing. Limited to items within your novel. Create objects from nothing? Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. To think writing novels could bestow such power. If he acquired the ability to create from nothing, could he not manifest Xiaoyan Xian Zhongqi? Writing more books would surely lead to the effortless creation of treasures like the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus or the Haotian Hammer. With this thought, Mu Chen felt an urgent desire to expedite Sun Wukong's apprenticeship. However, crafting a fine novel was no simple task. It could not be achieved overnight, especially considering the Monkey King had never before dabbled in literature, making the learning curve quite steep. Nonetheless, Mu Chen remained undeterred, believing that with diligence, the Monkey King would surely pen a masterpiece. After all, there are no unteachable students, only those who lack effective instructors. With this conviction, determination ignited in Mu Chen's eyes. Wukong, your reading experience is still insufficient. Let us do this. I shall write a short story for you to study in depth. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, filled with gratitude as he gazed at Mu Chen. Master is truly too kind. I, your humble disciple, shall strive diligently to be worthy of your teachings. Mu Chen smiled gently, retrieving his platinum wolf hair brush, lost in contemplation. Since it was a short story, what should he write about? Something fantastical, perhaps? That way, Sun Wukong might glean some divine insight and surprise him. After a brief contemplation, Mu Chen began to write the title on the bamboo scroll, Nezha, the demon child's birth. Since this was set in the journey to the West universe, it was only fitting to weave a tale related to it. After some deliberation, he concluded that the story of the demon child Nezha would be most appropriate. This narrative was succinct yet profound, not only aiding Sun Wukong in mastering the art of storytelling, but also encompassing numerous formidable divine abilities and treasures. Whether for Sun Wukong's enlightenment or Mu Chen's future endeavors in creation, this story was an excellent choice. Master, who is Nezha? Why has he become a demon child? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, staring at the peculiar title. Mu Chen smiled slightly and replied, Nezha is the son of the heavenly King Li. And as for why he became a demon child, you will discover the answer in the novel. As he spoke, he began to write with fervor. The spirit energy of heaven and earth, after millennia, birthed a primordial pearl, greedily absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, its power continually growing. However, the energy it consumed was too varied, intertwining celestial and demonic forces, blurring the lines between good and evil. As he wrote, the surrounding spirit energy surged wildly, seemingly divided into two opposing forces of good and evil, enveloping the entire Sanwei study in a peculiar atmosphere. The primordial supreme one refined the primordial pearl into a spirit pearl and a demon orb. The true immortal Tai was entrusted with the task of imbuing the spirit pearl into the son of Li Jing at Qintang Pass, Nezha. Yet, due to a twist of fate, the spirit pearl and the demon orb were swapped. The primordial supreme one activated the heavenly tribulation incantation 3 years hence. Heavenly thunder would descend to obliterate the demon orb. Lines of text appeared, and Mu Chen's literary talent soared to new heights, his focus deepening until he reached a state of near transcendence. Meanwhile, outside the Sanwei study, the youth in lotus leaf attire was poised to step into the courtyard when he suddenly sensed an astonishing aura ascending to the heavens. This presence was profound and lengthy, one he had only encountered from his own father. It appeared that the proprietor of the Sanwei study indeed possessed notable abilities, worthy of a prince's attention. The youth smiled, a look of haughty satisfaction gracing his features, as if his mere presence was a boon to others. Yet he had every reason to carry such pride. Who was he? He was none other than the god of the 3 stages of the sea, the son of the heavenly King Li, the third prince, Nezha. Nezha stepped forward into the study. As he entered the courtyard, he froze, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens! What has this prince stumbled upon? Is that not the peach tree of the Queen Mother? He gaped at the peach tree, standing in the center of the courtyard. Although there were currently no peaches hanging from its branches, the rich spirit energy and the fragrant blossoms of peach flowers made everything abundantly clear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion. Nezha slapped his somewhat expressionless face, forcing himself to regain composure. As his gaze shifted, he beheld a harmonious scene nearby. There, not far from the peach tree, stood a young man in white, holding a jade brush, diligently inscribing something on a bamboo scroll. The young man was elegantly attired, tall and striking, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, with a faint hint of nobility. What a handsome young man! Nezha opened his mouth, and it was only when another figure nearby gasped in admiration that he averted his gaze to regard that person. In stark contrast to the young man, the figure beside him stood only a few feet tall, clad in coarse linen attire. With his back turned, the identity of the individual remained unclear to him, leading him to perceive the person as merely a naive child. What is this person writing? Why does it evoke such a stirring sensation within me? As if his words were rare treasures? Nezha furrowed his brows. Since his ascension to godhood, such feelings had become a rarity. Driven by curiosity, Nezha approached Mu Chen, who was deeply engrossed in his writing, entirely oblivious to the presence of another. Even Sun Wukong, who stood nearby, was captivated. Touched by the tale of the magical child Nezha, his eyes unwittingly misting with emotion, unaware of Nezha's approach. Nezha drew closer, his gaze eventually landing upon the bamboo scroll. What? Nezha, the magical child? A mere glance at the title ignited a spark of fury within him. How dare this audacious youth depict me as a magical child? With a scowl, he felt the urge to unleash his wrath. This seemingly handsome and cultured young man dared to fabricate tales that tarnish my name. Such audacity. Fuming, Nezha's face flushed with indignation, wishing to overturn the table and unleash his Qianquan circle upon this storyteller. Who is he, Nezha? A great hero from the age of deification. Even the former King Xiyou would show him respect. Yet this individual not only disrespects him, but also concocts tales that slander his name. To portray him as a magical child? What would happen if this were to spread? It was utterly outrageous. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. But his ire was soon captivated by a line of text on the scroll. As a magical child, Nezha inherently possesses immense power, setting him apart from others. Yet this gift brings him endless suffering. The people of Chintang Pass see him as an ill omen. They fear him, loathe him, and even hurl eggs at him, cursing him as a monster. But what wrong has he committed? Although he is a magical child, he is merely a 3-year-old boy longing for a group of friends to play with, so that he would not feel so alone when his parents go off to battle. Alone? Am I alone? Nezha was taken aback, the flames of anger within him extinguished, leaving only this heartfelt question. He stared blankly at the words on the scroll. Suddenly transported back to his childhood, he recalled the time when the people of Chintang Pass avoided him, secretly branding him a monster. And even his own father had attempted to harm him multiple times. In his youth, he felt both fear and injustice. He was clearly not a monster, yet from birth, he had been despised by everyone. His brothers viewed him as a calamity, and his father regarded him as a grotesque being, as if the entire world had turned against him. Even when he followed Jiang Taigong to participate in the War of Deification. Having been granted the title of the great deity of the 3 altars, he still found himself surrounded by solitude. It seemed he had always been alone, born into darkness, raised in loneliness. Unbeknownst to him, tears brimmed in his eyes, deeply resonating with the plight of the magical child Nezha in the story. What kind of tale is this? Nezha suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and quietly delved into the novel, eager to uncover the entirety of the narrative. As he witnessed the magical child Nezha being bullied, it felt as if he himself were being tormented, yearning to unleash his 3 heads and 6 arms within the story and wield great destruction. When he saw Li Jing's hair turn white with worry for his child, his heart trembled, feeling both envy and compassion. You are luckier than I. At least you have loving parents. A smile of solace graced Nezha's face. Within this book, he felt a paternal love he had never known. As the story unfolded, the magical child Nezha, under the tutelage of Tai Zhenren, gradually learned various divine powers, beginning to protect Chintang Pass like his parents. This stirred nostalgia within Nezha, reminiscent of his own encounters with Shijin Yangyang. It must be said, this story resonates deeply with my spirit. I truly enjoy it. Nezha laughed heartily, feeling as if the magical child Nezha was another version of himself, or perhaps an alternate life he could have lived. What? Is that Ao Bing? I actually became friends with him. Upon Ao Bing's introduction in the story, Nezha first froze, then a shy smile emerged. Regarding Ao Bing, he felt overwhelming guilt, realizing that in his childhood ignorance, he had taken the other's life over a trivial disagreement. For a long time, Nezha was plagued by remorse. He believed that if time could rewind, he would not act so recklessly and would instead forge a friendship. Alas, time flows like water, even as the 3rd Prince Nezha. He could not return to the past. Fortunately, within this narrative, he fulfilled his wish to become friends with Ao Bing, thus mending a regret that had lingered for nearly a millennium. How splendid! This is how it should be. Truly a remarkable tale. As the narrative continued, Nezha became enraptured, feeling as though he had stepped into the story, reluctant to leave. Just then, the plot reached a climax, as the antagonist Shen Gongbao revealed his true colors, inciting the Dragon Clan to war. To protect his parents and Chintang Pass, the magical child Nezha unsealed his magic and turned against his friend Ao Bing. Bravely confronting the icy storm, Nezha, in his magical form, raised his hands to the heavens, gritting his teeth. Your opinions are worthless. My fate is dictated by none but myself. Whether I am a demon or a celestial, only I have the right to define it. As these words echoed, a golden light enveloped the space, radiating boundless talent. Nezha outside the story felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, deeply moved by the declaration that his fate was his own. This is how it should be. Who I am is for no one but myself to determine. A smile danced on Nezha's lips, his gaze fixated upon the text on the scroll. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the story abruptly halted. Please, continue writing. It turned out that Mu Chen had paused his quill, seemingly lost in thought. Nezha refrained from making any noise, fearing he would disrupt the author's train of thought. After a lengthy silence, Mu Chen finally resumed his writing. Inscribing upon the bamboo scroll, Nezha, standing firm in the void, seized Ao Bing by the collar, exclaiming, "The opinions of others are mere nonsense. Who you are is for you alone to define. This is the lesson my father taught me. If fate is unjust, then we shall fight to the end." As the final line was written, a radiant light filled the air, bursting forth with unbounded fervor. Nezha, watching intently, felt his blood surge with fervor. His mind consumed by the fervent cry of, "If fate is unjust, we shall fight to the end." Yes, if fate is unjust, then we shall battle until the very end. Never have I feared. His heart swelled with passion, and an energy surged within him, as if something was yearning to be unleashed. Ding! Congratulations, third Prince Nezha, on reading Nezha, the magical child, successfully comprehending the divine ability, chaos of the magical child. Note, as the author of the novel, you have simultaneously acquired this divine ability, chaos of the magical child. This ability serves as a supportive enhancement upon activation. It grants boundless energy for a short duration, tripling attack power, defense, and speed. The unexpected system notification echoed within Mu Chen's mind as he completed the main text of Nezha, the magical child. He was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. What is happening? I just finished Nezha, the magical child, and the third Prince Nezha has comprehended a divine ability? Could it be that my writing resonated with him? Just as Mu Chen pondered this, he suddenly heard Sun Wukong beside him exclaim in surprise, "Hey, who are you? When did you arrive? Why are you on my master's territory?" Following the gaze of Sun Wukong, Mu Chen beheld a youth adorned in a lotus leaf garb, seated in meditation, evidently engrossed in profound comprehension. Could it be that this fellow is none other than Nezha, the third prince? Mu Chen's lips twitched, his heart filled with bewilderment. What an extraordinary coincidence. He had just penned a novel related to Nezha, and now Nezha himself appeared at his doorstep. Chapter 9. The Novel Acceleration Manual. Mu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he held the book Nezha, the Devil's Child. Was it truly appropriate to refer to the protagonist as a devil in his presence? Blushing, he cleared his throat and gestured for Sun Wukong to quiet down, wishing not to disturb Nezha's enlightenment. At this moment, Nezha was enveloped in an extraordinary state, as if an inexplicable force was infusing his consciousness, imparting an arcane ability to his heart. Heavens, this prince has comprehended an ability? But all he did was read a novel. Nezha was astonished, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, harboring an indescribable awe. Since time immemorial, who has ever comprehended abilities without enduring a lengthy period of enlightenment? Yet here he was, having inexplicably grasped a formidable ability simply by reading a novel titled Nezha, the Devil's Child. Moreover, the ability he had comprehended was extraordinarily powerful, tripling his offensive and defensive capabilities in a remarkably short time. Nezha inhaled deeply, realizing for the first time that this novel he had read was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the ability he comprehended be referred to as the chaos of the Devil's Sphere? In that instant, Nezha's eyes widened as he regarded Mu Chen with reverence and admiration. He was now utterly convinced that this handsome young man before him must be a reclusive master of immense prowess. How else could one casually write a novel that awakens abilities in others? I surmise he must have foreseen my arrival, hence the creation of Nezha, the Devil's Child, intending to bestow upon me a great opportunity. The more Nezha contemplated, the more moved he became, perceiving Mu Chen as radiating brilliance. The grace of this esteemed elder's bestowed teachings would forever remain etched in Nezha's memory, and he wished to pay his respects through a bow. Arising, Nezha respectfully bowed to Mu Chen, overflowing with gratitude. "No need for such formality. This is merely your own fortune," Mu Chen replied with a gentle smile. However, Sun Wukong was far from calm, initially taken aback, then his face contorted with indignation. "Bestowed teachings? You, this little brat, comprehended an ability? What is the meaning of this? This novel was clearly written by my master for me. Why have I not awakened any abilities while this later arrival has?" The monkey was immediately agitated, his eyes tinged with envy. Nezha, scratching his head in bashfulness, chuckled, "Hee, this prince is simple-minded, having only comprehended a single ability, truly a disappointment to the elder's intentions." "Humph, who said this novel was meant for you? It's evidently a model written by my master to teach me how to compose." Sun Wukong crossed his arms, casting a smug sidelong glance at Nezha. "Oh, a model for you to write novels? Haha, that truly amuses me. Do you really think you could pen such a masterpiece? Nezha erupted in laughter. In his eyes, a work like Nezha, the Devil's Child, could only be crafted by a reclusive master like Mu Chen, even the Jade Emperor, ruler of the three realms, might not possess such talent. Now, this unremarkable monkey claimed he could write novels. Was that not laughable? Yet, undeterred by Nezha's skepticism, Sun Wukong maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "While I cannot yet produce a masterpiece, I, Sun Wukong, shall diligently learn. I believe that one day, I will inherit my master's brilliance and become a renowned literary figure." Nezha paused in surprise, sensing Sun Wukong's vibrant confidence. He felt an inexplicable notion that perhaps this monkey might indeed become a literary giant in the future. "Esteemed elder, may I acquire a copy of Nezha, the Devil's Child? I will pay." Nezha blinked, his expression imbued with a hint of persuasion. This novel was too extraordinary. He wished to possess it and read it daily. "Ahem. It is not that I cannot sell you this book, but I wrote it to instruct my disciples. If I sell it to you, my disciple would lack a model." Mu Chen replied with an awkward smile. Unfortunately, the world of Journey to the West lacked copy machines. Otherwise, he would have printed several copies to distribute throughout the three realms. Wouldn't that eliminate concerns about insufficient abilities? Upon hearing this, Nezha's face fell, brimming with disappointment. But soon, his eyes sparkled with a new idea. What if I rent it for a few days to show my father? Such a captivating novel will surely inspire him. If he comprehends a few abilities, wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? Perhaps I could visit here daily to read the novel openly. Renting? What an ingenious idea. Mu Chen's lips twitched as he hesitated. Ding. The system detected a new demand from the host, activating the copy service. Confirm activation. Reward. Novel acceleration manual. Reject. No reward. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Copy service. Activation grants the reward of a novel acceleration manual? Mu Chen's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. Renting is rather inconvenient. Instead, I shall gift you a copy, for you are the protagonist of my novel. Sun Wukong? Master, what about your integrity? It was no wonder Mu Chen was so excited. The reward offered by the system was incredibly tempting. The novel acceleration manual was far more useful than the model he had written. As long as Sun Wukong perused this manual, he would be well on his way to mastering his skills. According to the system's previous statements, the day Sun Wukong mastered his skills would coincide with Mu Chen achieving the celestial realm and acquiring the ability to create from the void. After activating the copy service, Mu Chen promptly utilized the system's functionality to reproduce a copy of Nezha, the Devil's Child, presenting it to Nezha. As Nezha held the novel, he was overwhelmed with emotion. "Esteemed elder, you are truly magnificent. Not only have you granted me an ability, but now you have gifted me a novel as well. How deeply moving." With teary eyes, Nezha regarded Mu Chen as his older brother. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now." Nezha respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude and joyfully departed with the novel. He could hardly wait to share this extraordinary work with his father, eager for him to witness its power. More importantly, as the protagonist of the novel, he felt an immense sense of pride. Watching Nezha's retreating figure, Mu Chen smiled gently and retrieved the newly acquired novel acceleration manual from the system space, addressing Sun Wukong. "Wukong, I shall also bestow a gift upon you." In Shintang Pass, Nezha and Mu Jia stood respectfully to one side, observing the imposing middle-aged man seated at the forefront, holding a pagoda and donned in battle attire, who exuded an undeniable authority. The middle-aged man, with a fierce gaze, was none other than the renowned heavenly king Li Jing. "I am grateful to His Majesty for entrusting my family with the task of locating the stone monkey, but how long has it been, and still? We have no news of that stone monkey." Li Jing's voice was low and somber, his expression darkening to the point of merging with the shadows behind him. "From this day forth, everyone in my family shall mobilize. Until we find the stone monkey, not a single meal shall be permitted. And do remember to summon Nezha. That lad has been idle in the heavenly court, and it's time he had some tasks to attend to." At this point, Li Jing suddenly paused and inquired, "Where's Nezha? Why have I not seen him?" "Father," the third brother, Nezha and Mu Jia exchanged a glance, filled with unmistakable helplessness. The third brother had just stepped out to play. Upon hearing this, Li Jing erupted in fury. "What? That wretch has slipped away again? Now that my household is engulfed in busyness, he dares to frolic about?" His furious roar left Nezha and Mu Jia too frightened to breathe. They felt equally helpless regarding their third brother, as Nezha was notoriously difficult to discipline. Li Jing was well aware of this fact. However, the current situation was exceptional. Before their journey to the west even commenced, chaos had erupted, and the entire three realms were shrouded in turmoil, as if a great event was imminent. At such a critical juncture, Nezha continued his carefree wandering. What a disgrace! With this thought, Li Jing furrowed his brow, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. Father, eldest brother, second brother, I'm back. Just then, Nezha's voice rang out. A fleeting smile crossed Li Jing's face, and he let out a sigh of relief. Though he maintained a facade of anger. You still remember to come home? Nezha chuckled. Father, don't be quick to blame me. I brought back something wonderful for you. Wonderful? Li Jing snorted, utterly disinterested. As a father, he was well aware of his son's temperament. Nezha, that rascal, was merely attempting to placate him with some trivial trinkets he had purchased in the mortal realm. Chapter 10. I, too, wish to be written into a novel. Humph. This prince shall now show you all what a divine tome truly is. Sensing that he was underestimated, Nezha puffed up his cheeks in indignation and proudly revealed the novel Nezha, the demon child's descent. The instant the book was unveiled, an extraordinary aura surged through the Li residence, golden light enveloping the space. Jinzha and Muzha stood there, dumbfounded. After cultivating for millennia, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Merely a book had summoned such an anomaly. Meanwhile, Li Jing remained unfazed, casting only a cursory glance, his expression dripping with disdain. Just a trivial book, he thought. He had read countless military texts, and even the grand works of the mortal sage Confucius. How could he be impressed by a mere collection of stories? This Nezha truly lacked worldly experience, as if he didn't know who his father was. How laughable. However, seeing the eager expression on his son's face, Li Jing couldn't bear to shatter his pride, so he feigned interest and casually flipped through the book. Nezha, the demon child's descent? Li Jing raised an eyebrow, realizing the book was about his precious son. Could it be that a mortal scholar had penned it to curry favor with Nezha? With this thought, Li Jing's evaluation of the book diminished by 3 points. Father, look quickly. Eldest brother, second brother, come and see. Nezha spread the book on the table and urged the three of them. Such a magnificent treasure deserved to be shared among all. More importantly, since he was the protagonist, it was even more imperative to share it. To be honest, he wished he could gather everyone in the Li household to read it together. Li Jing remained silent, his expression still stern, yet his hands betrayed him. Honoring Nezha's request and beginning to peruse the book, while Jinzha and Muzha gathered curiously to look as well. A mere glance sufficed. What could be so extraordinary about a banal book? Faced with inquiries from Tai Junren and the common folk, Li Jing felt a pang of discomfort. Could it be that my child is truly a monster? Just a casual glance, and Li Jing was deeply moved by the text. Suddenly recalling the countless days and nights following Nezha's birth. Wasn't this exactly how he had felt back then? Unbeknownst to him. Tears welled in Li Jing's eyes as he found himself unable to resist the urge to read further. Looking at the little Nezha in his arms, Li Jing took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Tai Junren and the others. Esteemed sirs, my family has encountered misfortune, bearing such a child, yet he is innocent. He too is a victim. I find it hard to punish him severely. From now on, I shall diligently discipline Nezha, preventing him from stepping outside. Should he cause trouble, I, Li Jing, would risk my life to restore justice for all. Indeed, which father in the world does not love his child? It is said that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Perhaps they merely struggle to express it, just like the Li Jing in this book. Even if his child is a demon, it does not diminish the bond forged by blood. Li Jing felt a wave of emotion, realizing that the Li Jing in the book seemed to embody himself. In his youth, he too had faced such dilemmas. Even when the Dragon King of the East Sea arrived with 1,000,000 soldiers, his love for Nezha had never wavered. Yet, in his youthful arrogance, he had been unsure how to handle the Dragon King's threats, and Nezha's understanding nature had led to that tragic outcome. People often spoke of Nezha's sacrifice for his mother, cutting flesh and offering his bone for his father, as the act of a true man. But who could fathom that? As a father, he too felt his heart bleed. The memory of that moment became an everlasting wound in his life. Father. Nezha suddenly noticed the change in his father's demeanor and called out. But at that moment, Li Jing was entirely absorbed in the story. As the past resonated with the narrative, and his sorrow transformed into a mournful melody. The ancients said, a parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. Li Jing exhaled a heavy sigh, a wave of emotion rising within him, compelling him to turn the pages and continue reading. The tale of the demon child's descent, though brief, was intricately woven, with each character vividly portrayed, as if they truly existed. When Li Jing read about the vast glaciers enveloping Qintang Pass, where the lives of the common people hung by a thread, and the demon child Nezha, willing to risk everything to protect Qintang Pass, his eyes involuntarily grew moist. Nezha had always been like this, outwardly indifferent, yet at heart the most innocent and brave of them all. When the Dragon Clan flooded Qintang Pass, it was Nezha who had stepped forward at the critical moment, sacrificing his life to save the townspeople. "Look, this is my son, Li Jing." A swell of pride surged within him, and a smile crept upon his lips. However, when he saw the image of the demon child Nezha binding his parents with the heaven-obscuring silk to protect them, the smile on Li Jing's face froze, replaced by an indescribable sorrow. "Zhar, what are you doing?" Lady Yin felt an unsettling sensation as she looked at the bindings. Nezha pouted, taking out the life-protecting talisman from his waist and tearing it into pieces, saying, "I bear my own fate. I won't burden others." The words of the demon child Nezha brought tears to Li Jing's eyes, and the memory of Nezha's self-sacrifice flooded his mind. "Nezha, did you think the same back then? It turns out you are even braver than I imagined. You are a true man." Li Jing took a deep breath and continued reading. Nezha forced a smile, adopting a nonchalant attitude, and said, "Actually, it's not such a big deal. 3 years may be short, but I had a lot of fun." However, he paused, suddenly growing somber. "The only regret is that I haven't kicked the shuttlecock with you yet." The only regret was that he hadn't kicked the shuttlecock with his father. In just a few words, Li Jing's defenses crumbled, tears welling in his eyes as an inexplicable sorrow enveloped him. He suddenly realized that all these years he had been preoccupied with official duties, believing he had provided the best for Nezha. Yet, in reality, he had neglected the one thing Nezha needed most, companionship. As the magic child Nezha expressed, his sole regret was that he had never played Jianzi with his father. Li Jing felt an increasing sense of guilt, his heart filled with profound regret. Perhaps the most selfless love in this world is the love a child has for their parents, for in their small universe, parents are everything. Their presence is the greatest gift in a child's life. With this thought, Li Jing came to a realization and slowly closed his eyes. Immediately, a tremendous aura radiated from Li Jing's entire being. Thunderous sounds erupted. In the next moment, the entire Li residence resonated with a booming noise, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, all swirling into Li Jing's body. What was happening? Jin Jia and Mu Jia were left in astonishment, suddenly realizing that their father's realm seemed to be shifting. Was he about to break through? Could it be that he would ascend to the status of a Deluo Golden Immortal? How could this be possible? As a celestial being on the god list, his cultivation had been locked, leaving no possibility for advancement. Why then did it seem that his realm was loosening, showing signs of a breakthrough? Haha, wonderful. Father has read a novel and is breaking free from the confines of the god list. He is about to ascend. Nezha exclaimed joyfully. What? Father improved his cultivation because he read a novel? Jin Jia and Mu Jia exchanged incredulous glances. Though they were reluctant to believe it, the evidence was clear. They saw Li Jing sitting cross-legged, with 3 flowers condensing above his head, a clear sign of ascension to Deluo. Wait, we both read this novel too. Why haven't we broken through? And why is it only you, third brother, who is mentioned in the book? Where are my second brother and I? Jin Jia pouted, feeling aggrieved. I'm not satisfied. I want to be included in the novel too. Chapter 11. Li Jing enlightens through reading. The Buddhist sect comes to battle Ding. Due to reading your novel, the great King Li Jing has broken through to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. You have successfully gained the corresponding breakthrough experience. Mu Chen was watering the peach tree in the courtyard when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Li Jing? He has broken through to Deluo Golden Immortal? He was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It seemed that his work, Nezha, the devil child comes to the world, was a great success. Not only awakening Nezha's divine powers, but also allowing Li Jing to transcend the confines of the god list and directly attain Deluo. Haha. Attaining experience for breaking through to Deluo is indeed a significant gain. Mu Chen licked his lips. In comparison to divine powers, the experience of breaking through to Deluo Golden Immortal was evidently far more precious. Of course, if he could additionally acquire a divine power, that would be even better. At that moment, Ding. Li Jing, inspired by your novel, comprehended the divine power, 100% empty-handed reception of the white blade. in the realm above the 9 heavens. Brilliant Buddhist light illuminated the skies. Amidst the Buddhist light, numerous arhats clasped their hands together, respectfully guarding the path ahead. "Where's this place?" As a dignified voice resonated. The arhats immediately halted and reverently bowed to the figure behind them. "Amitabha, Bodhisattva, we have arrived at the territory of Chintang Pass." "Bodhisattva, there is Li Jing stationed at Chintang Pass. Should we continue the search?" The Bodhisattva Pu Xian, adorned with a jeweled crown and riding a 6-tusked white elephant, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Naturally, we shall continue the search. However, Li Jing is a high-ranking minister of the heavenly court, possessing peak cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. We may face challenges." The Fuhua Arhat displayed a troubled expression, but he is merely a lackey of the heavenly court. How could a mere Tai dare to obstruct the steps of our Buddhist sect? The Bodhisattva Pu Xian, seated atop the white elephant, revealed a hint of disdain. The flourishing of the Buddhist sect is the will of the heavenly Tao. Who can obstruct it? Moreover, Li Jing is just a Tai. How can he be compared to a Deluo Golden Immortal like myself? Seeing that the Bodhisattva Pu Xian had made up his mind, the arhats ceased to speak further and reluctantly flew above Chintang Pass, gathering their spiritual energy to declare, "We are here at the command of the Buddha to search for the missing Lingming stone monkey. We hope King Li Jing will not obstruct us." This loud proclamation startled every citizen of Chintang Pass, causing countless livestock to panic and nearly flee. Within the Li residence, Jinjia and Mu Jia furrowed their brows, clearly displeased. Even Nezha, who usually did not concern himself with such matters, pouted and instinctively produced his Qinkuan circle. The audacity of the Buddhist sect was growing. Without the Emperor's search warrant, they dared to investigate Chintang Pass? According to regulations, since Chintang Pass is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect must have the Jade Emperor's official approval to conduct any search here. Yet now, the Buddhist sect, without the Jade Emperor's permission, recklessly came to investigate, clearly disregarding Chintang Pass, Li Jing, and the heavenly court. Jinjia exhaled a heavy breath and stepped toward the door. "Second brother, third brother, guard father. I will go take a look." With that, he soared into the clouds. Before the Buddhas, Jinjia raised his chin and spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. "My father is currently in deep contemplation and cannot attend to you. Perhaps it would be better to return another day for the search." At this moment, father was facing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a breakthrough. How could he allow these bald monks from the Buddhist sect to disturb him at will? "Haha, there is no need for you to speak such nonsense. Li Jing has long been on the god list since the time of the enfeoffment and has no opportunity for enlightenment now," Pu Xian Bodhisattva replied with a calm smile. "I am Pu Xian, sent by the Buddha. I hope you will not obstruct us." After speaking, without waiting for Jinjia's response, Pu Xian Bodhisattva directly urged his 6-tusked white elephant down towards Chintang Pass. "Pu Xian Bodhisattva?" Jinjia's expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. Among the many bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, Pu Xian Bodhisattva was known for his formidable presence. Even the Jade Emperor would show him some respect. More importantly, Pu Xian Bodhisattva was a true Deluo Golden Immortal. Jinjia inhaled sharply. He had initially thought that the Buddhist sect had sent only a few arhats, but to his surprise, they had dispatched a bodhisattva. And the one who came was the most difficult to deal with, Pu Xian Bodhisattva. By comparison, he, a mere golden immortal, was hardly worth mentioning. "Bodhisattva, we are merely conducting a routine search. I hope you will grant us this convenience." Observing Jinjia's apprehension, Pu Xian Bodhisattva smiled slightly, exuding an air of superiority. Jinjia gritted his teeth, glancing at the Li residence below, and his wavering resolve instantly solidified. "Bodhisattva, I cannot make this decision. Everything must await my father's enlightenment before we discuss it." Who was his father? A high-ranking minister of the heavenly court, a confidant of the Jade Emperor. Now that his father was at a critical moment of enlightenment, if the Buddhist sect were to search at will, it could potentially delay his father's progress, leading to a catastrophic outcome. With this thought, Jinjia's resolve became even firmer. He would not allow the Buddhist sect to act recklessly. "Humph, it seems you are intent on opposing our Buddhist sect?" Pu Xian Bodhisattva's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his sleeve, boundless Buddhist light surged forth. Jinjia, being merely at the Golden Immortal level, could not withstand the attack of a Deluo Golden Immortal. He was immediately forced back, blood streaming from his mouth, retreating several steps. Blocking the journey to the west is a great disrespect to the heavenly Tao. Today, I shall enact punishment to demonstrate the might of our Buddha. Puxian Bodhisattva formed a hand seal and suddenly struck out, the surrounding Buddhist light swelling as if the heavens were collapsing. Since Chintang Pass refused the search, it was tantamount to opposing the Buddhist sect. In heaven and on earth, anyone daring to oppose the Buddhist sect would face divine retribution, and there would be no mercy. With just a simple strike, the force was as formidable as a mountain, threatening to manifest as a tangible might. Elder brother, in the Li residence, Mu Chen and Nezha were alarmed, realizing the terrifying power of this strike. If it fell upon Xiyou, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Nezha, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the magical power of the Chaos Orb, entering the state of the orb, which tripled his speed, propelling him like lightning towards the colossal hand. With a thunderous roar, Nezha braced himself against the onslaught with his physical form. Blood spurted from his mouth as his diminutive frame swayed precariously. "Their brother!" Xiyou exclaimed, turning sharply to find Nezha had appeared behind him, shielding him from the blow, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Nezha, coughing blood, realized that only a few of his ribs were fractured, and he smiled with a wry grin. "Do not worry, elder brother, for I am now a demonic child. I shall be fine." Thanks to the Chaos Orb, his speed and defense had been augmented threefold. Otherwise, the strike from a great Luo golden immortal would have surely left him grievously wounded. Puxian Bodhisattva raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. How could a mere early-stage Tai golden immortal withstand one of his strikes unscathed? This was utterly inconceivable. Such defensive prowess was terrifying indeed. When had Li Jing's son become such an anomaly? Puxian's gaze narrowed, filled with murderous intent as he regarded Nezha. "Little one, though your defense is formidable, how many of my attacks can you withstand?" A disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips as he summoned a series of massive palm strikes, each forming instantaneously, looming like 5 towering mountains, their sheer force reddening Nezha's visage. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the direction of Li's residence below. 100% barehanded against a blade. As the voice echoed, the enormous Buddhist palms in the sky shifted direction, descending towards the ground. Puxian Bodhisattva, is it not unbecoming to strike against a junior so recklessly? From below, a grand figure stepped forth, his crimson robe billowing in the wind, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Li Jing. Puxian Bodhisattva's expression darkened as he gazed slowly at the towering silhouette below. Li Jing effortlessly deflected the advancing palm strikes with a composed and profound presence, exuding an aura that suggested he could stand toe-to-toe with Puxian Bodhisattva. He began to stride forward, appearing to traverse the void, and in mere moments, he crossed 1,000 miles to stand before Nezha. "Xiyou, Nezha, are you both unharmed?" Li Jing turned, revealing a gentle paternal smile. Since watching Nezha, birth of the demon child, he had gained a deeper understanding of the father-son bond, realizing how to better express his love. Nezha hesitated, taken aback by Li Jing's warmth, and stammered, "Father, please, do not be this way. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Perhaps you should scold me instead." Li Jing, his mouth twitching in mild exasperation, coughed lightly as he noticed Nezha's broken ribs, his expression turning cold as he regarded Puxian Bodhisattva. "Oh, so this is the so-called Bodhisattva of the Buddha's realm? To strike a junior without cause, yet you dare to speak of compassion? Li Jing, how dare you speak so disrespectfully before Puxian Bodhisattva?" The furious Fuhu Luohan stepped forward to admonish him. Li Jing met Fuhu's gaze with a cold smile. "So it is Puxian Bodhisattva, such grandeur. I thought it was the Buddha himself in attendance. You are audacious." Fuhu Luohan's face flushed crimson with rage as he leaped forward, unleashing his Buddhist powers against Li Jing. "Ha! You overestimate your capabilities." Li Jing's crimson robe billowed behind him as he summoned the Linglong Pagoda, which expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering structure that crashed down upon Fuhu Luohan with thunderous force. Fuhu Luohan was sent reeling, as if struck by a cataclysmic blow. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. What is happening? Li Jing has injured Fuhu Luohan with a single strike? They were both at the Tai Golden Immortal level. How could there be such a disparity? The gathered Luohans murmured in disbelief, while Puxian Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes, sensing a formidable threat emanating from Li Jing. No, he is not a mere Tai Golden Immortal. He is a great Luo Golden Immortal. What? Li Jing has broken through to the great Luo? This is impossible. It cannot be. The gathered Luohans were aghast, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Despite their skepticism, The evidence lay starkly before them, leaving no room for doubt. Humph. What is a great Luo golden immortal? One day, I shall visit the Sanwei bookstore to acquire a few novels. And perhaps my father will ascend to the status of a quasi-saint. Nezha proclaimed, hands on hips, gazing proudly at the assembled Luohans. At that time, if I do not send you bald monks sprawling amidst blooming peach blossoms, you will not understand the meaning of such beauty. Li Jing's ascension to the great Luo is due to the novels from the Sanwei bookstore? What manner of place is this Sanwei bookstore? Puxian Bodhisattva seized upon this crucial inquiry, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he did not dwell on it. Seeing Fuhu Luohan injured beneath his very eyes demanded a forceful response to maintain the dignity of the Buddhist sect. With this thought, Puxian Bodhisattva's sacred form emanated an imposing aura as he activated his Buddhist powers, summoning a colossal Buddha wheel that descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Li Jing, we have come at the behest of the Buddha to conduct a search. It would suffice for your prince to obstruct us. Yet now he dares to harm a Luohan of our order. This matter shall be settled. As he spoke, the immense Buddha wheel rumbled, pressing down upon the skies above Chintang Pass. Such a grand display caught the attention of the heavenly court and various factions. What nonsense about the Buddha's command. You claim to search my Chintang Pass, yet do you possess the edict of the emperor? Without the emperor's decree, we of Chintang Pass refuse to comply. Li Jing stood unyieldingly against the might of the Buddha wheel, his gaze unwavering as he confronted Puxian Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, within the Lingshao Palace of the heavenly court, the gods observed with admiration. Indeed, King Li is magnificent. He ought to teach these bald monks a lesson. Many deities commended Li Jing for his bravery, having long held grievances against the Buddhist sect for their arrogance stemming from the Western expedition. Yet amidst the accolades, the barefooted celestial furrowed his brow, muttering, "This is not good." King Li has engaged Puxian Bodhisattva. An early-stage Tai golden immortal cannot hope to match him. As this realization spread, the voices of praise dwindled, replaced by murmurs of concern. Alas, this is indeed unwise. King Li's actions lack prudence. Simultaneously, within the sacred grounds of the Western Lingshan, the Buddhas beamed with golden light, gazing towards Chintang Pass with faint smiles. Ba, King Li has revealed himself. This time, our Buddhist sect shall emerge victorious. One Buddha chuckled. May Puxian Bodhisattva show mercy and not gravely injure King Li, lest our sect face disgrace. Guanyin Bodhisattva, her brow furrowed with worry, prepared to intervene at any moment. Indeed, letting Puxian intervene is beneficial. The three realms have been tranquil for too long, and many have forgotten our Buddhist principles. It is time to re-establish order. The ancient Buddha Randall's hands came together in prayer, his eyes twinkling with a knowing smile. Amidst the jovial discourse among the Buddhas, the atmosphere around Chintang Pass grew increasingly tense, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Li Jing, since you refuse to permit the search, I shall impart the doctrines of my Buddhist order upon you today. Puxian Bodhisattva's voice echoed through the heavens, as the great Buddha wheel surged forth with all its might. Crashing down. Then let it be so. I shall gladly accept your teachings. Li Jing shielded Nezha behind him, casting a piercing gaze at Puxian, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Buddhist sect had persistently challenged his limits. If he did not act now, would it truly imply that Li Jing was but a mere figment of clay? More importantly, having harmed his child, Li Jing would not let this matter rest. In the blink of an eye, Li Jing transformed into a streak of flowing light, his internal spiritual energy surging violently, with the three flowers above his head flickering into visibility. He executed the technique he had just comprehended while reading a novel, an unparalleled skill to catch a blade with empty hands. Although the name of this technique lacked grandeur, its power was exceedingly peculiar. It could diminish the force of any attack and effortlessly neutralize it, making it a transcendent skill. Boom. Under the effects of the technique, the 100-foot Buddha wheel shrank dramatically, akin to a wilted cabbage, and lightly settled upon Li Jing's form. Li Jing grunted softly, feeling as though Puxian's mighty attack merely tickled him. Was that all? He cast a sidelong glance at Puxian, who stared back with wide eyes, appearing utterly astonished. What was happening? Was his 100-foot Buddha wheel so easily resolved? This was absurd. Puxian's lips twitched as he rubbed his eyes, realizing he was not dreaming. Simultaneously, this scene unfolded before the eyes of the deities in the heavenly court and the Buddhas of the Western paradise. What had transpired? Why had Puxian's divine power been effortlessly dispelled by Li Jing? This was illogical. What technique had Li Jing just employed, one that they had never witnessed before? The gods murmured among themselves, while the Western Buddhas exchanged bewildered glances, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. They had never anticipated that the ordinarily compliant King Li would rise to such prominence. Chapter 13. A Change of the Pilgrim? You. How can you possibly possess such formidable powers? Puxian's face turned pale, and for the first time, his traditionally calm eyes revealed signs of shock as he instinctively took a step back. Clearly, he was considerably rattled by Li Jing's empty-handed technique. Li Jing, with a smirk, brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder and mockingly smiled. Are you afraid? You. Puxian trembled with rage, his face alternating between shades of black and white. Was he afraid? Indeed, he was. For his strongest technique had been effortlessly neutralized by Li Jing. How could he continue fighting? Such prowess could surely rival even that of the Buddha. At this moment, a retreating sentiment began to sprout within Puxian. He realized that if the battle continued, it would only result in his own embarrassment. With a deep breath, Puxian said, Li Benefactor, this monk harbors no ill will. I have merely come at the behest of the Buddha to search for the whereabouts of the spirit understanding stone monkey. Once the search concludes, we shall depart immediately. No malice intended? Li Jing raised an eyebrow, scoffing. If there is no malice, why then did you harm my child? This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Then I implore you to apologize to Nezha at once. Li Jing enunciated each word, gazing earnestly at Puxian. Father? Nezha looked up at the towering figure before him, warmth flooding his heart. Li Jing turned back with a tender smile, tousling Nezha's hair. Fear not, dear child, for your father is here. I shall not allow anyone to bully you. Once, when the dragon clan of the East wielded their might, he, as a father, could only helplessly witness his child take their own life. Now, as the Buddhist sect approached with undue force, harming his child, he, as the king of heaven, would not allow history to repeat itself. If you dare to harm my child, then I shall ensure a cataclysmic end to our ties. Puxian, I beseech you to apologize to Nezha. Otherwise, I, Li Jing, shall not rest until this matter is resolved. Li Jing wielded the exquisite pagoda, glaring fiercely at Puxian. Puxian squinted, his expression dire. As one of the four great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, he represented the very face of Buddhism. To apologize to a mere child would be tantamount to slapping the sect in the face. Yet what choice did he have? Li Jing possessed extraordinary powers, rendering him helpless. Should Li Jing truly engage in a life-and-death struggle, it was Puxian who would suffer. Damn it, what kind of technique was that? How could it be so powerful? Puxian ground his teeth, cursing Li Jing in his heart 100 times. Yet he forced a smile and said kindly, Li Benefactor, as a representative of the Buddhist sect, I shall say this one last time. Apologize to Nezha. Before he could finish, Li Jing interrupted him. Puxian sighed. He understood that today he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If he did not apologize to Nezha, this matter would not conclude well. Sigh. So be it, third prince. Today it was indeed this monk who was in the wrong. I hope you can forgive me. With that, Puxian's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent, and after a long, deep look at Li Jing, he led the assembly of Arhats away in defeat. Ha ha, what a magnificent Li Jing. Truly formidable, having managed to repel Puxian. He has brought honor to our heavenly court. The gods of the heavenly court clapped in delight at the sight of the Buddhist sect's retreat. They had anticipated that Li Jing would face dire consequences. Yet he had emerged so powerfully, effortlessly dispelling Puxian's grand technique and compelling him to apologize. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, within the confines of Chintang Pass, as they watched the Buddhist sect retreat, Nezha and Mu Chen felt a sense of unreality. Even the mighty Buddhist sect had been repelled by their father. Surely, we cannot be dreaming. Father, did you truly read that novel, Breaking the Shackles of the Investiture of the Gods, and Entering the Realm of Deluo? Nezha asked curiously, still in disbelief. Li Jing smiled, replying, Not only that, but I have also comprehended an exceedingly powerful technique. Without its assistance, I fear I would not have been able to repel the Buddhist sect. Nezha? Nezha? Father, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a word. Just from reading a novel, you not only ascended to the golden immortal of Deluo, but also grasped a powerful technique. Life is truly unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapping around a small intestine. The two brothers were bewildered, feeling as though their father was jesting with them. Yet, Seeing the sincerity in Li Jing's expression, they remained skeptical. But father, we three brothers have all read the novel. Why have we not experienced such miraculous effects? Jinzha lamented, envy gnawing at him. At that moment, Nezha cleared his throat, saying, Ahem, elder brother, second brother, who says I have not awakened a divine power. As he spoke, he gestured to his rib that Puxian had broken, chuckling. To be honest, I have awakened a supportive divine power, one that triples my speed and strength, along with healing properties. If you do not believe me, you can look at my wound. Had it been a moment longer, I fear it would have healed itself. Jinzha and Mu Chen exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. I suspect you are boasting, yet we have no evidence. Ahem, Nezha, from where did you acquire this novel? Sensing the atmosphere shift, Li Jing quickly interjected, steering the conversation elsewhere. This novel is too extraordinary. It must be the work of some sage. However, he had never heard of any sage skilled in writing. Nezha, with hands on his hips, beamed with pride, saying, I obtained it from a bookstore called Sanwei Bookhouse. Sanwei Bookhouse? What is that place? Why have I never heard of it? Li Jing was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. Very well, once we locate the stone monkey, I shall personally visit the esteemed author at Sanwei Bookhouse. Another search for a monkey? Nezha drooped his eyelids, appearing utterly disinterested. He recalled that there was indeed a monkey at Sanwei Bookhouse, one that had been clamoring to write a novel. Upon reaching this thought, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle, contemplating whether that monkey would ever grasp the art of novel writing. Once this prince assists his father in locating the stone monkey, he would surely pay him a visit. At Mount Ling, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, following the defeat of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, an air of profound silence enveloped the temple, the atmosphere incredibly oppressive. They had anticipated that Bodhisattva Samantabhadra's intervention would elevate the reputation of the Buddhist sect, but to their dismay, it only served to tarnish it. The reversal was indeed staggering. In this moment, the multitude of celestial Buddhas refrained from mentioning the incident, as if the battle at Chintang Pass had never transpired. Amitabha, esteemed bodhisattvas, do we have any news regarding the stone monkey? The Buddha of compassion inquired, hoping to divert the conversation to a more pleasant topic. Yet, upon his utterance, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew even more somber. Honored Buddha, we have dispatched all monks, but we have yet to uncover any trace of the stone monkey. Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped forward to report. The Buddha's lips twitched in response. Well, I intended to discuss something uplifting, but this has effectively extinguished the conversation. Buddha. When the stone monkey vanished from Mount Fangsuan, did the Patriarch Bodhi truly not perceive anything amiss? Guanyin sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. As the guiding figure of the journey to the west, she had initially viewed it as a prestigious task. However, before it even commenced, calamity had struck. The monkey was a pivotal character in this expedition. Without him, the grand endeavor could not commence. As the responsible party, even with the Buddha's protection, she would face reproach from the saints. Guanyin lamented her challenging predicament. Bodhi is the manifestation of the primordial purity saint, thus his words are undoubtedly reliable. The Buddha spoke slowly, adding, the stone monkey's fate is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is the will of heaven. Now that the journey to the west is imminent, we can no longer afford to wait. What, in your opinion, should our Buddhist sect do to confront this tribulation, esteemed Buddha? Manjushri Bodhisattva respectfully inquired. The Buddha inhaled deeply and replied, at this juncture, it seems we must consider replacing the traveler. Replace the traveler? The assembly of Buddhas was taken aback, utterly perplexed. The Buddha continued, in this realm, there exist 4 divine monkeys. The Lingming stone monkey is but one. If we can locate another divine monkey, we may orchestrate a grand substitution. His words ignited a commotion in Ling Mountain. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Crescent Moon and 3 Stars Cave, a monkey with an elongated snout and 6 ears. Disciple hailing from the Flower Fruit Mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent requests to be accepted as the apprentice of the immortal. The monkey knelt before the stone door, as if this moment had been meticulously rehearsed. Though your appearance is humble, yet you resemble a monkey that consumes pine nuts. Let me bestow upon you a surname, Sunday. You shall be the 10th disciple of our lineage, and from this day forth, you shall be known as Sun Wukong. With a flick of his dust brush, Patriarch Bodhi arched a subtle smile, finally feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, everything remained under control. Chapter 14. Did the monkey write a journey to the west? As the Buddhist sect fervently escorted the 6-eared macaque into the Crescent Moon and 3 Stars Cave, on the opposite side of Mount Fangsuan, the Lingming stone monkey, Sun Wukong, was rapidly evolving. Master, I have completely comprehended the quick novel writing manual. I have now mastered the golden 3 chapters and the fundamentals of story structure. And I possess a rudimentary understanding of character development. Sun Wukong joyfully approached Mu Chen, brandishing his brush in a display of triumph. Mu Chen smiled softly, generously praising, "Indeed, your ability to grasp these writing techniques in such a short time is commendable." He continued, "From today onward, you shall endeavor to create your own novel." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then filled with boundless excitement as he gazed at Mu Chen. "Master, can I truly begin writing my own novel?" After months of diligent study, the prospect of finally putting pen to paper stirred his heart with exhilaration. Mu Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, you now possess the fundamental skills of a novelist and should be capable of writing. However, the craft of novel writing demands perseverance. A qualified author must ensure daily updates and must not falter in their commitment. Can you manage this?" At this juncture, his expression turned serious as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pondered briefly, then decisively nodded, "I can do it." "Ah, true to my disciple, then commence your writing. Rest assured, I shall assist in maintaining quality." Mu Chen laughed heartily, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation. Should Sun Wukong indeed craft a novel of commendable quality, it would signify his formal graduation, fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system and granting him the rewards that would elevate his cultivation directly to the celestial realm. More importantly, attaining celestial prowess would unlock the ability to create within the void. This level of power had long been a source of his yearning. At this moment, Sun Wukong had procured a blank bamboo scroll, dipped his brush in ink, and plunged into deep contemplation. What should he write? Oh, why not recount the tale of my own life? With this thought, inspiration surged within him, a powerful desire to articulate the experiences of his years since birth ignited within. Acting on impulse, Sun Wukong immediately began to write, scribbling the following lines. "In a distant land, there lies a kingdom known as Ally. This kingdom is near the sea, and within the sea stands a renowned mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain." His pen flowed with fervor. His eyes squinting as if reliving the day, he burst forth from the stone. Atop that mountain, a celestial stone one day shattered, yielding an egg-like stone, round as a sphere. As it encountered the wind, it transformed into a stone monkey, complete with distinct features and full limbs. This monkey traversed the mountain, consuming vegetation, drinking from springs, gathering flowers, and foraging for fruits. The more he wrote, the more engrossed he became, his inspiration flowing freely as if it were a priceless gift. His wrist, wielding the brush, became increasingly adept, leaving behind traces of his fervor on the bamboo scroll. Unbeknownst to him, even the essence of heaven and earth was drawn to him, surging into his spiritual core, coiling within his dantian. What is happening? How is this monkey's cultivation advancing so rapidly? Mu Chen, observing from the side, was dumbfounded. In his perception, as Sun Wukong wielded the brush, his aura continually ascended, swiftly transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the golden course stage, showing no signs of halting in this meteoric rise. Such speed likely surpassed that of all cultivators within the 3 realms, and only Mu Chen, destined for ascension within a day, could be mentioned in the same breath. As he sensed Sun Wukong's soaring cultivation, Mu Chen became increasingly intrigued by the monkey's novel. What kind of tale was he crafting to elicit such extraordinary phenomena? Driven by curiosity, he leaned closer to inspect and was utterly astonished. Good heavens, this is astounding. The monkey was writing the journey to the west. Gazing at the familiar prose, Mu Chen felt as if he had been transported back to his past life. He could hardly believe that Sun Wukong's novel was based on himself as the protagonist of Journey to the West. No wonder this mischievous monkey's cultivation was skyrocketing. Journey to the West was hailed as one of the 4 great classical novels. Should this work gain widespread recognition, it would undoubtedly become timeless, leaving the old master Wu with no material to write. Mu Chen couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. This monkey truly lived up to his status as the main character of the Journey to the West. He had even ventured into writing novels, and with such remarkable talent. As Mu Chen continued to be amazed, Sun Wukong's Journey to the West had already flourished into over 1,000 words. The narrative reaching the segment where he embarked on a journey across the seas in search of immortality. At this moment, Sun Wukong's cultivation had also surged to the human immortal realm, subtly hinting at surpassing Mu Chen's prowess. Simultaneously, the brush in his hand underwent a transformation. the tip radiating spiritual energy, as if it had become a treasure of innate origin. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Chen was once again taken aback. The monkey's talent was indeed formidable. He had penned a masterpiece with mere strokes, and now his cultivation was on the verge of surpassing that of his own master. How could it be that this disciple outshone his teacher? Mu Chen could not help but grumble internally. Fortunately, Sun Wukong was his disciple and generally showed filial piety. Now that Wukong had grown powerful, his role as a master also allowed him to bask in his disciple's glory. Realizing this eased Mu Chen's heart somewhat, and he resolved to write more novels in the future to avoid being outdone by his own apprentice. At this moment, as he looked at Sun Wukong's journey to the west, the narrative had progressed to the point where the stone monkey sought to become a disciple at the Three Stars Cave, but was met with refusal. Suddenly, he turned and saw a stone tablet standing atop the cliff, around 3 zhang high and over 8 feet wide, inscribed with 10 large characters: Ling Tai Fong Xiyou and Mountain. Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. After a brief moment, a voice exclaimed, and the cave door opened, revealing a celestial boy stepping out. Upon reaching this juncture, Wukong instinctively paused his writing, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had not insisted on kneeling before the 3 Stars Cave. Otherwise, he might still be foraging fruit from some tree. He felt immense gratitude for not having entered the teachings of Patriarch Bodhi, but instead following his master, Mu Chen, and learning the craft of storytelling. Thanks to his writings, he had not only awakened his innate powers, but had also reached the realm of human immortals, thus creating a remarkable miracle. Reflecting on this, his fondness for novels intensified, and his appreciation for Master Mu Chen deepened. He slowly began to write the story of his apprenticeship under Mu Chen, but before he could put pen to paper, Mu Chen intervened. Wukong, for the subsequent chapters, you should write about your experiences learning at the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave, Mu Chen advised. Master, why is that? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. Mu Chen smiled faintly and replied, your writing is exquisite, with a compelling narrative that will surely become a sensational work across the 3 realms. However, my 3-flavor studio does not engage with the mundane world, and I prefer to remain inconspicuous. He fabricated a reason, concerned that Wukong's rendition of Journey to the West might deviate from the original, leading to the potential ruin of a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grinned widely and said, in that case, it seems the old Bodhi will benefit. He then shifted his writing focus. Continuing, the Patriarch ordered the crowd to lead Sun Wukong out past the second gate, teaching him the etiquette of sweeping and responding, instructing him on the nuances of approaching and retreating. The Patriarch struck him 3 times, teaching him to harbor intentions in the early hours and to enter through the back door for secretive transmissions. At this point, Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat, seemingly drained of all his strength. Master, I am exhausted and cannot write any longer, he lamented, setting down his brush with a look of helplessness. He had felt an enigmatic force hindering his ability to continue writing. Could it be that he had encountered a bottleneck? Mu Chen chuckled lightly. No worries. The beginning of your book is already masterfully crafted. You can always continue writing the latter parts later. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sun Wukong has penned the unparalleled masterpiece Journey to the West, successfully graduating as a disciple. The host is rewarded with celestial cultivation and the ability to create from the void. Void creation. With a mere thought, you can conjure any object from your novel. Note: currently, you can only create inanimate objects, and you must inject spiritual energy into the creation. The stronger the energy, the higher the status of the created object. With the system's announcement, Mu Chen felt his cultivation level surge, a wave of celestial energy emanating from him. Wonderful. I've finally entered the realm of celestial immortals. He rejoiced internally. Chapter 15. New task. Actor Lu Air graduates. Mu Chen had eagerly anticipated this day for countless nights. He diligently observed Sun Wukong as he wrote his novel, sometimes even demonstrating writing techniques himself. And finally, the day of the monkey's graduation had arrived. If only he had shown such diligence in his own studies in his previous life, surely even the president of Harvard would have come to recruit him. With this thought, Mu Chen smiled broadly, feeling the vast sea of spiritual energy within him, causing him to tremble with excitement. As he observed Sun Wukong's cultivation nearing his own, he felt a sense of triumph as he distanced himself from the monkey, relishing the sensation of this effortless victory. Master, what is happening? Sun Wukong asked, astonished, sensing a formidable pressure radiating from Mu Chen. Mu Chen waved his hand modestly. No worries, it is merely a feeling I have. Wukong blinked in awe, filled with admiration. Truly, Master, your insights are awe-inspiring. Master, how do you find my novel? Is there anything that requires modification? He inquired earnestly, presenting his version of Journey to the West, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This novel had consumed all his efforts, and he wished to make the story as captivating as possible. As Mu Chen perused Journey to the West, he pondered for a moment before replying, "The structure of your story is sound, and the writing is decent, but it lacks a certain lyrical quality." Upon hearing this, Wukong's spirit soared, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Master, what kind of lyrical quality does it lack?" In truth, he had sensed a deficiency while writing, feeling something was amiss, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Noticing the eager thirst for knowledge in Wukong's eyes, Mu Chen divulged, "Your novel needs poetry. If you incorporate some verses, it will achieve perfection." "Oh? How so?" Sun Wukong asked, slightly taken aback, struggling to grasp the concept. He was well-versed in novels, but knew little about poetry. Could poetry indeed be woven into a novel? With a gentle smile, Mu Chen waved his sleeve, activating his void creation ability. In an instant, a stack of pristine white rice paper appeared on the table. "How did you do that?" Sun Wukong was awestruck, having never witnessed such astonishing conjuring skills. "Do not be surprised. When you reach my level, you, too, will be able to create from the void," Mu Chen replied, casting a fleeting glance at him, though he was equally astonished. Just a thought and a modicum of spiritual energy had allowed him to produce this stack of paper effortlessly, as if it were a mere trifling task. In combat, would he not be able to conjure anything at will? Aircraft carriers or large vessels could be summoned with ease. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Alas, with his current abilities, he could only create inanimate objects. Otherwise, he would surely have a few bodyguards at his disposal, arranging for characters like Uchiha Naruto and Aiko Hitano. As he spoke, he took out his platinum wolf hairbrush, letting its tip hover above the rice paper before gradually moving it to write a poem. Before chaos divided the heavens and earth, in the vastness, none could be seen. Since Pangu shattered the primordial chaos, clarity and murkiness have been discerned henceforth. All beings rely on benevolence, and the enlightenment of all things leads to goodness. To understand the essence of creation, one must read Journey to the West, the legend of liberation. Upon the completion of this poem, the white rice paper suddenly shimmered with golden light, and a voice recited the words, resonating with deafening clarity. Sun Wukong stood transfixed, his mind flooded with the imagery of the poem, feeling as if the words danced like dragons and the verses soared like swans, as though he glimpsed the scenes of the primordial chaos unfolding. "Excellent poem. Wukong, inscribe this poem at the beginning of Journey to the West to enhance your work." Mu Chen's ethereal voice echoed, pulling Sun Wukong back to reality. The monkey treasured this revelation, quickly committing the poem to memory, feeling as if it was always meant to be a part of Journey to the West. "Truly, Master, with just this poem, even if I toil my entire life, I doubt I could ever catch up." The monkey pondered deeply, once again acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and his master. His admiration for Mu Chen soaring to unprecedented heights. He promptly affixed a poem to the beginning of the book, and as the final character was inscribed, a radiant aura erupted from the tome, causing Sun Wukong's spirit to surge dramatically, propelling him into the realm of the earth immortals. Such a simple poem had enabled the monkey to transcend a level of existence. Overjoyed, Sun Wukong meticulously examined Journey to the West, treating it with the same care one would bestow upon a cherished child. "Master, will I need to pursue the art of poetry in the future?" he inquired with curiosity. Mu Chen smiled and nodded. "Indeed, as a competent author, it is imperative to possess a certain literary foundation. Only then will your novels possess a soul." The fact that the monkey could craft Journey to the West was a testament to his exceptional talent for storytelling. Mu Chen resolved to hold him to high standards henceforth, ensuring that such a remarkable gift would not go to waste. "Very well, I shall commence my study of poetry from today," the monkey declared with unwavering determination, his eyes ablaze with fierce ambition. "Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden mission." Mission content: assist Sun Wukong in completing the creation of Journey to the West. Mission requirements: achieve a completion rate of 98% for Journey to the West, with no time limit. Mission reward: the Law of Life. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed by the profound significance of the 4 words, Law of Life. As a seasoned web novelist, he was acutely aware of what a law entailed. It represented the primal force of the universe, far beyond mere supernatural abilities. In the world of Journey to the West, Only those of quasi-saintly cultivation could access the power of the laws. Yet now, all he needed to do was assist Sun Wukong in bringing Journey to the West to a completion rate of 98% to obtain the power of the laws. And not just any law, but the most profound law of life. Once he mastered this law, could he not create life? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Once he grasped the law of life, combined with the ability to create from the void, he might indeed be able to conjure a being like Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, this would hinge on bringing Naruto into the world of Journey to the West. Wukong, from this day forth, your primary task is to complete the creation of Journey to the West. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Mu Chen's expression turned serious as he placed a reassuring hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. He instinctively felt that when Sun Wukong completed Journey to the West, this world would usher in a monumental transformation. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. During this time, Mu Chen completed all chapters of Do Pa, embarking on the creation of a new novel. As for Sun Wukong, he diligently pursued the study of poetry. He understood that in order to craft the sequel to Journey to the West, mastering the art of poetry was essential. After all, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Mu Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Although he yearned to acquire the law of life swiftly, he was well aware of the truth that haste makes waste. Observing the monkey's rapid progress, from initially being clueless about poetry to being able to compose a 7-character verse, Mu Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Recently, he had been grinning from ear to ear, for the peach tree in his yard had borne fruit. Surely, in a few days, he would savor the peaches. Meanwhile, in the cave of the 3 stars, disciples gathered beneath a century-old pine tree, teasing a monkey. Junior brother Wukong, we've heard you have mastered the 72 transformations. While our master is away, why not show us your skills? The smile on the 6-eared macaque's face faltered, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Had this day finally arrived? As if anticipating this moment, he forced a smile. If that is the case, please, esteemed brothers, present your challenges. Let us see you transform into a pine tree. So be it. The 6-eared macaque's expression turned stoic, and with a swift transformation, he became a lush pine tree. The other disciples erupted in applause, yet the 6-eared macaque, now a pine tree, wore no trace of joy, gazing eastward as if awaiting something. As expected, after merely 3 breaths, a voice of reprimand echoed from the east. What audacity! Who dares to flaunt their skills here? Behold, Patriarch Bodhi descended upon a cloud, his steady gaze landing squarely on the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque revealed his true form, curling his lip in disdain. Disciple acknowledges my wrongdoing. Humph. You, monkey, exhibit none of the demeanor of a cultivator. This place is unfit for you. Begone. Where shall I go, master? The 6-eared macaque regarded Patriarch Bodhi with a calm demeanor, devoid of any turmoil. Naturally, you shall return whence you came. Disciple obeys. After a respectful bow, the 6-eared macaque prepared to depart. Patriarch Bodhi furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with the 6-eared macaque's attitude. Your departure will undoubtedly incite trouble. No matter what mischief you cause, do not claim to be my disciple while outside, or I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Disciple understands. The 6-eared macaque waved his hand, finding these words redundant, as if he had rehearsed them countless times in his mind. Clearly, everything had been preordained. Why engage in such theatrics? For whom was this performance intended? He regarded Patriarch Bodhi with a look of disdain before summoning a cloud and heading towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Next, he would become the great sage equal to heaven and venture to the Dragon Palace to steal divine weapons, he mused. Chapter 16. Can the monkey predict the future through writing? In the 3-flavor bookstore, within the study, Sun Wukong held a brush, pausing in contemplation before inscribing on a bamboo slip. One day, as spring yields to summer, the multitude gathered beneath the pine tree for a long discourse. The crowd said, Wukong, what karmic ties have you formed in this world? The other day, Master whispered into your ear, imparting the method to evade the 3 disasters. Do you comprehend it all? As he continued writing, inspiration struck him, and he flowed effortlessly into the narrative. Wukong, with a flick of his fingers, recited an incantation, transforming into a pine tree. Wukong then summoned his cloud and swiftly returned to the eastern sea. After an hour, he arrived at the water-curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. At this juncture, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and set down his brush, appearing pensive, lost in thought. Wukong, how fares your writing today? At that moment, Mu Chen approached, savoring a peach and offering several to Sun Wukong. After all, his peach tree bore fruit annually, and there were peaches aplenty, more than he could consume. so there was no hesitation in sharing. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Mu Chen took the article he had just written, scrutinizing it while nibbling on a peach. How curious, although Sun Wukong is clearly here in my three-flavor bookstore and has not yet apprenticed under Bodhi. Why does this monkey's tail mirror precisely that of the later Mr. Wu? At this moment, Mu Chen discerned a critical issue. If the first 2 chapters of the book chronicled Sun Wukong's own experiences, then the narrative from the apprenticeship should diverge from the later journey to the West. Yet, why did the monkey still produce the same storyline as in the future? Wukong, these events have never transpired in your life. How did you conceive these plot points? Mu Chen, now entirely intrigued, abandoned his peach. Sun Wukong smiled sheepishly. I am unsure, master. I merely deduced the story based on its logic, leading me to this narrative. Mu Chen, skeptical, questioned, even the part where Wukong is expelled from his master's tutelage was derived from your logical reasoning? Indeed. I believe that if I were to truly apprentice at the Cave of the 3 Stars, given my boastful nature, that stingy Bodhi would surely expel me. As he spoke, Sun Wukong began to revel in his good fortune. Fortunately, my wise self, Sun Wukong, fled at the outset. Had I not, being expelled would have been a lifelong disgrace, one that no monkey could endure. Beside him, Mu Chen inhaled sharply, genuinely astonished. As a traveler from another realm, he understood that without his intervention, the current Sun Wukong might have been evolving strictly according to the journey to the West narrative. Thus, this monkey has the ability to foresee the future through his writings? Is it merely that this future has been altered by my influence? Contemplating this, Mu Chen cast a deep gaze at Sun Wukong, surprised to discover such a remarkable ability within the monkey. Truly, he is the leading protagonist of the journey to the West. Mu Chen felt a wave of emotion as he observed Sun Wukong appearing somewhat distracted today, even neglecting his favorite peaches. Curiosity compelled him to inquire, Wukong, do you have something on your mind today? Sun Wukong instinctively glanced towards the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain before waving his hand with a smile. What worries could I have? I only wish to write diligently. Noticing Sun Wukong's subtle gesture, Mu Chen shifted his gaze to the words recently inscribed on the bamboo scroll. Flower Fruit Mountain Water Curtain Cave? Ah, are you feeling homesick? A faint smile crossed Mu Chen's lips as he instantly grasped the situation. With Mu Chen's words exposing his feelings, Sun Wukong's face flushed, and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. After years at sea seeking immortality, he had not returned to Flower Fruit Mountain for quite some time, and found himself yearning for his fellow monkeys. If you're homesick, perhaps you should return, Mu Chen suggested, resuming his enjoyment of the peaches while watching Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Sun Wukong's chest heaved with excitement, his breath quickening. Could it be that my master truly permits me to return to Flower Fruit Mountain? He could scarcely believe his ears, for when he first became a disciple, Mu Chen had explicitly stated that he could not leave the 3 Flavors library without permission. Throughout the years, Sun Wukong had adhered strictly to this rule, never even stepping beyond the library's threshold. Mu Chen, with a gentle smile, reassured him, naturally. My earlier reluctance to let you venture out was solely out of concern for your safety. Now that you possess the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, you are certainly capable of self-protection. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes glistened with emotion as he bowed deeply to Mu Chen. He understood that without Mu Chen, he would not have attained his current abilities. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, Mu Chen had sheltered him and taught him the art of storytelling. A debt of gratitude he felt he could never repay, only vowing lifelong loyalty to Mu Chen and treating him with the utmost respect. Mu Chen felt a warmth in his heart at this gesture, suddenly reluctant to part ways, and cautioned, your return may attract the attention of the Celestial Court and the Buddhist sections. Remember to act discreetly and avoid causing any trouble. In Mu Chen's view, although the monkey had achieved the level of a terrestrial immortal, he remained a novice in the broader context of the 3 realms. After all, countless powerful beings inhabited the journey to the West world, where the waters ran deep. Even sages could stumble. What more could be expected of a mere monkey at the terrestrial immortal level? Thus, the principle was simple. Survival was paramount. Upon your return to Flower Fruit Mountain, mind your own business, and whatever notions you have about borrowing weapons from the sea or visiting the underworld to eliminate the register of life and death, cast them aside. If an old man with a white beard invites you to the Celestial Court for an official position, do not heed him. I can assure you, he is deceiving you, merely seeking to make you a stable boy, Mu Chen earnestly advised. Sun Wukong, however, appeared utterly bewildered. What borrowing weapons? What eliminating the register of life and death? Why would my master think I would engage in such matters? I am merely a monkey, devoid of any ill intentions. Sticking out his tongue, the monkey instinctively asked, "But what if someone seeks to trouble me?" "Remember, we do not instigate trouble, but we are not afraid of it either," Mu Chen replied solemnly. "If anyone dares to target you, do not hesitate. Use your pin to pierce him." "But what if I cannot pierce him?" Sun Wukong countered. "If you cannot pierce him, lead him to me. I shall ensure he meets his end." At this point, Mu Chen's demeanor shifted, exuding an air of authority that seemed to overlook the three realms. Even a quasi-saint, within the confines of the Three Flavors Library, must learn to conduct themselves properly. After all, who could challenge him when he possessed the protection of the library's system? Unrivaled, you may act as you wish. Watching his master radiate such formidable presence, Sun Wukong felt a surge of admiration. Truly, my master is awe-inspiring. Now, here is the luggage I have prepared for you, Mu Chen said, conjuring a bulging bag from the void using his creation technique. Within this bag, aside from clothing and provisions, were various elixirs and magical artifacts. These treasures, crafted based on the principles of Do Pua, included a spirit-enhancing elixir, a life-restoring elixir, and the formidable ancient insect emperor's garment. The creation of these artifacts had consumed a significant portion of Mu Chen's spiritual energy. With reddened eyes, Sun Wukong slung the bag over his shoulder and bowed to Mu Chen once more. He then channeled the spiritual energy within him, employing the flight method from Do Pa, transforming it into a steed of combat energy, and set off towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 17. My master from the Three Flavors Library riding the ethereal steed. Sun Wukong glanced back at the Three Flavors Library, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Over the years, he had relied on his master Mu Chen, considering the library his second home. Now, leaving so abruptly felt unsettling. Once I return to Flower Fruit Mountain, I shall return swiftly to accompany my master. Years ago, he had been utterly defenseless. Now, he possessed formidable powers, all thanks to the gifts of his master, Mu Chen. Touching the brush hanging at his waist, Sun Wukong felt reassured. When I reunite with my fellow monkeys, I must showcase my newfound skills. Let them witness my prowess. With such thoughts, he urged the reins, and the ethereal steed let out a cry, accelerating as if soaring through the sky. In the span of mere incense, he traversed from the west Nyohajo to the east Shang Shinjo, finally catching sight of his beloved Flower Fruit Mountain, just as he remembered. The mountain was suffused with vibrant spiritual energy, a place of enchanting beauty. Suppressing his excitement, Sun Wukong dismissed the ethereal steed and landed atop Flower Fruit Mountain. "Children, come forth and welcome your king," he bellowed. At his call, several young monkeys leaped down from the treetops, their eyes filled with suspicion. "Hey, who are you, imposter? How dare you impersonate our king? What is this? How have I become an imposter?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, bewildered. "I am your king. Surely you recognize me. Quickly, summon your elders." He assumed these young monkeys simply didn't remember him due to their age. However, as his words fell, the young monkeys grew increasingly enraged, brandishing bananas to hurl at him. One particularly bold monkey shouted, "Bah, you thick-skinned imposter. Our king returned days ago and is currently in the Water Curtain Cave. How dare you pretend to be him without even inquiring first? You think we are mere toys to be trifled with?" The young monkeys glared at Sun Wukong with fury. Realizing the misunderstanding, Sun Wukong's heart raced with irritation. Someone had been impersonating him. With urgency, he activated his divine sight, focusing on the direction of the Water Curtain Cave. I wish to uncover the audacity of this individual. Under the influence of his mystical powers, the world before him transformed into a monochrome haze, his vision extending infinitely, piercing through cascading waterfalls to reveal a scene within a cave. Upon the throne in the Water Curtain Cave lay a monkey strikingly identical to himself, eyes half closed in bliss, while several female monkeys attended to him, providing a soothing massage. How outrageous! I, the great Sun Wukong, have merely stepped away for a brief period, and already someone dares to impersonate me and engage in reckless acts. Sun Wukong's fur bristled with indignation. The audacity to slumber beside me, especially a usurper in my dominion. At that moment, the doppelganger, known as the six-eared macaque, seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong's direction. "Who dares to spy upon me?" he questioned, a frown creasing his brow. In an instant, he vanished from the cave, only to find himself face to face with the identical Sun Wukong, leaving him momentarily stunned. How did this spiritual stone monkey reappear? Was he not thought to be lost? The panic flickered across six-eared macaque's features before he swiftly masked it. This cannot be allowed. I am Sun Wukong. I have endured suffering in the three-star cave for years. If he returns, what will become of me? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through the six-eared macaque's mind, and he began to gather his energy, harboring murderous intent. Deep down, he understood that he was merely a substitute for this monkey before him. Yet, why should I, the six-eared macaque, be deemed inferior? I refuse to accept this. If the celestial beings have decreed that I should take his place, then so be it. I shall eliminate you and claim my rightful title as the true Monkey King. With that resolution, six-eared macaque swelled with confidence, gazing down upon Sun Wukong. I am the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, and you, a wild monkey. Dare to assume my likeness. My subjects, seize him. With a commanding tone, six-eared macaque radiated authority. Witnessing the spectacle, Sun Wukong's anger flared. This impostor truly dares to play the role. As the monkeys brandished their wooden weapons and encircled him, Sun Wukong waved his hand, summoning a gust of spiritual wind that sent the monkeys tumbling. Fortunately, none were harmed. He turned his attention to the six-eared macaque, his expression darkening as he demanded, "You claim to be the Monkey King. Do you dare to prove your authenticity?" With a smirk, six-eared macaque replied, "What is there to fear?" At this critical juncture, he knew that hesitance would expose his deception. Thus, he boldly accepted the challenge. After all, he was the Monkey King now. As a six-eared macaque, he possessed the ability to hear the affairs of the world, and with his training in the Buddhist arts, he was well versed in Sun Wukong's history. He felt no trepidation. Observing six-eared macaque's unwavering demeanor, the gathered monkeys rallied behind him, convinced that this newcomer was indeed the genuine Monkey King. Sun Wukong, incensed, could barely contain his fury, his entire visage reddening. The animosity between the two Monkey Kings ignited, prompting them to summon an elder monkey to discern the truth. However, the elder monkey, with weary eyes, scrutinized the two for an extended period without discerning their identities. Ahem, my old eyes fail me. I cannot tell the true Monkey King from the false. But I do have an idea that may reveal the truth. The elder monkey rubbed his eyes, speaking earnestly. Oh, pray tell, what is your method? Speak quickly. Both Monkey Kings exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with anticipation. The solution is quite simple. I shall pose several questions. Whoever answers correctly shall be deemed the true Monkey King. The elder monkey trembled as he spoke. Very well, ask away. They responded almost in harmony. Question 1. How were both of you kings born? Naturally, from the earth, emerging from stone. They replied in unison. Question 2. How did you both come to be the Monkey King? With a mighty leap, I was the first to enter the water curtain cave, thus securing the title. Once more, they answered simultaneously, astonishing the surrounding monkeys. Even the questioning elder monkey appeared momentarily flabbergasted, taking a while to continue. Now, years ago, why did both Monkey Kings depart from Flower Fruit Mountain? To seek the path of immortality. Their voices harmonized, causing a stir among the onlookers. It became evident that the false Monkey King had come prepared. You, demon, possess quite the talent. Sun Wukong smirked, directing a taunting gaze at the six-eared macaque. Unyielding, six-eared macaque glared defiantly at Sun Wukong. Ahem, esteemed kings, for the final question, what sect did you study under while seeking immortality, and what skills did you acquire? The elder monkey, flustered, rasped his inquiry. When it came to this, six-eared macaque stood tall with confidence, declaring, I have mastered the art of immortality. Able to traverse 80,000 miles in a single somersault, and I possess the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Wait, why does that sound just like my own story? Sun Wukong thought, startled. In his journey to the west, he had also learned these very skills at the three-star cave, even down to the names. Yet, he had only written them out of sheer lack of creative inspiration. In truth, he held little regard for those abilities. You claim to possess the art of immortality? What cultivator does not achieve immortality? You boast of your somersault cloud? I, Sun Wukong, can transform into a steed and travel thousands of miles effortlessly. As for your 72 transformations, I pay them no heed. According to my master, Mu Chen, once a narrative reaches a certain level, one can conjure reality from fiction. What are mere transformations compared to that? With these thoughts, Sun Wukong scoffed, viewing the skills of this impostor as mere trifles. Pray tell, from whom did you learn, and what abilities have you acquired? Six-eared macaque inquired, his head held high. With a smile, Sun Wukong retrieved a brush from his waist, twirling it deftly between his fingers. You might find it shocking, but I, Sun Wukong, was trained at the Three Flavors Academy. He proclaimed, hands on hips, exuding confidence. Beside him, six-eared macaque erupted in laughter. Three Flavors Academy? What obscure place is that? Surely you jest. As a six-eared macaque, he was well-versed in the realms of deities. Yet, he had never heard of such an academy. Chapter 18. Are novelists so formidable? Although six-eared macaque suspected that this spiritual stone monkey was fabricating tales. Curiosity gnawed at him. Where had the monkey been all these years? The Buddhist sect had mobilized all its forces and yet failed to locate him. Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential now. He was here, under the command of the Buddha, to assume the fate of the stone monkey, seizing this grand opportunity to elevate himself. He could not afford to falter. You demon monkey, will you reveal to us the whereabouts of the Three Flavors Academy? Six-eared macaque's eyes glinted with malice. Intending to clarify the situation before taking action, Sun Wukong crossed his arms and scoffed, baring his teeth. I have no interest in deceiving you. The Three Flavors Academy lies within the western bull heaven, amidst the spirit platform of the mountain of the mind. With his brush in hand, the monkey wore a proud expression. Yet, six-eared macaque appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? The spirit platform of the mountain of the mind? My goodness. The Buddhist sect has tirelessly searched for years, and the stone monkey has been hiding there all along. They have been neighbors for years. Since it is on the spirit platform of the mountain of the mind, what have you learned there? Six-eared macaque asked, a smirk playing on his lips. To his knowledge, Lingai Fonsuan Mountain is the sacred ground of the Bodhi Patriarch. Yet the stone monkey, residing within the mountains, has not paid homage at the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave. It is possible that this monkey has been quietly living on the mountain, cutting wood and hunting to sustain itself. Ignoring the disdain of the six-eared macaque, Sun Wukong boasted with pride, for many years, I, old son, have been learning to write novels under my master's guidance, and I have achieved a modest level of success. As he spoke, he recalled the advice from Mu Chen to remain low-key before his departure, causing him to scratch his head and chuckle. Writing novels in the mountains? The six-eared macaque glanced at the brush in Sun Wukong's hand, and he had to admit, it did lend the monkey a somewhat scholarly appearance. However, it was utterly ridiculous. Instead of traversing the grand path to the heavens, he chose to pursue the trivial art of novel writing. How foolish. Even if one were to compose exquisite tales, could they serve as sustenance? Could they grant immortality? In the end, he would merely be a frail scholar. The six-eared macaque grinned. Feeling increasingly triumphant, we ventured to the seas in search of the path to immortality, yet you have become nothing but a mere bookworm. Clearly, you are lying. You are a fraud. Upon hearing this, the other monkeys nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with hostility as they gazed at Sun Wukong. Though I may be a scholar, I possess my own powers. Sun Wukong retorted, growing anxious as he scratched his ears. Sensing his advantage, the six-eared macaque leapt into the air and challenged. Dare you engage me in combat? Earlier, Sun Wukong had used his powers to observe him, so he was aware that Sun Wukong was no ordinary opponent. Yet, he dismissed the notion. After all, a mere scholar was of no concern. Despite any prowess, how formidable could he truly be? Confident in his skills learned from the Bodhi Patriarch, the six-eared macaque believed he could easily defeat this Lingming stone monkey. Let us compete. I fear you not. Sun Wukong declared, smiling fearlessly. His master had taught him that while they did not seek trouble, they also did not shy away from it. The two monkeys locked eyes, both sensing the intense desire for battle, especially in the six-eared macaque, whose eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Huh, I see you are unarmed. So I shall not take advantage of you. I will fight without weapons. Sun Wukong chuckled, reattaching the brush he used for writing to his waist. Is that so? That pitiful brush is considered a weapon? The six-eared macaque sneered. Feel free to wield it. Pitiful brush? Sun Wukong's expression hardened. This brush was a treasure gifted by his master, and through years of honing his abilities, it had transformed into a formidable artifact capable of vanquishing foes. Yet this counterfeit had the audacity to dismiss it as nothing more than a worthless stick. With a grim visage, Sun Wukong slowly removed the brush from his waist. Glaring at the six-eared macaque, the six-eared macaque looked down upon Sun Wukong, taunting, Make your move. I shall grant you one strike. Before he could finish his taunt, a deafening crash echoed. The stone slab beneath Sun Wukong shattered, and in the eyes of the six-eared macaque, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. 8 extremes collapse. A resounding and powerful voice erupted beside the six-eared macaque, whose expression shifted dramatically. Before he could formulate a response, a furry fist hurtled toward his face at blinding speed. So fast, he gasped, hastily transforming into a stone to evade the blow. The fluffy fist struck the air, sending tremors that left the other monkey's eardrums ringing. The transformed six-eared macaque rolled several meters upon hitting the ground, finally reverting to his original form, astonished as he stared at Sun Wukong. What technique was that? I have never encountered it before. He realized that if he had not transformed into a stone in the nick of time, he might have sustained a serious injury. You have never seen this technique. It is a skill I gleaned from reading novels. Sun Wukong nonchalantly retracted his fist, speaking earnestly. You learned it from reading novels? The six-eared macaque scoffed, skepticism flooding his mind. Sun Wukong shrugged, helpless as he recognized that the creature before him would not believe him. He had not lied. Over the years, he had diligently pursued the novel battle through the heavens, mastering various techniques that, when unleashed, could easily overpower the six-eared macaque. You wield such power yet claim to be a novelist. The six-eared macaque's face flushed with anger, his voice rising in fury. This detestable stone monkey dares to deceive me. What novelist could deliver such a punch? Enough of your prattle. Do you wish to continue? Indeed. The six-eared macaque's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he charged forward on his cloud, seeking to strike first. Azure Lotus Heartfire. Sun Wukong snapped his fingers, and azure flames erupted into being, coalescing into a magnificent fire dragon that surged toward the six-eared macaque. Having never witnessed such a peculiar technique, the six-eared macaque was taken aback. The air grew unbearably hot, as though he were trapped within a furnace. In a panic, he darted left and right. But despite his efforts, he was still scorched by the fire dragon, leaving his arm charred black. You. The six-eared macaque, both frightened and furious, glared at Sun Wukong. He had not anticipated that this stone monkey possessed such bizarre and versatile powers, seemingly born to counter him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely a novelist. He cannot be this formidable. The six-eared macaque seethed inwardly, acutely aware that Sun Wukong was only at the earth immortal level, whereas he himself was at the profound immortal rank. How could he be so easily defeated, lacking any means to retaliate? Though he thought this, the six-eared macaque was oblivious to the immense effort Sun Wukong had invested to attain such extraordinary power. Every day, he diligently practiced his craft, consistently pursuing updates on battle through the heavens. Even after penning the masterwork Journey to the West, he continued to refine his poetry, striving to enhance his novels. Moreover, as a being transformed from the ancient five-colored stone that mended the heavens, Sun Wukong possessed the inherent ability to engage in battles beyond his level. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, Your Majesty, a situation has arisen. The monkeys are fighting. With a loud cry from the thousand-mile eye, all the celestial beings present turned their attention. Fighting? What is this? The Buddha's replacement has caused trouble upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow in displeasure, clearly perturbed by the incident. Such a reaction was understandable. He had meticulously orchestrated everything, ostensibly agreeing to assist the Buddha in locating the monkey while secretly planning to let Li Jing find him, hoping to claim all the credit for himself. But now, the Buddha had failed to locate the monkey and had resorted to a substitute, utterly disrupting his plans. Fortunately, this monkey had finally begun to stir up trouble. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but that monkey is fighting against itself. The thousand-mile eye explained, panting heavily. The Jade Emperor? The deities of the heavenly court? Fighting against itself? What kind of game are these young ones playing? The Jade Emperor looked bewildered, utterly baffled by the nature of this conflict. Cough, cough, Your Majesty. The situation is as follows. 2 stone monkeys have appeared in Flower Fruit Mountain, and they are locked in a fierce battle. The thousand-mile eye wiped the sweat from his forehead and clarified. What? 2 stone monkeys have emerged in Flower Fruit Mountain? Are you certain you are not seeing things or hallucinating? The thousand-mile eye truly has watched too much of the wrong things, and now his vision is failing. Not only the Jade Emperor but all the deities in the hall expressed astonishment, wholly disbelieving the claim. After all, everyone knew that Nuwa had left behind only a single stone to mend the heavens. Could it be that the stone used to mend the heavens is a double-yolked egg? However, seeing the earnest gaze of the thousand-mile eye, which did not appear deceitful, the Jade Emperor remained skeptical, yet activated his divine powers to summon his treasured artifact. The Haotian Mirror. This mirror, gifted by the venerable Hongjun, possesses the ability to perceive all realms and knows everything. The mirror shimmered with golden light, and as ripples danced across its surface, the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain emerged vividly within the reflection. Lo and behold, there were indeed 2 stone monkeys. The deities were taken aback and gasped in astonishment. In their surprise, they turned their attention to the thousand-mile eye, unable to suppress their inner thoughts. Thousand-Mile Eye. Do you have a misunderstanding of the term inseparable? This is clearly a one-sided massacre. The gods clicked their tongues in disbelief. In the image, a monkey wielding a brush, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, was chasing another stone monkey across the mountains. The pursued stone monkey, bruised and battered, showed no signs of defiance. Lingming Stone Monkey. I warn you, do not go too far. The six-eared macaque shouted in a panic as he ran for his life, glancing back in frustration. He had initially thought this stone monkey merely a frail scholar, but to his astonishment, the creature fought with greater ferocity than himself. The six-eared macaque examined his injuries, filled with doubts about his own existence. What kind of monster are you? He quivered, watching the approaching Sun Wukong with fear. Monster? Sun Wukong, hands on his hips and brush in hand, grinned widely. I, Sun Wukong, born of nature, exist within the three realms, not bound by the five elements. Am no mere monster. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall tear your tongue apart. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque instantly cowered, covering his mouth, truly afraid to utter another word. At that moment, Sun Wukong strolled forward, brush in hand, taking his time. What do you intend to do? The six-eared macaque stammered, still shaken from the earlier beating. Whenever Sun Wukong took a step forward, he instinctively stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. Fear not, for I, Sun Wukong, am known for my benevolence and will not harm you, he said, casting a sinister glance at the six-eared macaque. What do you mean by benevolence? Do you consider beating someone senseless as benevolence? The six-eared macaque opened his mouth to retort, but the chilling smile on Sun Wukong's face made him swallow his words. Rest assured, I will only ask you a few questions. If you answer truthfully, I shall allow you to leave. Sun Wukong leaped onto a rock. Looking down at the six-eared macaque, the six-eared macaque blinked, feeling increasingly uneasy. Ask away, he begrudgingly replied. First question, who are you? Sun Wukong's tone was firm, his voice like a sharp blade aimed directly at the six-eared macaque. Meanwhile, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain turned their attention, uncertain of who their true monkey king was. Who am I? The six-eared macaque was taken aback. This was tantamount to revealing his identity. If he disclosed the truth, would all his efforts be in vain? Gritting his teeth, he resolutely sealed his lips, refusing to speak. Observing this, Sun Wukong was not angered. Instead, he smiled. Very well, since you refuse to answer, I shall ask my second question. Who instructed you to impersonate me? This was the query of utmost importance to him. In Sun Wukong's eyes, this impostor was merely a minor nuisance. If there was no one behind him, how could he dare to masquerade as himself? Identifying the mastermind was paramount. Speak quickly. Who commanded you to impersonate me? Sun Wukong stepped closer, his voice booming. Yet the six-eared macaque remained tight-lipped, showing no intention of replying. This time, Sun Wukong's patience wore thin. He performed a somersault and seized the six-eared macaque, lifting him into the air. The six-eared macaque panicked, instinctively trying to break free. But a surge of green flames erupted, blocking all avenues of escape. In desperation, the six-eared macaque yelled, Monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, this impostor seeks to harm your king. If you do not act now, when will you? He understood that the Lingming Stone Monkey's Achilles heel lay within the very monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face, causing him to wail in pain. You fool, you cannot even protect yourself. Yet you still attempt to incite discord? Sun Wukong glared fiercely at him, the brush in his hand shimmering ominously as he pressed it against the six-eared macaque's shoulder. Boom. With a thunderous sound, a hole was blown through the six-eared macaque's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! He screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Finally revealed your flaw. Have you? Sun Wukong smirked, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he activated his piercing gaze. In a flash, two beams of golden light shot from his pupils, striking the six-eared macaque, who was caught off guard, realizing that the transformation spell left by the Bodhi ancestor had been undone. With the spell broken, his true form was now revealed, 6 ears protruding from behind his head. Wait, he has 6 ears. He is not our king. Our king has only 2 ears. He is a fraud. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain erupted in uproar, their astonishment palpable. They never anticipated that the monkey they had been with for so long was an impostor. Sun Wukong too was taken aback. The first time he used his piercing gaze on the 6-eared macaque, he noticed a faint aura enveloping him, concealing his true appearance. However, at that time, the 6-eared macaque was in a state of peak power, making the aura impenetrable. Thus, Sun Wukong devised a strategy to torment the six-eared macaque, gradually breaking his will. And at a critical moment, he dealt a heavy blow to weaken the aura's defense. Indeed, this sequence of actions had successfully stripped away the disguise of the six-eared macaque. Who would have thought there exists a monkey with 6 ears? Sun Wukong chuckled, gazing at the six-eared macaque as one would observe a rare creature, intending to memorize his image for future reference in his writings, thus providing material for his tales. Conversely, the six-eared macaque was filled with dread. Hearing the discussions of the monkeys, he hastily covered his ears. My true form has been exposed. How could this be? I possessed the transformation spell bestowed by the Bodhi ancestor. How could this Lingming stone monkey have broken it? He stood frozen, bewildered, looking at Sun Wukong with disbelief. Having received guidance from the Tathagata Buddha and spent years diligently training in the Crescent Moon and 3 Stars Cave, how could he possibly lose to a monkey who merely scribbles? The six-eared macaque felt an unusual despondency. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, grinned with satisfaction. Adopting a posture reminiscent of his master, Mu Chen, and casually remarked, "Monkey, you must now yield." As he spoke, he pointed the brush, which resembled a striking phoenix, toward the six-eared macaque's forehead. Yet at that critical moment, "Great King, please spare him." Several elder monkeys trembled as they approached from the crowd. Spare him? What does that mean? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although the brush's tip had already touched the six-eared macaque's forehead, no intent to kill was evident. Evidently, he had no intention of taking the life of the six-eared macaque. Rather, he sought to unearth the mastermind behind him. Now, witnessing his own progeny pleading for the six-eared's mercy perplexed him greatly. Not just him, even the six-eared macaque appeared taken aback. The assembled monkeys spoke in unison with utmost reverence. "Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but although this false monkey king has committed a great offense by impersonating you, he has also rescued all the monkeys of Huagua Mountain. This fellow saved you?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, increasingly bewildered. An elderly monkey, wiping away tears, explained, "This tale is lengthy, Your Majesty. After you departed Huagua Mountain to seek immortality across the sea, a powerful demon king wreaked havoc upon Huagua Mountain, committing unspeakable atrocities, slaying hundreds of our kin, and seizing your water curtain cave. Is that so?" Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, fury coursing through him. He had not anticipated such calamity befalling Huagua Mountain in his absence. The elder monkeys nodded solemnly, tears still flowing. Indeed, this demon king terrorized Huagua Mountain for years. Had it not been for this false monkey king's gallant intervention, we might never have seen you again. At this point, the monkeys began to weep openly. It seemed this impostor was not entirely devoid of merit. Sun Wukong gazed at the six-eared macaque, his once piercing gaze softening. Though he had impersonated him, he had, after all, saved Huagua Mountain and committed no grave misdeed. Thus he could be deemed a decent monkey. Yet, he was curious about the motive behind the six-eared macaque's impersonation. To pose as him, he had even slain the demon king and rescued the monkey horde. If it were mere theatrics, it was an elaborate performance indeed. "Your Majesty, this false monkey king has shown us kindness, and he is not a man of extreme malice. Perhaps you could spare his life," suggested one of the monkeys, prompting the others to echo the plea. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. Should he offend you again, you may deal with him then." The six-eared macaque, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes welling with tears. He had never expected that after his identity was revealed, these monkeys would still plead on his behalf, warming his heart somewhat. Sun Wukong nodded slightly and inquired, "Imposter, I may grant you a reprieve, but you must tell me who orchestrated this charade, compelling you to impersonate me?" Unlike the previous occasion, the six-eared macaque seemed to relent this time, offering a wry smile. "Haha, I am like you, one of the 4 great divine monkeys. Within the 3 realms, how many can command me?" Due to a restriction imposed by the Buddhist sect, he could not reveal the truth outright. Thus he resorted to this roundabout approach. "Spiritually enlightened stone monkey, you are outnumbered. You cannot contend with them. We are ultimately but pitiful pawns, and to free ourselves completely, we must first join their ranks." The six-eared macaque's expression was complex. He could listen to the grand affairs of the 3 realms, and thus knew many secrets. It was precisely this awareness that made him acutely conscious of his own insignificance. To truly seize control of his destiny, he must embark on this journey alone, transforming from a mere pawn into a player. Them? Sun Wukong pondered the six-eared macaque's words, instinctively gazing towards the west, towards the heavens. Within the 3 realms, The most formidable forces were none other than the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Ah, not too foolish, the six-eared macaque grinned. Snapping back to reality, Sun Wukong, although perplexed as to why he had attracted the attention of the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, felt no fear. Rather, he laughed. Perhaps to you, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect seem like insurmountable mountains, but to me, they are merely a rabble of schemers. Should they dare approach Huagua Mountain, I shall write their demise. With that, Sun Wukong reclined casually, hands behind his head. Moreover, I am not without strength. I have my master to back me. Even if the heavens and gods conspire against me, so what? Worst case, I shall return to the three-flavor bookstore, should the sky fall. My master will bear the weight. A smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips. The sensation of having a powerful ally was undeniably exhilarating. In contrast, the six-eared macaque was thoroughly taken aback by Sun Wukong's words. He had expected that upon learning the truth, Sun Wukong would be frightened, anxious, or despondent. Yet, he was astonished to find that Sun Wukong had dismissed the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect entirely, even likening them to a disorganized mob. What extraordinary courage was this? Stone Monkey, is your master more formidable than the Bodhi Patriarch? The six-eared macaque inquired with curiosity. This monkey was truly fearless. Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? Was it his master? Just how magnificent was this master, that he could cultivate the stone monkey to such greatness in such a short span? Bodhi, old man, he is not worthy to carry my master's shoes, Sun Wukong declared, head held high, brimming with confidence. What? The six-eared macaque trembled in disbelief. He was aware that the Bodhi Patriarch was an incarnation of the saint of the Pure Land, a figure of immeasurable cultivation. Even the Jade Emperor would treat him with deference. For such a towering figure to be regarded as insignificant in the presence of Sun Wukong's master was unfathomable. Just how powerful was this master? Was he a saint? Indeed, if he were not a saint, how could he possibly nurture such an extraordinary disciple? At this moment, envy filled the eyes of the six-eared macaque. Why was this monkey so fortunate? Not only was he chosen by the Buddhist sect, becoming a disciple favored by the way of heaven, but even after his master vanished, he managed to find a saint as his teacher. Why do I, the six-eared macaque, lack such fortune? How wonderful it would be if I too were a disciple of the three-flavor bookstore. The six-eared macaque's eyes glistened with envy. At that moment, Sun Wukong retracted his brush and said, seeing that you have been cooperative and have saved my monkeys, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may go. The six-eared macaque nodded silently, taking to the clouds, soaring into the sky, glancing back at Sun Wukong. Their eyes met, and though no words were exchanged, it felt as if they had communicated volumes. Then, with a newfound resolve gleaming in his eyes, the six-eared macaque headed westward. In the west, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha, seated in meditation, was employing divine powers to oversee the Western paradise, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that the matter of the stone monkey had been resolved, he could finally take the time to tend to his Buddhist affairs. Just then, a cloud from the east descended upon the grand hall. The Buddha's present turned pale upon seeing the figure. You rascally monkey! I commanded you to remain at Huagua Mountain. How dare you come here? The Buddha's smile faltered as he watched a bloodied figure tumble from the cloud. Who has inflicted such injuries upon you? The journey to the west had not yet begun, and someone was already attacking the monkey? Did they not realize that this monkey belonged to the Buddhist sect? Such insolence! The six-eared macaque, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, gasped, I report to you, Buddha, it was that spiritually enlightened stone monkey. Spiritually enlightened stone monkey? The Buddha was initially taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. What is happening? Wasn't that stone monkey missing? Wait. Are you referring to the one you impersonated? Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. The true one has finally returned. Immediately, he cast a disdainful look at the six-eared macaque, chiding, Six-eared, you have received gifts from the Buddhist sect and trained under the Bodhi Patriarch for many years. Yet you cannot even contend with a mere spiritually enlightened stone monkey. You have disappointed us greatly. The six-eared macaque immediately displayed a look of fear and hurriedly explained, Buddha, please do not be angry. It is not due to my lack of ability, but rather because that stone monkey is far too powerful. Moreover, according to what he said, his master is a sage from the three realms. As his words fell, a wave of murmurs erupted in the Lingxiao treasure hall. What? That stone monkey has taken a sage as his master? Could it be that this sage has concealed the stone monkey? The celestial Buddha speculated. This is outrageous. How dare that sage interfere with the journey to the west? If we find out who it is, we will definitely report this to the Tao ancestor at the Purple Cloud Palace. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp concurred. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Tathagata as he inquired, "Six-eared, have you managed to uncover the name of this sage?" Lowering his head, the six-eared macaque respectfully replied, "I am incompetent and could not ascertain the sage's name, only knowing that he is a formidable master adept in alchemy." Adept in alchemy? Good heavens! Among the 6 sages of the current 3 realms, the only one skilled in alchemy is the moral heavenly lord of the celestial court. So it turns out that the celestial court is behind all this? This matter is of great significance. I must report it to the saints of our Buddhist sect. You all must not let today's events leak out, lest we alert the celestial court. The Tathagata said sternly, "We shall obey." The celestial Buddhas bowed respectfully, and the six-eared macaque also performed a gesture of reverence, although the head he had kept lowered revealed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Lingming Stone Monkey, this is all I can do for you. I hope you grow strong quickly. Chapter 21. The scapegoat is the moral heavenly lord in the western paradise of ultimate bliss. Within Mount Sumeru, the Tathagata's expression was grim as he arrived at this sacred place and offered a respectful bow. He then spoke, "Esteemed sages, I have urgent matters to report. Mount Sumeru, the abode of the 2 saints of Buddhism, stands as the central and most sacred location of the Western paradise. And even the Tathagata must not approach recklessly." As the Tathagata's voice fell, resplendent rays of light erupted from Mount Sumeru, transforming in mid-air into wondrous golden lotuses, filling the space with Buddhist radiance and sound. "What trouble has arisen in the journey to the west?" A grand voice resonated, and countless golden lotuses formed 2 golden phantoms in the air, embodying the 2 saints of Buddhism, the Taoist of primordial unity and the Taoist of guidance. Upon the appearance of these 2 saints, the Tathagata's demeanor became even more respectful, not daring to show any hint of impudence. "I report to the saints that I have uncovered the reason behind the stone monkey's disappearance, which is attributed to the actions of the moral heavenly lord of the celestial court. Not only did the moral heavenly lord conceal the stone monkey, but he also secretly taught him celestial techniques. Recently, he has sent the stone monkey to severely injure the 6-eared macaque, and I hope the 2 saints can take charge of this matter." The Tathagata's face was filled with indignation, resembling that of a child reporting to a parent. After all, this situation was exceedingly vexing. The journey to the west had been well planned, only for that old rascal, the moral heavenly lord, to suddenly intervene, playing a game of hide-and-seek with the monkey. As if that were not enough, this old fellow disregarded martial ethics, not only teaching the stone monkey divine spells, but now allowing him to unleash his fury upon the newly appointed scripture seeker. What kind of absurdity is this? The Tathagata's anger grew as he reflected on the unprecedented humiliation he had never before endured. The moral heavenly lord? The 2 saints, primordial unity and guidance, appeared somewhat astonished. They had heard of the stone monkey's disappearance, but had not anticipated it to be related to the moral heavenly lord. "Can you confirm that this matter is indeed the doing of the moral heavenly lord?" The saint of primordial unity asked solemnly. "This matter involves a sage and is of utmost importance, and there can be no room for negligence. If handled improperly, it could result in the wrongful accusation of an innocent and sow discord among the sages, a grave matter indeed." The Tathagata frowned slightly, recalling the 6-eared macaque's bloodied wounds and his resolute tone at the time, which only strengthened his conviction. "I am certain. It is indeed the moral heavenly lord's doing. Very well. We shall ascend to the Purple Cloud Palace shortly to seek clarification from the moral heavenly lord." The saints of primordial unity and guidance replied in unison, their tones laced with anger. "The journey to the west is the opportunity for the resurgence of our Buddhist sect. Yet that scoundrel, the moral heavenly lord, dares to undermine it. As the founders of Buddhism, how could the 2 saints not be furious?" The Tathagata respectfully bowed once more and took his leave. After watching the Tathagata depart, the 2 saints wasted no time, tearing through layers of space, arriving beyond the 33 heavens. Beyond the 33 heavens lay a realm of chaos, where stood a magnificent palace, ancient and unchanging. This palace was left behind since the time of Pangu's creation and later became the Taoist sanctuary of Hongjun, named the Purple Cloud Palace. In ancient times, Hongjun imparted the immortal Tao within the Purple Cloud Palace, nurturing the 6 sages, and thus it became the most mysterious place in the 3 realms, a gathering spot for the 6 saints. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, even the saints of primordial unity and guidance displayed a demeanor of reverence. They first bowed deeply to the plaque of the palace before making their way directly to the grand hall of the Moral Heavenly Lord. Moral Heavenly Lord, you old rascal. Come out here at once. The saint of primordial unity, with a fiery temper, exclaimed as they entered the hall of the Moral Heavenly Lord. At that moment, the Moral Heavenly Lord was refining alchemical elixirs before the furnace. Hearing such a sudden outburst, he instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. Yet in that brief moment of distraction, the flames in the furnace surged violently. Immediately, with a deafening roar, the furnace exploded, and the divine materials within transformed into colorful light, dissipating into the cosmos. Ah, my divine elixir! The expression of the Moral Heavenly Lord changed drastically, exclaiming in distress. His face filled with heartache. It had taken him over 10,000 years to prepare for this batch of divine elixirs, with the materials alone being of substantial value. Just as the elixir was on the verge of completion, it was ruined by a shout, leading to the destruction of both the elixir and the furnace. Who is it? Who dares to make such a ruckus? The Moral Heavenly Lord, filled with anger, rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. At this moment, the saints of primordial unity and guidance approached with righteous indignation, glaring at the Moral Heavenly Lord. You old rascal, today you must give our Buddhist sect an explanation. An explanation? The Moral Heavenly Lord was momentarily taken aback. What is going on here? You claim that my decade-long effort has been brought to ruin, and now you demand an explanation from me? Is there no sense of justice left? You two bald donkeys are being unreasonable. What? Do you think you can bully me just because there are more of you? To demand an explanation is to speak nonsense. The Moral Heavenly Lord glared at the two saints defiantly, unwilling to back down. Moral Heavenly Lord, do not go too far. The saint of primordial unity shouted angrily, while the saint of guidance was flushed with rage. This is intolerable. This old fellow has stalled our journey to the west, repeatedly sabotaging our efforts. And now he dares to speak so brazenly. He shows complete disregard for our Buddhist sect. Intolerable? The Moral Heavenly Lord was somewhat bewildered. Did these two bald donkeys eat something wrong today? I have done nothing, merely refining elixirs. You suddenly burst in here shouting. And I have yet to blame you for interrupting my work, yet you dare to attack me first? How outrageous. What if I do bully you? You two bald donkeys must think you own the Purple Cloud Palace just because you've been in the Western Paradise too long. The Moral Heavenly Lord squinted at them. Upon hearing this, the saints of primordial unity and guidance exchanged glances and spoke in unison. It is indeed your doing, old rascal. What of it if it was done by this old man? No matter what you say today, you must compensate me with elixirs. The Taoist of morality. With hands on his hips, flushed with rage. What? You schemed against us in secret, and now wish to extort our elixirs openly? The saint of ultimate wisdom was taken aback. What kind of logic is this? This old coot, the Taoist of morality, is far too cunning. You want elixirs? Dream on. The saint of guidance scoffed. Don't wish to compensate? Then you shall not leave. The Taoist of morality bellowed, immediately wielding his powers, causing the surrounding space to shift dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an endless inferno. If I do not show you two bald donkeys the consequences today, I shall write my name backward. The Taoist of morality's imposing presence summoned massive black spheres that rushed forth, blocking the retreat of the saints of ultimate wisdom and guidance. Just as they were about to unleash their divine powers in response, a profound voice resonated through the air. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, there shall be no conflict. In that brief moment, the Taoist of morality's spatial powers collapsed, and the enormous black spheres surrounding him crumbled to dust. The powers had been obliterated. The three saints were simultaneously alarmed, hastily retracting their powers, filled with dread as they bowed to the void. Yes, we acknowledge our errors. After a while, when the voice ceased, the three saints finally exhaled in relief. We have inadvertently disturbed the Tao ancestor. This is indeed a grave offense. The Taoist of morality sighed, recalling the voice that had startled him. The saints of ultimate wisdom and guidance wore grim expressions, casting reproachful glances at the Taoist of morality, declaring, "Old fool. This matter is not over." With that, they flicked their sleeves and strode out. Are they mad? The Taoist of morality stared at their departing figures, utterly bewildered. In the depths of his being, he felt as though he had taken on a heavy burden, dark and cumbersome. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, the saint of ultimate wisdom spoke solemnly. Guidance. Inform Shakyamuni soon. Since we cannot act ourselves, Let us direct our efforts against the heavenly court. This grievance we of the Buddhist sect cannot swallow. Meanwhile, at Fangsuan Mountain, within the three-flavor bookstore, Mu Chen was savoring a peach when he suddenly sneezed. A puzzled look on his face as he muttered, "Strange, who is thinking of me?" Chapter 22. The start of a new book, The Bewildered Tianpeng. After several years in the world of Journey to the West, the people he had come to know were few. Who could it be that was thinking of him at this moment? Could it be Sun Wukong? A smile crept across Mu Chen's face, for indeed, since Sun Wukong had departed from the three-flavor bookstore, the courtyard had become markedly quieter. Well, now that battle through the heavens has concluded, it is time to start a new book. He retrieved a platinum wolf hair brush from the system space, momentarily feeling conflicted. What should he write? Originally, he had planned to write Covering the Sky, as this novel contained a wealth of divine powers and magical artifacts, perfectly complementing his own creations in the void, and would surely result in an explosive combat power. Unfortunately, as Mu Chen began to write, he immediately sensed an overwhelming resistance, as if something were obstructing his pen. Could it be that my talent is limited and I am currently unable to write? According to the system, writing consumes one's innate talent, and only when one has ample talent can the pen flow effortlessly. Conversely, if one lacks sufficient talent to support the stature of the entire work, the author may experience a creative block, and even if a complete story is penned, it would merely be a tedious account devoid of interest. This was precisely the situation Mu Chen faced. After completing Battle Through the Heavens, his talent had been significantly depleted. Even though he received daily replenishment from the monkey's fur, it was still insufficient. System, is there any way to rapidly accumulate talent? Mu Chen immediately summoned the system, inquiring within his mind. Ding. Your current talent value is 900 points. To quickly accumulate talent, you must complete a high-quality novel of lower stature. The system responded. A high-quality novel of lower stature? Mu Chen paused, pondering what constituted a low-stature high-quality novel. As if sensing Mu Chen's confusion, the system continued. According to the classification within the world of novels, fantasy novels belong to the high martial world, possessing strong divine powers and extraordinary artifacts, thus requiring a substantial amount of talent to support. In contrast, martial arts novels typically belong to the low martial world, with lower-tier divine powers and artifacts, necessitating less talent. Upon hearing this explanation, Mu Chen immediately understood. In summary, the more powerful the divine powers in the world of novels, the higher the stature of the entire work, and thus the more talent required. No wonder I cannot write. Even the opening with the 9 dragons coffin is already extraordinarily impressive. Mu Chen chuckled wryly to himself. It seems that the novel can only be created once I have accumulated enough talent. However, on the other hand, the Journey to the West world also counts as a high martial world with a very high stature. Why can Sun Wukong write it? Is it simply because he is the main character? All right, as an extra, I shall not compete with the main character. Mu Chen cleared his throat, feeling a bit troubled. If I were to write a martial arts novel, the techniques would be of little use to me. I have already transcended to an immortal state. I cannot possibly execute a set of Lingbo Weibo in battle. With this thought in mind, a scene spontaneously emerged in Mu Chen's mind. The opponent unleashing divine powers, performing the demon-subduing Hunyuan palm, the might of which could devastate the heavens, while on his side, in a moment of desperation, he executed Lingbo Weibo, drawing a dragon on the left and a rainbow on the right. This is quite a stark contrast in style. Mu Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling quite the headache. The low martial world does not appeal to me, but I cannot write in the high martial world either. No. There must be a fantasy novel that lies between the low and high martial realms. Mu Chen gritted his teeth, mentally rifling through all the stories he had encountered in his previous life. Finally, his eyes lit up as he recalled a unique tale. This story was also related to the Journey to the West, yet the protagonist was not Sun Wukong. It featured relatively powerful divine powers, yet did not overwhelm with them. Though it was set in a high martial world, its stature was situated within the low martial realm. Because it was a love story. All right, this will be it. A smile graced Mu Chen's lips as he immediately began to write on the bamboo scroll. The splendid spring light is no more than a dream. In the dream, the scent of grass wafts, as you carry your dreams with you, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. With the gentle breeze blowing at dusk, a brief introduction was penned, and thus the story officially commenced. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao Hall. Have those bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect lost their minds? They actually ordered the construction of a temple in the Central Plains. Do they not know that the Central Plains is the domain of our Taoist sect? With a furious outburst, the deities in the hall held their breath, not daring to utter a word. The Jade Emperor, enraged, trembled with fury, casually shattering a jade cup on the table, the sound of it crashing to the ground providing him some relief. My loyal subjects, how should we respond to the Buddhist sect's blatant disregard for us? His eyes, deep and icy, swept across every deity present. All the gods involuntarily shuddered. Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect is currently in its prime. With the journey to the West imminent and backed by saints, we truly cannot offend them. At that moment, the old minister of the heavenly court, the Star of Tai Bai, stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened further. What? The Buddhist sect is thriving. So the heavenly court must be in decline? Do you look down upon our heavenly court, or what? The Jade Emperor cast a fierce glance at the Star of Venus, yet refrained from reproaching him due to his status as a significant minister in the heavenly court. Instead, he countered, so, according to your words, should my heavenly realm simply endure being bullied? Since ancient times, the Buddhist sect has dominated the western lands, while the central region has been governed by our Taoist sect. Now that the Buddhists seek to encroach upon the central plains, how can my heavenly court, as the sacred ground of the Tao, stand idly by? Upon uttering these words, the assembly of deities in the heavenly court echoed their agreement. Indeed, the Buddhists had overreached this time. Our Taoist sect is the legitimate authority of the central plains. How can we allow the Buddhists to share in our dominion? This is absurd. The Buddhists are going too far. If we turn a blind eye now, in a few hundred years, will the Central Plains not belong to the Buddhists? Amidst a chorus of voices, the Lingxiao Hall erupted with fervor. At this moment, the Star of Venus smiled and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger, and dear colleagues, do not panic. The Buddhist sect harbors ambitions. Yet we have our own strategies to counter them. Oh, what clever plan do you have, dear Tai Bai? Do share. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled. He had been awaiting this very remark. The murmurs subsided, and all eyes turned to the Star of Venus. With a gentle smile, Tai Bai continued, Your Majesty may not be aware, but I have divined the heavenly secrets and learned that in a few years, the Emperor Ming Yuan of the Northern Wei will be blessed with a son, named Tuoba Tao, who will have a fateful connection with our Taoist sect. We simply need to assist him in ascending to the throne, and he will instigate a wave of Buddhist extermination in the Central Plains. At that time, neither the temples of the Buddhists nor their acolytes will escape calamity. As these words resonated, the Lingxiao Hall erupted with admiration. Indeed, as the saying goes, one mountain can attack another. This is a splendid plan. Thus, our heavenly court can dismantle the ambitions of the Buddhists without expending much effort. Even the Jade Emperor smiled, transforming his anger into joy. Truly, as a key minister of the heavenly court, a single utterance from him could rival that of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. However, at this juncture, the Star of Venus furrowed his brow and added, Yet, I suspect that this unwarranted targeting of our Taoist sect by the Buddhists may conceal some deeper intrigue. Oh, what do you mean, dear Tai Bai? The Jade Emperor's smile faded. He too sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. After all, he had not offended the Buddhists. The Star of Venus pondered briefly, shook his head, and replied, The specifics elude me, Your Majesty. It would be prudent for you to dispatch someone to investigate. Very well. I shall send someone at once to look into this matter. I wonder who among you is willing to go. As his voice fell, the deities of the heavenly court instinctively stepped back, clearly reluctant to associate with the Buddhists. After all, their depths were treacherous. Any contact could lead to dire consequences. Yet, as everyone retreated, one individual became conspicuously prominent. This person was robust and stocky, wearing a bewildered expression as he glanced around, seemingly puzzled as to why everyone had abruptly stepped back. What should I do now? Should I step back or follow suit? He wondered anxiously. Just as he hesitated, the Jade Emperor, seated on his dragon throne, chuckled. Haha, I did not expect you, Marshal Tianpeng, to take an interest in this matter. You are truly a talent I have my eye on. Thus, the investigation into the Buddhists will be entrusted to you. As sympathetic glances were cast his way, Marshal Tianpeng appeared utterly confused. What? Investigate the Buddhists? I merely dozed off, and now I've landed in such a predicament. The marshal felt like crying without tears, forcing a smile that looked more pitiful than weeping. Chapter 23. Tianpeng's arrival, radiant spring alas, The emperor has tasked me with investigating the Buddhists, but I, a mere martial Tianping, dare not probe into the depths of the Buddhist sect. After exiting the Lingxiao Hall, Tianping wore a frown, his spirits thoroughly deflated. On one side loomed the formidable Buddhist sect, and on the other stood the supreme Jade Emperor. He could not afford to offend either. At that moment, the barefoot immortal approached, chuckling, "Marshal, why fret over this matter? The emperor has merely asked you to investigate the Buddhists. He hasn't insisted on a definitive outcome. You could easily descend to the mortal realm and feign diligence. I believe His Majesty would not hold it against you. Wisdom comes with age." The barefoot immortal's words sparked a light in Tianping's eyes, as if he had been enlightened. "Haha, you make a valid point. Thank you for the reminder, immortal." Marshal Tianping laughed heartily, bowing to the barefoot immortal, and joyfully summoned a cloud to transport him down to the mortal realm. Since it was merely a fade, he intended to put on quite a show. After some contemplation, Marshal Tianping decided to set his sights on Mount F&CN. This sacred mountain was the abode of Patriarch Bodhi, who, as he knew, was a manifestation of the saintly figure of Zhuanti, intricately linked to the Buddhist sect. By beginning his investigation at Mount F&CN, he could avoid direct confrontation with the Buddhists while fulfilling the Emperor's directive. Truly a win-win situation. Haha, what a splendid destination. Marshal Tianping laughed heartily, feeling remarkably clever and nearly wanting to commend himself. Within the three-flavor study, oblivious to the subtle power struggles between Buddhism and Taoism, Mu Chen was engrossed, wielding a platinum wolf hairbrush as he inscribed fervently on bamboo slips. Zhu Bajie was originally the cleverest pig in the world. Unwilling to accept his fate of slaughter, he escaped from the pig pen one stormy night. As each syllable flowed like tadpoles onto the slips, they radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, faintly revealing a small piglet dashing about. With the assistance of the star of Venus, Zhu Bajie smoothly became the surrogate for his master, Zhu Fengchun, living in this world on his behalf. But the good times were short-lived. As the narrative unfolded, streams of talent flowed from Mu Chen into the pages. In return, the scroll imparted more inspiration back into him, creating a perpetual cycle. As his creative energy surged, Mu Chen felt as if he had unlocked the gates of inspiration. His pen moved with divine assistance, writing ever faster, with the text imbued with vibrant vitality, as if eager to leap from the bamboo slips. Through a series of fortuitous events, Zhu Bajie unwittingly consumed the divine pill of the 9 lives cat demon, thereby inciting the wrath of the cat demon. The elder Taishang Laojun intervened personally, imparting skills to Zhu Bajie. With the aid of the pig's divine powers, Zhu Bajie overcame numerous trials and ultimately vanquished the cat demon. The entire tale was simple yet succinct, filled with charm. Even as the author, Mu Chen found himself swept up in the story, at times bursting into joyful laughter and at other times wearing a frown. Especially with Zhu Bajie's comical antics, initially timid, he quickly evolved into a heroic figure able to subdue the cat demon. However, the tale did not end there. It was only when the little dragon girl made her entrance that the story truly began. The little dragon girl had once received a life-saving grace from Zhu Shusheng. Unaware that Zhu Shusheng was Zhu Bajie, her heart was stirred, and she remained by Zhu Bajie's side. Yet, Zhu Bajie remained oblivious to her presence, even finding her incessant chatter irritating, having contemplated several times to shake her off. As he reached this point, Mu Chen took a deep breath. He understood that the ensuing narrative would be quite heart-wrenching, but he had no choice. Despite being the author, he had to adhere to the story's logic, allowing it to progress in a reasonable manner. After a moment of silence, he resumed writing. Meanwhile, Marshal Tianping descended from the southern heavenly gate, making his way directly to Mount F&CN. In mere moments, he found himself at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering, even the marshal, accustomed to the heavenly palace, was taken aback. The richness of spiritual energy was palpable. Despite it being winter solstice, the mountain was awash in vibrant greenery, with birds and insects frolicking everywhere, as if he had entered a true realm of immortals. Nezha, the old man Su Bodhi, certainly knows how to choose a location. Being nestled in such a treasure trove, even doing nothing each day must feel like a grand delight. Tianping smacked his lips, strolling while admiring the scenery along the way. Suddenly, he vaguely discerned an object ahead in the forest, seemingly a courtyard. Besides the venerable Bodhi, might there be others residing in this mountain? Tianping found this rather surprising. The courtyard evidently was not the slanted moon star cave of Bodhi. Yet, who else in this vast world could possibly be a neighbor to Bodhi? Could it be a reclusive figure of great stature? With such thoughts, Tianping's curiosity intensified, and he instinctively quickened his pace towards the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was a Sanwei bookstore. Could it be a bookstore? Tianping curled his lip, expecting a celestial treasure, but finding only a shabby bookshop. The proprietor of this establishment must truly be a character, opening a bookstore in the depths of the mountains. Either he was out of his mind, or simply foolish. With a disdainful smile in his heart, he decided to enter and discover what extraordinary qualities this Sanwei bookstore possessed. As he stepped over the threshold and pushed the door open, he called out, "Is anyone here? Someone's coming?" Mu Chen, who was engrossed in his writing, put down his brush and curiously peered through the window at the entrance of the courtyard, where stood a broad-shouldered man clad in armor. This man was clearly no ordinary individual. His gaze was sharp and commanding, exuding an air of formidable authority even as he restrained his aura, compelling one to take a second glance. "Are you the owner of this bookstore?" At this moment, Marshal Tianping also noticed Mu Chen inside the room, tilting his head slightly as he scrutinized Mu Chen. Not sensing any cultivation from him, Tianping's disdain grew even more pronounced. So it's merely an ordinary mortal, daring to open a bookstore in Fangsuan Mountain. How audacious. Fortunately, the venerable Bodhi was preoccupied with his cultivation and had no time for worldly matters. Otherwise, this fellow would have long met his demise countless times. "Indeed, I am the owner of this bookstore. May I inquire about your business?" Mu Chen replied calmly, seemingly unaffected by Tianping's contempt. Tianping nodded slightly, entering the bookstore uninvited. His eyes scanned the shelves, only to find two books, one titled Do Pu and the other Mo Tong Jiang Shi. Only two books in a bookstore, and they appear to be trivial reads? Is this all? Just as Marshal Tianping was about to mock, his attention was suddenly drawn to a bamboo scroll laid open on the desk. The words inscribed on it seemed to possess some magical allure, captivating him deeply. What is this? He could not help but step closer, casting a curious glance, only to find himself unable to tear his gaze away. As the stars shift and the winds change, two suns suddenly appear in the sky. To restore peace to the world, Bajie is tasked with assisting Chang'e in guiding the reincarnation of Ho's second bull, yet finds himself infatuated with Chang'e, disregarding his true feelings for the little dragon maiden. Such a melodramatic plot. Yet, I find it delightful. Marshal Tianping felt an inexplicable itch of curiosity. Would this pig demon named Zhu Bajie indeed end up with the little dragon maiden? Just as he prepared to continue reading, suddenly, smack, the bamboo scroll was abruptly closed by a pair of large hands, abruptly halting the story. "What are you doing?" Marshal Tianping was instantly enraged. A mere mortal dares to interrupt his reading? Unthinkable. Did he not realize he was a celestial deity? He assumed his furious shout would terrify this mortal into submission. But the latter merely cast him a casual glance and stated, "You were reading a premium chapter. You must pay for the content. That's the rule." Without a hint of concern for Tianping, Mu Chen proceeded to take the bamboo scroll back, completely disregarding the celestial's presence. "I care not who you are. Within Sanwei bookstore, I am invincible." Tianping scoffed. "If you truly refuse to recognize your place, I could easily toss you out and give you a sound beating." "Humph. Is it merely coins you desire? Name your price." Tianping snorted coldly, yet for some reason, upon seeing Mu Chen's indifferent demeanor, he found himself unable to release his anger. However, this mortal truly seemed impoverished. Did he think that the illustrious Marshal Tianping would lack a few copper coins? Copper coins? What use have I for such things? Mu Chen regarded him with a look of incredulity, then yawned lazily. This establishment does not accept copper coins, only celestial treasures. Anything imbued with spiritual essence is welcome. According to the system, he could exchange these treasures for talent. What? Not accepting copper coins? Only treasures? Marshal Tianping staggered, nearly losing his balance. To merely read a trivial book required a treasure in exchange? Did he think treasures were as common as cabbages sold by the pound? As the Marshal of Heaven, after serving the celestial court for countless years, he possessed scarcely any treasures. Moreover, did this mere mortal even know what treasures were? Speaking so casually? Chapter 24. Is this fellow a pre-saint power? Are you certain you only accept treasures? Marshal Tianping checked his ears again, convinced he must have misheard. Indeed, this store only accepts treasures. Mu Chen nodded affirmatively, then inwardly mused. Of course, if you happen to sprout some spiritually infused hair like a monkey, I might consider it. Desperate for talent, he had no choice. Aside from writing, the only means to replenish his talent was through treasures. As for anything else, possessing the ability to create from nothing, Mu Chen felt he had no need. If he wished, he could even conjure a mountain of copper coins. Oh, I see. In my opinion, your bookstore is nothing but a black market. Tianpeng glared at Mu Chen, fuming. You charge a treasure just to read a novel. Do you think your story is an ancient scripture? Will one gain enlightenment from reading it? More importantly, the bookstore scarcely had any books. The collection on the shelves was fewer than the hairs on his face, clearly not a legitimate bookstore. With this thought, Tianpeng grew even angrier, nearly ready to act out. A black market? Mu Chen's expression turned cold. His bookstore was unlike any other. Though the current selection was pitifully small, each work was a classic masterpiece. Not to mention the potential for enlightenment and cultivation. Its worth far exceeded that of any single treasure. Moreover, he believed that in due time, his bookstore would amass an ever-growing collection, perhaps encompassing all literary works and becoming a sanctuary for scholars across the realms. What? If this is a black market? Then there are no honest bookstores left in the world. I suggest you show me that novel from earlier. If I find it enjoyable, I might reconsider and reward you with a piece of gold. Tianpeng cast a sidelong glance at Mu Chen for the chance to read that captivating novel. He was willing to part with a hefty sum. However, Mu Chen merely regarded him with the expression reserved for fools, casually remarking, every day. The wishes of the wish pool are less beautiful than you imagine. Tianpeng? Tianpeng nearly choked on his own saliva. Had the mortals of this world become so brazen? How could they speak so sharply? Dare you repeat that? Tianpeng's face darkened, the words barely escaping his clenched teeth. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, the temperature dropping several degrees. Expecting Mu Chen to be intimidated, he was taken aback when Mu Chen remained unfazed, merely looking at him oddly. Are you fond of this sort of banter? Mixing in the lettered circles? What nonsense! This time, Tianpeng was utterly stunned. He realized that he could not comprehend the meaning of the words being spoken. However, he understood that whatever emerged from Mu Chen's lips was undoubtedly not a compliment. How outrageous! Tianpeng could no longer contain his fury, and his anger surged to its zenith. Who was he? He was the marshal of the heavenly river, commanding an army of 100,000. In the three realms, he was considered a formidable deity. Yet the scholar-like youth before him had repeatedly shown him disrespect. Although the heavenly court had rules forbidding deities from acting against mortals, this affront was insufferable to him. To endure it felt less appealing than being made a pig. In a moment, Tianpeng gathered the energy within him and stepped forward, preparing to strike Mu Chen with a punch. But the next instant, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for eternity. Mu Chen's expression remained serene as he deftly twirled his wrist, revealing a brush that radiated a golden light. That brush appeared to be the most exquisite of creations, merely pointing towards him across the void. Boom! The space collapsed. An endless stream of profound light surged and swirled, dazzling and magnificent, its might akin to that of an apocalyptic force. Tianpeng stared in astonishment at the brush, feeling as though it could create and reshape destinies. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat covered his forehead, and a deep-seated fear took root within him. His instincts warned him that should he dare to show further disrespect, he might perish beneath that brush, condemned to eternal oblivion. Huh, and you wish to take advantage? A clear voice resonated, causing the surrounding space to coalesce once more, the profound light retracting, as everything returned to its former state. As if the previous events had never transpired, Tianpeng gazed at Mu Chen with a face full of shock and disbelief. The events that had just unfolded were vivid in his mind, and he still felt a lingering trepidation, for that terrifying might was not something an ordinary strongman could manifest. A quasi-saint? You are a quasi-saint? Tianpeng's mouth opened in astonishment, his previous arrogance vanished, now appearing as meek as a lamb. Though shock and fear still lingered in his eyes, he had never imagined that the proprietor of this bookstore, this seemingly frail youth, was indeed a powerful quasi-saint. It made sense. Only a quasi-saint could be worthy of residing next to the venerable patriarch Bodhi. Taking a deep breath, Tianpeng bowed respectfully to Mu Chen, Sr. I was disrespectful earlier. I hope you can forgive me. H.M.? Tianpeng? This rotund figure is Marshal Tianpeng? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, now surprised himself. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Fangsuan, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Father, that mysterious bookstore is right here. The spirited Nezha exclaimed, standing upon his windfire wheels. Addressing the ever-following Li Jing. Li Jing nodded slightly, but suddenly halted, hesitating. I wonder if my visit to that esteemed senior might be too abrupt? What if I anger him? Ever since watching Nezha, Birth of the Demon Child, His cultivation had ascended to the great Luo golden immortal level, and he had comprehended an unparalleled divine ability, driving back the Buddhist faction with a single strike, garnering immense acclaim. All of this was granted by Mu Chen. Thus, Li Jing had long desired to visit Mount Fangsuan to express his gratitude in person for the boon of knowledge. Father, rest assured, though that senior possesses great power, he is very amiable and bears no airs. He will not hold anything against us. Nezha turned back with a smile, eagerly anticipating his visit to the bookstore. He wondered if there were any new novels released lately. Alas, Jin Jia and Mu Jia were occupied with official duties. Otherwise, he would have loved to invite them along. A family should enjoy reading novels together, Nezha thought to himself, cheerfully leading the way. Seeing his eager son, Li Jing shook his head with a wry smile and followed suit. As they walked, he adjusted his attire, mindful to uphold propriety when meeting that esteemed author. Chapter 25. A Splendid Spring, Zhu Bajie. You are the Marshal Tianpeng of the Heavenly Court? Mu Chen in the Sanwei bookstore expressed his astonishment. What wind had blown in the second mail lead from the journey to the west today? Marshal Tianpeng scratched his head with a foolish grin, nodding, indeed, that is I. It truly astonishes me that a senior such as yourself knows my name. I am honored. Ignoring the flattery, Mu Chen cast a casual glance at him and redirected the conversation. So, do you wish to read this book or not? Will you read it or not? Tianpeng found himself in a dilemma. Honestly, he yearned to read it 1,000 times over, as that novel about Zhu Bajie was simply too tempting for him. However, acquiring a novel required a magical artifact, and the price was exorbitant. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, Tianpeng dared not be reckless. After a moment of hesitation, he finally sighed. Senior, I have been quite busy with duties lately, and my eyes are exceedingly weary. I'm afraid I won't be able to read the novel. With an awkward smile, Tianpeng declined delicately, fearing that Mu Chen might take offense. Naturally, would I, Tianpeng, exchange a magical artifact for a novel? I am not foolish. Only a fool would trade a priceless magical artifact for a mere book. Tianpeng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased that he had saved a magical artifact. Just then, Senior, I have returned. A childish voice rang from outside the bookstore, imbued with excitement and anticipation. Oh, who is this? Tianpeng paused, feeling the voice was somewhat familiar. Turning to look, he was utterly astonished. Prince Nezha? He beheld Nezha, his hair styled in 2 skyward buns, bouncing in joy as he entered, appearing more delighted than returning to his own home. Even more astonishing to Tianpeng was the imposing middle-aged man following Nezha. Li Tianwang. Tianpeng's mouth fell agape, completely dumbfounded. Ever since Li Jing's magnificent victory at Chintang Pass, defeating the Bodhisattva Puxian, his fame had spread throughout the 3 realms, capturing numerous devoted admirers. Tianpeng was one of them. To encounter the mighty Li Tianwang here was beyond his wildest dreams. Tianpeng swallowed hard, feeling a surreal sensation. Meanwhile, Nezha and Li Jing approached. This left Tianpeng exhilarated, his face flushed. Li Tianwang has seen me. He is coming towards me. I am so excited. If he greets me, how should I respond? What should I do? I am anxiously waiting for an answer. Watching his idol approach, Tianpeng's heart raced, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. But soon after, Li Jing calmly walked past Tianpeng. Then, in the midst of Tianpeng's bewildered gaze, respectfully bowed to Mu Chen, saying, Li Jing of Chintang Pass. Pays respects to you, Senior. Marshal Tianpeng? This time, Tianpeng was truly dumbfounded, his face burning with embarrassment. All this time, Li Tianwang was not here for me. He watched as Mu Chen glanced at Nezha, then at Li Jing, instantly comprehending. With a smile, he replied, There is no need for such courtesy, Li Tianwang. I am merely an ordinary scholar in the mortal realm, unworthy of your reverence. An ordinary scholar? Hearing this, Tianpeng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How can you claim to be an ordinary scholar? An ordinary scholar cannot possess such formidable might. Tianpeng would never forget how Mu Chen had merely moved his brush, unleashing an aura comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Evidently, Li Jing was also skeptical. Yet his demeanor became even more respectful. Senior, you jest. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to have perused your novel. Not only has my cultivation ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, but I have also comprehended unparalleled divine abilities, all thanks to your generous teachings. I am deeply indebted to you, Senior, and I humbly request to pay my respects. As he spoke, the esteemed figure of the 3 realms, Li Jing, once again clasped his hands and bowed. Nezha, standing beside him, followed suit in gratitude. Witnessing this scene, the mind of Tianpeng momentarily faltered. What was happening? Reading a novel had led to a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal? Such a thing was absurd. Even more outrageous was the notion that reading a novel could awaken divine abilities. Li Tianwang, are you jesting with me? Tianpeng blinked, recognizing every word, yet failing to comprehend the entirety of the statement. There is no need for such formality. While my novel may indeed inspire the awakening of divine abilities, the realization of such potential ultimately depends on your own enlightenment. Your achievements stem from your innate talent. Mu Chen replied with a gentle smile, waving his sleeve, summoning a soft breeze to assist Li Jing in rising. After all, upon comprehending divine abilities, Li Jing had concurrently acquired the extraordinary skill of catching blades with bare hands, marking a veritable win-win situation. Seeing that Mu Chen showed no inclination to claim credit, Li Jing felt a deeper admiration for this extraordinary elder. You jest, senior. Without your novel, how could I have achieved such milestones? Moreover, I have heard from my son that he too has grasped divine abilities under your guidance. This immense favor I shall forever cherish. As he spoke, Li Jing produced a radiant item from his sleeve. Is that the three-light divine water? Tianpeng's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the object. It is known that the three-light divine water is a rare treasure among the three realms, said to have been utilized by Yuhua during the creation of humanity, endowing them with the most precious essence of spirit. Such a treasure was indeed invaluable, yet Li Jing was offering it freely. Could it be that Li Jing truly ascended through merely reading a novel? Was it really that simple? Tianpeng rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he was witnessing, while the vibrant essence of the three-light divine water nearly dazzled him. Initially, Tianpeng assumed Mu Chen would be overwhelmed with joy upon receiving such a precious gift. However, Mu Chen merely nodded lightly, saying, I shall not be rude. You may place it upon the table. Tianpeng was taken aback. Place it on the table? After receiving such a precious treasure, this is your demeanor? He felt a pang of injustice for Li Jing. If it were he, having received such a priceless gift, he would have graciously accepted it with a smile and expressed heartfelt gratitude. Yet Mu Chen appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were accepting nothing more than a basket of ordinary vegetables. Wait a moment. If Li Tianwang is not lying, does that mean the novel I just read could allow me to comprehend divine abilities? Tianpeng's eyes brightened as he gazed intently at the closed bamboo scroll on the table. Comprehending divine abilities is a monumental opportunity. Yet, he was ultimately a step too late, for Li Jing had already noticed the bamboo scroll. Senior, is this your new novel? What is its title? Li Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as his heart raced with anticipation. Having elevated his realm through Nezha, the devil-ass child, he pondered if reading yet another book could lead to even greater heights. Indeed, the title is The Radiant Spring of Zhu Bajie, Mu Chen replied with a faint smile, slowly unfurling the bamboo scroll. By the way, Li Tianwang, I have already subscribed to this novel. At that moment, Tianpeng, who had been quiet and somewhat invisible, timidly spoke up, as if summoning all his courage. Are you certain you have subscribed to this novel? Li Jing furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Mu Chen's works are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. A novel this captivating, and yet you squander your time standing idle? How infuriating. Marshal, did you not claim to be overwhelmed with official duties and suffering from my fatigue, rendering you unable to read novels? Mu Chen observed Tianpeng with a knowing smile. He was well aware of Tianpeng's thoughts. He was merely envious of Li Jing's ability to acquire divine abilities from reading the novel. Indeed, I must confess, after spending time with you, I suddenly feel no fatigue in my feet, nor pain in my back, and my eyes are no longer weary. I would not hesitate to read 10, even 100 novels. Tianpeng exclaimed, patting his belly with glee. The prospect of awakening divine abilities from reading novels was a true windfall. Upon hearing Tianpeng's words, Mu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This gluttonous fellow had no sense of decorum. His change of heart was so rapid that one might think he was studying the essence of national treasures. However, now that Li Tianwang also wished to read the novel, Mu Chen pretended to appear troubled, seeking to tease the rotund figure. Tianpeng glanced at the bamboo scroll on the table, then at Li Jing. Gritting his teeth, he said, How about we read together, since I arrived first? He decided to seize the opportunity, willing to risk offending his idol. This was a golden chance to acquire divine abilities and bolster his strength. Yet, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Having initially declined, now that he knew the truth, he wished he could kneel and beg Mu Chen to let him read. The stark contrast was akin to slapping his own face. Nonetheless, the allure of the novel outweighed any concerns for pride. Senior, here is my subscription fee. I shall leave it on the table. To ensure he could read the radiant spring of Zhu Bajie, Tianpeng was willing to part with his cherished treasure, the supreme golden rake. Mu Chen cast a casual glance at the nine-toothed rake. While it was not on par with the three light divine water, it appeared quite commendable. Even if he did not use it for exchanging talent, it could be utilized to till the soil for the peach tree in the courtyard. Very well. You two may read together, Mu Chen stated, simultaneously exchanging the three light divine water for talent, acquiring 500 points, and storing the supreme golden rake in the system space for future use. Upon hearing his words, both Tianpeng and Li Jing were overjoyed and eagerly crowded around. Even little Nezha, filled with anticipation, squeezed between Tianpeng and Li Jing, attentively observing. Title: The Radiant Spring of Zhu Bajie. In his youth, Zhu Fengchun saved a maiden by the riverbank. The boy was innocent and charming, and she was the beautiful daughter of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Years later, the young dragoness, now grown, secretly slipped out of the dragon palace to find the little master who had once saved her. As the story unfolded, the three were captivated by the bamboo scroll. Even Tianpeng, who had previously read the beginning, found himself engrossed. As the tale progressed, Zhu Bajie successfully acquired the golden elixir from a cat demon, using his wisdom and bravery to defeat the demon and protect the people. Marvelous. I absolutely adore this Zhu Bajie. Though he is a pig demon, he embodies the essence of chivalry, truly a paragon for us all, Tianpeng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, startling both Li Jing and Nezha. Li Jing did not reproach him. Instead, he furrowed his brow and remarked, though Zhu Bajie possesses a narrow-minded heart, his romantic inclinations are excessively flamboyant. He is clearly accompanied by a beauty as ethereal as a celestial maiden. Yet he still yearns for other women. Such behavior is indeed unbecoming. Indeed, father speaks wisely, Nezha chimed in, nodding in agreement. However, these words fell upon the ears of Tianpeng, who was quite displeased. How can this be deemed unbecoming, lordly? Love is a mutual sentiment. Although the little dragon maiden harbors affection for Bajie, it is evident that Bajie currently shows no interest in her. Would you have him pursue someone he does not cherish? Tianpeng could not help but retort, disregarding whether Li Jing was his idol. After all, his Bajie must not suffer indignities. Li Jing cast a surprised glance his way, never having anticipated such a vigorous reaction from the rotund figure, and chuckled. Heh, how do you know that Bajie does not like the little dragon maiden? Young people, after all, tend to simplify love. Tianpeng, confident from having read ahead in the narrative, smirked and said, then let us continue to unravel the tale. By all means, Li Jing replied with a slight smile. The three of them once again immersed themselves in the story, each holding their breath as the bamboo scrolls unfurled slowly, the only sound being the gentle rustle of the texts. In an effort to rekindle Ho Yi's divine bow, Chang'e was summoned to the mortal realm to enlighten him. Delighted, she discovered that the reincarnated Ho Yi was no longer the heroic figure he once was, but rather a mere vendor selling pancakes. The once unbreakable vows seemed now a mere jest. With everything transformed, would she still love him? Wasn't Chang'e and Ho Yi supposed to be a blissful couple? Why has it come to this? Tianpeng expressed his confusion. Could love truly vanish? Li Jing chuckled softly. Love is never static. If both parties do not nurture their feelings, one day, love may indeed become the grave of marriage. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng's eyes brightened with anticipation. So, could it be that Bajie might truly end up with the little dragon maiden? In his heart, he believed that only a gentle and beautiful being like the little dragon maiden was worthy of Bajie's affection. If Zhu Bajie and the little dragon maiden were ultimately unable to unite, he would even contemplate sending a dagger to Mu Chen, though such thoughts remained purely hypothetical, for he dared not act on them. The bamboo scrolls continued to roll, revealing more text. One day, overwhelmed by longing for Chang'e, Zhu Bajie fell ill from lovesickness. Concerned, the little dragon maiden took him to seek the help of the renowned medicine king. Along their journey, they encountered Sun Wukong, the monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain. In his desire to see Chang'e, Bajie implored the little dragon maiden to take him to the dragon king, and Sun Wukong accompanied them. Upon arriving at the dragon palace, Sun Wukong seized the sea-calming needle and the crystal battle garb, creating chaos within. He then descended to the underworld to steal the book of life and death, plunging the world into turmoil. When the Jade Emperor learned of this, he was furiously enraged and withheld rain from Flower Fruit Mountain for 3 years. In order to restore the rain, Sun Wukong had no choice but to make the little dragon maiden weep. However, as long as she was with Zhu Bajie, her heart was full of joy. And how could she possibly cry? In desperation, Sun Wukong sent Zhu Bajie to the Moon Palace. After Bajie's departure, the little dragon maiden was heartbroken, her tears flowing freely, causing a torrential downpour upon Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhu Bajie was conferred the title of Tianpeng Marshal by the Jade Emperor. And due to a mistake by the matchmaker, the bond of fate between Zhu Bajie and the little dragon maiden was woven together. Upon reading this, Tianpu was momentarily taken aback. The position held by Zhu Bajie in the story was astonishingly akin to his own. After a brief stupor, Tianping burst into hearty laughter. To be immortalized in a novel by Mu Chen was enough to boast about for a lifetime. More importantly, he held a genuine fondness for the character of Zhu Bajie and felt a sincere joy at his elevation to the position of Tianping Marshal. After enduring numerous trials, Zhu Bajie, with his thick-headedness, finally comprehended the little dragon maiden's feelings, and the two of them ultimately found solace in one another, embarking together on another journey of life. As the narrative paused, a satisfied smile graced Tianping's face. What a splendid tale! If I were to be reborn as a creature of the supernatural, I would undoubtedly choose to be Zhu Bajie. Tianpeng, still reveling in the story, turned to Mu Chen with a grin. Esteemed elder, is this truly the conclusion of the tale? If so, it is utterly perfect. Lovers should indeed be united. However, Mu Chen merely shook his head, retrieving a wolf hair brush from his bosom, and said, "No, this is not the conclusion. I have yet to finish writing." With that, Mu Chen settled down and began to inscribe upon the bamboo scrolls. One day, the Dragon King of the East Sea underwent a drastic change in temperament, compelling his daughter to marry the Prince of the South Sea. The little dragon maiden, bewildered, resolved to investigate the truth. It turned out that the spring of the East Sea was running dry, placing the Dragon Palace in jeopardy. Determined to save it, the little dragon maiden resolutely decided to restore the spring of the East Sea. Passionate Bajie tirelessly searched for the little dragon maiden, enduring many hardships, until he finally beheld her once more. Bajie yearned to whisk the little dragon maiden away, yet her sole focus was on saving countless lives in the East Sea. Ultimately, the little dragon maiden realized that she was the spring itself, and after joyfully spending time with Bajie, she resolutely transformed into the spring. As he wrote this, Mu Chen's pen suddenly halted. He realized that Tianping had entered a remarkably peculiar state. Had he attained some form of enlightenment? Mu Chen was quite taken aback and looked up. Chapter 27. Am I Zhu Bajie? In the three-flavor study, a surge of majestic energy suddenly ascended, soaring into the heavens. Tianpeng, with his eyes gently closed and breath steady, seemed to embody the rhythm of the cosmos, reminiscent of the tides of the ocean and the balance of yin and yang. Heavens! The Tianping Marshal exuded an aura of primal power. Little Nezha gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating behind Li Jing. Li Jing, equally astonished, revealed a hint of envy in his eyes. However, he understood that the path to enlightenment was serendipitous and could not be forced. Each person had their own destiny. Tianpeng, focus your thoughts and meditate earnestly. Attuning yourself to that primal force within, Mu Chen's voice resonated. Tianping's heart jolted as he cleared his mind, entering a meditative state, following Mu Chen's guidance to sense the inexplicable power within him. In the depths of his meditation, he felt as though he grasped something, his body oscillating between rising and falling, as if he were adrift in a cosmic sea. Brother Pig, I need you to promise me one last thing. You may shed but a single tear. From this day forth, your face shall wear only a smile. The melodious voice, akin to wind chimes, echoed from an unknown source, reverberating within Tianping's heart. Who is it? Who is speaking? Brother Pig, I am but an ordinary girl. I only wish for the one I love to love me in return. Yet, in the end, I realized that the person I desperately sought was not the one I truly needed. The voice resounded once more, like a gentle breeze brushing by. For reasons unknown, Tianping felt an ache in his heart, as if he had lost something profoundly precious, something more valuable than life itself. Furrowing his brow tightly, Tianping felt a stirring within, as though something was about to burst forth from his heart. Brother Pig, look, we are back in the Dragon Palace. Do not be saddened. Although Sister Chang'e has departed, I shall remain by your side. No matter what, I shall never leave you. His heartbeat quickened, the voice growing clearer and louder, akin to several drums beating in unison. Wait, who are you? Why do you call me Brother Pig? Who is Brother Pig? Amidst the haze, Tianping's consciousness slipped into a state of confusion. He felt a strange familiarity with the term Brother Pig, yet could not recall where he had heard it before. The enchanting voice seemed to emanate from the most beautiful maiden in existence, each word striking chords deep within his heart. Brother Pig, do you not remember me? Tianping instinctively opened his eyes, eager to discover the source of the voice. However, as he did so, he found himself submerged in the depths of the ocean. The tumultuous currents surged around him, and the surroundings were dim and cold. Suddenly, a gentle light illuminated from afar. Within this soft glow, a woman clad in a golden princess gown gracefully emerged, her beauty reminiscent of blooming flowers, a smile gracing her lips as her tender gaze fell upon Tianping. Brother Pig, I am the little dragon girl, she softly called, her voice resonating like thunder in Tianping's ears. The little dragon girl? Yes, I remember now. She is a character from the book, but how can she be before me? Tianping pondered. If she is the little dragon girl, then who am I? Just as confusion enveloped him, the little dragon girl smiled tenderly and said, You are Marshal Tianping, Pigsy. What? I am Marshal Tianping, Pigsy? Tianping was taken aback. He indeed remembered being Marshal Tianping, but how could he also be Pigsy? Brother Pig, have you forgotten? It was you who came to abduct me when my father intended for me to marry that man. The little dragon girl's eyes glistened with tears, her expression full of grievance. Abduct? Tianping's body trembled, his eyes narrowing instinctively. In the next moment, scenes from the book replayed in his mind. This time, however, it felt different. He genuinely felt as if he had become Pigsy, experiencing all that Pigsy had endured, from transforming from a pig into a human, swallowing the cat demon's essence, acquiring the miraculous powers of the Pigsy's divine gas, to eventually defeating the cat demon and embarking on a journey with the little dragon girl. Filled with laughter and joy under the splendid spring sun, the story progressed rapidly, as if someone had hastily moved the progress bar. In the murky depths of the ocean, he witnessed the little dragon girl resolutely transforming into a spring, both of them shedding reluctant tears, their hearts aching with a profound sense of loss. I want you to promise me one last thing. You may shed only one more tear. From now on, your face shall wear only a smile. The little dragon girl's eyes were filled with tears as she wished to offer her beloved one last cheerful smile, yet she found herself unable to smile at all. Little dragon girl, do not leave me. Tianping choked out, instinctively reaching out his hand. He finally grasped what he had lost and understood who it was that he longed to hold on to. Just as he stretched out his hand, everything before him shattered like a broken mirror, and that beautiful figure faded from his sight. Do not, Tianping cried out, and in a daze, he realized he was no longer underwater, but inside a bookstore. Congratulations, you have successfully grasped the miraculous powers, a cheerful voice rang out, pulling Tianping from his sorrowful reverie. He wiped the tears from his eyes and looked at the young scholar before him, managing a bitter smile. Indeed, thanks to your assistance, I have comprehended the miraculous powers. Yet, I cannot find joy in it. Tianping exhaled a heavy sigh, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. As if the moment he closed his eyes, he could still envision that ethereal figure and hear that gentle voice. Mu Chen observed him with a slight smile, as if all of this were anticipated. In truth, Mu Chen had known from the moment Tianping began reading the Radiant Spring that he would gain something profound. After all, Tianping's next life would be Pigsy. There existed a deep causal connection between the two. Yet, Mu Chen did not expect Tianping to immerse himself so completely in the story, truly believing himself to be Pigsy. Whether this transformation was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Senior, is the story within your book true? Did the little dragon girl truly become the spring of the East Sea? Suddenly, Tianping inquired, his eyes filled with sincerity and anticipation. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. If the stories in the book were false, how could he create objects from thin air based on them? Yet, if the tales were genuine, how could one enter into the story? As he pondered this, Mu Chen suddenly realized that he himself was within a story, albeit one crafted by the venerable Mr. Wu. If you believe it to be true, then it is indeed true. After a moment of silence, Mu Chen uttered these words softly and stepped outside. Just then, he received a system notification indicating that Marshal Tianping had successfully grasped the miraculous powers of the Pigsy's divine gas, prompting him to consider whether he should synchronize this acquisition given its uniqueness. As Mu Chen exited, Li Jing and Nezha also took their leave. expressing their intent to return to read the novel again. Meanwhile, Tian Peng remained seated in the study, deeply absorbed in thought, his mind filled with visions of the little dragon girl. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tian Peng approached Mu Chen and respectfully bowed, saying, "Senior, Tian Peng has come to bid farewell." "Oh, where do you intend to go?" Tian Peng gazed steadfastly towards the East Sea and declared, "I wish to go to the East Sea to find the little dragon girl." Mu Chen regarded him closely, exhaling a deep breath. "Go forth. If your heart yearns for something, what fear is there in the way being long and arduous? Perhaps this fellow truly might find the little dragon girl." Chapter 28. Old Sun will never descend to the East Sea in the East Victory Divine Continent, Flower and Fruit Mountain. Ever since Sun Wukong reclaimed his throne as the Monkey King, he had diligently adhered to his master Mu Chen's teachings, maintaining a low profile and avoiding trouble. By day, he played and frolicked with his monkey offspring, and by night, he sat at a stone table, fervently writing, updating Journey to the West. The previous encounter with the six-eared macaque had inspired him greatly, allowing his writing to flow effortlessly, his brush moving almost without pause. The victorious Monkey King returned to his homeland, vanquished the chaotic demon, seized a great blade, and practiced martial arts daily, teaching the little monkeys how to chop bamboo for arrows, carve wood into blades, set up banners, and sound the drums, training diligently. Words, like tadpoles, poured forth from his brush, and Sun Wukong became wholly engrossed in the narrative, continually developing the plot based on its internal logic. Behind him, a gathering of little monkeys watched the contents of the book, their eyes filled with curiosity. Some hung upside down from vines, others clung to protruding rock faces, and a few even stood atop the heads of older monkeys, all eager to glimpse the story within. Since Sun Wukong's return, a wave of literacy had swept through Flower and Fruit Mountain. From centenarian monkeys to newborns, all embraced reading and writing, evidently determined to ensure that compulsory education was upheld. Initially, the monkeys resisted the idea. "We are monkeys. What purpose does learning serve?" However, after several days of study, as they began to understand the narrative, they found themselves captivated by the story. "I want to learn. Only through diligent study can I comprehend the king's novel." Yes, diligent study leads to progress. Have you learned to read today? With the rise of the novel among the monkey community, their enthusiasm for learning surged, with even bedtime becoming an opportunity to memorize idioms. Sun Wukong, pleased by this development, even pilfered a few boxes of sage texts from the human realm for the monkeys' education. Little did they know how difficult life had become since the king set sail in search of immortals. A few young monkeys, while perusing Journey to the West, lamented with tears in their eyes. "One day, I too shall write a novel about myself, just like the king." Indeed, we monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain are cultured monkeys. Soon, we shall all be great literati. The monkeys rallied with renewed spirit, but soon realized their voices had grown too loud, disturbing the king's writing. They covered their mouths, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. At that moment, Sun Wukong's brush suddenly paused, caught in stillness. "My king, why have you stopped writing?" The monkey crowd, engrossed in the story, curiously inquired upon noticing his abrupt halt. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, set down his brush, and sighed. "I, old Sun, cannot fathom what is amiss. The story seems incomplete. What could it be lacking?" The monkeys craned their necks, inquiring with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wukong shook his head. "I do not know. If only Master were here, he would surely discern the deficiencies in my writing." The thought of his master, Mu Chen, filled Sun Wukong with deep nostalgia. It had been many days since their parting, and he wondered how his master was faring. Lost in thought, his gaze fell upon the brush in his hand. This brush was a gift from his master before he took him as a disciple. It was not only a tool for writing, but also his weapon. Weapon! An idea sparked in Sun Wukong's eyes as he abruptly lifted his head. "Your Majesty, what is it?" a nearby monkey asked, noticing the change in his demeanor. "Haha, I have realized what the story lacks. I have my brush as a weapon, yet the Sun Wukong in the book is empty-handed, without any arms. The forthcoming chapters should involve finding a weapon for the character within the story." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, feeling inspiration surge once more. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. He had no idea where to find a suitable weapon. Just then, one of the four great generals of Flower Fruit Mountain, the arm-length monkey, General Ba, heard the mention of a weapon and was filled with excitement. "A weapon? Isn't the task bestowed upon me by the Buddhist order to have your Majesty venture to the Eastern Sea to procure a divine weapon?" He had been troubled about how to bring this up, but it seemed the king had already entertained the idea. Your Majesty, if you seek a weapon, I have a way, General Ba said cheerfully, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh, you know where to find a suitable weapon? Sun Wukong asked, intrigued. General Ba tilted his head back, grinning with pride. Of course. Among the three realms, if one speaks of the place with the most weapons. Aside from the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, it would be none other than the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Moreover, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is the closest to our Flower Fruit Mountain. A round trip would only take half a day to retrieve the divine weapon. As he spoke, General Ba's tone was tinged with temptation, wishing to send Sun Wukong to the Eastern Sea immediately. This was a task assigned to him by the Buddhist order. If Sun Wukong indeed acquired a divine weapon and caused a ruckus in the Eastern Sea, the Buddhist order would allow him to become a great general among humans in his next life. With this thought, General Ba grew even more excited and continued, Your Majesty, the Dragon Palace is filled with treasures, and as our king, you are neighbors with the old Dragon King. With such a status, I am sure the Dragon King would allow you to choose at will. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? Initially, Sun Wukong held some interest, but upon hearing those 4 words, his expression turned peculiar. Long before departing from the 3-flavor study, Master Mu Chen had warned him sternly never to seek treasures in the sea, nor to venture into the underworld to meddle with the book of life and death. As for the so-called white-bearded man, he was undoubtedly a fraud. At the time, he had not taken this to heart, but now he felt nothing but shock, for what his master had particularly cautioned against was coming to fruition. Could it be a mere coincidence? Sun Wukong cast a doubtful glance at General Ba. General Ba chuckled, believing Sun Wukong had fallen for the bait, and said, Your Majesty, right beneath our water curtain cave lies the Eastern Sea. You can follow the current directly to the Dragon Palace. To the Dragon Palace? Sun Wukong's eyes darted, and he immediately waved his hands. No, no, I absolutely refuse to go. What? Refuse to go? General Ba was momentarily stunned. His previously excited heart, feeling as if doused with cold water, suddenly chilled. What was happening? This scenario was not what he had envisioned. General Ba blinked in confusion and asked, Why has Your Majesty suddenly changed your mind? My master warned me that the notion of seeking weapons from the sea should not even be entertained. Sun Wukong smiled calmly and replied, After all, I have my brush as a weapon. As for the character in the book, I can always invent a weapon for him. Regardless, we must adhere to my master's words. In the western Bull Hazhou, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin Bodhisattva pondered, Now that the Lingming Stone Monkey has returned, why has he yet to venture to the Dragon Palace? Sakyamuni Buddha demanded, his authoritative presence enveloping Ling Mountain. How long has it been? The stone monkey has not yet descended into the sea. At this rate, how long will the chaos in heaven be postponed? As the Buddha's voice echoed, the entire Ling Mountain fell into silence. From the bodhisattvas to the arhats, everyone bowed their heads in silence. In truth, they were equally perplexed regarding the Lingming stone monkey. They vaguely sensed that since the monkey's return, everything seemed to be gradually slipping out of control, evolving in unforeseen directions. Guanyin Bodhisattva clasped his hands together, his expression equally grim, sighing, Buddha, please remain calm. I also did not foresee this. The stone monkey seems to have no intention of descending to the sea to borrow a weapon. He even said, Do not even think about seeking weapons from the sea. Chapter 29. You disturb my reading, I shall end you. Seeking weapons from the sea? Do not even think about it? The multitude of celestial beings and Buddhas were left in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Sakyamuni Buddha's face darkened, feeling an impulse to strike the monkey. Why did he feel as though the monkey's words were directed at him? But on the other hand, why was the monkey so difficult to manage? If he did not go to the Eastern Sea to borrow a weapon, how would the sea-calming needle reappear in the world? How would the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea report to the Emperor? Just as Sakyamuni Buddha wore a troubled frown, Guanyin Bodhisattva suddenly spoke with excitement. Buddha. There is a change. The Lingming stone monkey has moved in the direction of the Eastern Sea. Really? Sakyamuni Buddha's eyes brightened, and he immediately employed his divine powers to gaze thousands of miles away, reaching Flower Fruit Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong's every action had begun to stir the hearts of the entire Buddhist realm. An hour earlier, Sun Wukong rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he stared at the bamboo slips on the table, trapped in writer's block. Hours had passed, and the story remained stagnant, offering no direction to proceed. The monkeys were anxious, scratching their heads, wanting to write but finding their minds blank, devoid of inspiration. How can I enable the character within the book to acquire a divine weapon? If I were to simply force it, it would not adhere to my master's logic of coherence. A remarkable novel must achieve the most basic logical coherence. Otherwise, it would inevitably be riddled with inconsistencies and fail to be completed. The monkey recalled his master's teachings. A frown creasing his face. Must I really venture to the Eastern Sea to seek inspiration? He hesitated, finding it difficult to decide. After all, Master Mu Chen had explicitly instructed him never to go to the sea, let alone borrow a weapon. Very well, I shall consult my master first. Sun Wukong sighed, retrieving a crystal ball from his pocket. This crystal ball was one of many treasures that Mu Chen had packed in a sack at their farewell. Capable of transmitting sound across great distances. Chanting a silent incantation, the crystal ball emitted a soft glow, revealing the appearance of the three-flavor study. Master, I have encountered a bottleneck in my writing. I humbly seek your guidance. The monkey bowed respectfully toward the crystal ball. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chen appeared within the crystal ball. Oh, what bottleneck have you encountered? His cheerful voice resonated as he lounged in a rattan chair under the sun, holding a peach in one hand and a fan in the other, gently fanning himself. His demeanor exuded utmost relaxation. Sun Wukong felt a pang of envy, secretly thinking that his master's life was indeed delightful. He then recounted the matter concerning the Eastern Sea in its entirety. Upon learning of this matter, Mu Chen fell into a momentary silence before exhaling a sigh. If that is the case, then you should venture into the sea. However, remember this, regardless of who entices you to wield a weapon, do not be deceived. Especially that staff. It is best if you do not even touch it, let alone take it out. Otherwise, you will fall into the scheme of that old Dragon King. After imparting this warning, Mu Chen severed the connection to the crystal ball, a subtle worry gnawing at his heart. In truth, he was reluctant to permit Sun Wukong to descend into the Eastern Sea. After all, in the original tale, it was precisely because Sun Wukong journeyed to the Eastern Sea that he was reported to the heavenly court by the Dragon King, leading to a catastrophic calamity. Moreover, Sun Wukong now possessed a writing brush as his magical artifact. This artifact was of a growth nature, capable of evolving alongside Sun Wukong's writing prowess. Although it was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure at present, given time, it would undoubtedly become a paramount treasure. Its value was incomparable to the Rui Jingu Bang. Yet, for the sake of perfecting Journey to the West, Mu Chen had no choice but to allow Sun Wukong to venture into the Eastern Sea. For it was only in this way that he could garner inspiration. He could only hope that this monkey would safely navigate this trial. As Mu Chen pondered, Sun Wukong on Flower Fruit Mountain exhaled a breath of stale air and stored away the crystal ball. With his master's permission, he could now proceed to the Eastern Sea with a clear conscience, seeking inspiration. However, he was somewhat curious as to why his master specifically cautioned him against wielding weapons, particularly the staff. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. After acquiring the writing brush, he had lost interest in all forms of weaponry. My king, are you still going to the Eastern Sea? At that moment, General Ba approached with a beaming smile. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, I, the great sage, shall visit the Eastern Sea. After all, we are neighbors with the Dragon King. It is only proper to pay a visit. Upon hearing this, General Ba was nearly moved to tears. At last, you have come to your senses. My efforts have not been in vain. Sun Wukong cast a casual glance at him and commanded, you all stay here on Flower Fruit Mountain. Do not go anywhere. I shall return shortly. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, transforming it into a white steed, and rode forth. Mounted on his noble steed, he plunged into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Following the route provided by General Ba, Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at the Dragon Palace. The palace was resplendent with golden splendor, adorned with exquisite treasures. Even the columns were carved from white jade, intricately etched with dragon motifs. Outside the palace, a gargantuan whale, measuring 100 meters in length, stood guard, while giant crabs with glimmering claws patrolled the vicinity. Compared to Flower Fruit Mountain, it was as if one was in heaven while the other was in hell. Yet, in Sun Wukong's heart, no place could rival the three-flavor study of his master, Mu Chen. At that moment, the patrolling crabs spotted Sun Wukong and immediately approached with unfriendly expressions. Who are you? Why have you come to our Dragon Palace? Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and replied, I am the beautiful Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, a neighbor of your Dragon King, and I have come to pay a visit. Visiting our king? Do you come bearing gifts? Several crabs inquired, their eyes lighting up with curiosity. Gifts. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had left in haste and had not brought any gifts. However, this was not a problem for him. As a competent author, he always carried his novels with him, which could serve as gifts for the Dragon King. Of course, I have brought gifts, and they are not ordinary ones. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile, brimming with self-satisfaction. Seeing this, the crabs were even more eager, wishing for Sun Wukong to present his gifts immediately. In that case, hand over your gifts to us. We will inspect them and then present them to the Dragon King, so he may see you. One crab explained earnestly. Sun Wukong nodded, not thinking much of it, and directly produced his master's dopa. Here are my gifts. You must handle them with care. If they are damaged, you will not be able to compensate for them. Before he could finish, the crab stared at the several unremarkable bamboo scrolls on the ground, momentarily dumbfounded. A few shabby books. Do you think they are treasures? Monkey, do you have a misunderstanding about what a treasure is? They murmured amongst themselves, bewildered. However, seeing the way Sun Wukong cherished them, the crabs were left questioning. Could this book truly possess some extraordinary quality? As they pondered, one curious crab approached and opened the scroll. After merely glancing at a few lines, he was captivated by the story within, unable to tear his gaze away. Hey, Crab 3, what's going on? Is this book really a magical artifact? Another crab urged impatiently from behind. It's just an ordinary book. It doesn't even glow with treasure light. Is it necessary to look at it for so long? However, before he could finish speaking, Crab 3, engrossed in reading dopa, snapped back. Be quiet. If you disturb me while I'm reading, I will end you. The other crabs were left in utter disbelief. What was happening? Why was Crab 3 so absorbed? Could it be that the novel held some special allure? As they speculated, the crabs cautiously approached, claws poised, drawn in by the scroll. After only reading a few paragraphs, they exclaimed, "This book is simply a masterpiece. Novels can be written this way? I'm utterly inspired. When will I also be able to marry a Medusa? Dream on." As they encountered thrilling moments, the crabs couldn't help but comment. Having spent years in the dark depths of the sea, they had never encountered such a literary wonder. The story seemed to transport them into an entirely new realm. Before long, the patrolling crabs gathered around, completely absorbed in the narrative, neglecting their duties. In an instant, the entire Dragon Palace descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, my king, that stone monkey has yet to arrive. What shall we do about the task assigned by the Buddhist sect? The diminutive turtle chancellor asked, pouring another cup of wine for the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. Ao Guang downed the liquor in one go, his brow furrowing as he spoke. The task from the Buddhist sect is minor, but the seal of the Rui Jingu Bang is of utmost importance. At this juncture, Ao Guang narrowed his eyes, nostalgia flickering within. In the past, to control the floods, Xiyou set up the Qian Kuan formation in our Eastern Sea, using the Rui Jingu Bang as the focal point to seal away the fortunes of our Eastern Sea for millennia, declaring that only those of heavenly destiny could break the seal. Now that the destined one is before us, he is yet to arrive, causing this old dragon considerable anxiety. As he spoke, he signaled the turtle chancellor for another cup of wine, which he drank down in one gulp. The turtle chancellor, observing the empty wine jar, called out, "Bring more jars of wine." However, after a long pause, no one responded. "Where are those shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Go fetch a few jars from the cellar." He repeated, yet still, no response came. What is going on? What are those shrimp soldiers and crab generals doing? Ao Guang muttered in dissatisfaction, ordering the turtle chancellor to check outside. Once the turtle chancellor exited the grand hall, he found himself in utter disbelief. The vast dragon palace was devoid of any figures, resembling a ghostly realm. How strange. Where has everyone gone? Was it my exit that was flawed? The turtle chancellor, filled with suspicion, retraced his steps into the hall. Stepping over the threshold with his left foot, rubbing his eyes, he was astounded to find still not a single soul present. This time, he was completely baffled. Fortunately, he finally spotted a palm-sized turtle struggling to make its way toward the gates of the Dragon Palace. The Minister of Turtles approached and lifted the little turtle. "Where are you headed, little one?" The small turtle stretched its neck and replied with a smile. "Ah, esteemed ancestor, you may not be aware, but it is said that outside the Dragon Palace lies a remarkable book, exceedingly captivating. Currently, everyone in the palace, from the prince to the shrimp soldiers, has gone to read it. Please, let me down quickly. I must hurry to avoid spoilers from those rascals." The little turtle flailed its 4 tiny feet, appearing quite eager to read. The Minister of Turtles was momentarily taken aback. A remarkable book had appeared outside the Dragon Palace. Everyone was reading it. When did the cultural standards of the East Sea Dragon Palace become so elevated? Filled with doubt, he promptly dispatched someone to investigate the matter and returned to the Grand Hall to inform the Dragon King. What? A remarkable book? Upon hearing this, Ao Guang felt a surge of excitement. As the ruler of the Dragon Clan, he had a well-known obsession: collecting. He desired to gather every valuable item from the three realms and store them in his treasury. Now that he learned of this extraordinary book, he certainly did not wish to let it slip away. Quickly, bring that book to me, Ao Guang exclaimed joyfully. Since it has appeared outside the Dragon Palace, it rightfully belongs to me. Outside the Dragon Palace, what was once a desolate entrance had transformed into a bustling sea of people, akin to a marketplace, due to the emergence of a novel. Let me see. I was just at a crucial moment. A broken engagement right at the start? This story is to my liking. A Dozong strongman, how terrifying. Excuse me, could you move? You're blocking my view of my beloved, the little medical fairy. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals nearly surrounded the Dragon Palace entrance, fiercely competing for a few copies of dope that were being snatched up. With even the prince joining in, eyes gleaming with fervor, Sun Wukong stood there in astonishment, taken aback by the scene. He never imagined that his master's dope would be so well received. When would he be able to write such a popular masterpiece? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he seized the opportunity of the Dragon Palace being in disarray and strode inside. Following the main path, passing several grand halls, he finally spotted a primary hall in the distance, with the words Dragon King Hall inscribed on a plaque. Wow, my neighbor truly has a grand establishment, Sun Wukong mused as he made his way toward the Dragon King Hall. On the way, he noticed a palm-sized turtle crawling with astonishing speed. Sun Wukong paid extra attention, noting the little turtle's determined gaze, as if it were on a mission. Yet, it took an entire incense stick's worth of time to match even a single step of Sun Wukong. I must hurry and make it to the Dragon Palace gates this year, the little turtle panted, muttering to itself. Sun Wukong blinked and could not help but cheer for the little turtle before striding into the Dragon King Hall. Upon entering, he immediately heard a flurry of discussions. Minister of Turtles, have you found out who brought that masterpiece? Reporting to the Dragon King, according to the guarding crab general, it was brought by a monkey with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth. A monkey? Ao Guang was stunned. According to Buddhist teachings, the one destined to wield the sea calming rod was indeed a monkey, was it not? Could it truly be him? As this thought crossed his mind, Ao Guang felt a rush of excitement, his heart racing as if he were about to marry a third wife. Haha, he has finally come. He has finally arrived. Ao Guang was nearly in tears from joy. Sun Wukong, standing at the hall's entrance, felt a bit embarrassed. His old neighbor was truly hospitable, just by his visit. He had made the others so ecstatic. Sun Wukong thought to himself as he stepped around the screen in front of the Grand Hall, appearing before Ao Guang, and bowed respectfully. Esteemed neighbor, I am Sun Wukong from Flower and Fruit Mountain. I hope you do not mind my sudden visit. Ao Guang, filled with joy, saw the monkey approach and his face flushed with excitement. After waiting so long, the fated one had finally arrived. Heaven has eyes, he exclaimed joyfully. Your presence truly brings glory to my Dragon Palace. Ao Guang laughed heartily, then inquired, pray tell, what brings you here today? Sun Wukong, noticing Ao Guang's enthusiasm, felt increasingly pleased and casually approached the Dragon King, placing an arm around his shoulder. To be honest, I have indeed come for a matter. Ao Guang's eyes brightened, and he asked with a smile, is it to borrow a weapon? According to Buddhist teachings, he planned to casually offer a few weapons, and when the monkey was dissatisfied, reveal the sea calming rod to trick him into retrieving it and breaking the seal. Ah, my esteemed neighbor is indeed extraordinary. I have indeed come regarding weapons. But I am not here to borrow. I merely seek inspiration and material for writing. What? Not borrowing weapons? The monkey came to the East Sea solely for inspiration? Ao Guang's mouth twitched in bewilderment. Esteemed immortal, I possess countless treasures in the East Sea. Would you reconsider? I could gift you one. Ao Guang laughed awkwardly. However, Sun Wukong resolutely waved his hand. I already have a weapon. I do not need another. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed neighbor. Oh, esteemed immortal, how could there be such a thing as having too few weapons? Please, just choose one. Ao Guang pleaded, nearly beside himself with urgency, his dragon horns quivering in anxiety that Sun Wukong might refuse. Seeing the old Dragon King's earnestness, Sun Wukong felt even more touched. Truly, he was a good neighbor. He had only gifted a copy of Do Pa, yet Ao Guang was eager to offer him a weapon. It seemed the old Dragon King was indeed a man of principle. This old Dragon King is a good sword. He would genuinely offer a weapon. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but my master has instructed me never to accept the possessions of others while traveling." Upon hearing this, the old Dragon King Ao Guang was instantly agitated. How can this be considered accepting casually? This is clearly a gift from me to the esteemed immortal. As his thoughts raced, Ao Guang continued, "How about this? Accompany me to a certain place, and I believe you will change your mind upon seeing the treasure." Without waiting for Sun Wukong's response, he grabbed his sleeve and led him toward the Dragon Palace treasury. This monkey never acted according to the norm. Completely unlike what the Buddhist teachings suggested, he could not let him escape. Sun Wukong realized he could not refuse such hospitality, so he followed along, thinking perhaps he might indeed find a suitable treasure within the Dragon Palace to serve as a weapon for the character in his book. They walked for about half an incense stick's worth of time until a crimson door slowly swung open, finally revealing the Dragon Palace treasury. Sun Wukong curiously surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the dazzling array of treasures within. He even spotted the copy of Do Pa he had just brought. It seemed the old Dragon King was quite swift in his actions, truly a collector at heart. As Sun Wukong's gaze shifted, he suddenly noticed a massive dark yellow pillar standing at the deepest part of the treasury. What is that? He wondered, recalling the strict instructions from his master, Mu Chen. Before entering the Dragon Palace, he must never take divine weapons, nor should he retrieve any staffs. It has become evident that the staff spoken of by my master must indeed be this. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong found himself once again filled with admiration for Mu Chen. It seemed as though his master possessed a prescient ability, as every word spoken was manifesting into reality. Could this be a talent bestowed by the art of storytelling? Ao Guang, upon catching sight of the Rui Jingu Bang, became even more convinced that this monkey was the destined one of the Buddhist realm, his excitement causing him to tremble. "Ah, esteemed immortal, you may be unaware, but this item is the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff left behind by Xiyou during the Great Flood Control." As they approached the divine staff, Ao Guang grinned. "Might the esteemed immortal have an interest in this treasure? If you can wield it, I, the old dragon, shall gladly present it to you." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on Sun Wukong, even holding his breath in suspense. However, Sun Wukong merely cast a casual glance, memorizing the defining features of the staff, before shaking his head. "I want to take it. What use would this iron rod be to me?" With that, he turned away to exit the treasure vault. Now that his research was complete, he understood precisely how to proceed with the writing of Journey to the West. He longed to return to Flower Fruit Mountain and commence his writing immediately. Seeing Sun Wukong about to leave, Ao Guang hastily stepped forward to grasp his arm. "Even if you are not interested, why not give it a try?" "I, Sun Wukong, have no desire to try. I need to return to write my novel. Esteemed immortal, I implore you, just give it a try. How can you determine its efficacy without testing it?" Ao Guang's eyes turned red with urgency. The atmosphere had been built to such a pitch, and yet the monkey was preparing to depart. At least give it a try? Ao Guang gazed at Sun Wukong like a forlorn maiden waiting for a patron. This left Sun Wukong feeling awkward, and he could only manage a sheepish smile as he explained, "Old Dragon King, I truly apologize, but my master has commanded that I cannot accept this iron rod." With that, he transformed into a puddle of ink and vanished, fearing that the Dragon King might compel him to take the weapon. Watching the sudden disappearance of Sun Wukong, Ao Guang was initially taken aback, then sank to the ground in despair, as if mourning a great loss. What on earth had transpired? Where had things gone awry? As the seal of the East Sea was on the verge of being lifted, that monkey had shown no inclination to comply. Ao Guang spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, clearly infuriated. Ever since Xiyou had established the Rui Jingu Bang as the focal point during the flood control, the East Sea had languished. And now that a rare opportunity to lift the seal had arisen, that monkey had refused to cooperate. After a millennium of waiting, all efforts had been in vain, which left the old Dragon King seething with rage. "No, I must report this to the West Heaven." The Dragon King immediately regained his composure and commanded Minister Turtle to light the incense and contact the Great Thunder Monastery in the West Heaven. Suddenly, the once turbulent depths of the sea began to emit a wisp of blue smoke, which drifted to the surface and, in mere moments, reached the Great Thunder Monastery 1,000 miles away. Inside the monastery, Buddha, The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang has urgent matters to report. A young monk, responsible for liaising between realms, presented the wisp of blue smoke with utmost reverence. Present it, the Buddha, awakened from meditation, waved his sleeve, and the smoke settled into his palm. Without any visible action, he crushed the smoke within his grasp and then closed his eyes. Soon after, his expression shifted dramatically. Buddha, what urgent matter does the East Sea Dragon King have? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva inquired softly, sensing that the mischievous stone monkey might have stirred up trouble. After a moment, the Buddha extinguished the smoke in his hand, his face a picture of distress. That stone monkey merely wandered around the East Sea and did not take the Rui Jingu Bang. What? The expressions of the myriad Buddhas changed drastically. The monkey did not procure the divine weapon? How could this be possible? Was he not tempted? But Buddha, if he did not take the divine weapon, then why did he venture to the East Sea? Manjushri Bodhisattva articulated the confusion that weighed heavily on his mind. The Buddha inhaled deeply, according to the monkey himself. He descended into the East Sea seemingly in search of inspiration. Inspiration? At this, the entire assembly of Buddhas fell silent. What kind of reasoning was this? What was this inspiration? Could it possibly enhance one's power? The Buddhas were perplexed, unsure of what scheme the monkey was concocting. Just then, the Buddha spoke again, his countenance darkening further. The old Dragon King also stated that the reason the stone monkey did not take the weapon was due to instructions from his master. Upon hearing this, the Buddhas exchanged bewildered glances. According to the news brought back by the six-eared macaque, that monkey's master was none other than the Taoist deity of morality. Goodness, it turned out that this old rascal was behind the scenes. The Buddhas gritted their teeth, secretly cursing the Taoist deity of morality for being a thorn in their side. Just as they were poised to embark on the grand journey to the west, the deity seemed intent on thwarting their plans at every turn. Buddha, how should we address this matter? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva spoke gravely. Among the Buddhas, he was the most concerned about the events surrounding the journey to the west. Originally, the plan had anticipated Sun Wukong causing a ruckus in the underworld next, but now, with this unexpected turn of events, whether that monkey would even head to the underworld remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha declared, matters involving saints should be resolved among saints. I shall report this to the two holy figures of our Buddhist order. As for us, we shall continue to suppress the heavenly court, hoping to instill some apprehension in the deity of morality. Understood. After departing from the Dragon Palace treasury, Sun Wukong did not immediately return to Flower Fruit Mountain, but instead meandered through the Dragon Palace. His descent into the sea had primarily been for the purpose of gathering materials and inspiration, and the more familiar he became with the Dragon Palace, the better. They say inspiration springs from life. My excursion has indeed yielded great rewards. As he walked along the path leading to the Dragon Palace entrance, Sun Wukong glanced around, intending to incorporate the entire Dragon Palace into his narrative. Just then, he noticed something slowly crawling along the roadside. Approaching for a closer look, he could hear encouraging words being uttered. Come on, let us strive to reach the entrance this year. I, little 9, must see that divine text. The little turtle spoke with determination, laboriously making its way forward. Chapter 32. Have I, the Taoist deity of morality, become the scapegoat? Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain from the Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong wore an expression of delight, sitting on the stone chair in the water curtain cave while humming a cheerful tune. Observing his king's exuberance, General Ba smiled and inquired, My king, how was your expedition to the Dragon Palace? What treasures have you brought back? To entice Sun Wukong to descend into the Dragon Palace, he had exerted tremendous effort. And now that Sun Wukong had returned, his demeanor suggested a bountiful harvest, evidently having acquired the Rui Jingu Bang. Thinking of this, General Ba became excited as well. With the Rui Jingu Bang secured and the East Sea seal broken, his mission was halfway accomplished, and he anticipated a swift reward from the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong glanced at him and replied with a grin. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. I have befriended the old Dragon King and gathered ample material and inspiration. What? Material and inspiration? What of the Rui Jingu Bang? Did my king not acquire any tangible treasures? General Ba's heart tightened as he asked in a hushed tone. Sun Wukong regarded him with suspicion, sensing that General Ba was acting rather peculiar. He had first urged him to descend into the Dragon Palace, and now seemed overly concerned about whether he had procured any treasures. Tangible treasures? Sun Wukong grinned widely, declaring, In my humble opinion, All treasures and weapons are nothing but worthless trinkets. Nothing compares to the significance of gathering material and inspiration for stories. Having witnessed his master, Mu Chen, transform the treasures of novels into reality, he firmly believed that with diligent practice, he too could acquire such abilities. In due time, he would possess as many treasures and weapons as he desired. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, General Ba's expression faltered, growing increasingly dismal. After all the commotion, their king had merely taken a stroll in the Eastern Sea. What a futile effort. General Ba felt on the verge of collapse, overwhelmed by his emotions. He had exerted himself, losing countless brain cells, only to find it all for naught. Alas, such is the unpredictability of life. Casting a glance at the increasingly neglected General Ba, Sun Wukong chose to disregard him and instead retrieved a brush from his waist, embarking on the continuation of his writing of Journey to the West. His recent experience in the Dragon Palace had been immensely fruitful, especially after encountering the Rui Jingu Bang, which inspired a torrent of creativity, as if endless stories were clamoring within him. Thus, he dipped his brush. Good Monkey King, leaping to the bridgehead. Performing the water separation spell, twisting his fingers, he plunged into the waves, parting the waters, heading straight into the depths of the Eastern Sea where the Dragon King awaited. Accompanied by General Ba, who bore the might of the eels, lifting forth a 9-pronged fork. With a flick of his wrist, Sun Wukong guided the brush. Envisioning the scenes from his descent into the Eastern Sea, the narrative unfolding vividly in his mind. The Dragon King led him to the heart of the sea, where golden light shone in myriad beams. The Dragon King pointed out, that radiant object is the Rui Jingu Bang. As he wrote with increasing fervor, Sun Wukong meticulously chronicled the tale of his treasure acquisition in the Dragon Palace. Simultaneously, the entire journey to the west burst forth with astonishing brilliance. A torrent of creativity flooding into Sun Wukong's being. Thunderous roars reverberated within him, his power climbing rapidly: Earth Immortal Midstage, Earth Immortal Pinnacle, Heaven Immortal Midstage, Mysterious Immortal Pinnacle, and finally, True Immortal Initial Stage. As the story fell into rhythm, Sun Wukong's cultivation surged, with mere lines of text propelling him across 3 major realms. A terrifying aura emanated from his being, sending the monkey populace of Flower and Fruit Mountain trembling in fear, while General Ba stood agape in astonishment. There had been a grave miscalculation. Their king was not of the Earth Immortal realm, but had transcended to that of a true immortal. Merely a step away from the Golden Immortal realm, he had been concealing his true strength. General Ba's heart raced in alarm. It was imperative he relay this news to the Buddhist realm promptly. In the midst of his shock, Sun Wukong's journey to the west had already flowed forth nearly 1,000 words, depicting the monkey's successful acquisition of the Rui Jingu Bang. Now wielding a weapon of his own, with a beaming countenance, Wukong ascended the throne, placing the iron staff upright, instantly transforming it into a needle-like form that could be concealed within his ear. Upon reaching this point, Sun Wukong exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, there exists a treasure house within the pages of a book. Since he began penning his tales, his entire existence had transformed, and his cultivation ascended effortlessly. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor wore a grim expression, enveloping the entire hall in a heavy, tense atmosphere. The deities dared not utter a word, remaining in silent reverence. After a significant pause, the Jade Emperor's cold snort shattered the stillness. How outrageous! This is truly intolerable, he exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, his chest heaving. Had there been anything upon his table, he might have hurled it in frustration. For this was not the first time he had felt such rage. Your Majesty, please remain calm. The Buddhist faction's intentions are nefarious, and our heavenly court must respond with composure, advised the old strategist, Tai-Bai Jinxing, wielding a Buddhist staff. The Jade Emperor regarded him, sighing, Tai-Bai, how can I remain calm? Previously, the Buddhist sect sought to encroach upon the Central Plains, and we secretly aided Tuoba Tao to ascend the throne. Although Tuoba Tao eradicated the Buddhists, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Now, the Buddhist sect repeatedly harasses our heavenly court's generals at the southern heavenly gate, claiming their karmic burdens are too profound, and the only way to alleviate them is to renounce the worldly life. Tell me, my dear ministers, is this not absurd? As he spoke, the Jade Emperor grew increasingly agitated. Whether in heaven or on earth, which general has not stained their hands with blood? Karmic burdens too deep? Nonsense. Now, They have dug their claws into our domain. This is clearly a sign of disrespect. As his words fell, the other deities nodded in agreement. The Buddhist sect has gone too far, they exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation, eager to confront the Buddhist monks at Ling Mountain. At that moment, the Jade Emperor raised his hand, signaling for silence. By the way, I previously dispatched Marshal Tianping to investigate the Buddhist sect. I wonder if there are any results? Just then, a deity stepped forward, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, after descending to the mortal realm, Marshal Tianping wasted no time and headed directly to Mount Fangsuan. After spending a day there, he proceeded to the Eastern Sea, and he should have arrived by now. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Indeed, Marshal Tianping is commendable. He went straight to Mount Fangsuan, aware of its connection to the Buddhist sect, seeking to approach it from that angle. But what connection could the Eastern Sea possibly have with the Buddhist sect? The Jade Emperor pondered, suspecting something amiss. For the Eastern Sea was within the dominion of the Heavenly Court, and the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was a subject of the court, ideally having no dealings with them. It seemed Marshal Tianping had uncovered something significant. Your Majesty, given that Marshal Tianping is still investigating and the Buddhist sect continues to provoke us, how should our Heavenly Court respond? A deity inquired. The Jade Emperor remained silent for a moment, then replied, This matter is too peculiar. Allow me to first report to the Taching Taoist and seek his counsel. After dismissing the Heavenly Court assembly, the Jade Emperor transformed into a golden dragon, soaring towards the 33 heavens. He arrived at the Xiyou Palace within the chaos, bowing thrice before entering the side hall where the abode of the Taoist of virtue resided. Sage, the Buddhist sect has repeatedly trespassed against our Heavenly Court, disregarding its authority. I beseech you to take charge. The Jade Emperor implored upon entering the grand hall of the Taoist of virtue, bowing respectfully. Yet, compared to the relationship between the Tathagata and the two saints, the Jade Emperor appeared far more confident before his own sage. After all, the incarnation of the Taoist of virtue currently held a position within the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the Jade Emperor had once served as a disciple beside Hongjun Laozu, a status that could not be compared to that of the Tathagata. As his words faded, a series of coughs echoed through the hall. The Taoist of virtue, covered in dust and looking rather disheveled, emerged from behind the alchemical furnace, his expression one of annoyance. Those two old rascals, Zhuanti and Jane, are too cunning. They just used divine consciousness to ambush me. What did you just say? The Taoist of virtue wiped the grime from his face, casually taking a seat on a nearby mat, displaying none of the demeanor of a sage, resembling more of a mischievous old man. The Jade Emperor, feeling somewhat awkward, reiterated his earlier statement. Upon hearing this, the Taoist of virtue frowned, muttering to himself, Strange, this is exceedingly strange. The Jade Emperor inquired, Sage, what is the meaning of this? The Taoist of virtue regarded him sternly. I suspect someone is using my name to interfere with the journey to the west. Just now, Zhuanti and Jane sought me out using divine consciousness, accusing me of secretly taking the stone monkey as my disciple and even instructing him not to descend into the sea to acquire weapons. Yet, I have done none of these things. As he spoke, the revered Taoist was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invectives. Who, pray tell, dared to splatter filth upon my esteemed self? Should I uncover the identity of this scoundrel, I shall surely refine your soul into a celestial elixir and scatter your ashes to the winds. The Taoist's face contorted with indignation, shifting from a pallid hue to a deep shade of green. He then turned to the Jade Emperor and solemnly declared, The Buddhism sect's animosity towards the Heavenly Court likely stems from this misunderstanding. They firmly believe I am the master of the stone monkey, and this matter may prove difficult to clarify. But, my Emperor, shall we simply disregard this misunderstanding? Perhaps I should send someone to explain? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, realizing that the Buddhism sect's unwarranted hostility towards the Heavenly Court was indeed rooted in this incident. The Taoist crossed his arms and chuckled coldly, saying, Explain? I am the revered Taoist. There is no need for me to justify myself to the Buddhism sect. As the saying goes, the Tao follows nature. When the waters recede and the stones are revealed, the Buddhism sect shall surely pay the price for their folly. We need only observe the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, even the Jade Emperor could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was well known that the Taoists espoused the principles of natural order and non-action. Yet here he remained remarkably composed despite the turmoil descending from above. The Jade Emperor suddenly comprehended that this very composure was likely what had elevated the Taoist to the status of a sage. Moreover, as I am aware, the Buddhism sect intends to lure that stone monkey into the netherworld. You must prepare the heavenly court to draw the stone monkey into the netherworld before they make their move. The journey to the west is a contest of fortune. And now that our heavenly court and the Buddhism sect have irrevocably severed ties, many actions that were previously untenable can now be pursued without hesitation. A smile graced the Taoist's lips, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Since the Buddhism sect has overturned the game board, there is no longer any need to adhere to its rules. The one who can accumulate the most fortune during the journey to the west shall emerge as the victor. Chapter 33. My king, I beg you to enter the netherworld. At Ling Tai Fong Xiyou Mountain, within the Three Flavors bookstore, the system chimed. Having completed the creation of the Radiant Spring, Zhu Bajie, you should now be capable of writing within the realm of high martial arts, given your current talent value. Lying leisurely in a rattan chair, Mu Chen was attended by two curvaceous plastic mannequins, diligently massaging his back. These mannequins were creations of Mu Chen's own making, forged from the void. Once Sun Wukong completed his work on Journey to the West, he intended to imbue these mannequins with life through the laws of existence. At that moment, a new tale would unfold. Ding. With your current talent value, you can create a portion of high martial arts novels. Please exercise discernment, host. Only a portion of high martial arts novels? Mu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that the challenge of crafting within the high martial arts genre was no trivial matter. Nevertheless, he did not allow discouragement to take root. To be able to create even a fraction of high martial arts novels was a significant milestone. He understood that crafting novels in this genre required substantial talent support, but once created, the probability of readers grasping divine abilities would increase, thereby replenishing any initial loss of talent. Thus, he needed to choose the appropriate novel to maximize benefits while minimizing talent expenditure. What should he write next? Mu Chen rested his chin on his hand, lost in profound contemplation. Just then, a system notification pinged. Ding. Your disciple Sun Wukong is about to encounter a crisis. Please provide timely assistance. Wukong is in danger? Mu Chen paused for a moment, glancing towards the direction of Huagua Mountain. Then his eyes gleamed with golden light as he activated the Eye of Insight, peering 1,000 miles ahead. At Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong was practicing his calligraphy in the water curtain cave when a panicked voice interrupted him. My king, Grandpa Monkey has passed away. He looked up to see General Ba, his face a mask of distress, tears streaming down his monkey visage. Grandpa Monkey was the eldest among the monkeys of Huagua Mountain and had been one of the two leaders who inquired about the authenticity of Sun Wukong during the earlier incident. No one had anticipated that the once vigorous Grandpa Monkey would suddenly depart from this world. The brush in Sun Wukong's hand trembled, ink splattering onto the bamboo slips and obscuring the characters he had just written, causing his eyes to redden with sorrow. He recalled that during his quest for immortality, it was this very Grandpa Monkey who had tearfully bestowed several fruits upon him, urging him to return safely. Memories flooded back, and Sun Wukong gripped the brush tightly, remaining silent for a long time. My king, Grandpa Monkey is a venerable elder of Huagua Mountain. We cannot simply let him go like this. Please, you must think of a way. General Ba pleaded, his face awash with tears, resembling a descendant in mourning. Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow as he took a deep breath and inquired, General Ba, how did Grandpa Monkey pass? He died of old age. General Ba hesitated, suddenly growing anxious. Sun Wukong, still enveloped in grief, did not notice the general's unease and merely nodded sorrowfully. If he died of old age, then he lived a full life. It is a blessing. With that, Sun Wukong raised his voice, issue my command. Prepare the finest coffin and gather the best bananas and fruits to send Grandpa Monkey off. A farewell? General Bob blinked in confusion. Why are we having a farewell? Shouldn't we first go to the netherworld to erase the death record and retrieve Grandpa Monkey's spirit? Why had it turned into a farewell? Could it be that the king was entirely unaware of the netherworld? General Ba, desperately trying to muster tears, tugged at Sun Wukong's pants, begging, my king, you possess great powers. You must have a way to bring Grandpa Monkey back to life. The Buddhism sect had assigned him the task of sending Sun Wukong to the netherworld, yet now this monkey seemed utterly unperturbed. This was a cause of great distress for General Ba. Sun Wukong wiped away a tear and sighed. Since ancient times, life and death have been the natural order. We cannot force what is fated. But you could go to the netherworld and bring back Grandpa Monkey's spirit, General Ba insisted. However, Sun Wukong shook his head and spoke earnestly. General Ba, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Some matters must adhere to the will of heaven. We cannot impose our desires. How can you be certain that bringing Grandpa Monkey's spirit back to the mortal realm is the right course of action? Sun Wukong exhaled a heavy breath and continued. Do you wish for Grandpa Monkey to wander as a restless spirit in the human realm? Or would you prefer him to be reborn into a good life in his next incarnation? During the time spent following Master Mu Chen to write, I have learned many truths. Writing requires an understanding of moderation. To control the rhythm, one must know where to elaborate and where to be concise. Sometimes, life is akin to this. One must know when to stop. There are things one should not pursue. Grandpa Monkey lived as a monkey for a lifetime. In his next life, let him be an ordinary person, and let us refrain from disturbing him. Sun Wukong patted General Ba on the shoulder. Yet General Ba stood frozen, his mind consumed by Sun Wukong's words about a gentleman knowing when to act and when to refrain, the phrase echoing loudly in his thoughts. Subsequently, General Ba remained silent as he wandered to an isolated spot. From his pocket, he pulled out a candle, gritting his teeth, and threw it down the mountain. To hell with the Buddhism sect. I'm done, he shouted, his voice reverberating through the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, Sun Wukong stood atop an ancient tree, silently observing his retreating figure. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor gazed into the Haotian mirror, observing the scene at Huaguo Mountain, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It seems this General Ba is a spy planted by the Buddhism sect at Huaguo Mountain. It is indeed unexpected that the Buddhist sect would not anticipate that their appointed spy would be completely swayed by a single utterance from the stone monkey. With a cheerful demeanor, he savored a cup of exquisite liquor, feeling his spirits lift. The deities present before the hall erupted in laughter, reveling in the spectacle. One cannot deny the remarkable prowess of this keen stone monkey, who seemingly possesses such profound wisdom. Ever since his disappearance and subsequent return, he has transformed entirely, grasping truths that elude us gathered here. Alas, how I feel inadequate. The deities lamented in unison. At that moment, the Jade Emperor suddenly declared, convey my decree. Summon the judge of the underworld, Lu Zhidao, to promptly proceed to Flower Fruit Mountain and forcibly seize the soul of the stone monkey to bring him to the underworld for punishment. Immediately, someone was dispatched to descend to the mortal realm, heading towards the underworld. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained unaware that the gravest peril since his emergence was silently approaching. Chapter 34. My master is the greatest writer in the three realms. In the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong held an empty wine cup, lifting it to the moonlight filtering through the crevices, lost in thought. Grandpa Monkey, I will uncover the truth behind your death, he murmured, sorrow and disappointment flickering in his eyes. Bring General Ba to the water prison. I suspect he colluded with the Buddhist sect to bring about Grandpa Monkey's demise. He gestured to several nearby monkeys, issuing commands. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions about General Ba. As an ordinary demon monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, his uncanny familiarity with the Dragon Palace of the East Sea was remarkable, even encouraging Wukong to seek treasures there multiple times. Moreover, following Grandpa Monkey's mysterious death, General Ba had suggested descending to the underworld, even showing knowledge of soul retrieval. There were far too many unanswered questions. Even if Wukong was reluctant to believe that a traitor lurked within his ranks, he could not dismiss the evidence before him. Fortunately, General Ba ultimately chose to abandon the shadows, casting away the connection to the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, imprisonment in the water prison would have been the least of his concerns. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong sank deeper into melancholy, pouring himself another drink and drinking alone. One cup followed another, and after consuming dozens, he began to see double, the effects of intoxication clouding his mind. You are Sun Wukong? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced his ear, resonating like ice and sending shivers down his spine. Yet, in his drunken stupor, Wukong merely nodded instinctively. Indeed, I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Excellent. Since you are Sun Wukong, come along with me. The icy voice commanded again. This time, Wukong felt something tightening around his neck, pulling him forward. Where are we going? He mumbled, still dazed. The voice coldly laughed. Where? Naturally, to the underworld. The underworld? In an instant, Sun Wukong jolted awake, his drunken haze dissipating somewhat. Opening his eyes, He realized he was no longer in the water-curtained cave, but in a strange place. Shadows loomed around him, the dim moonlight casting an eerie chill. As a gust of cold wind sliced through the air, making the shadows tremble. Have I arrived in the underworld? Wukong suddenly comprehended, realizing he had been ensnared. He immediately attempted to channel his internal spiritual energy to counteract the effects of intoxication. However, he discovered that his spiritual power was unresponsive. What is happening? Where's my magic? As he pondered, he felt a tremendous force gripping his neck, dragging him forward. Looking down, he noticed a thick iron chain around his neck. Its cold gleam evident, one end embedded firmly in his collarbone. It seemed that his magic was bound by this chain. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Sun Wukong demanded, gazing towards the figure leading him through the thick fog. The figure, clad in an official robe, turned slowly, revealing a muscular build and a cold smirk. I am the judge of the underworld, Lu Zhidao. As for why you have been captured, that is simply a command from above. Fangsuan Mountain, Sanwei Bookstore. The judge of the underworld, Lu Zhidao? Mu Chen's eyes glimmered with golden light as he gazed towards Flower Fruit Mountain, a flicker of killing intent crossing his face. I never expected the heavenly court would take such direct action for the sake of credit. He averted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he spoke coldly. If my disciple were a reckless and arrogant sort, it would be one thing, but he remains dutifully in Flower Fruit Mountain. How dare you not let him be? Do you truly think my disciple Mu Chen is easy to bully? At that moment, the entire Sanwei bookstore grew frigid under the chilling aura of Mu Chen's words. As if winter had arrived, Mu Chen's expression hardened as he drew forth his precious white gold wolf hairbrush. Since you have acted so excessively, do not blame me for being merciless. With a flick of his wrist, the brush spun rapidly, rising without wind and transforming into a streak of light directed towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Wukong, I temporarily lend you my white gold wolf hairbrush to help you through this ordeal, but do not tarnish the reputation of my Sanwei bookstore, he murmured, his expression returning to tranquility. The white gold wolf hairbrush was a gift from the system, far more precious than typical innate spiritual treasures, practically indestructible. More importantly, it had accompanied Mu Chen for many years, infused with immense talent, and even containing his spiritual consciousness, allowing Sun Wukong to temporarily wield the power of creating from the void. With this ability, combined with certain mystical techniques from the book, Sun Wukong could achieve extraordinary feats, operating with unparalleled skill. In the underworld, along the road to the Yellow Springs, Sun Wukong bore a grim expression, compelled to follow Lu Zhidao forward, uncertain of their destination. This was the first time since his emergence that he faced such peril. You need not blame me. I am merely carrying out orders. If you must place blame, then blame your ill fate, Lu Zhidao remarked, walking ahead without a glance back, cold laughter escaping his lips. In his eyes, this monkey was nothing more than an ordinary demon, oblivious to the reasons behind the celestial decree that had led to his capture. Yet, he had no interest in such matters, as he believed this monkey was doomed to eternal damnation. Pa, you are nothing but a lackey for the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong spat defiantly, even before Lu Zhidao had spoken of serving the higher-ups. Wukong had realized that today's events were undoubtedly tied to the heavenly court. Despite his adherence to the law in recent days, they still sought to apprehend him. Lackey? Lu Zhidao's brow furrowed in displeasure, causing him to halt abruptly and sweep his sleeve. A gust of cold wind struck Sun Wukong's face, akin to a slap, causing his spirit to tremble, nearly shattering his soul. Currently, his spirit was trapped in the underworld while his physical form remained in the mortal realm. Such disrespect towards me. If my master were to learn of this, you would not escape unscathed. Sun Wukong glared at Lu Zhidao's retreating figure, his gaze alone sending chills down the judge's spine. Master? Huh. You may not realize that the Patriarch Bodhi is also a member of the Buddhist sect. Lu Zhidao chuckled, a smile playing on his lips. What an amusing monkey. I have heard he has taken you as his disciple, but little do you know. You have walked right into the tiger's den. Do you truly think to use the Patriarch Bodhi to intimidate me? This monkey is still too naive. Is that old wretch truly worthy of being my master? Sun Wukong paused momentarily, then let out a cold laughter. It seems he ought to express his gratitude to the old Bodhi, for without him, how could he have entered the Three Flavors bookstore and become Mu Chen's disciple? Huh. Your master is not Bodhi Patriarch? Then who is it? Lu Zhidao was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Having spent so long in the underworld, he was not well informed about the happenings of the outside world. Could it be that this monkey had no master? Me, Sun Wukong, would never kneel before that old man Bodhi. My master is the foremost writer of the three realms, the current proprietor of the Three Flavors bookstore. With his hands on his hips, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with pride. He was confident that his master's renown would frighten his opponent into submission. The foremost writer of the three realms? A mere author? Liu Jidao's head was filled with question marks. What on earth was this? When did this monkey's master become a scholar? Chapter 35. Wukong and Xiaoyin joined forces to defeat Liu Jidao. Liu Jidao felt astonished. But it was merely a fleeting surprise. After all, he cared not who this monkey's master was, even if it were the Jade Emperor himself. It would not prevent today's events. Demon Monkey, your master is just a mere scholar. He cannot protect you. You should obediently come with me. Liu Jidao sneered disdainfully, and from his sleeve, he launched an iron chain towards Sun Wukong's ankles. Oh no! Sun Wukong's heart tightened as he sensed a formidable threat emanating from the chain. It felt as though once it ensnared him, he would lose any chance of turning the tables. No way, I must flee. Only by escaping this realm of Yama and returning to the mortal world could he harness his physical strength to break free from the iron chain's grasp. Then, wouldn't he be able to thrash this old fool? With thoughts racing like lightning, Sun Wukong dodged the chain's assault while struggling to retreat. Huh? Wish to return to the mortal realm? With you? Liu Jidao chuckled coldly, yanking the chain that bound Sun Wukong's neck with great force. Boom! An immense force surged forth, akin to a great mountain, yanking Sun Wukong back and slamming him into the ground, creating a deep pit. Demon Monkey, your strength may be great, but your spirit is weak. Moreover, this is the underworld, where the rules of Yama suppress you. You are destined to be my plaything. With his hands behind his back, he looked down on Sun Wukong with a smug expression. He could not fathom why the Jade Emperor ordered him to personally fetch this monkey when he could have simply sent a lesser ghost to do so. It was far too much of an honor for this monkey. A plaything? Soon enough, my master will sense what is happening here, and then you shall weep. Sun Wukong glared at Liu Jidao, unyielding. Ha ha ha, how absurd. You rely on that scholar of yours? A worthless fool who can only scribble with a pen? I shall be waiting right here. Would he dare to come? Liu Jidao erupted in laughter, convinced that this was the greatest joke he had heard all year. As if in response to this mockery, a radiant streak of light descended from the heavens, cutting through the endless darkness and dispelling the surrounding malevolence, shaking the very air. What is that? Liu Jidao squinted, feeling as if his spiritual essence was being scorched. What power is this? It is neither Yin energy, nor spiritual energy, nor even Buddhist power. It seems to be the essence of righteous vigor. It's coming. Run. As the light fell, the spirits along the Yellow Springs Road scattered in terror. Even the stationed ghost soldiers turned pale, trembling with fear. The power emanating from that light was simply terrifying. They felt as if they could glimpse myriad realms within it, worlds of fierce combat, realms of divine spirits and magic, and even a tragic world where dragons and pigs were in love. What is happening? Liu Jidao was both astonished and furious, clearly sensing that the light was aimed directly at him. With a piercing sound, golden light tore through the air. Liu Jidao was horrified, focusing intently, only to realize that this golden light was none other than a brush. His eyelids twitched, shock washing over him. For this brush was of innate spiritual treasure caliber. Huh, it's my master's brush. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy upon seeing the brush, knowing without a doubt that it had been sent by his master to aid him. After all, within the three realms, apart from his master, who else would possess a weapon that was merely a brush, and one of such immense value? Ecstatic, Sun Wukong leaped up, waving his hand. As if responding to his call, the white jade wolf hairbrush swooped in a graceful arc through the air, landing in Sun Wukong's hands with a jubilant cheer. Wukong, I am temporarily lending you the white gold wolf hairbrush to help you through this tribulation. But do not tarnish the reputation of my Three Flavors bookstore. The voice of his master, Mu Chen, echoed in his ears. Sun Wukong felt warmth in his heart as he tightly gripped the brush, instantly regaining all his spiritual energy. And even the suppressive rules of the underworld could no longer bind him. This was the power of talent. With a mere tremor of his body, the iron chains that bound his neck disintegrated into ashes, dispersing with the winds that swept around him. How is this possible? Liu Jidao was utterly bewildered. The iron chain was forged from the very rules of the underworld. Once a spirit was ensnared, even a celestial being from the heavens would find it difficult to break free. Yet this monkey, with just an enigmatic brush, had effortlessly shattered the underworld's constraints. Could it be that this monkey was about to turn the tide? Lu Zhidao could hardly believe it. The task he had nearly completed was now disrupted by a mere brush. Damn it. Even if someone came, I could accept that. But a broken brush? How much more disrespectful can one be? As he was reeling from shock, Sun Wukong, brush in hand, soared into the air. Hey, you vile creature, taking advantage of me and attempting to ensnare my spirit. Today, I shall demand an explanation. With the white gold wolf hairbrush, Sun Wukong temporarily gained his master Mu Chen's ability to create from the void, enabling him to summon objects and treasures from all of Mu Chen's novels. His combat prowess skyrocketing. Defeating Lu Zhidao would be a simple task. Lu Zhidao, your end is nigh, Sun Wukong shouted, as he pointed the brush into the void, conjuring a towering shadow 7 feet tall. The shadow donned a black hooded cloak and wielded a massive black iron ruler, emanating an aura as profound as the ocean, terrifying beyond measure. Brother Xiao, today I ask you to join me in battling this old thief of the underworld. Sun Wukong grinned, standing beside the shadow. This shadow was a perfect replica of the protagonist from Battle Through the Heavens, possessing all the abilities of the original character. The shadow slightly bowed to Sun Wukong, and soon a gray-brown flame hovered above its head, resembling a gray sun, radiating intense heat. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong summoned the azure lotus heart fire, which spiraled around him. As the two extraordinary fires manifested, the surrounding space instantly warped, the pressure overwhelming. Lu Zhidao's expression grew grave. He had never anticipated that Sun Wukong could not only shatter the constraints of the underworld, but also create an ally of equal strength using that brush. This was a bit too underhanded. However, this was the underworld, his territory. He had no reason to fear battle. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Lu Zhidao bellowed, channeling his entire spiritual energy, and an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth behind him, rushing towards Sun Wukong and the shadow. Flame dividing devouring wave. The shadow brandished the massive ruler and advanced swiftly, preparing to strike. Sun Wukong wielded a brush, gently tapping it in the void. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. This move was directly fueled by the talents of the white jade wolf hair brush, amplifying its power threefold. Resplendent flames blossomed beneath Lu Zhidao's feet, the firelight soaring to the heavens. Boom. With just 2 simple moves, the flame-devouring wavebreaker broke through Lu Zhidao's energy storm. Almost simultaneously, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus bloomed, a torrent of flames merging into one, illuminating an entire path of the underworld. Look at the brush. Sun Wukong surged forward, the wolf hair brush creating ripples in the air, its tip sharpening as it inscribed countless characters of death in the sky. As Sun Wukong attacked, innumerable death characters coalesced, sealing Lu Zhidao's escape route. Ultimately, Lu Zhidao was merely at the golden immortal level. Although his cultivation surpassed that of the monkey, he was no match for the white jade wolf hair brush. At this moment, he was utterly terrified, for as those characters approached, he genuinely sensed the breath of death. This place is not suitable for lingering. Lu Zhidao's lips twitched as he turned to flee. Demon monkey, I am a judge of the underworld. Your attack is a provocation against the netherworld. He shouted back while running. Judge of the underworld? Even if you were the Jade Emperor of Heaven, I, old son, would strike you down without hesitation. What do I fear? The monkey scoffed, filled with disdain. In his eyes, the netherworld, the heavenly court, were all nonsense. In old son's eyes, there is only the 3-flavor bookstore. Chapter 36. Furious decapitation of the judge. Xidagarba takes action. Sun Wukong's feet moved in a flurry, generating gales as he chased after Lu Zhidao like a swift swallow. Brother Xiao, may I borrow your xuanzhou? He shouted toward the shadow behind him. Although the shadow lacked life, it was utterly obedient to its creator, promptly tossing the enormous into the air. With a swift somersault, Sun Wukong landed on the bang. The immense bent under the pressure, and Sun Wukong stood at one end, stamping his foot with force, launching himself into the air while firmly grasping the flies. The monkey exclaimed with excitement, hurling it directly at Lu Zhidao's back. Ouch! Lu Zhidao howled in pain, cursing under his breath and running even faster. Hey, where are you running to? Sun Wukong, wielding his brush, waved it, unleashing endless ink that transformed into towering walls. Yet, Lu Zhidao was no pushover. He swiftly retrieved a pill from his waist, consuming it, and his aura surged violently, breaking through the myriad death characters and layers of walls, escaping the path of the underworld. Simultaneously, the shadow created by the brush dissipated in the air, awaiting its next creation. Lu, even if you escape to the 18th level of hell, I, old Sun, will make you regret it. Sun Wukong pursued him. Although his master, Mu Chen, had advised him not to venture into the underworld, now that his primordial spirit was restrained there, he could no longer afford to heed such warnings. Old thief, die? He sprinted forward, quickly closing the distance to Lu Zhidao. However, Lu Zhidao had now attained the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal, while Sun Wukong was merely a true immortal. A difference of two major realms, making it difficult for him to catch up, which made him anxious and restless. Looking at the brush in his hand, he couldn't help but mutter, if only this brush could grow a bit longer. The moment he finished speaking, the white jade wolf hair brush seemed to respond to his command. Its bristles rapidly extending, each hair growing as thick as a finger, stretching infinitely. One end remained in Sun Wukong's hand, while the other end. Countless wolf hairs stretched for miles, resembling a giant hand reaching for Lu Zhidao. What the heck? Is this even possible? Sun Wukong was astonished. He had initially thought his master's brush, capable of creating in the void, was already impressive, but now he discovered the brush itself possessed such extraordinary powers. When will my brush reach this level? He envied fervently. Meanwhile, Lu Zhidao, having survived a close call, felt a surge of joy. Aha, I have ultimately escaped. He pondered how that monkey could be so formidable, and that mysterious brush was even more incredible than his own judge's pen from the underworld. Reflecting on Sun Wukong's earlier brushwork made him shudder, still haunted by fear. What he had thought would be an easy task nearly cost him his life due to a mere brush. Fortunately, he had a celestial pill gifted by the Supreme Lord, or he truly would have found it difficult to escape. Lu Zhidao headed towards Fengdu Ghost City, intending to find a place to wash his feet, receive a massage, and soothe his wounded spirit. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a rush of wind behind him, sending chills down his spine. Turning back, he was startled to see a gigantic hand composed of countless wolf hairs reaching for him. Could it be that monkey? Lu Zhidao's eyes twitched in fear as he exerted all his strength to sprint towards Fengdu Ghost City. The city housed the 10 Yama kings and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, enough to deter any minor trouble. His speed increased rapidly, and he finally spotted the distant gates of the ghost city. Before he could rejoice, he noticed that the giant wolf hair hand had transformed into a slender finger, darting towards him at an astonishing speed. No, Lu Zhidao trembled, the fear gripping him tightly. If that slender finger strikes true, I'll be left in a state of ruin. Ah, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, save me. He cried out in desperation, racing towards Fengdu Ghost City. His face contorted by the fierce winds that blew against him. It could be said that he left Fengdu Ghost City in all its glory, yet returned in utter disgrace. The ghosts, both great and small, in Fengdu Ghost City heard his cries, turning to see what was happening. This is it. I'm truly socially dead now. Lu Zhidao's face turned crimson as he fled even faster. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun the white jade wolf hair brush. Boom. The slender wolf hair transformed into a massive finger, striking Lu Zhidao from behind. The ghosts in Fengdu Ghost City widened their eyes at the scene before them, witnessing something unimaginable. The slender finger effortlessly pierced through the body of the renowned Judge Lu, blood spattering forth, and he could not even emit a scream in time. Is this too gruesome? Did he even leave behind a soul? So, our Judge Lu was done in by a mere finger? The ghosts were aghast, unable to comprehend the reality before them. In that moment, their minds were filled with only two words: absurd. Thud. Lu Zhidao's corpse fell at the gates of Fengdu Ghost City, while the giant wolf hair finger transformed into a smiling face in midair, subsequently shrinking infinitely until it vanished. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The ghosts of the underworld gaped, their minds consumed by the image of that smiling face. This smile, without a doubt, was a provocation to the entire netherworld. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from deep within Fengdu Ghost City, followed by a furious shout. How outrageous! Who dares to slay my judge in the netherworld? The voice, imbued with authority, belonged to Qin Guangwang, the king of hell. Furious, Qin Guangwang was about to pursue when a gentle voice echoed from the void. Qin Guangwang. This matter was caused by the stone monkey. Allow this poor monk to handle it. As the voice faded, golden lotuses blossomed throughout Fengdu Ghost City. And from these lotuses emerged ethereal golden figures, representing all beings. These golden phantoms are the incarnations of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Obediently, I shall leave all matters to the Bodhisattva. King Qin Guang reigned in his imposing presence and returned to his grand hall. Soon after, countless golden phantoms emerged from the outskirts of Fengdu City, ultimately converging to form a towering golden figure of 100 zhang. Monkey King, you have committed heinous acts. Come with me to hell to face your punishment. The resounding voice echoed throughout the underworld. With a wave of the 100 zhang golden figure's sleeves, a thick tome flew forth, enveloping Sun Wukong. Just after slaying Lu Zhidao, Sun Wukong had yet to revel in his victory when he saw the sudden approach of the towering golden figure hurling a book at him. He vaguely discerned the 3 characters inscribed upon it, the Book of Life and Death. Chapter 37, The Stone Monkey's Great Alteration of the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death is one of the human texts among the 3 records of heaven, earth, and man, gathering the utmost power from the 3 realms, chronicling the lifespans of all beings, possessing the ability to seize the creation of heaven and earth. It is indeed the treasure of the underworld. Now in the hands of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, blessed by supreme Buddhist power, it radiated brilliant golden light, and the characters within expanded to colossal proportions, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, instinctively attempting to escape the oppressive aura of the Book of Life and Death, yet to his astonishment, he found his body completely immobilized. What is happening? He gasped in shock, helplessly observing the golden tome of life and death descending upon him. Monkey King, surrender yourself, otherwise. Do not blame me for being merciless. The 100 zhang golden figure of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with hands clasped in reverence, gazed down upon Sun Wukong, his ancient eyes reflecting the indifference with which one regards an ant. In truth, to him, Sun Wukong was no different than a mere insect. Bah! Another bald monk from the Buddhist sect. Do as you will. If I, the great sage, were to frown, you would be my grandfather. Sun Wukong retorted vehemently, staring defiantly at Ksitigarbha. Ba, be suppressed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva formed a seal with his fingers, conjuring a circle of enigmatic Buddhist light. The Book of Life and Death trembled with golden brilliance, and then the pages began to turn, casting layers of radiance upon Sun Wukong. Oh no! Sun Wukong screamed in agony, feeling as if every bone in his body were being crushed, the rays of light scorching him like the most searing flames. Then, with a swish, the layers of light surged, drawing Sun Wukong into the book. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled faintly, beckoning to reclaim the Book of Life and Death into his possession. He cast a glance at the tome, and saw a monkey cowering in the corner, trembling with fear, clutching a brush. Merely a mischievous monkey. Does he dare to rebel? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and he produced a stick of red incense, which ignited spontaneously and released a wisp of blue smoke. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva regarded the blue smoke, his previous nonchalance replaced by a demeanor of respect. I report to the Buddha. The Jade Emperor covets the authority of our Buddhist sect and secretly dispatched Judge Lu Zhidao to ensnare the stone monkey's soul. Now, Lu Zhidao has paid with his life, and the stone monkey has been captured in the Book of Life and Death. What shall we do next? His gentle voice wafted with the smoke toward the heavens until it vanished from sight. Before long, a voice of the Buddha echoed in Ksitigarbha's ears. You have done well. For now, confine the stone monkey within the Book of Life and Death. If necessary, employ private means to awaken his primal instincts. When the time is ripe, intentionally reveal a flaw to grant him freedom. Thus, the stone monkey will surely wreak havoc in the underworld. The lingering words of the Buddha resonated in his ears, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's eyes flickered as he respectfully bowed towards the west. Truly, he is the foremost among the Buddhist sects. Such a plan is indeed meticulous and thorough. Once the stone monkey creates turmoil in the underworld, the next step will be to cause chaos in the heavenly palace. At that moment, the heavenly Tao will respond, bestowing boundless merits, ensuring the prosperity of our Buddhist sect. With that thought, a smile grazed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lips as he leisurely made his way towards Fengdu Ghost City. In the heavenly court, Lingshao Palace, the Jade Emperor wore a look of delight as he leisurely admired the celestial maidens dancing gracefully in the hall. Their enchanting figures and exquisite forms captivated the heart. Sipping a small cup of wine, the Jade Emperor smiled, calculating the time. Lu Zhidao should have succeeded by now. Eager for good news, the Jade Emperor beckoned for Qian Li Yin and Shunfeng Er. What is the situation in the underworld? If that stone monkey has already arrived, Let him cause a ruckus. This matter must be arranged by our heavenly court to seize the merits that rightfully belong to the Buddhist sect. He instructed with emphasis. However, Qianli Yin and Shunfeng Air exchanged glances, both appearing apprehensive. We report to the Jade Emperor. Judge Liu has been slain by the stone monkey. And as for the stone monkey, he has been captured by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Since Judge Liu has succeeded, what of our plan? Liu has been slain? The Jade Emperor's words faltered, his smile freezing, and even the wine cup slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents across the floor. What has happened? How could Judge Liu die? He is a judge of the underworld at the golden immortal level, possessing the transcendent elixir from the Supreme Lord. Originally, he had meticulously arranged everything, but little did he know that Lu Zhidao had failed so miserably, losing his life at the hands of a monkey. What was even more unacceptable was that the monkey had been captured by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. After all that effort, the Buddhist sect had reaped the benefits. Infuriating. What was worse? He had boasted in front of his subordinates, only for things to end up in failure. With this thought, the Jade Emperor felt his face stinging. Truly, he had lost both the lady and the troops. In the underworld, within the Book of Life and Death, noticing that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had shifted his attention elsewhere, Sun Wukong's eyes darted, and he sprang up from the corner, brimming with spirit. Fortunately, I, the great sage, am also a writer. And my inner talent serves as protection, being of the same origin as the power of this Book of Life and Death. Otherwise, I would truly be done for this time. With a chuckle, he retrieved his master Mu Chen's platinum wolf hair brush. Though he could not break free from the constraints of the Book of Life and Death, he could secretly send the brush out to plead for help from his master. With this thought, Sun Wukong began to survey the space of the Book of Life and Death. All around him hung golden pages, each several zhang long, covered in crooked, inked characters. TSK, whose handwriting is this? It's worse than mine, resembling a dog's paw. He scoffed, glancing at several golden pages before managing to decipher their contents. Fujian Yongjia Mountain Area, Tangquan Village, Chenjun, courtesy name Kemming, died in the Yuan Dynasty, year of the Metal Rat, aged 43. Kaiyuan Temple, Lu Huizhao. Dharma name Huizhao Master, eminent monk of the Sui and Tang dynasties, aged 29. As he examined the words on the golden pages, an idea sparked in Sun Wukong's mind. He immediately took the platinum wolf hair brush and began to make alterations on the pages. He added a 4 before Chenjun's lifespan and appended a 0 after Lu Huizhao's, changing Chenjun's lifespan to 443 years and Lu Huizhao's to 290 years. Indeed, I can alter lifespans. How interesting. Like a discoverer of a new continent, he joyously modified the entries on the golden pages, transforming those on the brink of death into centenarians, and those who had lived for a century into several years more. My master said, as a monkey, one must do good deeds daily. I, the great sage, have done so many good deeds today, thus I shall not disappoint my master's teachings. He continued with glee, even extending the lifespans of the monkey tribe from Flower Fruit Mountain to several hundred years. As he made more and more alterations, the Book of Life and Death seemed to sense something amiss, producing a resounding roar. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, suddenly noticing a slight turbulence in the space around him. It seems that due to my numerous modifications, the rules within the Book of Life and Death have undergone a transformation. Seizing this opportunity, I, the old sun, shall send forth my pen. The monkey immediately wielded his brush, drawing a circle in the void, and instantly, a black hole materialized. Go forth. Whether I can escape this predicament relies entirely on you. He grinned, tossing the wolf hair brush into the black hole. Whoosh! The brush transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the black hole. Escaping the confines of the Book of Life and Death. Chapter 38, System Task, Enter the Underworld. At Mount Fangsuan, within the Three Flavor Bookstore. Mu Chen was using the celestial Pangu's golden rake to aerate the soil around the peach tree in the courtyard. This rake proves to be quite effective. It serves perfectly as a farming tool. I wonder what future Zhu Bajie thinks. To wield it as a weapon, what difference is there between that and using a wooden stick as a spear? As he swung the rake, he muttered sotto voce his critiques. Since sending the white jade wolf hair brush to the underworld, Mu Chen has enjoyed a serene existence devoid of writing. Fortunately, he found himself in a lull between completing one book and not yet commencing another. The system had not pressed him for updates, allowing him a rare moment of leisure. He pondered over how Wukong was faring. The underworld, governed by the laws of reincarnation, rendered my broken illusion golden eye unable to penetrate its depths, unless I could harness the power of reincarnation. With this thought, Mu Chen sighed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Although I dispatched the white jade wolf hairbrush, the underworld is home to many formidable beings. Should it encounter the 10 Yama kings, the 6 celestial kings, or the 5 ghost emperors, Sun Wukong would find himself at their mercy. In the midst of his worries, he suddenly sensed something and gazed towards the east. Whoosh! A streak of light descended from the clouds, imbued with excitement and nostalgia, landing within the 3-flavor bookstore. The white jade wolf hairbrush twirled in the air, emitting a familiar sound of affection. "Oh, how did you return on your own? Where's Wukong?" Mu Chen was quite astonished. The white jade wolf hairbrush seemed to comprehend his words, inscribing a line of text in the air. "Great Master, your humble servant reports the latest news. I assisted the little monkey in vanquishing that fellow surnamed Liu, but then a bald donkey appeared, trapping the little monkey with a book. Yet, the little monkey was not foolish, and managed to send me out to deliver the message. After inscribing the message, it even left behind a smug expression, seemingly yearning for Mu Chen's praise." Mu Chen was taken aback, especially by the last expressive symbol. "Goodness, my brush ventured into the underworld and has become sentient? It can even employ emoticons now?" After a brief moment of shock, Mu Chen found himself both amused and perplexed. Clearly, the white jade wolf hairbrush, having long been nurtured by talent, unexpectedly gained intelligence after its excursion to the underworld. "It appears my brush has matured sufficiently. It can write books on its own now." Mu Chen felt a burgeoning anticipation within, astonished that his casual act had yielded such an unexpected reward. He soon fell into contemplation. Wukong was captured by a bald donkey. Could that bald donkey be the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm? His brow furrowed, sensing the matter was becoming somewhat intricate. As one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, Ksitigarbha possesses extraordinary abilities and is accompanied by the divine beast-eating. The combined might of this master and servant is formidable, rivaling that of Samantabhadra. But why has the Buddhist faction intervened so aggressively? This deviates entirely from the original narrative. Could it be that the one who captured Wukong, Liu Dao, is affiliated with the heavenly court? If so, has a rift formed between the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, prompting the former to take action first? Upon discovering this, did the Buddhist faction panic and capture Wukong with overwhelming force, seeking to restore the situation? At this juncture, Mu Chen's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no. If that is the case, one cannot guarantee that the Buddhist faction will not resort to torture on Wukong. Mu Chen was acutely aware of the Buddhist faction's objectives. They merely wished to act as puppet masters, orchestrating the entire journey to the west, manipulating Sun Wukong to create chaos in the underworld, and subsequently in the heavenly palace. However, the current Sun Wukong is no longer the rebellious figure from the original story. Instead, he has become humble and courteous, radiating the refined aura of a scholar. Thus, to incite Wukong to wreak havoc in the underworld according to the Buddhist faction's will, they would have to provoke his fury, leading him into a state of rage. How despicable! I cannot believe these bald donkeys from the Buddhist faction are so vile. My disciple, Mu Chen, is not a soft persimmon for others to handle. Mu Chen's expression darkened, and he grasped the white jade wolf hairbrush, determined to venture into the underworld to seek an explanation. If his disciple had committed a grave error, it would be one thing, but now that Wukong is behaving himself, he has been unjustly ensnared. This he cannot tolerate. He intends to act decisively, instilling fear across the 3 realms. Then, he will inform everyone that from this day forth, my disciple is not to be trifled with. With this thought, Mu Chen's heart ignited with fervor, his battle spirit solidified. Just as he was about to step out of the 3-flavor bookstore, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a system task. Save Sun Wukong and intimidate the underworld. Task deadline, within 1 day. Task reward. Cultivation reaches the golden immortal realm. Reward talent points, 5,000. Note, during the task, the host is under the protection of the system and possesses quasi-saint cultivation. Upon reviewing the task list, Mu Chen's composure shattered. The rewards for this task are astonishingly generous. Simply attaining the golden immortal realm as a reward already filled him with aspiration. This equates to leaping several major realms in one go, achieving what others take a millennium to attain. As for the 5,000 talent points reward, it further stirred his excitement. With this talent support, He could effortlessly craft a perfect high martial world, such as, and other unparalleled divine works. All could be put on the agenda. At that time, with his ability to create in the void, would he not wield a 9 dragons coffin in one hand and a supreme authority in the other? With this thought, Mu Chen took a deep breath, calming his fervent emotions. Subsequently, he felt a powerful force surge within him, surpassing all the Luo golden immortals, reaching quasi-saint level. Is this the protection of the system? So now I possess quasi-saint cultivation? Mu Chen was both astonished and overjoyed by his transformation. Though this quasi-saint cultivation is merely temporary, it is undoubtedly a timely boon. My system is truly considerate and remarkable. With quasi-saint cultivation, I can march into the underworld with confidence. He took a step forward and instantly appeared beneath Mount Tai, a distance of 10,000 miles traversed in a single stride. Mu Chen smiled faintly. This marks his first departure from Mount Fengsuan since his transmigration. Gazing at the towering Mount Tai, he did not linger but instead, with immense magical power, opened a rift in space and delved deep below the mountain. For the living to descend into the underworld, one must possess the permission of both the heavenly court and the underworld, or descend from Mount Tai. For hidden beneath Mount Tai lies the Gate of Ghosts. Entering the Gate of Ghosts leads to the Yellow Springs Road. As the saying goes, on the Yellow Springs Road, the other shore blooms. 9 flowers bloom to ferry across the river. Good and evil are repaid here. Beyond the river lies Fengdu. Descending along the base of Mount Tai, Mu Chen finally beheld a grand and imposing gate ahead. The Gate of Ghosts, he has arrived. Haha, the underworld scoundrels and the Buddhist faction's hounds. Your grandmaster has arrived. Mu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 39. Outside Fengdu City, he is the great fat sheep outside the Gate of Ghosts. The atmosphere was dim, with even the sky shrouded in deep blackness. Countless wandering souls, bare and devoid of spirit, drifted about but dared not approach the Gate of Ghosts. Mu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He understood that these wandering souls were those who, after death, had no graves or tombstones erected for them, left to suffer as pitiful specters outside the gates of the underworld, unable to enter. As he walked towards the gates, he could faintly hear a few gasps. Was there a battle taking place in the wilderness of the netherworld? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sound. Following it, he observed a dozen shadows intertwining within the ghostly bamboo forest lining the path, engaged in a fervent dance of intimacy. Upon witnessing this, his face flushed, and he hastily averted his gaze. Even as a seasoned veteran of over a decade, he couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle before him. The wandering spirits of the underworld were indeed indulgent, even in death, not forgetting their contributions to the human race's propagation. In truth, this scene outside the gates was merely a consequence of their inability to exercise restraint in life, leading them to their demise in matters of desire. Punished by the rules of the underworld, they too could not pass through the gates, doomed to endlessly repeat their earthly actions until their essence was entirely extinguished. With a slight sigh, Mu Chen strode into the gates of the underworld. His mission was to rescue Wukong and to bring justice to the realm of the dead, not to witness a performance. Even if he were genuinely interested, he could always borrow a tale from them at a later date. Upon entering the gates, he found himself on the road to the Yellow Springs. The path was dotted with specters, each ghostly figure moving slowly forward. Despite the beautiful 5-colored stone lilies blooming at the roadside, they could not draw the vacant stares of the souls. In contrast, Mu Chen navigated among the spirits as if he were on a leisurely excursion, appearing conspicuously out of place. So this stone lily is indeed what the folk often refer to as the flower of the other shore. Soon, the end of the road to the Yellow Springs revealed a surging river of blood, its waves rolling ominously, occasionally revealing the ghastly sight of white bones churning within. Mu Chen recognized this river as the legendary Nezha. Spanning the river was a magnificent bridge. As he approached, he felt as though the legends had materialized into reality. In his previous life, he had often heard tales of the road to the Yellow Springs and the Nezha Bridge, but never had he imagined that in this life, traversing the world of Journey to the West, he would witness such wonders firsthand. If only I had brought my phone with me, I would certainly post a status update. With a smile, Mu Chen stepped onto the Nezha Bridge, but after only a few strides, the bridge began to tremble violently, groaning under the strain as it twisted and contorted, nearly resembling a twisted strand of dough. Boom. At that moment, the surging river of blood roiled. akin to a monstrous beast ready to swallow the souls upon the bridge hole. The spirits were instantly gripped by terror, clutching the stone railings in fear of plummeting into the depths below. Only Mu Chen walked with nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back, as if undisturbed by the chaos. While the other souls panicked, he began to admire the tumultuous scenery of the blood river beneath. Young man, grab hold of a stone pillar quickly. Someone on the bridge has committed heinous acts in life, and the king, Yin, is furious. An elderly spirit with graying hair warned kindly. Mu Chen nodded with a smile, replying earnestly, "Fear not, old-timer. I intend to hold the king Yin accountable." The elder regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if contemplating the sanity of a madman. "You seek to confront the king of hell? You must have spoken grandly in life, only to be choked by your own words." Just then, a scream pierced the air as a spirit lost its footing and was flung from the Nezha bridge, plummeting into the river and swiftly consumed by the blood waves. Within a heartbeat, a stark white skeleton emerged from the depths, a chilling sight. Only then did the once tumultuous Nezha bridge return to calmness. It turned out that the unfortunate soul was indeed one of the wicked, for as fate dictates, one's misdeeds are ultimately met with retribution. The elderly spirit who had just offered a warning sighed, continuing onward into the throng of ghosts. Mu Chen nodded slightly, in full agreement with the elder's words. In life and in deeds, the most important principle is to act with a clear conscience, seeking only to be unburdened by guilt. After crossing the Nezha bridge, Mu Chen gazed toward the direction of Fengdu City. In truth, he could easily traverse vast distances in a single step, reaching the depths of the underworld directly. However, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with this realm, where the rules of the underworld permeated the air, obscuring the heavenly secrets and making the whereabouts of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva elusive, thus rendering his divine abilities ineffective in searching. Secondly, he wished to take this opportunity to better understand the netherworld, which would benefit his future literary endeavors. Lastly, this rare chance for a journey, combined with the system's protection, allowed him to roam freely in the underworld, and he had no intention of squandering such a splendid opportunity. After all, his mission deadline was within the day. As long as he rescued Wukong before the day's end, he would fulfill his purpose. As for Wukong, there would likely be no issues in the short term. Just as he was preparing to enter Fengdu Ghost City, he noticed a few fearsome spirits wielding wolf-tooth clubs, their long tongues dragging behind them as they approached. The leader among them possessed the cultivation of an earth immortal. "Look, this fellow is brimming with yang energy. Could he be a living person? A living soul wandering into the netherworld? How intriguing." One of the spirits, clutching his intestines, sneered. "Recently, the Red Tiger Ghost King has been searching for those with yang energy. If we deliver him to the Red Tiger Ghost King, we are sure to receive significant rewards." The other spirits' eyes gleamed with excitement at this prospect, their gazes fixed on Mu Chen as if he were a prime cut of meat. To them, Mu Chen was merely an unsuspecting fool who had stumbled into the underworld, and encountering them was simply his misfortune. As the group of spirits approached with sinister grins, the one holding his intestines spoke, "My friend, are you a person from the Yang realm? What brings you to the underworld?" However, as he spoke, his mouth full of blackened teeth clattered and fell out. He chuckled as he bent down to retrieve his teeth, stuffing them back into his mouth. Mu Chen's lips twitched in disgust as he replied, "Indeed, I have come to seek Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for a private matter." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment before erupting in raucous laughter. "Huh, my friend, have you not yet awakened? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a revered figure in the Buddhist realm, holding great power in our underworld. Even the 10 Yama kings pay their respects to him. Such an illustrious being is not one you can simply meet at will." Another spirit laughed, his head in hand, the head grinning as if in mockery. "However, if you truly wish to meet Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, we might be able to assist you." "Oh," Mu Chen replied with a faint smile. While he was aware of their dubious intentions, curiosity piqued within him. The spirits exchanged knowing glances, their smiles sinister. "Indeed, we know where Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva resides, and we can lead you there." "Well then, I appreciate your assistance," Mu Chen replied with a slight smile. He was eager to discover what scheme these spirits were concocting. If they genuinely led him to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it would be a pleasant surprise. However, if they sought to deceive him, he would not hesitate to deal with them accordingly. Having attained the cultivation of a quasi-saint, he would not find even the 10 Yama kings to be a challenge, let alone a few insignificant spirits. "Ha ha ha, my friend is too courteous. Please, follow us." The spirits, seeing that Mu Chen showed no signs of concern, presumed him to be an unsuspecting fool. Such fools, they thought, deserved whatever fate awaited them. With sinister chuckles, they led Mu Chen to an inn on the outskirts of Fengdu City. Upon arrival, the spirits could hardly contain their excitement. For the infamous Red Tiger Ghost King resided within this very inn. Now that they had brought this naive soul before him, they were certain to reap the rewards from the Red Tiger Ghost King. My lord, we have brought a living person we discovered outside Fengdu City, especially for your enjoyment. The malevolent spirit, clutching its intestines, cackled with excitement, its dark, jagged teeth strewn across the ground as it searched frantically for them. Raising its head, it directed a sinister grin at Mu Chen, taunting, "Child, do not blame us. If you must find fault, let it be with your own misfortune." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a thunderous roar erupted from the inn, unleashing a terrifying power. With hands clasped behind his back, Mu Chen remained unfazed. Chapter 40. When flesh-eaters encounter robbers feeling the overwhelming aura of the Red Tiger Ghost King within the inn, the spirits surrounding Mu Chen grew increasingly animated. Their gazes fixated on him like predators eyeing a succulent prey. As subordinates of the Red Tiger Ghost King, they had not received any rewards from their lord for a considerable time due to their lackluster performance. However, they firmly believed that today's offering would surely earn them the king's favor once more. Boom. A sudden explosion reverberated through the air as endless malevolent energy coalesced into the form of a towering tiger-headed ghost. Its arrival cast a chilling shadow over the surrounding area. "He, you have done well this time. Once I consume this living soul, I shall replenish my yang energy, and my resurrection will be imminent." The tiger-headed apparition laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about the spectral soldiers of Fengdu City or the various kings of hell. After all, he was one of the 5 great ghost kings of the underworld, possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, nearly on par with the 10 kings of hell, and thus regarded as a tyrant of the netherworld. Were it not for the celestial powers ruling the underworld, he would have considered toppling the hell of Yanluo to claim it for himself. However, his ultimate aspiration was not to become a king of hell, but to return to the human realm in a living body. In his eyes, the mortal world was filled with beauty, and even a mundane existence was worth pursuing. Thus, in his quest to return to the human realm, he sought out souls brimming with yang energy. Today, having finally encountered a living being, he viewed it as a divine opportunity he could not let slip away. Sensing the excitement in the Red Tiger Ghost King's gaze, Mu Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was the underworld truly populated by such dimwits? Could it be that the oppressive atmosphere of the netherworld stunted their intellectual growth? This mere Tai golden immortal dared to think of consuming him. Such absurdity could scarcely be imagined. However, considering this spirit was a king, he must possess numerous treasures. If he could barter for such riches, it would be an extraordinary gain. With this thought, Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity, as if he had discovered a path to wealth. What was this? If not a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor? A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he regarded the Red Tiger Ghost King, softening his demeanor considerably. "You wish to consume me and regain your yang energy?" he inquired with a light-hearted tone, as if bantering with a neighbor. The Red Tiger Ghost King was taken aback, never expecting this young man from the mortal realm to have the audacity to engage him in conversation moments away from death. Was he truly so foolish as to be rendered speechless by fear? "Humph, consider it your fortune," he thought, licking his lips, eager to devour Mu Chen then and there. Yet Mu Chen merely crossed his arms and asked, "You may eat me, but do you possess any treasures imbued with spiritual essence?" Treasure? The Red Tiger Ghost King was perplexed by Mu Chen's inquiry. However, his anticipation of soon regaining his yang energy put him in a good mood, and he was willing to converse further with this soon-to-be dead mortal. "Haha, indeed, I possess numerous fine treasures." Mu Chen nodded, feigning nonchalance as he playfully cleaned his ears, replying, "Then let us hasten. Quickly present any valuable treasures you have. Be considerate." The Red Tiger Ghost King and the surrounding spirits were left bewildered. "Present valuable treasures? And be considerate? Young man, do you truly grasp the absurdity of your words?" The Red Tiger Ghost King felt a twinge of irritation and directed a look at his minions. "What sort of fool have you brought me? If I consume this one, will I also become a fool?" For the first time, the Red Tiger Ghost King hesitated over the prospect of consuming a living being. You. Why should my lord share his treasures with you?" At that moment, the spirit still searching for its teeth could no longer suppress itself and pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Chen. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a casual glance in the spirit's direction. Suddenly, a plume of milky white flames erupted, engulfing the spirit entirely. Before it could utter a scream, it was reduced to a wisp of black mist, vanishing from existence. The flames were none other than the terrifying Pure Lotus demon fire. As the other spirits witnessed one of their own dissolve into nothingness, they stood frozen in shock, their fear palpable, jaws dropping to the ground. Even the Red Tiger Ghost King flashed a moment of doubt on his face. That fire seemed capable of incinerating everything in existence, something he had never encountered before. What sorcery did you just employ? He stammered, gazing at Mu Chen with trepidation. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, leaving him uneasy. Hee. While I am still in a good mood, you ought to present your treasures swiftly. I have places to be. Mu Chen's chilling laughter pierced through the air as he locked eyes with the Red Tiger Ghost King. In his perception, this towering specter was merely an oversized toy, easily crushed with a single blow. At last, his brazen gaze ignited the fury of the Red Tiger Ghost King. Who do you think I am? I am the Red Tiger, a being even the 10 kings of hell dare not offend. You dare to act so brazenly before me? You are courting death, he roared, channeling his full malevolent energy as he struck down towards Mu Chen with a palm the size of half a foot, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet the next moment, a horrifying force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the entire Fengdu city, obliterating the Red Tiger Ghost King's palm into ashes. The Red Tiger Ghost King's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Mu Chen in disbelief, his 100-foot-tall spirit trembling. This power was unmistakably not that of a Tai golden immortal. He would eat his own words if he was wrong. Gasped. The Red Tiger Ghost King's eyes widened in horror, his heart plummeting. He had initially believed Mu Chen to be a luscious morsel, but now he realized he was facing a ferocious tiger. With a furious glare at his minions, he scolded, "A bunch of useless fools. I sent you to find Yang energy, and you brought me a Tai golden immortal instead? My thanks to you." He longed to devour these imbeciles on the spot. In that moment, the spirits trembled in fear, their malevolent energy dripping off them like sweat, their courage evaporating. They wore expressions of utter confusion. What was happening? This seemingly ordinary young man was, in fact, a Tai golden immortal? Had they misjudged him and stumbled into a formidable opponent? Now? Shall we proceed to hand over the treasures? Mu Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his cold gaze fixed on the cowed Red Tiger Ghost King. The Red Tiger Ghost King's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. When flesh-eaters collide with robbers, it seems that logic falls by the wayside. Yet, he mused, given his cultivation level, why would he even covet such trifles? The Red Tiger Ghost King felt a sense of grievance welling within him. I am but a Tai golden immortal. What have I done to deserve this pressure beyond my station? Cough, cough, esteemed immortal, I shall retrieve the treasures for you at once. The Red Tiger Ghost King lamented, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and darting into the inn. Mu Chen was not worried about a potential escape. After all, the Red Tiger Ghost King, having realized his own strength, knew that even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Mu Chen would easily track him down. Moreover, his current cultivation was not merely that of a Tai golden immortal, but rather that of a quasi-saint. Even if it's merely a day of quasi-saint status, exceedingly brief, we can still rise to the occasion. Before long, the Red Tiger Ghost King returned, bearing an array of treasures, each of exceptional quality, including several acquired postnatal spiritual artifacts. Esteemed immortal, I present to you my nearly millennium-long collection. I humbly request your gracious acceptance. The Red Tiger Ghost King wore a sycophantic smile, devoid of his previous grandeur, resembling a mere obsequious dog. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding malevolent spirits were rendered speechless. Is this truly the Red Tiger Ghost King we know? One of the 5 great kings of the underworld, who even the 10 Yama kings dare not provoke. Yet here he is, so adept at sycophancy that it is almost heartbreaking. A group of spirits widened their eyes, eager to learn, proclaiming that they not only learned but utterly mastered the art. At this moment, Mu Chen excitedly summoned the system. System, convert all these spiritual artifacts into talent. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3,000 talent points. As the system's voice echoed, the 3,000 talent points were instantly credited. Simultaneously, the pile of treasures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. This spectacle left the Red Tiger Ghost King dumbfounded. What sort of sorcery is this? No trace of spiritual energy, nor any spatial fluctuations. Such treasures can simply disappear into thin air. Truly, a formidable figure of the great Luo golden immortal caliber, employing such exquisite techniques. The Red Tiger Ghost King chuckled awkwardly, inquiring curiously, "Esteemed immortal, might I ask if you have any important business in the underworld?" Having suddenly acquired such a wealth of talent points, Mu Chen was in high spirits, responding with a nonchalant smile. "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to stand up for my disciple and teach the King of Hell a lesson, thereby intimidating the underworld." Teach the King of Hell a lesson? Intimidate the underworld? And you dare to call that nothing serious? The Red Tiger Ghost King blinked, nearly turning pale with fright. Could it be that this mysterious elder is not merely a great Luo golden immortal, but a quasi-saint powerhouse? Otherwise, how could he dare confront the King of Hell? That being is the pinnacle of underworld strength. Chapter 41. Striding through the underworld. The Red Tiger Ghost King rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. If this esteemed elder were merely seeking trouble with the 10 Yama Kings, that would be somewhat understandable. But he is targeting the King of Hell, a being of tremendous might backed by the entire Buddhist sect. Surely not someone an ordinary individual would dare to provoke. He chuckled awkwardly, asking, "Esteemed immortal, to my knowledge, the palace of the King of Hell is located deep within the cycle of reincarnation. If you intend to confront him, you would need to lead an army of 1,000,000. Pray tell, where is your army concealed? Why do I not see them?" As the Red Tiger Ghost King scrutinized Mu Chen's expression, he glanced around, searching for hidden troops. TSK, one must admit, this elder is truly enigmatic. Even his army is concealed so adeptly. Huh, what army? It's just me. Just as the Red Tiger Ghost King continued his search, Mu Chen's voice startled him, causing him to shiver. Just you alone? Are you joking? That is the King of Hell we are talking about. Unless you are a quasi-saint powerhouse. How could you possibly dare? Yet, there are so few quasi-saint powerhouses in the 3 realms, and I have never heard of your name. Esteemed immortal, the King of Hell not only possesses strength that rivals the great Luo, but is also supported by the Buddhist sect. Should you offend him, you offend the entire sect. I am well aware. The current Buddhist sect is immensely powerful, at the zenith of its strength. Should you act, it signifies enmity with the entire sect. I understand. At this point, the Red Tiger Ghost King was utterly speechless. So this esteemed figure came prepared. Seeing this, Mu Chen smiled confidently, his expression radiating assurance. He now possessed quasi-saint cultivation, meaning he was invincible beneath the saintly level. How many saints exist within the 3 realms? Apart from the reclusive Hongjun Laozu, there are only the 6, Dao de Tianzun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, Nuan Yang Yang, and the 2 Taoists, Cunny and Jane. In other words, unless he encounters one of these 6 saints, he could stride through anyone else with his eyes closed. Even if the system task concludes and he reverts to his initial meager strength, he could still find refuge in the 3-Flavor bookstore. What of the mighty Buddhist sect? Could they truly come to the 3-Flavor bookstore to claim his blood? Haha, since the King of Hell dares to bully my beloved disciple, I shall ensure he regrets existing in this world. Mu Chen's voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down the spine of the Red Tiger Ghost King, who felt a profound sense of murderous intent. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire who your disciple is? He is a spiritual stone monkey, who recently defeated Lu Zhidao outside Fengdu City. Mu Chen replied lightly. What? This time, the Red Tiger Ghost King gaped in astonishment. Recently, that stone monkey had engaged Lu Zhidao in a fierce battle outside Fengdu City, chasing him to the ground in utter disarray, igniting the spirit's fervor. It turns out that this remarkable monkey is the disciple of this esteemed immortal. No wonder he is so formidable. At this thought, a bold idea suddenly sprang to the Red Tiger Ghost King's mind. This esteemed figure is so powerful and dares to confront the King of Hell. Surely, his strength surpasses that of the king. More importantly, this esteemed immortal is quite protective. If I could become his disciple, my future as a ghost would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps I could even return to life. With this thought, the Red Tiger Ghost King immediately knelt, respectfully stating, I humbly request you to accept me as your disciple. I hope you will grant my wish. Before he could finish, he bowed 3 times, fearing Mu Chen might refuse. Mu Chen was taken aback. You are a dignified Ghost King. Do you have no self-respect? Cough, cough. It's not impossible to become my disciple, but my standards for accepting disciples may differ. To be my disciple, you must first start by writing novels. Upon hearing this, the Red Tiger Ghost King realized he had a chance, and his heart surged with joy. Esteemed immortal, please state your requirements. I shall comply without hesitation. I am ready to face any challenge. The Red Tiger Ghost King declared, his face flushed with excitement. He had already resolved that even if Mu Chen commanded him to climb a mountain of knives or descend into a cauldron of boiling oil, he would not flinch. He gazed at Mu Chen anxiously. After pondering for a moment, Mu Chen responded, "In that case, I shall have you peruse the world's literary treasures. You must not miss any works, whether they be sacred texts or popular tales. As it is said, within books, there are golden houses." To evolve from a novice to a literary master, the first step is to read extensively, absorbing the strengths of various scholars. What? Read books? The Red Tiger Ghost King was utterly bewildered. He had prepared himself for life-threatening tasks, only for the esteemed immortal to request he read. Is that not something anyone can do? Haha, no problem at all. I shall dedicate myself to the study of literature and poetry, the Red Tiger Ghost King assured, unable to contain his excitement. To be able to join the ranks of the immortals simply by reading, this was an opportunity beyond measure. Very well. Spend these days reading these books. Once completed, seek me at the 3-Flavor bookstore on Mount F and GCN, Mu Chen said with a faint smile, waving his hand to conjure a wall filled with books, classics, poetry, and even some folk histories from later generations. Of course, these books were mere illusions, ordinary in nature, incapable of imparting profound wisdom. Gazing at the wall of books before him, the Red Tiger Ghost King felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly stunned. He suddenly regretted having agreed so hastily. However, the words had already been spoken. There was no room for retraction. Moreover, it is believed that by perusing these tomes, one could become a disciple of the great masters. Even if he musters all his courage, he must finish reading them. Thus, he immediately began to read with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen smiled faintly. Should the Crimson Tiger Ghost King truly accomplish the tasks he set forth, taking him as a disciple would not be out of the question. After all, having a Ghost King from the underworld as a disciple not only carries prestige, but also provides intelligence from the netherworld. Observing the Crimson Tiger Ghost King engrossed in his reading, Mu Chen swiftly moved deeper into the cycle of reincarnation. According to the Crimson Tiger Ghost King, the Grand Hall of Xidigarbha Bodhisattva was located there. His time was limited. He must rescue Wukong, intimidate the underworld, and fulfill the system's tasks in a short span. In the underworld, within a grand hall near the cycle of reincarnation, Xidigarbha Bodhisattva sat serenely upon a mat, embodying tranquility as he utilized Buddhist teachings to seal the Book of Life and Death, reinforcing it with layers of seals. For reasons unknown, the Book of Life and Death had recently exhibited intense fluctuations, as if some rules were being altered. However, he dismissed it as merely Sun Wukong's impatience, raging helplessly within. As for the modification of the Book of Life and Death, he felt no concern. After all, the book was a manifestation of heavenly principles without the judge's pen. No alteration could be made. Unless, of course, Sun Wukong possessed a pen far more powerful than the judge's pen. But could that be possible? With that thought, Xidigarbha Bodhisattva felt reassured. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, followed by a guard arriving to deliver a message. Bodhisattva, King Qingguang has sent word that scouts have reported a mysterious powerful figure in the underworld, claiming to be the master of the stone monkey. Master? Xidigarbha Bodhisattva furrowed his brow slightly. According to the Buddha's deductions, was not the master of the stone monkey the supreme virtue celestial? But how could the supreme virtue celestial, residing in the purple cloud palace, suddenly appear in the underworld? If it were not the supreme virtue celestial, then who was impersonating the stone monkey's master? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. A mere impostor would not be worthy of his attention. Kindly inform King Qingguang that such baseless rumors should not reach him again. Should he feel idle, this humble monk could send him a few scriptures. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and added, "If that charlatan seeks to avenge the stone monkey, let him come forth. I shall ensure he understands the depths of suffering." His words carried an unparalleled air of dominance. The guard delivering the message trembled in fear, preparing to exit the hall cautiously. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded from outside the hall, causing the guard to sit down in shock. Immediately thereafter, a panicked voice cried out, "Oh no! Someone has overturned the King Yama's hall and is heading this way." Chapter 42. A single strike defeats Yama. Xidigarbha Bodhisattva takes action. Emerging from the inn of the Crimson Tiger Ghost King, Mu Chen hastened deeper into the underworld. Along the way, he learned that the depths of reincarnation lay behind the King Yama's hall. To reach reincarnation, one must pass through the King Yama's hall. However, this rule applied only to ordinary ghosts. and Mu Chen had no intention of adhering to it. Without hesitation, he struck the King Yama's hall with a single slap, toppling it entirely, sending dust and debris swirling, accompanied by a continuous roar. Standing amidst the ruins of the King Yama's hall, Mu Chen strolled forward as leisurely as if wandering in his own vegetable garden. Who was this person, to have destroyed the King Yama's hall with a single slap? What incredible strength is this? Humph, this fellow seems to be courting death. Once the 10 Yama Kings return, he will surely face dire consequences. This individual is likely seeking demise. Having committed such an egregious crime, he might descend to the 18 layers of hell and never escape. The resounding crash attracted the attention of nearby ghosts, who regarded Mu Chen with vigilance, whispering amongst themselves, yet none dared to intervene. Several ghostly soldiers looked on with sympathy, as if they had already foreseen Mu Chen's fate. This fellow, having destroyed the King Yama's hall, had inadvertently offended all 10 Yama Kings. Does he not realize that offending the Yama Kings makes even death a luxury? At that moment, they suddenly noticed the mysterious young man halt, turning towards them with an innocuous smile. "Excuse me, do any of you know where Xidigarbha Bodhisattva is?" Upon hearing this, the ghosts were left bewildered. Good heavens! It seems this lad intends to dismantle Xidigarbha Bodhisattva's grand hall as well. Is he truly seeking death? While the ghosts were still in shock, they sensed a terrifying aura descending from the dim sky, tenfold and overwhelming, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. What is this? Who has destroyed the King Yama's hall? Quickly reveal your name. With an angry shout, 10 figures descended from above, exuding an imposing presence, the current rulers of the underworld. The 10 Yama Kings. Leading them was King Qin Guang, with eyes like leopards and a lion's nose, adorned with a long beard and a square crown. His aura firm and resolute, directly locking onto Mu Chen. The 10 Yama Kings have arrived. This person is doomed. This individual has destroyed the King Yama's hall. A matter of grave significance. The ghosts momentarily anticipated a spectacle, believing that aside from Xidigarbha Bodhisattva, the 10 Yama Kings represented the pinnacle of power in the underworld. And this mysterious figure from the mortal realm was certainly no match for them. So it is the 10 Yama Kings. What an honor. After sweeping his gaze over the 10 Yama Kings, Mu Chen felt not a trace of fear, but rather a surge of delight. The system had tasked him with rescuing Wukong and intimidating the underworld. The first step of rescuing Wukong seemed simple. He could simply drag Xidigarbha Bodhisattva out and give him a good thrashing. As for the second step of intimidating the underworld, he had not conceived a solid plan until he laid eyes on the 10 Yama Kings, which sparked a brilliant idea. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king, who holds the greatest reputation in the underworld. Naturally, it is the 10 Yama Kings, whose names alone can silence the cries of children in the mortal realm. If he were to publicly beat the 10 Yama Kings in front of so many ghosts, the task of intimidating the underworld would be effortlessly accomplished. With this thought, Mu Chen grew increasingly excited, displaying a warm smile. I truly apologize. Your King Yama's hall obstructed my path, so I simply took the liberty of dismantling it. You have no objections, I trust? King Qin Guang. The other 9 Yama Kings? Your King Yama's hall obstructed your path, and you dismantled it? Is that your justification for acting so recklessly in the underworld? And you dare to inquire if we have any objections? What do you think? The 10 Yama Kings simmered with rage, finding this young man far too arrogant. King Qin Guang's cold gaze fixed on Mu Chen as he spoke gravely. The King Yama's hall is a sacred place of our underworld. You cannot indiscriminately demolish this holy site without consequence, as if you believe our underworld is devoid of defenders. No. I am a person who values reason above all, and I do not act without discernment, Mu Chen replied, one hand behind his back while the other casually dug in his ear, grinning. You in the underworld have unjustly ensnared my disciple's soul. I have yet to settle that score with you. Your disciple? King Qin Guang's brow furrowed. He had suspected that this mysterious figure's destruction of the King Yama's hall must have had ulterior motives. My disciple is the spirit bright stone monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong, Mu Chen declared, his expression one of disdain, regarding the 10 Yama Kings as inconsequential. So it is that monkey. King Qin Guang's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. That rascally monkey had slain the underworld's judge, Lu Dao, and he had yet to seek vengeance. Unexpectedly, the adversary had come to his doorstep. How utterly audacious. Since you are that stone monkey's master, do you not know that he should not belong to you? And what of it? Mu Chen's expression remained calm as he locked gazes with King Guang. What of it? Hey, wait until the Buddhist sect learns of this matter. You shall know the consequences. King Guang sneered. To him, though he could not discern Mu Chen's strength, the young man appeared to him as a mere mortal destined for demise. Blocking the grand undertaking of the Buddhist realm and taking the stone monkey as an apprentice without authorization, this alone warrants 100 deaths for Mu Chen. Haha. The Buddhist realm? If I were to fear the Buddhist realm, would I have come here today? Mu Chen, unfazed, burst into laughter. Come here for a visit? Not only King Guang, but even the 9 great Yama kings behind him wore displeased expressions, their brows furrowing. Do you think our majestic underworld is akin to a lantern festival in the human realm? The Yama kings instinctively glanced at the ruined Yama hall, their lips twitching in disbelief. You call this a visit? This is nothing short of provocation. Such audacity. You, sir, have gone too far. Prepare to face the consequences. King Guang could no longer endure the affront. A towering shadow of the underworld emerged behind him, and with a mere flick of his hand, the immense shadow, brimming with terrifying power, descended upon Mu Chen. Uncertain of Mu Chen's true strength, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Just in time. A smile graced Mu Chen's lips as he counterattacked rather than retreating. The platinum wolf hair brush in his hand emitted a jubilant sound, curving gracefully at his fingertips. Ink. With a light exhalation, the brush pointed into the void, and dark ink materialized, spreading like water soaking into wet paper, quickly enveloping the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, the ink completely dominated the area, transforming a radius of 100 miles into a sea of ink. Suppress. Mu Chen's lips moved, infusing his quasi-saint cultivation into the ink of space. A thunderous roar erupted as the ink-laden space reverberated, countless spirits wailing in despair. Even the shadow of the underworld conjured by King Guang crumbling at this moment. What kind of divine power is this? I feel as if the surrounding space has become a sheet of paper, and we are mere ink, absorbed into it. Who is this mysterious figure? With just a single move, he shattered King Guang's divine ability. Such might could even rival that of the Bodhisattva Xiyou. The spirits trembled, suffocated by the omnipresent pressure in the air, some collapsing to their knees. King Guang and the others were equally horrified. They had barely registered Mu Chen's actions when they felt the space around them had been sealed, as if they had become mere characters on a page, easily erased at any moment. King Guang, this fellow might be a celestial immortal. No, he is a quasi-saint powerhouse. Chu Jiangwang exclaimed. His eyes filled with dread as he gazed at Mu Chen. The 10 Yama kings' expressions darkened. They had unwittingly stirred a formidable figure, faced with a quasi-saint. Even if they combined their forces, they stood no chance. At that moment, they witnessed an exceedingly terrifying scene. Mu Chen's lips curled into a smile as the white jade brush in his hand slowly extended toward them, as if they truly were mere ink on paper. The artist wielding the brush intended to erase them from existence. No, please. It's over. I have a premonition that once we are erased, we will vanish entirely. What an eerie divine ability is this? The 10 Yama kings trembled uncontrollably, their souls chilled with fear. King Guang, paling, saw the brush drawn nearer without hesitation. He cried out, Bodhisattva, please lend your hand to save us. He utilized all his spiritual energy to project his voice through the ink-laden space. At this moment, only the Bodhisattva Xiyou could save him. Amitabha. Just then, a gentle Buddhist chant resonated from beyond the ink space. The voice merged with Buddhist divine powers, attempting to shatter the ink-sealed space created by Mu Chen, yet it proved utterly futile. Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Chapter 43. Is this fellow a manifestation of the moral celestial? It seemed the Bodhisattva Xiyou realized that his Buddhist methods could not penetrate the ink-sealed space. His voice tinged with astonishment and shock. The Bodhisattva Xiyou had intervened. This fellow was doomed. The underworld soldiers rejoiced. In their minds, if the 10 Yama kings were the rulers of the underworld, then the Bodhisattva Xiyou was the very essence of the underworld, holding supreme authority. Bodhisattva Xiyou. I was just searching for you, and here you are? Mu Chen chuckled, twirling the brush in his hand. The ink-laden space surged, as endless black ink converged towards the brush's tip. Soon, the space shed its inky hue, revealing its original colors, with his divine ability retracted. The figure of the Bodhisattva Xiyou appeared before all. We pay our respects to the Bodhisattva Xiyou. The Yama kings bowed deeply, their eyes filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. They understood that had it not been for the timely intervention of the Bodhisattva, they might have been erased by Mu Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Chen scrutinized the legendary figure. The Bodhisattva Ktagarbha stood over 8 zhang tall, adorned in a shimmering golden kasaya. A halo of light revolving slowly behind his head. I have seen the benefactor. May I inquire as to your identity and the reason for your violent actions in the underworld today? As Mu Chen assessed him, the Bodhisattva Ktagarbha clasped his hands together. Though his words were polite, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. What does it matter if one possesses great power? What significance does it hold to confined space? To him, it was merely a trick of the unorthodox arts. Although he did not comprehend why Mu Chen chose to disguise himself as the stone monkey's master, the mere act of causing such a ruckus in the underworld was enough to incite the wrath of the Buddhist realm. Thus, in the eyes of the Bodhisattva Ktagarbha, Mu Chen was already considered a dead man. For the deceased, he extended a courteous demeanor. Unperturbed by the Bodhisattva's condescension, Mu Chen replied with a calm smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am merely a humble scholar. As for my purpose here today, it is undoubtedly to rescue my unworthy disciple. Just a scholar? The Bodhisattva Ktagarbha raised an eyebrow. Do you take us for fools? A scholar as formidable as you. We might as well defecate backward. The 10 Yama kings silently scoffed, and even the Bodhisattva Ktagarbha frowned, clearly disbelieving. Since the benefactor is reluctant to share, I shall not press further. However, why do you impersonate the master of the stone monkey? The Bodhisattva Ktagarbha inquired with measured pace. This was his greatest curiosity. According to the Buddha, the stone monkey's master was the moral celestial, yet here was a mysterious powerhouse who had captured the stone monkey without a peep from the moral celestial. Could it be that this enigmatic figure before him was indeed a representative of the moral celestial? What? Impersonate? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. What nonsense is this? When did I become an impersonator? Is there some misunderstanding on your part regarding this matter? Yet, he was too apathetic to explain. After all, his aim was to rescue Wukong and intimidate the underworld, without involving himself in someone else's blame game. Enough of the idle chatter. Release Wukong at once, and I might still grant you some dignity. Mu Chen waved his hand, having lost his patience. After such an extensive exchange, if they did not engage in battle soon, the opportunity would slip away. His indifferent voice reached the ears of the Bodhisattva Ktagarbha, instantly igniting his fury. Who was the Bodhisattva Ktagarbha? Throughout history, even the Buddha dared not speak so boldly to him. Humph, such rudeness from the benefactor shall not go unpunished. He snorted, and as he clasped his hands together, a towering manifestation of Buddhist light emerged, exuding immense authority as it looked down upon Mu Chen. Amitabha! A resonant Buddhist chant echoed through the heavens. The 100 zhang manifestation descending upon Mu Chen with crushing force. The earth trembled, and the entire underworld quaked in response. At last, the Bodhisattva has made his move. This fellow is doomed. King Qinguang was beside himself with excitement as he observed Mu Chen's figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. However, he soon found himself utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing an event he could never comprehend. Beneath the vast, boundless radiance of the Bodhisattva's colossal hand, Mu Chen remained unfazed, merely waving his hand nonchalantly, causing the 100 zhang tall Dharma form to collapse and disintegrate in an instant. It was as though the Dharma form were merely an innocuous projection lacking any offensive capability. With a spurt of blood, the Bodhisattva of the earth trembled in shock, unable to discern the divine power Mu Chen had wielded. How could this be? Impossible. How could this person so casually dismantle my Dharma form? The Bodhisattva muttered, his face etched with disbelief. He was a powerful figure of the Deluo golden immortal realm, with a cultivation that spanned the heavens and the earth. He was no mere triviality. Yet, even so, his attack had been effortlessly countered by this enigmatic youth. Could it be that this individual was a manifestation of the supreme virtue, a quasi-saint? Yes, that must be it. The supreme virtue resided within the Purple Cloud Palace. Being one of the 6 saints, he could not leave casually, but in order to rescue his disciple, he must have sent this avatar to the underworld. Realizing this, the Bodhisattva of the earth retracted his contempt, now harboring a degree of trepidation. This news must be conveyed to Ling Mountain promptly, so that the Buddha can devise a countermeasure. Bodhisattva of the earth, I reiterate my statement. Should you choose to release Wukong willingly, I may grant you some dignity. Otherwise, should I take matters into my own hands, it is likely that your identity as a Bodhisattva will not be spared. Mu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a placid smile upon his lips. His tone, while seemingly calm, resonated in the ears of the onlookers like thunder. Arrogance! utterly audacious. The 10 kings of hell instinctively retreated, clearly intimidated. The Bodhisattva of the earth furrowed his brow in displeasure, yet he could not afford to be careless. Previously, when unaware of Mu Chen's true identity, he had looked down upon him with arrogance. But now that he recognized Mu Chen as a manifestation of the supreme virtue, his previous airs of superiority seemed utterly trivial. After all, one was a saint, while the other merely a laborer of the Buddhist realm. With this realization, the Bodhisattva of the earth took a deep breath, resigned to endure humiliation. Benefactor. This matter concerns the fortune of our Buddha. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a gust of wind unleashed by Mu Chen. I care not for your so-called Buddhist matters. I shall count to 3. Should you fail to release him, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mu Chen's robe billowed without wind as he fixed his gaze upon the Bodhisattva, radiating an overwhelming aura. The Bodhisattva hesitated. 3, 2. Mu Chen's cold stare bore into the Bodhisattva, having lost all patience. 1. With the final word, a tremendous aura erupted violently, emanating from the ruins of the King of Hell's Hall in all directions. Boom. Countless structures collapsed, and some weaker spectral soldiers were obliterated into ashes under the force of the overwhelming presence. Benefactor, we still have room for negotiation. The Bodhisattva's expression changed dramatically, urgency overtaking him. Enough of you. Mu Chen wielded his white cloud brush, summoning formidable figures from thin air, each exuding incredible might. There was a youth wielding a heavy ruler, surrounded by unusual flames, a boy with 3 heads and 6 arms standing upon a fire wheel, and a robust man with a broad face, sporting an iron mirror on his chest. The 3 figures slowly rose, exuding an air of dominance as their gazes swept over everyone present. Unlike the shadows summoned by Sun Wukong, Mu Chen had conjured 3 protagonists from his narrative, each appearing as lifelike as could be, save for their lack of vital signs. Swish. The 3 protagonists launched their assault simultaneously towards the Bodhisattva of the earth. Meanwhile, Mu Chen leaned against a tree, nonchalantly munching on a peach, observing the battle with a sense of disinterest. Looks like I must hasten to write a new book upon returning. This will allow me to forge my legion of protagonists. He smiled lightly, the juice of the peach bursting in his mouth, refreshing and delicious, as though the unfolding battle had no bearing on him. What kind of divine power is this? The Bodhisattva of the earth's pupils constricted as he beheld the 3 figures advancing towards him, his heart sinking. Within the underworld, he was acutely sensitive to the essence of life and death, and he could intuitively sense that these 3 figures were no ordinary living beings. Yet, despite this, they exuded astonishing power, each with a distinct aura. Imperial Seal Technique. The youth wielding the heavy ruler sprouted wings, soaring into the air as he unleashed a palm strike. Simultaneously, the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic child Nezha smirked, invoking the celestial forces and commanding the universe. As the sun and moon coexist, the myriad spirits converge. The boundless universe to be controlled, heed my command. With his words, the golden rings on his wrist whirred, releasing a terrifying aura. Piggy universe fart. Almost concurrently, the stout man executed a spell, summoning fierce winds that threatened to ravage the world. Boom. The 3 divine techniques erupted simultaneously, causing the very foundations of the underworld to tremble. Countless spectral soldiers could not withstand the pressure, exploding into ghostly vapor, while innumerable structures disintegrated into dust, decimating much of Fengdu City. Such overwhelming power was enough to shake the heavens. The Bodhisattva of the earth swallowed hard, quickly employing the Buddhist great divine powers to protect himself, his gaze towards Mu Chen now filled with trepidation. Strong. Incredibly strong. Is this the avatar of a saint? With a mere flick of his brush, he is capable of conjuring 3 earth-shattering manifestations. How formidable must he be in his true form? The Bodhisattva dared not contemplate further, and as he saw his protective shield beginning to falter, he devised a desperate plan, willing to expend the essence of his Buddhist power to invoke the supreme incantation. Amitba. The sea of suffering is boundless. As his voice fell, the thunderous roar of crashing waves resounded. In an instant, an immense ocean descended from the heavens, surging with the intent to obliterate everything within Fengdu City. Strangely, this endless sea of suffering inflicted not a scratch upon Fengdu City. Even the spirits within remained unharmed. Instead, the 3 protagonists conjured by Mu Chen found themselves under immense pressure in the face of this tumultuous ocean. HM? Is this an attempt to ferry me to enlightenment? Mu Chen chuckled, for it is said that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is salvation. Yet turning back signifies compromise and surrender. Only through submission to the Buddhist realm can one avoid being subdued by the sea of suffering. How amusing. The Buddhist realm descends with an infinite sea of suffering, yet instructs the world that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back leads to salvation. With a playful smile upon his lips, he faced the surging sea of suffering without a hint of concern, merely moving his brush. As a novelist, the most potent weapon is undoubtedly words. He began inscribing upon the canvas of space. The might of the sea of suffering surges forth. The three protagonists remain unafraid, merging their talents to form a vortex, subduing the sea of suffering. The concise lines of text fell, and the three protagonists seemed to resonate with the sentiment, simultaneously forming a spell seal. At the moment the seal took shape, their bodies transformed into a rich essence, coalescing into a swirling vortex of power. Boom! The relentless sea of suffering came crashing down, seeking to engulf the vortex of talent. Humph! This is the supreme technique of my Buddhist realm. Unless the supreme virtue himself descends, none shall breach it today. The Bodhisattva of the earth pressed his palms together, a flicker of smugness and derision gleaming in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he was left utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the boundless sea of suffering engulfing the vortex of talent, an inexplicable tranquility settled in, as if it had been subjugated. How could this be? Why was it so? The sea of suffering that plagued this monk had ceased its turmoil. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva rubbed his eyes incessantly, yet the originally grand sea of suffering had transformed into a lifeless expanse, devoid of any majesty. What say you? Do you yield? Standing upon the sea of suffering, Mu Chen had just finished devouring an entire celestial peach and casually tossed the pit into the depths of the ocean. This sight infuriated Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to the brink of explosion, yet he could only glare in disbelief. The supreme teachings of his Buddhist sect had been effortlessly shattered by Mu Chen. What right did he have to make any further claims? Gushing with fury, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva coughed up blood. The surrounding Yama kings were equally aghast, instinctively retreating, their gazes towards Mu Chen resembling that of a fearsome beast. If even the powerful Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was no match for this individual, was there no law left to uphold? Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully intimidated the underworld. Task completion, 50. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Mu Chen's mind. A wave of joy surged within him. Henceforth, once he rescued Wukong, he would have completed his task and earned substantial rewards. Bodhisattva, shall you relinquish the life-death ledger, or shall I claim it? Mu Chen gazed at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with a serene expression. The Bodhisattva's countenance shifted, yet he was fervently strategizing in secret. Under no circumstances would he surrender Sun Wukong. Benefactor, have you forgotten that I possess a divine beast? He suddenly lifted his head, as if catching a glimmer of hope. And what of it? Mu Chen narrowed his eyes. Deet Singh, appear at once. Ksitigarbha bellowed, forming a seal. Boom! An array materialized in the space, and then a colossal creature emerged from it. Its head resembled that of a tiger, with a single horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and hooves akin to a chelan. It was indeed the divine beast, Deet Singh. Deet Singh, swiftly assist this monk in subduing this individual. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva leaped onto Deet Singh's back, instantly invigorated. Deet Singh bore an imposing demeanor, proud and lofty. However, upon casting its gaze upon Mu Chen, its blood-red eye shrank to pinpricks. The instinct of the divine beast warned it. This individual is exceedingly perilous. Is this the treasured protector of Xiyou Mountain? It appears more like a mere watchdog. Quite amusing. Mu Chen chuckled lightly, waving at Deet Singh. Deet Singh first hesitated, then joyfully wagged its tail, shaking off Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the process. It dashed towards Mu Chen, tail wagging profusely. Deet Singh, do not charge in alone. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, thinking Deet Singh was preparing an attack, cautioned from behind. Yet, what unfolded next was a scene he would never have believed in his lifetime. Deet Singh approached Mu Chen, and, like a well-behaved pup, lay at his feet, displaying a countenance of eager submission. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? The 10 kings of hell? The denizens of the underworld were utterly dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the divine beast of the underworld would so readily switch allegiances, becoming a mere lapdog at their adversary's feet. Lord Deet Singh, you are our underworld's emblem. The inhabitants of the underworld were astonished, their faces burning with humiliation. Yet what could they do? Though they longed to curry favor, they could not bring themselves to do so. You beast truly know your place. Very well. From now on, you shall guard my Sanwei book house. Mu Chen laughed, patting Deet Singh's head. Deet Singh lay on the ground, delightfully squinting its eyes. At that moment, Mu Chen looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and said, "Bodhisattva, do you have any gifts to present? Let them all be revealed." Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva nearly spat blood on the spot. "What do you mean by gifts?" "So, I summon the divine beast Xiyou, and it becomes a present?" With a bitter smile, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva realized he had no chance of turning the tide and reluctantly produced the life-death ledger. As a beam of radiant light flashed, Sun Wukong appeared before everyone. He was seen snoring thunderously, a droplet of drool occasionally trickling down, sleeping soundly in bliss. This was no suffering, it was sheer enjoyment. Perhaps startled by the external commotion, Sun Wukong stretched and, upon seeing his master, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Master, when did you acquire this large black dog?" Chapter 45, Task completed. Abundant harvest, a large black dog? The denizens of the underworld twitched at the corners of their mouths, their expressions darkening. "You dare refer to our underworld's divine beast as a large black dog?" The 10 kings of hell could only stifle their anger, grumbling silently. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was filled with ire, cursing Xiyou for its lack of dignity, so quickly turning traitor. A perfectly fine divine beast of the underworld, forsaking its role to become a watchdog. Utterly foolish. Just as he was ruminating, he saw Mu Chen casually produce a peach the size of a fist. "Is that a celestial peach from the heavenly realm?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's pupils constricted. He had just witnessed Mu Chen consuming something, yet due to the tense atmosphere, he had not paid attention. Now, upon seeing the peach, he was utterly astonished. "Higi, my master has just acquired this obedient large black dog, and I plan to name it Big Black." Mu Chen chuckled, waving the peach in front of Xiyou's nose. "Big Black. Woof woof. Big Black. Woof woof woof." Xiyou gazed at the celestial peach, saliva pooling, barking excitedly. There was simply no comparison. This peach was far too fragrant. Observing Xiyou wagging its tail incessantly, Mu Chen laughed heartily, tossing the peach to it. After all, he had an abundance of celestial peaches, and if he didn't consume them, he could always make juice. Woof woof. Big Black Xiyou excitedly caught the peach in its mouth, carefully sniffing the aroma, reluctant to eat it. "Go ahead, I have plenty more." Mu Chen chuckled, his laughter ringing out. Hearing this, Xiyou joyfully devoured the celestial peach, the sweet, succulent flesh bursting upon its palate, invigorating a surge of powerful energy within. Boom. Xiyou's aura surged dramatically. Merely after consuming a single celestial peach, it broke through to a higher realm, becoming a golden immortal powerhouse. Witnessing this spectacle, the 10 kings of hell were wide-eyed, not only itching with envy but also shedding unbidden tears. How unfair it is. A mere gatekeeper earns a celestial peach. "Senior, does your lavatory still require cleaning?" The 10 kings of hell gazed longingly at Mu Chen, yet constrained by Ksitigarbha's presence, they could only keep their mouths tightly shut. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed, his gaze forlorn. This was it. This young quasi-saint powerhouse was indeed an incarnation of the Taoist virtue lord. With a mere flick of his hand, he could produce a 9,000-year-old celestial peach, boasting of having many more. Such grandeur was beyond even the Queen Mother of the West. Who else could it be but the Taoist virtue lord? At that moment, he felt a shiver run through him, a chill settling in. He realized that Mu Chen's gaze was now fixed upon him. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, as one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, I bestow you this grace. I shall not hold you accountable. Mu Chen's voice was calm, resembling that of a superior, gazing down upon Ksitigarbha. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Having imprisoned my disciple, I shall strip you of your freedom. As his words fell, a thick tome descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. As the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha prepared to flee, he realized that the surrounding space had frozen, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Suddenly, a terrifying force emanated from the book before him. Alarmed, Ksitigarbha felt a chilling sensation at his back. Before he could utter another word, he vanished from sight. Drawn into the pages of the tome, with a resounding thud, the golden book landed on the ground. This tome was a manifestation of Mu Chen's extraordinary talent, further enhanced by quasi-saintly powers, making it a treasure of the same caliber as the Book of Life and Death. The only distinction was that the cover bore the title, The Adventures of Ksitigarbha. "Master, have you sealed this bald donkey in this book?" Sun Wukong picked up the tome, feeling a warmth spread through him. Had it not been for Master Mu Chen's timely intervention during his perilous encounter, he might have fallen into the clutches of the Buddhist sect, becoming a mere puppet in their hands. More importantly, Master Mu Chen not only rescued him from the grasp of the Buddhist domain, but also enacted a fitting punishment upon K. Itagarba in a manner reflective of his own ways. This was immensely satisfying. Mu Chen regarded the unscathed Sun Wukong with a smile. Indeed, I have sealed his powers and confined him within this book. Unless a saint intervenes, he shall never escape. What lies within this book? Sun Wukong inquired, brimming with curiosity. His time spent in the Book of Life and Death had been exceedingly dull, consumed by mundane acts of kindness and lengthy slumbers. Within this tome resides merely an isolated island, where K. Itagarba will live as an ordinary person, experiencing a life of joy and contentment. Mu Chen replied with a mischievous grin. Sun Wukong skeptically opened the book, only to witness words materializing. Weaving a narrative, during the fourth voyage, the ship encountered a storm and struck a reef, leaving K. Itagarba as the sole survivor, cast adrift to a desolate island. As these words emerged, Sun Wukong's expression morphed into one of terror, envisioning the forsaken K. Itagarba. How amusing. Who would have thought this bald donkey could become the protagonist of a story? Sun Wukong chuckled joyously. However, his laughter echoed ominously in the ears of the 10 kings of hell, sounding like a death knell. If even the esteemed K. Itagarba was sealed, what fate awaited these lesser beings? The kings felt a rising dread. Suddenly, Mu Chen shifted his gaze to them. What is it, esteemed one? How may we serve you? King Qin Guang, now stripped of his earlier bravado, bowed low, fearful of incurring Mu Chen's wrath. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Mu Chen chuckled lightly. There is no need for such trepidation. As a member of the Sanwei bookstore, I am fair in matters of grievance. Since your involvement in my disciples' affairs is minimal, I shall not trouble you further. Upon hearing this, the 10 kings' faces lit up with relief, as if grasping a lifeline. Thank you, esteemed one. Your magnanimity fills us with admiration. We shall ever remember your mercy. Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively and mounted the back of the divine beast, Tng. Wukong, shall you return to the Sanwei bookstore with me now? Sun Wukong scratched his head with a grin. My physical form remains in Flower Fruit Mountain. Allow me to return to my body before I honor my master at the bookstore. Very well. Mu Chen nodded, and shortly thereafter, he received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations on completing the system task. Reward. Ascend to the Golden Immortal Realm, 5,000 talent points. With the task complete, a surge of talent flooded into Mu Chen, replenishing what he had expended in battle. In the span of a single breath, his talent peaked at an astounding 10,000. Such a significant amount was sufficient to fulfill any current high martial novel's requirements. As for his cultivation, since less than a day had passed, Mu Chen remained at the quasi-saint level, thus his perception was still limited. After assessing his spoils, Mu Chen patted Tng's head with satisfaction and rode forth from the underworld into the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong curiously flipped through the book in his hands and dismissively discarded it in a corner of the underworld. This tome, which his master held in disdain, was equally unworthy of his attention. After all, who in their right mind would carry a book that sealed away living beings? Utilizing his divine powers, he transformed into a steed of spiritual energy and retraced his path back to Flower Fruit Mountain. It was only after witnessing the departure of these two formidable beings that the 10 kings of hell exhaled deeply, as if emerging from a near-death experience, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. How terrifying! How perilous! Who would have imagined that this monkey's master possessed such might? We truly faced a brush with death. King Qin Guang wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly jolting to realization. Oh no. Where did the monkey discard the book? We must send someone to retrieve it, for it seals the Bodhisattva K. Itagarba. Dispatch word to the Buddhist sect in heaven, informing them of the upheaval in the underworld. With his exclamation, the underworld plunged into a flurry of activity. The tome, carelessly discarded by Mu Chen and Sun Wukong, became the most coveted object in the underworld, with even the 10 kings personally searching for it. Yet, unbeknownst to them, with K. Itagarba sealed within the book, the sea of suffering he had conjured, devoid of Buddhist influence, gradually dissipated into the ether. The eye of the sea, which had been suppressed by Mu Chen's talent, found itself unexpectedly drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Your Majesty, the Dragon Mother is with child. Chapter 46. A new book covers the sky, bewildering the 3 bodhisattvas at Mount Fangsuan, within the Sanwei bookstore. Upon returning to the bookstore, Mu Chen exchanged a knowing glance with the divine beast Tng. The creature, displaying its intelligence, swiftly comprehended his intent and transformed into a large black dog. adorably sitting at the entrance. Excellent. You have no prospects in the underworld. From now on, you shall guard my door, and I shall guarantee you a peach each day. Mu Chen proclaimed, tossing a peach into the air. Wong. Tngt wagged its tail joyfully, eagerly devouring the peach and splattering juice everywhere. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, they would surely be left aghast. A majestic divine beast of the underworld, relegated to the role of a mere doorkeeper at the Sanwei bookstore. More astonishing was that this divine creature appeared quite content with its lot. After settling Tngting, Mu Chen finally felt his cultivation return to the golden immortal realm, his aura long and stable, significantly stronger than when he had departed. Indeed, this trip to the underworld has yielded great rewards. Not only have I advanced several levels in cultivation, but I have also amassed considerable talent. A smile crept across his face, unable to contain his elation. Armed with this newfound talent, he was eager to commence writing a new book. Since acquiring the ability to create from the void, he had been enchanted by the prospect of penning stories, longing to transcribe the masterpieces of his past life. Perhaps, in doing so, he could forge a legion of protagonists. With this thought in mind, he hastily retrieved a platinum wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. In the depths of a cold and dark universe, 9 colossal dragon corpses haul an ancient bronze coffin. The everlasting 9 dragons hauling the coffin. Has it returned to antiquity, or arrived at the other side of the starry sky? The path to heaven, a song in motion. A flick of the fingers eclipses the sky. As soon as this brief introduction was completed, the platinum brush emitted a jubilant sound. As if captivated by the tale it was helping to convey. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the bamboo slip, as if another world was energetically revolving within the words Mu Chen had just inscribed. This tome truly lived up to its reputation as a masterpiece of the high martial realm, for even the introduction had summoned such an extraordinary phenomenon. Mu Chen felt a profound shock within his heart. After taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and began the narrative. Life is the most magnificent miracle in the world. In the vast and desolate universe, 9 colossal corpses lay quietly, all belonging to 5-clawed black dragons. As the story gradually unfolded, Mu Chen appeared to be captivated, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, as his extraordinary talents surged forth, flowing through his fingertips. Once this book was completed, the 3 realms would undergo a tremendous transformation. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Meanwhile, in the underworld, 3 bodhisattvas pondered over a tome left behind by a mysterious, powerful figure, which possessed the ability to seal heaven and earth and evolve stories. If our assumptions are correct, the protagonist of this tale is none other than the sealed Ksiyou Bodhisattva. The 10 Yama kings gazed reverently at the 3 figures before them, not daring to breathe a word. Ever since Ksiyou Bodhisattva was sealed, they had immediately contacted the Buddhist sect. Upon learning of this matter, the sect wasted no time and promptly dispatched the 3 bodhisattvas, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Avalokiteshvara, to investigate. At this moment, the 3 bodhisattvas stared at the seemingly unremarkable tome, each lost in thought. They had come at the behest of the Buddha upon hearing that Ksiyou Bodhisattva had been sealed by a mysterious force, their initial reaction being disbelief. Yet, upon discovering that Ksiyou Bodhisattva was sealed within this tome and had become the protagonist of the story, their skepticism only deepened. Can this insignificant book really seal Ksiyou Bodhisattva? Is the protagonist truly Ksiyou? Are you jesting with us? The bodhisattvas wore expressions of doubt. After all, they were revered bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, well acquainted with countless treasures within the 3 realms. However, they had never heard of such an absurd tome before. Rest assured, what we say is the truth. We witnessed this tome descend from the heavens and absorb Ksiyou Bodhisattva. King Qin Guang exclaimed, nearly in tears. Though the matter sounded ludicrous, the reality was undeniable. Oh, then why do you assert that Ksiyou is the protagonist of this tome? Manjushri Bodhisattva inquired, narrowing his eyes with curiosity. We are not entirely certain. We only gleaned this information from the conversation between that mysterious figure and the stone monkey. At that time, the mysterious figure stated that Ksiyou Bodhisattva had transformed into the protagonist of the book and would continuously experience the narrative within. Cold sweat began to beat on King Qin Guang's forehead. To experience the story repeatedly? Is there truly such a treasure in this world? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva furrowed his brow. The 3 bodhisattvas exchanged glances, all eyes falling upon the tome. As they slowly unfolded it, A multitude of tadpole-like characters came into view. Based on these conditions, he searched for a suitable location and eventually found an open space beside a hillside. One side of the small hill was steep, resembling a wall, and there was a concave area in the rock, appearing like the entrance of a cave, yet there was, in fact, no cave. The prose of this story seemed plain and unadorned, akin to someone whispering in your ear, lacking grandiloquent embellishments, yet exuding a sense of authenticity and simplicity. Merely a few paragraphs captivated the three bodhisattvas entirely, their eyes widening in astonishment. Manjushri Bodhisattva could not help but read aloud. It was only upon reaching the latest section that the three bodhisattvas awakened from the narrative, their expressions filled with profound shock. The tale within this tome was indeed compelling. Indeed, who would have thought that a mere mortal could display such resilience, surviving alone on an island for many days? Both Manjushri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas could not suppress their admiration. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, gaining insight, murmured, "Could this be what the Buddha meant when he said, 'All phenomena are illusions'? If one sees the non-phenomenal nature of phenomena, one sees the Tathagata." The protagonist of this book renounced all worldly possessions, viewing wealth and fame as mere illusions, striving solely for survival on a deserted island. His journey for survival was, in essence, a path to self-redemption. In other words, when the redemption is complete, it marks the moment of his ultimate merit. The three bodhisattvas exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. This tome was extraordinary. If Xiyou truly was the protagonist, then this matter might be of great significance. At the very least, we cannot discern the authenticity of this tome. It is perhaps best to present it to the Buddha for his judgment. The three bodhisattvas spoke gravely, carefully securing the tome. Regardless of its implications, it was undeniably linked to Xiyou Bodhisattva, leaving no room for error. More importantly, they had yet to witness the conclusion of the story. After all, the tome was in their possession, and they could certainly explore the ending before presenting it to the Buddha. The three bodhisattvas nodded in tacit agreement and promptly departed from the underworld. "You too. This place is quite near my South Sea. Why not visit for a while? It would also allow us to further study the tome's contents," Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva suggested. She felt a strong curiosity about the island survival story, eager to discover how the protagonist would navigate the dangers. As for Xiyou Bodhisattva, he wouldn't perish from being sealed for a couple of days. Moreover, should Xiyou truly be the protagonist, reading the story now would afford them insight into his character, aiding any future rescue efforts. With this thought, Avalokiteshvara straightened her back. "We are not here merely to read a novel. We are here to save a life." Samantabhadra and Manjushri Bodhisattva smiled and nodded in agreement. "Excellent." In the heavenly court, Lingxiao Palace. Ha ha, how amusing. The illustrious Xiyou Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect was utterly defeated by an unknown individual, ultimately sealed within a tome. Laughter echoed throughout the palace as the celestial beings observed the Jade Emperor laughing heartily. The Star of Venus stroked his beard and chuckled. "This matter is truly satisfying. It seems the Buddhist sect has not faced such a setback in a long time." The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, taking a considerable time to compose himself. Looking at it now, the mysterious figure King Qingguang spoke of must be the one who has been obstructing the Buddhist sect's journey to the West all these years. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, then solemnly remarked, "But who is this person? Not only do they dare to place the blame on the moral celestial venerable, but they also challenge the Buddhist sect. Could they be another sage?" His words ignited speculation among the crowd, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. "Your Majesty, with the sudden emergence of a mysterious, powerful figure in the three realms, it is our duty in the heavenly court to investigate this matter," the Star of Venus declared. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. "In that case, let Marshal Tianpeng investigate the identity of this mysterious figure." Not long ago, he had assigned Marshal Tianpeng the task of pursuing the Buddhist sect, and shortly thereafter, he learned the truth behind the Buddhist sect's actions against the heavenly court. Therefore, the investigation into the Buddhist sect's activities could be considered an unexpected completion of his previous task. Now, assigning this matter to Marshal Tianpeng served as a continuation of that earlier mission, which seemed fitting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Great Hall fell into a sudden silence. "Your Majesty, Marshal Tianpeng is not present in the heavenly court." "What? What happened?" The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow. The Star of Venus chuckled wryly. "To speak frankly, ever since Marshal Tianpeng left Mount Fangsuan, He has been incessantly shouting about searching for some little dragon girl. He has even turned the East Sea upside down, nearly storming the Dragon Palace. Before the Jade Emperor could inquire further, a celestial being named Qianli Yin burst into the hall, breathless. Your Majesty, it's terrible. Marshal Tianpeng has barged into the Dragon Palace. And now the entire palace is in chaos. Chapter 47. Your little dragon girl has arrived. Please sign for her. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Marshal Tianpeng. You have seen the genealogy. Among the 108 descendants of my dragon palace, none are named Little Dragon Girl. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang was nearly in tears. The rotund figure before me seems to have lost his senses, causing quite the uproar in the East Sea just days ago in search of a person named Xiyou. Now, astonishingly, he has even made his way to the Dragon Palace. In light of his status as Marshal Tianpeng, I had presented the genealogy of the East Sea, yet this rotund individual remains undeterred. At this moment, Marshal Tianpeng fixed his gaze intently upon Ao Guang, apprehensive that this old fellow might be deceiving him, and stated resolutely, Old Dragon King, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you assist me in locating Xiyou, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang revealed a smile more sorrowful than tears. Marshal, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but the truth is, there is no one by that name in my dragon palace. Could it be that you have mistaken the identity? Ao Guang's expression turned dubious, pondering whether this rotund fellow had spent too much time managing the river of heaven, leading to a lapse in his memory. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Marshal Tianpeng's head shook vehemently, his expression growing more resolute. I distinctly remember that Xiyou is the princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the daughter of you, the Dragon King. What? My daughter? Ao Guang staggered back, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Could it be that a grave mistake from his youth had come back to haunt him? This matter must not reach his wife's ears. He quickly drew Marshal Tianpeng closer, saying with a smile, Marshal, one must not speak carelessly. Even if this were true, I beseech you to grant me some dignity and keep this matter under wraps. In his youth, he had indeed been quite the dashing young man, and the lives he had inadvertently taken were not few. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many dragon offspring in the three realms. However, this issue was ultimately rather disgraceful. If it were to spread, it would tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Old Dragon King, do you admit to it? You truly have a daughter named Xiyou? Ahem, with so many illegitimate children, even I cannot keep track. Ao Guang replied, embarrassment flooding him as he nearly scratched the floor with his toes, then asked, But Marshal, I am quite curious. How did you come to know of this? Besides yourself, how many others are aware of this matter? At this point, Ao Guang began to feel nervous. If only a handful knew. He would have to ensure that the information remained sealed to protect his honor. Tianpeng glanced at him, replying, I read this in a book. What? This matter has been inscribed in a book? Ao Guang was taken aback, his heart sinking. Could it be that he would lose all face? Who was the scoundrel responsible for this? Writing it down was tantamount to ensuring his disgrace would echo throughout eternity. Ao Guang felt both shocked and furious. He knew that a well-promoted book could make the information known far and wide, a level of dissemination that was unfathomable. More importantly, this was his scandal. He shrank back, feeling as though he were being publicly humiliated. Marshal, aside from this matter, what else does that book contain? Ao Guang's voice trembled, his spirit waning, fearing further revelations. Tianpeng pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, It did not mention much else. Hearing this, Ao Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his secrets had not been laid bare. Old Dragon King, since you admit Xiyou is your daughter, let us hasten to meet her. I have words to convey, Tianpeng urged. Reluctantly, Ao Guang nodded in agreement, but with so many illegitimate daughters, he could hardly keep track of them all. Where would he find Xiyou? Just as he hesitated, a voice rang out from the outside, that of the Turtle Chancellor exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Dragon Mother has given birth. The jubilant announcement resonated throughout the entire East Sea Dragon Palace, yet Ao Guang stood frozen. What do you mean, given birth? The Turtle Chancellor excitedly grasped Ao Guang's hand, overflowing with joy. The child, the Dragon Mother has birthed a child. Congratulations, you have another daughter. What? Did not my wife just become pregnant a few days ago? She has given birth already? How could it be so soon? Ao Guang was astonished. Could it be that the child merely wished to take a brief stroll in her mother's womb? He cleared his throat and quickly added, Take me to her at once. At your command. As the old Dragon King followed the Turtle Chancellor away, Tianpeng felt a sense of urgency. He had finally uncovered news of Xiyou. How could he allow Ao Guang to depart? However, seeing Ao Guang elated at the prospect of meeting his daughter, he chose to follow instead. Tianpeng trailed closely behind Ao Guang, arriving at the Dragon Mother's chamber. Inside, the palace bustled with activity. Maidens entered and exited with warm towels, and male attendants held luminous pearls high, illuminating the entire chamber. Behind a curtain of pearl chains, the voice of the Dragon Mother rang with satisfaction. My lady, you have worked hard. Ao Guang first expressed his concern for the Dragon Mother, then cradled the newborn princess in his arms, overwhelmed with joy. Although curious as to how the child had been born so swiftly, the fact that she was his own flesh and blood filled him with uncontainable delight. Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon Mother, Tianpeng interjected, bowing respectfully, then prepared to inquire about Xiyou. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the newborn princess, he was rendered speechless. This freshly born princess had bright, expressive eyes, skin as delicate as snow, and a pair of exquisite pink dragon horns atop her head. Though merely an infant, her gaze was lively, and upon noticing Tianpeng's attention, she returned his gaze with a smile. Giggling, the little princess laughed upon seeing Tianpeng, her voice melodious, like the sound of wind chimes. At this moment, the Dragon Mother parted the pearl chains on the bed, revealing her lovely face, and said, Husband, since the princess has arrived ahead of schedule, I ask that you bestow her a name. A name? Ao Guang's eyes brightened as a thought struck him about the book Tianpeng had mentioned. That book stated he had a daughter named Xiyou, did it not? If he truly had a daughter by that name, perhaps it could serve to overshadow his past indiscretions. With this in mind, a smile crept across his lips as he declared, Let us name our daughter Xiyou. Having spoken, he presented the infant Xiyou for Tianpeng to behold. Marshal, the Xiyou you have long sought after has been found by this old dragon. Tianpeng, are you quite certain you are not jesting with me? His lips twitched, utterly at a loss for words. It was as if he had been struck dumb, left speechless to the point of exasperation. Just as he prepared to speak, a commanding voice interrupted. Ao Guang, step forth to face your doom. Chapter 48. The debut of the porcine universe's fart. Ao Guang, I granted you 3 days to surrender the divine weapon. Now that the time has elapsed, yet I find no weapon in sight. You must be eager for life and wish to deceive me? The voice from outside, hoarse yet laced with madness, reverberated through the sea, sending waves crashing violently. Ao Guang's expression shifted upon hearing this, and the little Xiyou in his arms began to wail uncontrollably. Old Dragon King, who is that shouting outside? So audacious. Tianpeng frowned, finding the outside voice highly disrespectful. Ao Guang tightly cradled the newborn Xiyou and sighed. Marshal, you may not be aware, but the one outside is a 9-headed bird known as Xiyou. This fellow possesses immense strength, likely at the Tai Golden Immortal level. In recent years, he has pursued the princess of the Baibo Pond, and in need of a formidable weapon, he has turned his attention towards me. As he spoke, the Xiyou was already making its way toward them. In that case, why not simply give him a weapon to send him on his way? Ao Guang glanced at Tianpeng and smiled wryly, stating, if this matter were so easily resolved, there would be no need for such complications. However, the 9-headed worm has taken a fancy to an innate spiritual treasure. At this point, a hint of helplessness crossed Ao Guang's face. To be frank, ever since the ancient times when Emperor Yu managed the floods, he had secured the sea-calming needle in the East Sea, resulting in our region's fortune being suppressed, and the spiritual energy of the sea diminishing year by year. As soon as he finished speaking, Marshal Tianpeng exclaimed, Has the spring of the East Sea run dry? The loss of spiritual energy and the suppression of fortune, doesn't this indicate the depletion of our springs? Indeed, the tales of Elder Mu Chen were not mere fabrications. All of this was true. Marshal Tianpeng felt a surge of excitement, for this meant that his beloved little dragon maiden surely existed in this world. Spring? What is that? Ao Guang pondered, somewhat baffled. Why had he never heard of such a thing? It seemed that this rotund Tianpeng was privy to many secrets. He continued, in order to stabilize the fortune and spiritual energy of the East Sea, I, the old dragon, must scour the land for spiritual treasures to replenish our depleting energy. Originally, I promised the 9-headed worm to present a spiritual treasure in 3 days. as the Buddhist sect assured me that a destined one would appear to take the sea-calming needle and lift the seal upon the East Sea. Yet, what happened? Although the destined one appeared, he merely took a tour of the Dragon Palace before leaving, claiming he was there to collect materials. At this point, Ao Guang's face flushed with anger. Whenever he brought this up, his frustration surged, wishing he could find a block of tofu to smash his head against. After waiting for countless millennia, even boasting to the nine-headed worm, all his hopes were dashed due to that monkey's antics. Now, with the seal of the sea-calming needle unbroken, how could I dare to present a spiritual treasure? If I did, it would be akin to leading the entire East Sea down a path to ruin. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, wept bitterly. Upon witnessing the dignified Dragon King in tears, Tianping sighed and gazed towards the Great Hall's entrance. At that moment, the nine-headed worm had already bulldozed several palaces and stood at the doorway, flanked by a multitude of menacing shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Are you the nine-headed worm? Tianping strode forward, disdain written across his face as he fixed his gaze upon the creature clad in silver robes, with 9 heads atop its neck. As the marshal of the celestial court, he could not stand idly by while a monster bullied a celestial official. He was obliged to lend his aid. The nine-headed worm, initially taken aback by the sight of the rotund figure emerging from the hall, quickly chuckled, "Ah, Ao Guang. You intended to deceive me from the start. Unable to defeat me, you sought help." With a casual smile, all 9 heads displayed a mocking grin. "Fatty, who are you? State your name, so that I may have my subordinates erect a monument for you after your demise." Tianping frowned, glaring fiercely. "You audacious beast. I am the god of war of the celestial court, Marshal Tianping. Today, as I stand here, I will not allow you to act with impunity." He stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Only Ao Guang, standing behind him, felt his heart race, his mouth twitching. "Marshal, are you serious about that title of god of war? While I appreciate your bravery, I can't help but think that this rotund figure is merely boasting." As for the nine-headed worm, upon hearing the title of god of war, all 9 heads recoiled in shock. He had assumed that this individual was the renowned Li Tianwang, who had defeated Bodhisattva Puxian a few years prior. Yet upon realizing it was only Marshal Tianping, he thought, "Are you jesting? This fat figure is merely talking nonsense. I have never heard of such a god of war in the celestial court." The nine-headed worm crossed his arms, disdainfully eyeing Tianping with a smirk. Meanwhile, Ao Guang shrank his neck, thinking to himself, "Alas, this nine-headed worm is too astute. He can see through Tianping's facade at a glance." At the same time, in the celestial court, upon learning that Tianping had intruded upon the Dragon Palace, the Jade Emperor retrieved the Haotian mirror, granting him a complete view of the Dragon Palace. As he observed Tianping proclaiming himself the god of war, he could not help but chuckle. "Haha. This fellow Tianping certainly knows how to embellish his own image. Very well, if he can repel the nine-headed worm, I shall grant him the title of god of war." The celestial beings, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Your Majesty certainly has a sense of humor." The nine-headed worm is at the peak of the Tai realm, nearly stepping into the realm of Deluo. Tianping is likely no match for him. As long as he does not suffer an embarrassing defeat, we shall consider it a victory. The celestial beings exchanged light-hearted banter, treating it as a source of amusement. Just then, the scene in the Haotian mirror shifted, and the nine-headed worm and Marshal Tianping had already begun to clash after exchanging a few words. "You monster. Today I will show you the might of the god of war of the celestial court." Tianping rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch. Having given his rake to Mu Chen to read novels, he was now unarmed and was left with no choice but to rely on the strength of his fists. Yet, he was unfazed, for he had one ultimate technique he had comprehended at the Sanwei bookstore. Boom. His punch landed squarely on the nine-headed worm's chest. However, the disparity in their realms was too great. This single blow merely dented the worm's armor without inflicting substantial harm. "Ha ha, the god of war of the celestial court? Is this all you've got?" The nine-headed worm grinned mockingly. With just that punch, he could tell that this self-proclaimed god of war was nothing more than a showman. "Still calling yourself a god of war? How laughable." The nine-headed worm's face was etched with scorn as he flipped his hand, casting a spell that transformed into a towering pagoda, pinning Tianping down. He did not relent. Instead, he pressed forward, his hand morphing into a blade. A fierce wind howling as he aimed for Tianping's heart. In his eyes, the Dragon King of the East Sea was a celestial official, deserving only of humiliation, but not death. However, this rotund figure was clearly just a bystander and could be killed without a second thought. The celestial beings in the celestial court observed this scene through the Haoyan mirror, growing increasingly worried for Tianpeng. Oh no, Tianpeng is in danger. He is trapped by the nine-headed worm's powers, like a fish on a chopping block, helpless to resist. Sighing, the celestial beings lamented, thinking that yet another marshal of the celestial court would be lost. However, unexpectedly, Tianpeng suddenly turned around, presenting his backside to the nine-headed worm and unleashing a resounding blast. Boom! The sound reverberated, shaking the entire East Sea, nearly bringing the dragon palace to ruin with its overwhelming force. The nine-headed worm's expression shifted to one of horror as he caught a whiff of a foul stench, which penetrated his nose and invaded his lungs, akin to an iron drill twisting through his insides, leaving him in a state of agony. Following that, a powerful wave of energy struck him. It sent him flying several feet away, leaving him gravely injured. What is this? One celestial being gasped in astonishment. There stood Tianpeng, with his rear end raised high, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, the pig's universe fart is unrivaled. The Samway bookstore is invincible. Elder Mu Chen is invincible. Zhu Bajie is invincible. Haha, my apologies. I overindulged at lunch and couldn't hold it in. Are you all right? Tianpeng straightened up, striding over to the nine-headed worm, looking down with a grin. The nine-headed worm gazed incredulously at Tianpeng, wiping the blood from his mouth as he staggered backward. Why you? What kind of divine ability was that? He had clearly trapped this rotund figure with his powers. So why had this fat one merely released a fart to shatter his spell and send him reeling in injury? At that moment, the nine-headed worm's mind was filled with questions. Chapter 49. Is this Tianpeng too overbearing? What divine power did you just employ? Xiyou Tuchong pointed at Tianpeng, astonished and fearful, worried that this rotund figure might unleash another explosive attack. Heh. This general's unparalleled divine ability is beyond the comprehension of a mere rural demon like you. Tianpeng replied, hands placed confidently on his hips, a smug smile adorning his face. However, his words caused the celestial beings of the heavenly court to flush with embarrassment, as they too were baffled by Tianpeng's recent display of power. What manner of force could possibly emerge from such a bodily function, wielding such immense strength? Even the experienced Jade Emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Haoyan mirror, Tianpeng charged forward, fists raised, eager to take advantage of the wounded Xiyou Tuchong. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike landing with resounding force, creating a deep crater in the ground. The scene was nothing short of brutal. After enduring several blows, Xiyou Tuchong's rage ignited. He had never experienced such humiliation. How dare you? I shall dismember this gluttonous fool. He seethed internally, summoning his strength. All 9 of his heads focused their energy to conjure a golden firecracker from the void. Prepare to perish, you fat wretch, they proclaimed in unison, brimming with confidence. Tianpeng's gaze shifted to the firecracker, and Xiyou Tuchong, grinning, infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, a milky white flame erupted from it. Upon witnessing this flame, Tianpeng burst into laughter. Is this a joke? You dare wield fire beneath the East Sea? Surely, you must have read at least a few books in your youth. He thought, momentarily worried about Xiyou Tuchong's intelligence. However, he soon realized his concern was unwarranted. The milky flame began to grow in intensity, even evaporating the surrounding seawater, causing temperatures to soar dangerously high, almost boiling the ocean. Before long, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the East Sea Dragon Palace might find themselves cooked. At that moment, the little dragon maiden sensed the rising water temperature and began to cry. Her tears caused the surrounding waters to cool rapidly, and torrential rain began to pour down from the sky. Tianpeng, oblivious to this change, was entirely captivated by the firecracker, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a remarkable treasure! If I present this to Senior Mu Chen, he might be able to create several novels from it. I must acquire it. Xiyou Tuchong, seeing Tianpeng standing there in awe, erupted in laughter. This firecracker was crafted by a high monk of the Buddhist sect, capable of harnessing all flames of the world. This particular flame was obtained from the underworld. He boasted, remembering the effort it took to capture that flame. While wandering the underworld, he had witnessed a scholarly figure summon the mysterious fire, incinerating several vengeful spirits in an instant. Xiyou Tuchong had waited patiently for the figure to leave before daring to gather the dying flame into the firecracker, risking his very essence to tame it. This flame can not only reduce you to ashes, but can also consume all existence, Xiyou Tuchong declared, his gaze toward Tianpeng filled with derision. Is this flame truly so formidable? Tianpeng thought, eyes sparkling with greed. Without further hesitation, he charged forward. All of this is mine. I would risk my life for a chance to read the latest novels from Samway Bookstore. As Tianpeng rushed closer, all 9 heads of Xiyou Chong fell into confusion. What is happening? Instead of fleeing from my warning, this fool is approaching? Does he not fear being incinerated? At least show some respect and cast a fire protection spell. Xiyou Chong's inner thoughts nearly formed a barrage of complaints. Yet, with Tianpeng now in close proximity, he had no time to ponder. He directed the flames toward Tianpeng. The milky white flames surged forth, consuming everything in their path. Die! Xiyou Chong roared with delight. But then, an unexpected sound echoed. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, swallowing the flames whole. Drawing from prior experience, Xiyou Chong immediately held his breath and attempted to retreat. Yet, he was a moment too late. The noxious scent filled his lungs, followed closely by a powerful wave of heat. What is happening? Xiyou Chong was nearly paralyzed with fear. He focused, and to his horror, he saw the once murky wave now engulfed in flames, rushing toward him. He never imagined that the rotund figure's flatulence could reverse his own flames, let alone amplify their strength. Please, spare me. I am, Xiyou Chong's pale visage faltered. His words cut short as the inferno consumed him. With a heart-wrenching scream, Xiyou Chong vanished, reduced to nothing but ashes. Is that all? I expected something grander. 2 flatulent blasts and he's gone. Tianpeng scoffed, tightening his belt with an air of disdain. This astonishing turn of events left not only the East Sea Dragon King Xiyou Guang in shock, but also the little dragon maiden and the celestial beings of the heavenly court. All dumbfounded. None anticipated the formidable Xiyou Chong to be defeated so easily by mere flatulence. Wow! The little dragon maiden clapped her hands, eyes sparkling with admiration for the portly general. Although she had only just come into existence, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. The East Sea Dragon King gaped, momentarily speechless, still trying to process the spectacle. Simultaneously, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, recovering the Haotian mirror, burst into laughter. Ha ha, what a splendid Tianpeng. I hereby appoint him as the heavenly war god. He was well aware that Xiyou Chong had been chosen as a candidate by the Buddhist sect. And now that he was no more, they would surely face a significant dilemma. Almost simultaneously, on Putua Island in the South Sea, 3 bodhisattvas were engrossed in reading the journey of the Xitigarbha king when Guanyin suddenly furrowed her brow. What is amiss? Manjushri, perceptive as ever, inquired. With a solemn expression, Guanyin replied, Amitba, grave news. Xiyou Chong has perished. What? How could this be? Manjushri and Samantabhadra reacted in disbelief. How is this possible? Xiyou Chong was a powerful Tai golden immortal, protected by the firecracker we bestowed upon him. Who could possibly harm him? Who did this? Manjushri inquired coldly. Guanyin began to calculate, only to nearly choke on her own blood upon discovering the answer. It was Tianpeng, the chosen one of the Buddhist sect. But the journey has only just begun. How could he have eliminated a challenge so soon? This is utterly outrageous. Reflecting on Tianpeng, Guanyin's frustration grew. She contemplated summoning him for an explanation, but ultimately decided against it. The fire stick bore her spiritual imprint, as long as it remained with Tianpeng. He could effortlessly locate her wherever he went, rendering any attempts to evade him futile. Guanyin Bodhisattva took a deep breath and said, Brothers, once we resolve the matter concerning Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, we shall seek out Tianpeng. For now, our priority is to immerse ourselves in the novel. Chapter 50. This flame is quite unruly. Marshal, would you care to stay for a meal? In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the old Dragon King Xiyou Guang gazed at Tianpeng with a face full of flattery, his eyes brimming with admiration. This formidable being had the power to vanquish the 9-headed bug. His strength was terrifying, and thus, it was only fitting to treat him with utmost reverence, perhaps even to forge a beneficial connection. Having occupied the Dragon King's throne for millennia, Xiyou Guang had honed the art of diplomacy. However, Tianpeng merely shook his head, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. No. I have come here in search of the little dragon maiden. Since she is not in the East Sea, I shall continue my quest elsewhere. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the newborn dragon princess cradled in Xiyou Guang's arms. Though she shared the name of the little dragon maiden he sought, in Tianpeng's mind, the one he sought was not an infant. The little dragon maiden he envisioned was a graceful beauty, adorned in a golden silk gown, her fair complexion accentuated by a rosy glow. This, however, did not imply he lacked affection for the princess before him. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable urge to protect and cherish her. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Tianpeng waved farewell to the little princess and departed the Dragon Palace, setting his sights on Mount Fongsong. After the battle against the nine-headed bug, he was thoroughly impressed by the power of the piggy Qingquan's abilities. Now, with the treasure of the fire stick in hand, he eagerly anticipated exchanging it for books at Mount Fongsong. Riding the winds, Tianpeng soon hovered above Mount Fongsong, a look of puzzlement on his face. Strange. The Sanwei bookstore was quite expansive. Why could he not see it from above? Could it be hidden by some formation? Taking a deep breath, he was once again astounded by the depth of the Sanwei bookstore. A formation capable of deceiving him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Descending from the clouds, Tianpeng followed the path etched in his memory and finally spotted the sign of the Sanwei bookstore amidst a thicket. Unlike his initial visit, he now felt a profound sense of respect and anticipation. This time, he was determined to awaken another divine ability. With these thoughts in mind, he stepped over the threshold and pushed open the grand doors of the bookstore. Elder Mu, I have returned for a visit. Tianpeng dared not act presumptuously and, regardless of whether Mu Chen heard him, he bowed with the utmost reverence, fearful of any sign of disrespect. This scene, if witnessed by others, would surely be met with disbelief. The illustrious Marshal Tianpeng behaving so cautiously within a bookstore. After bowing, he was met with silence. Unfazed, he chuckled softly and entered the courtyard. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly halted, terror washing over him as a cold sweat trickled down his neck. Who is here? He turned in fright, sensing an ominous presence scrutinizing him from the shadows, causing his very soul to tremble. Wang Wang. A sudden bark broke the silence, capturing Tianpeng's attention. He turned to see a large black dog squatting in the corner, its deep-set eyes observing him. The chilling aura emanated from this formidable creature, as if it would pounce and devour him at the slightest hint of malice. When did Elder Mu raise such a powerful pet? Tianpeng was taken aback, forcing a smile as he addressed the black dog with respect. I am a fan of Elder Mu and have come to pay my respects today. Wang Wang. The black dog barked twice, displaying a human-like smile before shifting its gaze and returning to slumber. Seeing this, Tianpeng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. He never anticipated that the guardian of this place would surpass him in prowess. With a wry smile, he realized the dog seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it before. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and proceeded toward the study, knowing that Elder Mu would be diligently writing. Upon reaching the study, he indeed found Mu Chen engrossed in his writing, words flowing elegantly onto the bamboo slips. A new book? Tianpeng's eyes brightened at the sight of the glowing bamboo slips, captivated by their brilliance. He sensed that this work would rival the radiant spring of Zhu Bajie. Just as he prepared to approach and appreciate the work, he abruptly noticed that the dancing brush had come to a halt, followed by a cool voice. What brings you here? Mu Chen inquired, intrigued. Had the chubby fellow truly found the little dragon maiden? Tianpeng sheepishly scratched his head, grinning as he replied, Greetings, Elder Mu. I have come to peruse the books. Oh, have you acquired another treasure? Mu Chen responded with a knowing smile. Tianpeng chuckled. Indeed, thanks to your bestowal of divine abilities. After my venture to the East Sea in search of the little dragon maiden, I encountered a rather audacious opponent in the Dragon Palace. Utilizing the powers you granted me, I obliterated him into ashes, thus saving the East Sea from peril. As he spoke with growing enthusiasm, he animatedly gestured, nearly dancing with excitement. Concerned that the chubby fellow might continue his soliloquy, Mu Chen cleared his throat, interrupting his boastfulness. So, did you find the little dragon maiden? At these words, the smile on Tianpeng's face faltered, and he sank into despair. Alas, I searched the entire East Sea and could not find her. That's more like it. One cannot take the events of a novel too seriously. If Tianpeng had truly found the little dragon maiden, now that would be a bizarre occurrence, Mu Chen thought. Smiling faintly as he comforted, some matters do not warrant excessive obsession. What is destined to happen will come to pass. And what is not meant to be should not be forced. Though Mu Chen's words held wisdom, Tianpeng was unwilling to relent. Elder Mu, I refuse to give up. Even if I must traverse the three realms, I will find her. I believe she exists in this world, and I do not wish for her to become a mere memory. I want to protect her. Tianpeng's tone was resolute, his eyes unwavering. This stirred something within Mu Chen. Could this be what they call being too deeply immersed in a story? He sighed. contemplating whether to help Tianpeng see the truth, that the little dragon maiden did not exist in this realm. Yet he hesitated, fearing it would be too cruel. Very well. I happen to have a new book here. Would you care to take a look? In Mu Chen's view, Tianpeng was an inherently emotional individual, prone to becoming engrossed in fictional narratives and losing sight of reality. The only way to awaken him was to present a new story, redirecting his focus. As Tianpeng heard of the new book, he eagerly nodded, his face alight with excitement. Elder Mu, I understand the rules. This is my subscription fee. He produced the fire stick, offering it to Mu Chen with utmost respect. A postnatal spiritual treasure? Mu Chen's lips curled into a smile. It appeared that Tianpeng was indeed fortunate. It had been but a short while since he had acquired another postnatal treasure. Yet, why did this fire stick evoke a sense of familiarity? Expressing his doubt, he took the fire stick into his possession. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a milky white flame surged forth, an aura of terrifying power enveloping him in an instant. Not good. Elder, flee. The corners of Marshal Tianping's eyes twitched violently as he grasped Mu Chen, attempting to flee. He had witnessed the flames that consumed everything. Even the formidable nine-headed serpent reduced to ashes under their wrath, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge Mu Chen even a fraction. Mu Chen's expression was peculiar as he held the milky white flames in his hands. The once dominant fire appeared docile in his grasp, licking at his palms without causing any harm, even radiating a comforting warmth, reminiscent of an affectionate puppy. Marshal Tianpeng stared, dumbfounded by the scene before him. This fire was utterly unconventional. Chapter 51. Enjoying the author's fortuitous protection, Senior Mu? It seems you are quite familiar with this fire. Tianpeng said, stepping forward with trepidation, cautious of being burned. In contrast, Mu Chen treated the flames like a mere toy, teasing them for a moment before stating, "This fire is known as the purifying lotus demon fire, a presence even more terrifying than the Samadhi true fire. Not long ago, I used it to eradicate a few unruly spirits in the underworld, and perhaps a few embers were left behind and collected by someone." Oh, I see the underworld. Tianping's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Mu Chen. Although he was astonished by the fire, he was not overly shocked. After all, Senior Mu had always been enigmatic in his eyes. Possessing such formidable flames was not entirely surprising. However, the mention of the underworld left him utterly astonished. Just days prior, he had heard rumors of a mysterious powerhouse claiming to be the master of the spiritual stone monkey, who not only wreaked havoc in the underworld, demolishing the Hall of Yama, but also subdued the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, sealing him within a book. The identity of this mysterious figure was the subject of much speculation. Some believed him to be an incarnation of the virtuous celestial, while others thought it was a staged act by the Buddhist sect, aimed at justifying a crackdown on the heavenly court in the Taoist sect. Tianping had his own suspicions, yet lacked evidence. Now, upon hearing Senior Mu mention the underworld, he was struck with realizations. Could it be that the one who stirred up the underworld was indeed you? Marshal Tianpeng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Chen, feeling he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, his heart racing. Mu Chen merely cast a casual glance at him, and in response to his astonished expression, nodded and said, "Indeed, I took a stroll through the underworld, and it was too bad. The inhabitants were quite hospitable, gifting me many fine items." Tianpeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Good heavens! Had he not heard that the divine beasts of the underworld had been abducted, leading the 10 Yama kings to collectively seek the Jade Emperor's counsel? He would have thought Mu Chen merely went on a leisurely trip. Wait, could the large black dog that was taken from the yard be the divine beast hiding? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he gasped in astonishment. Senior Mu, indeed a peerless figure, fierce yet reticent. He was now utterly convinced that Mu Chen was the one who had caused the uproar in the underworld. However, he had no intention of revealing this to anyone, as he hoped to continue enjoying his novels daily. He must not anger Senior Mu. With clarity in his mind, Tianping quickly changed the subject, saying, "Hee. What is this novel about?" Mu Chen yawned, handing over the first half of Covering the Heavens to him, and chuckled. "It's about a mortal who reconstructs the heavenly court and ascends to become the heavenly emperor." Reconstructing the heavenly court. Tianpeng's jaw nearly dropped in shock. When did the heavenly court fall? How was he unaware? Driven by curiosity, he opened the bamboo slip, revealing 2 bold characters radiating a faint golden light, as if they were poised to transform into a living dragon. Just the title suggested an extraordinary tale throughout history. Who has ever managed to overshadow the heavens with a mere gesture? Tianpeng sighed in awe and began to read attentively. In the cold and dark depths of the universe, 9 colossal dragon corpses pulled an ancient bronze coffin, enduring through the ages. This image, captured by a space probe amidst the desolate cosmos, is profoundly astonishing. Did the 9 dragons pull the coffin back to ancient times, or have they reached the other side of the starry sky? Upon reading the first segment, Tianpeng was staggered once more. What a bold narrative. The notion of 9 dragon corpses pulling a coffin would surely infuriate the dragon kings of the 4 seas if they heard of it. Yet, recalling that it was penned by Senior Mu, he felt reassured. Naturally, the dragon kings were unworthy to serve as a mere carriage for Senior Mu. As he continued to delve into the story, the narrative began to unfold, revealing glimpses of a mysterious world within the pages. I like this Yifan character. But what is this universe mentioned in the book? It seems to touch upon the great Tao. And where is Earth? Is there such a place within the 3 realms? Tianpeng squinted his eyes, faintly sensing that this book was extraordinary. Perhaps it concealed endless profound truths of the great Tao. With this thought, Tianpeng became even more engrossed in the reading. Unbeknownst to him, he was deeply submerged in the narrative. There were exhilarating scenes, eccentric and novel techniques and moves, characters that evoked both love and hate. When Tianpeng saw the 9 dragons pulling the coffin make their appearance, his heart raced with excitement. Truly, the sight of the 9 dragons traversing the void was breathtaking. He could not help but flip through the bamboo slip, reading faster and faster, eager to absorb the entire story in one go. When he reached the part where the protagonist arrived at the ancient Star Road, the atmosphere, fraught with danger, made him feel tense as well. Are these people fools? The crocodile ancestor is almost here, and they're still prattling on. I see only Yifan has any substance. Oh, there is also a place called the Ancient Forbidden Land? Impressive. This marshal truly wishes to witness it. He continued to read, unable to refrain from commenting. Marveling at the author's rich imagination, the story progressed, gradually reaching its climax. When Tianpeng witnessed Yifan overpowering the people of the sacred grounds, he felt his blood boil. A surge of combat spirit erupting within him. Yes, this is how it should be. Damn them. Such individuals ought to taste the bitterness of a fist. This book is exhilarating. As the bamboo slip turned slowly, Tianpeng's eyes darted back and forth, unable to look away, as if ensnared. Observing Tianpeng's rapt attention, Mu Chen smiled faintly. An excellent novel should possess the ability to evoke emotions in its readers, bringing them joy through its narrative. Just then, a powerful aura erupted from within Tianpeng. This energy was unlike any found in the 3 realms, exuding an ancient and profound feeling, forming a chaotic starry sky behind him. Has he comprehended something new? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, and shortly thereafter, he received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations. Your fan has read your novel and successfully comprehended the divine ability of fortuitous protection, which you have now acquired. Fortuitous protection, this divine ability is passive. As a fan of this book, one enjoys the protection of the author's fortune. When attacked, one will not be immediately harmed, and dealing damage to an enemy will restore one's own wounds. In simpler terms, this divine ability operates autonomously for 24 hours. Once harm is inflicted, the protected individual will not immediately suffer feedback. As long as they deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, they can restore their own wounds and regain vitality instantly. Thus, even in the most perilous situations, one could venture forth with eyes closed. After gaining a general understanding of this divine ability, Mu Chen's eyes immediately brightened. This divine ability is simply astonishing. It can be said to provide an additional life. Heart destroyed? Fear not, for as long as I can destroy the enemy's heart, my heart shall be restored. As long as I am not instantly killed, I cannot truly perish. Who wouldn't be envious? However, Mu Chen was somewhat intrigued by the connection between this divine ability and the heaven's obscurity. While he pondered this, he suddenly heard Tianpeng mumbling as he read. Senior Mu Chen is truly remarkable to have written such a classic novel. I admire him greatly. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen realized that the rotund fellow had been praising him in his heart while reading the novel, thus inadvertently comprehending the divine ability of luck and protection. Chapter 52. Readers demand updates. Before long, the chaotic starry sky behind Tianpeng gradually dissipated, transforming into starlight that surged into his dantian, ultimately settling into silence. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement evident on his face as he looked at Mu Chen and knelt in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Mu, for bestowing this technique upon me. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget." Having comprehended 2 divine abilities consecutively at the 3-flavor bookstore was an extraordinary opportunity for him. At this moment, his admiration for Mu Chen was etched deep within him. Mu Chen smiled faintly and called forth a gentle breeze to assist Tianping in rising. "There is no need for thanks. As I've said, everything you have gained at the 3-flavor bookstore is a result of your own comprehension. I merely provided you with the opportunity." In fact, even he was somewhat astonished. This plump fellow had awakened 2 divine abilities. Such luck was truly remarkable. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Tianping respectfully clasped his hands, his excitement barely contained. His first divine ability, Piggy Universe Fart, was an offensive technique of terrifying might, while the second one he had comprehended today could be deemed the strongest defense. With the strongest offense and defense combined, he could nearly challenge powerful beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Eagerly, he returned to the table to continue browsing through the bamboo slips of the heaven's obscurity, though he knew he might not comprehend any further divine abilities. The brilliance of the book was irresistible. Even without the prospect of further comprehension, Tianping couldn't help but wish to continue reading. He picked up the bamboo slip and resumed his reading. The exquisite narrative, the fantastical combat techniques, and the love-hate character dynamics continuously captivated his heart. Tianping was utterly absorbed, but when he saw Yi Fan traveling from the Big Dipper to the next star, he froze in shock. He realized that the bamboo slip had come to an end. What? Where did it go? What about the subsequent content? What is that black mist? What happened to Yi Fan's fellow countrymen? It can't just end like this. He instinctively searched the table for other bamboo slips, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. It's over, it's all gone. Just when the story was at its most exciting, it abruptly cut off. Tianping felt as though he were being clawed by a cat. His longing gaze fixed upon Mu Chen. "Senior, what about the rest of the book?" Mu Chen awkwardly scratched his nose and replied with a smile. "I haven't finished writing this book yet." "What?" Tianping's mouth fell open, as if he had received the most devastating news of his life, rendering his existence tasteless. Though he had comprehended divine abilities, the novel had come to an abrupt halt. "Senior, He wished to urge for updates, but lacked the courage to do so. Ding! A notification of reader demand for updates triggered an explosive update task, 100 chapters. Reward, 10 jars of divine elixir. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of joy. 100 chapters of explosive updates would yield 10 jars of divine elixir. Such a reward was nothing short of extraordinary. It is known that this elixir is the exclusive drink of the Jade Emperor, a delicacy that ordinary deities could merely savor the aroma of, and only high-ranking deities could partake in at the Peach Banquet. To receive such a precious item, 10 jars at once, was remarkable. The system is truly impressive. Mu Chen felt tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes as he immediately sat down, preparing to write furiously. The divine elixir was inconsequential. What mattered most was his passion for writing. With a gentle smile, he began to write, and words flowed from his pen like tadpoles. As the entire bamboo slip seemed to come alive, countless characters swirling and weaving together to form a series of captivating stories. Tianping, watching nearby, was astonished to see that the flowing words even manifested scenes from the stories. Has Senior Mu Chen's writing reached the level of painting with words? Tianping marveled, his heart brimming with joy. He felt immensely fortunate that just as he had the thought of urging for updates, Mu Chen had begun to write anew. Where could one find such a divine author? Filled with happiness and gratitude, Tianping eagerly moved closer to witness Mu Chen in the act of writing. With an almost supernatural speed, Mu Chen's pen danced across the page, producing lengthy passages as if performing magic. At this rate, completing nearly 1,000 chapters in a day would not be a challenge. Moreover, the words flowed not only neatly but also smoothly, with logical coherence between sentences. And the story's content was filled with unexpected twists and turns, making even typographical errors hard to find. Are contemporary novelists truly this formidable? Tianping swallowed hard. Having heard that many earthly authors could barely pen a few lines in a year. Some authors, in their entire lives, could produce only a single work, and even that would be exceedingly brief. In contrast, Mu Chen's creative ability could only be described as monstrous. Not only was it extensive, but it was also enduring. After just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, half of the system's task of 100 chapters was completed. Soon, as he exhaled a sigh of relief, the task of 100 explosive updates was wholly fulfilled. Ding! Congratulations on completing the explosive update task. You have received a reward of 10 jars of divine elixir. The system's voice sounded just in time, and before Mu Chen, several rolls of bamboo slips had already piled up. Tian Peng, cradling the bamboo slips, exclaimed joyfully, "Huh? This time I have truly enjoyed it. I didn't expect the subsequent story to be so splendid. However, it's a pity that this book still lacks a conclusion. It's only halfway written." Yet, this time he refrained from requesting updates. It wasn't that he didn't want to read on, but rather he intended to savor it slowly. Such a fine book deserves to be appreciated gradually. Senior Mu, I have thoroughly enjoyed today, so I shall not linger any longer. I shall return to appreciate your book once it is completed. Tian Peng, feeling satisfied, decided to let the story accumulate before returning to it. For now, he still needed to search for the little dragon girl. Mu Chen nodded and watched Tian Peng depart, his thoughts drifting to the 10 jars of divine elixir in the system's space. As a true gourmand, he felt an insatiable urge to indulge. After Tian Peng left, Mu Chen stretched lazily, preparing to take out a jar of divine elixir to savor when a thought suddenly struck him. With a flick of his empty hand, a fire stick appeared out of thin air. System, I wish to exchange this for talent. He had consumed quite a bit of talent while riding the heaven's obscurity, and this fire stick was just the right means to replenish it. Ding! Talent exchange successful. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 points of talent. The system's voice echoed as the fire stick in his hand vanished completely. All right, now it was time to truly relish the Jade Emperor's exquisite wine. Meanwhile, on Mount Putua in the South Sea, 3 bodhisattvas wore smiles as they carefully closed the book The Journey of the Xidigarbha King. It turned out, this was the conclusion of the story. The human race truly embodies resilience and indomitable spirit, remarked Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. They had just finished reading The Journey of the Xidigarbha King and were preparing to send the book to Mount Ling for the Buddha's judgment. Suddenly, with a puff, Guanyin Bodhisattva unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood, her once pure and rosy face now resembling one coated in layers of white powder. The pain in her soul was excruciating. What could be wrong? Had she perhaps fallen into a state of madness? Manjushri Bodhisattva hurriedly stepped forward to support Guanyin. Steadying her spirit with a single-hand gesture, she gradually regained her composure and, with her delicate lips parting, uttered, "This is dire news. Tian Peng has erased the mark I left on the fire talisman." What? Manjushri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas were taken aback. It was well known that Guanyin had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. That mere Tian Peng, whose rank barely reached the Tai Golden Immortal. How could he accomplish such a feat? Brothers, there may be unforeseen changes with Tian Peng. You two should go to Mount Ling to see the Buddha. I will seek out Tian Peng and demand an explanation. Guanyin gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with coldness. To have killed a chosen one of our Buddhist sect and now attempt to seize our treasures? Tian Peng's audacity knows no bounds. This matter is far from over. Chapter 53. Tian Peng confronts Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the heavenly court, atop the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor savored a cup of jade dew nectar, though the wine was exquisite. His brow furrowed, and he could find no joy in it. Just moments ago, an officer in charge of the celestial wine cellar informed him that 10 jars of the precious nectar had inexplicably vanished. 10 jars. He typically savored it in small cups. 10 jars could last him for years. Upon receiving this news, the Jade Emperor erupted in fury, nearly succumbing to his rage. Consequently, he even employed the Haotian mirror, seeking to unearth the thief. Yet, no matter how he searched, the mirror revealed nothing but emptiness. In his wrath, the Jade Emperor could only swallow his anger, nursing his heartache over the lost nectar. Wretched, if I discover who has done this, I shall show no mercy. At that moment, the officer Qianlian, responsible for monitoring Huagua Mountain, approached the throne. Your Majesty, the Lingming Stone Monkey has returned from the underworld but has since been unusually quiet. He has been quite well behaved in recent days. Periodically, he would report on the Stone Monkey's whereabouts to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor exhaled a deep sigh, clearly feeling overwhelmed. Notify the Great White Star. Let him descend to the mortal realm and summon that monkey to serve in the heavenly court. As for his position, let it be anything. Qianlian nodded respectfully, about to depart when the Jade Emperor called him back. Wait, where is Marshal Tian Peng at this moment? The Jade Emperor inquired with curiosity. According to his agreement with the Buddhist sect, He was to assign a crime to Tianping shortly, demoting him to the mortal realm to let the second pilgrim take his place. However, he had not seen Tianping for several days and was utterly clueless about the rotund figure's current antics. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall ascertain that immediately." Tianlian promptly activated his divine powers, his eyes shining with golden light as he peered into the mortal realm. Upon gazing, he was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically. "I must report, Your Majesty, Marshal Tianping is in a battle with Guanyin Bodhisattva." "What? Tianping is fighting with Guanyin Bodhisattva? Surely, they cannot be on the same level." Not only the Jade Emperor but all the celestial beings present were astonished, unable to believe their ears. The Jade Emperor immediately summoned the Haotian mirror, which reflected the void and revealed all. In the mirror, Marshal Tianping was indeed engaged in a fierce struggle with Guanyin Bodhisattva, neither able to gain the upper hand. The scene was utterly absurd. It turned out that half a stick of incense prior, Tianping had left the Three Flavors study and, after some contemplation, headed towards the Western Sea. Since the little dragon girl was not in the Eastern Sea, he thought perhaps he might find unexpected fortune in the Southern Sea. Riding on the clouds, Tianping mused to himself. As long as he could locate the little dragon girl, he would willingly traverse the three realms. More importantly, with the formidable powers of the piggy Chinkoan fart and the protection of fortune, his strength had solidified considerably, allowing him to stride confidently forward. "Tianping." At that moment, a soft yet indignant voice called out from nearby. Tianping turned to see a radiant figure emerging from the Buddha's light, holding a jade bottle and glaring at him. "Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Tianping was momentarily stunned, then broke into a foolish grin, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Bodhisattva, what a coincidence to encounter you here." He clasped his hands together in greeting. Although his power had surged, he still felt compelled to show respect to the Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. After the formalities, he intended to bypass Guanyin and continue his search for the little dragon girl. "Stop." Observing Tianping's pretense of ignorance, Guanyin's brow furrowed with anger. "This foolish fat man has already slain a valued member of our Buddhist sect and stolen our treasures, yet now he feigns innocence. Your acting is quite impressive. I advise you to hand it over." Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped forward, blocking his path. "Huh? Hand over what?" Tianping feigned confusion. "I do not wish to beat around the bush. Return to me the fire talisman of our Buddhist sect." Guanyin's expression was frigid. The fire talisman? Tianping was momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that the fire talisman of the nine-headed bug was a treasure of the Buddhist sect? Ah, indeed. The nine-headed bug had previously mentioned that this fire talisman was crafted by a high monk of the Buddhist sect. Realizing this, Tianping found himself in a predicament. He had already given the fire talisman to Senior Mu Chen. He could not possibly return to the Three Flavors study to ask for it back. Moreover, when weighing the consequences of offending Senior Mu Chen against those of offending Guanyin and the Buddhist sect, he decided it was better to anger the latter. Tianping's eyes darted as he chuckled. "Bodhisattva, you jest. How could your Buddhist treasures possibly be in my possession? Cease your pretense. That fire talisman bears the restrictions of our Buddhist sect, capable of containing all forms of divine fire." Guanyin Bodhisattva fixed her gaze on Tianping, seemingly trying to see through him. She was genuinely curious how this rotund figure could have killed the nine-headed bug and erased the mark she had left on the talisman. Yet, no matter how she scrutinized him, she could not discern the truth of Tianping's essence. Even his cultivation appeared shrouded in mystery. "Ah, I see. So it's that fire talisman?" Tianping realized he could no longer evade the issue and forced a smile. "Indeed, I did acquire such a fire talisman. But it was my trophy from subduing demons. How could it have become a treasure of the Buddhist sect?" With a smile, he continued, "Even if that fire talisman truly were a Buddhist treasure, how could it have ended up in the possession of the nine-headed bug? Could it be that the Buddhist sect is colluding with demons?" He began to play the fool, for there was no way he would return the fire talisman to the Buddhist sect. Observing Tianping's antics, Guanyin Bodhisattva's brows knitted tightly. She had not anticipated that a mere Marshal Tianping would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Did he possess such audacity? "This is a matter of our Buddhist sect. You need not concern yourself, Marshal. Simply return the fire talisman." Guanyin Bodhisattva took a deep breath, her patience reaching its limit, and she no longer wished to engage in further dialogue with Tianping. Initially, she had thought that after stating her case, Tianping would show some awareness of the situation. However, to her surprise, the rotund figure seemed to take delight in the exchange, placing his hands on his hips and laughing. "Bodhisattva, What are you saying? As the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, subduing demons is indeed my responsibility. How could I not concern myself with such matters? The Buddhist sect possesses a heart for the salvation of all beings, which I deeply respect and admire. I also wish to contribute to the welfare of the world. As he spoke, Tianpeng puffed out his chest, appearing quite noble. Upon witnessing this scene, Guanyin Bodhisattva's face flushed with anger, and she bit her lip, coldly stating, Tianpeng, I do not wish to hear your nonsensical ramblings. I shall ask you one last time. Where is the fire starter? Return it at once. Nonsensical? Tianpeng raised an eyebrow. As the commander, I eradicate demons for the sake of all beings. How can that be considered nonsense? Bodhisattva, could it be that you are acquainted with this demon? He deliberately shifted the topic. However, Guanyin was not swayed. The jade bottle in her hand emanated a chilling light. Impudence. As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, how could I conspire with demons? Tianpeng, your words are utterly disrespectful. Haha. Bodhisattva, there is no need to be angry. As the saying goes, one who is upright need not fear shadows. Your anxiousness suggests that I have struck a nerve, has it not? Amitabha, cease your foolishness. Guanyin Bodhisattva could no longer contain her fury. With a graceful gesture, she formed a seal, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 54. An indescribable live broadcast, brilliant rays descended from the clouds, transforming into golden lotuses poised to bloom, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the sacred. Countless golden lotuses seemed to turn the area within 100 miles into a sanctuary of the Buddhist realm, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Tianpeng, I have given you numerous chances, yet you remain ungrateful. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Guanyin Bodhisattva stood poised atop a golden lotus, pointing a finger at Tianpeng. Instantly, innumerable golden lotuses began to whirl, descending upon him like an avalanche. The power contained within these lotuses was terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary Tai golden immortal could withstand. Yet Tianpeng remained unperturbed. He understood that the events of the day could not end amicably. With a cold grin, he declared, Bodhisattva, I am an official of the heavenly court, under the command of the Jade Emperor. What need have I for your opportunities? Surely, the reach of your Buddhist hand has grown too long. With that, he ceased his words and summoned the energy within him. In truth, he was harboring a breath of indignation. Logically speaking, even if the fire starter had been crafted by a high monk of the Buddhist order, it belonged to the nine-headed insect, as it had been granted to him. Now that he had slain the nine-headed insect, the fire starter was rightly his spoils, and there was no reason to return it. Guanyin's relentless pursuit felt excessively domineering. Drawing a deep breath, Tianpeng quietly prepared his abilities, charging toward the onslaught of golden lotuses. Piggy, the universe's might. He calmly turned, presenting his rear. Boom. With a resounding explosion, an invisible wave surged forth, obliterating countless golden lotuses into dust, rendering the once mighty Buddhist pressure non-existent, as if it had never been. Immediately after, a stench akin to a biochemical weapon filled the air, claiming half the sky. The mortals below, witnessing the sky turn a sickly green, mistook it for demon clouds obscuring the sun. Guanyin was taken aback. Though her golden lotus was not her most formidable ability, how could a mere Tai golden immortal like Tianpeng break through it? More importantly, she could not discern the nature of his technique, only recognizing its overwhelming power. Before she could ponder further, her expression shifted drastically, and she instinctively retreated as if facing a formidable foe. What was that stench? She gasped in shock and quickly held her breath. Amitabha, I have never encountered such an unbearable odor. Guanyin's face turned pale as she recalled Tianpeng's preceding actions. Could it be that he had just released flatulence? He dared to fart before me. Guanyin nearly lost her composure, glaring at Tianpeng with a look that could pierce through flesh, wishing to rend him limb from limb. As the illustrious Guanyin Bodhisattva, how could this rotund figure be so irreverent? She had never endured such humiliation. Her anger flushed her face, and her body trembled. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings were transfixed by the live broadcast through the Haotian mirror, each expressing their astonishment. What had Tianpeng done? He had actually broken through Guanyin's powers and forced her to retreat so far. They could hardly believe their eyes. How could a mere Tai golden immortal achieve such feats against one of the four great bodhisattvas of Buddhism? It seemed that Tianpeng had simply let out a fart. An astute celestial being remarked with a peculiar expression. A fart? The divine beings' mouths twitched as they recalled that the nine-headed insect had perished from a fart delivered by Tianpeng. Realizing this, the celestial beings gasped in disbelief. They could drink and feast with Tianpeng, but they would never dare to accompany him to the restroom. It would be fatal. In contrast to the celestial beings' wonder, the Jade Emperor seated upon his dragon throne wore a cold expression, fixated not on Tianpeng but on Guanyin in the Haotian mirror. Humph. The Buddhist order has grown increasingly audacious, daring to lay hands on an official of my heavenly court. At that moment, the celestial beings gasped once more. In the Haotian mirror, Tianpeng clearly appeared to be taunting Guanyin. Bodhisattva, it is merely a fire starter, and you wish to engage in combat? Has the Buddhist order fallen so low that it cannot even afford a fire starter? Surely not. Tianpeng's chubby face was alight with mirth. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's fury escalated, her teeth chattering with rage. This insufferable fatso. He would not weep until he saw the coffin. At once, she could no longer hold back. After reciting a spell, she drew a willow branch from her jade bottle. Go. With a sharp command, the willow branch grew wildly, instantly branching out into countless tendrils, like electric whips striking toward Tianpeng. This was dire. Tianpeng's escape route was sealed. The celestial beings of the heavenly court felt their hearts leap to their throats. How would Tianpeng respond this time? Haha, shall we begin tickling now? Tianpeng smiled, crossing his arms over his chest, showing no intention of dodging as the tendrils struck him. Crack. One by one, the tendrils, infused with the formidable restraints of Buddhism, had the power to break bones and shatter souls, landed on Tianpeng's robust form, producing a series of sharp sounds. Yet, he appeared utterly unfazed, even shifting positions to receive the strikes more evenly, resembling someone enjoying a tickling sensation. You are unscathed. Guanyin's brows furrowed in disbelief. How could this rotund figure seem to revel in the experience? This scene left the celestial beings in the heavenly court with their mouths agape, astonished at the absurdity. What was happening? Who would have thought that Tianpeng, the fatso, would endure such treatment with a look of enjoyment? Stunned, they never anticipated that this duel would turn into such a bizarre affair. The youth of today truly have their own ways of playing. Come on, Bodhisattva. Is this all the strength you possess? Put some effort into it. At that moment, Tianpeng threw his head back in laughter, feeling utterly elated. This protective aura was indeed remarkable. Despite being struck for so long, he bore no injuries and felt no pain, only a delightful tingling sensation. Tianpeng was utterly enamored by this feeling. Bodhisattva, put in more effort, keep going. He even began to cheer Guanyin on. Observing this spectacle, Guanyin fell into deep silence. Tianpeng's words held little power, but were highly insulting. They had rendered her utterly flummoxed. Having failed to subdue Tianpeng twice, now subjected to his mockery, she was filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury. No, this fatso is far too cunning. I must end this swiftly. Guanyin's cold gaze shifted. She realized that this battle was no longer merely about retrieving the treasure. It pertained to her dignity and honor. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this fight. If it dragged on any longer and attracted the attention of the heavenly court, where would she find the face to show herself in the future? Avalokiteshvara's countenance was as frigid as ice, and a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She remained entirely oblivious to the fact that her every action had already fallen under the scrutiny of the celestial beings in the heavenly court. This is dire. Avalokiteshvara has been consumed by a murderous intent. Within the heavenly court, some deities with keen senses detected this alarming shift, their expressions shifting dramatically. Once a great Luo golden immortal harbors a murderous intent, it transcends mere trifles. No matter how formidable Tianpeng may be, he could never withstand the wrath of a great Luo golden immortal. Your Majesty, please intervene to save Tianpeng. The celestial beings implored in unison. After all, Tianpeng was their commander, exhibiting formidable strength. His loss at the hands of the Buddhist sect would be a significant blow to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's face darkened, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late. He abruptly rose, witnessing Avalokiteshvara unleashing her lethal attack, summoning a chilling light of the Buddha aimed directly at Tianpeng's crown. Whoosh! The Buddhist light cleaved through the fabric of space like a sharp blade. Tianpeng furrowed his brow. Sensing an ominous warning, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his own technique, attempting to intercept the luminous onslaught. Boom! A tremendous wave of force erupted, colliding with the Buddha's light, illuminating the heavens. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous voice resonated from the ninth heaven, boldly. You Buddhist sects seem to hold my heavenly court in utter contempt. The Jade Emperor's tone was filled with wrath, reminiscent of thunderclaps. HM? Has it indeed attracted the attention of the heavenly court? Avalokiteshvara's heart sank. She swiftly retracted her Buddha light, joining her palms in a gesture of respect. Amit Ba, I have acted recklessly. Chapter 55. The Buddhist sect's continuous slaps in the face. Although Avalokiteshvara held a significant position as a left attendant to the Tathagata in the Buddhist realm, her status paled in comparison to the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the 9-5. Moreover, at this pivotal moment in the journey to the West, the rapport between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court was tenuous. Nevertheless, appearances needed to be maintained to avoid giving the heavenly court any reason to disrupt the quest. Furthermore, the heavenly court was far more intricate than it appeared. Aware of this, Avalokiteshvara's gaze flickered as she bowed slightly towards the heavens, granting the Jade Emperor due respect. Nearby, Tianpong, who had narrowly escaped the Buddhist light, straightened his posture upon the arrival of the Jade Emperor. Your humble servant pays his respects, Your Majesty. I beseech you to stand for me, he implored. You have witnessed it yourself. Avalokiteshvara, relying on her great Luo golden immortal cultivation, brazenly bullies me. A Mirtai golden immortal. Not only does she seek to suppress me with her lotus, but she also lashes me with her whip. Were it not for my resilient physique, I might not even be standing here before you. Tianping's face was a portrait of grievance, shedding tears of despair. Observing this, the onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief. Tianping, your performance is commendable. Had we not witnessed the entire confrontation, we might have believed your lamentations. If we did not misinterpret the scene, you appeared to be rather enjoying yourself during the whipping. Avalokiteshvara's expression darkened, leaving her momentarily speechless. Even the Jade Emperor above was left with twitching lips, not expecting such an eccentric individual to exist within his court. Amit Ba, Tianping, cease your fabrications. Were it not for your secret possession of my Buddhist relic, would I have acted? Avalokiteshvara retorted, her patience wearing thin, utterly exasperated by the audacity of this rotund figure. She could not fathom how this individual could be favored by the Tao, becoming a seeker of scriptures. She feared he might drive the golden cicada to madness in the future. Contemplating this, she silently mourned for the golden cicada for 3 seconds. Tianping, is there any truth to Avalokiteshvara's claims? The Jade Emperor's deep voice broke the tension. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, he leaned towards Tianping. Yet he knew he must maintain appearances to prevent gossip. Tianping replied, I report to your majesty, I did indeed acquire a relic, but it was obtained from slaying demons in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Since the Bodhisattva claims this relic belongs to the Buddhist sect, I implore her to provide evidence proving it as such. At this point, he flashed a mischievous grin at Avalokiteshvara. After all, the fire starter had already been given to Senior Mu Chen. Did she expect him to retrieve it? Dream on. Seeing Tianping's cheeky grin, Avalokiteshvara felt a surge of frustration. Must I prove my own relic is mine? How is this different from proving my mother is indeed my mother? She nearly spat blood, feeling that while this rotund figure may lack depth, his words bore a striking power that incited madness. Ah, Bodhisattva! If this relic was indeed acquired by Tianping from slaying demons, then it rightfully belongs to him. Moreover, if the relic truly belongs to the Buddhist sect, why would it end up in the hands of a mere demon? If this were to spread, it would reflect poorly on the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor smiled lightly, feigning impartiality, yet inwardly he reveled in delight, wishing to commend Tianping. Causing trouble for the Buddhist sect was undoubtedly one of life's greatest pleasures. Furthermore, this situation inherently favored Tianping. Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara realized that there was no turning back from today's events. With a resigned sigh, she inclined her head slightly. I shall abide by your majesty's words. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly, stroking his beard. Very well. However, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. You have openly attacked a minister of my heavenly court. This must be addressed. Seizing this opportunity, Tianping quickly grasped the Jade Emperor's intentions and chimed in. Indeed. I should at least be compensated with a relic. What? You expect me to compensate you with a relic? Avalokiteshvara was taken aback. She had come to claim a relic. Yet now she found herself in a position of loss. Truly, it was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Ah, Bodhisattva, why not heed Tianping's proposal? At this crucial moment, the Jade Emperor interjected with a smile. Avalokiteshvara bit her lip, her heart bleeding. However, circumstances dictated her submission. Having come to this conclusion, she produced a relic, offering a slight bow towards the heavens. I must return to Ling Mountain to report. I take my leave. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Tianping, You detestable rotund figure. I hope you do not fall into my hands, or you shall face grave consequences. After Avalokiteshvara departed, Tianpeng bowed to the Jade Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Excellent work. You may keep the 2 relics, the Jade Emperor said with a note of amusement, his spirits lifted. Tianpeng grinned, joyfully accepting the relics bestowed by Avalokiteshvara. This battle yielded a bountiful harvest. Soon, he could revisit the 3-flavor pavilion to indulge in novels. At Ling Mountain. Within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, I report to the Tathagata, according to the 10 Kings of Hell. That mysterious powerful being appears to have employed some arcane art to seal the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva within this book. Upon their arrival at Ling Mountain, the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra immediately reported the situation to the Tathagata. The Tathagata's expression darkened, his gaze as frigid as water. The esteemed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was actually outmatched by an obscure individual, ultimately ending up sealed. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation the Buddhist sect had faced in centuries. Should he learn the identity of this mysterious figure who sealed the Ksitigarbha, there would be consequences. Amitabha, this is a disgrace for our Buddhist sect. I implore you all to keep this matter confidential. We must double our efforts in cultivating the Tao to prevent such an incident from recurring, lest we bring shame upon the Buddhist sect. The Tathagata spoke solemnly, his expression devoid of emotion. Rest assured, Tathagata, after this disgrace, we shall diligently enhance our cultivation, restoring the prestige of our Buddhist sect, Manjushri Bodhisattva assured, patting his chest. The Tathagata nodded slightly, suddenly noticing a missing figure from the lotus pedestal on his left. Where is Avalokiteshvara? The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra stepped forward, raising his head and addressing the Buddha. Revered Buddha, the martial Tianpeng from the heavenly court has slain the destined individual chosen by our Buddhist sect and has seized our sacred treasure. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara has ventured forth to demonstrate the might of our sect and is currently battling the martial Tianpeng. If we calculate the time, it should not be long before she returns victorious. As he spoke, a hint of confident amusement graced the corners of his mouth, as if to convey to the Buddha that the 4 great bodhisattvas were not all ineffectual. The only true, inept one was Ksitigarbha. Look, our Avalokiteshvara has gone to confront the Marshal of Heaven. At that moment, a radiance descended from afar, illuminating the grand hall. Emerging from the luminous glow was Avalokiteshvara. Her visage darkened with displeasure, her demeanor no longer calm and benevolent but tinged with anger. Hihi, Avalokiteshvara. Did you manage to teach the Tianpeng a proper lesson during your expedition? Samantabhadra inquired with a smile. Avalokiteshvara's expression was peculiar. She ignored him and instead bowed before the Tathagata, saying, Buddha, this humble monk has suffered grave losses. The Tathagata furrowed his brow. Samantabhadra and the assembly of Buddhas were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't she set out to demonstrate the might of the Buddha? How had it turned into significant losses? Avalokiteshvara then recounted the entire affair succinctly, leaving the celestial Buddhas feeling a sharp sting of embarrassment. This was not a display of our sect's might. It was a complete humiliation. Samantabhadra was left speechless, at a loss for words. After a brief silence, the Tathagata sighed. Very well. Our immediate concern is to rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and uncover the identity of the one who has been secretly opposing our Buddhist order. As he spoke, the Tathagata waved his hand, gently opening the scroll titled The Adventures of Ksitigarbha. Chapter 56. Breaking the Seal to Rescue Ksitigarbha. In such times, everyone only cares for their own lives. Who would bother about my fate? He kicked me aside upon his arrival, leaving me to lie there. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, the Tathagata cast a glance at it, his face displaying a hint of disdain. What is this? The writing is utterly pedestrian. If presented in the earthly academies, it would surely be ridiculed by the teachers. At that moment, Manjushri Bodhisattva interjected, Buddha, this text is quite peculiar. Though the prose is straightforward and simplistic, the story is remarkably engaging, truly exquisite. It is my humble conjecture that to rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, we may first need to read the entire narrative. This conclusion was reached after thorough contemplation with Samantabhadra. Oh, is that so? The Tathagata frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. A mere book? Must I read it in its entirety? Even a single additional word feels like an affront to my eyes. Is this not a form of torment? He instinctively wanted to refuse, to simply use his immense power to rescue Ksitigarbha, but upon attempting, the scroll showed no signs of change. Could it be that, as Manjushri suggested, I must indeed read the entire text? The Tathagata's expression was one of doubt. Yet, despite his hesitations, to save Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation and compel himself to read from the very first word. In the second year of Wuda, I was born into a merchant family in Chang'an. We were not locals. My father was a man from the western regions, after arriving in the Tang dynasty. He first resided in Luoyang, became prosperous through trade, and eventually moved to Chang'an, where he wed my mother. The story was narrated from a first-person perspective. After reading just a few passages, the Tathagata found himself immersed in the narrative, as if the I in the story were indeed himself. Gradually, he forgot his identity as the Buddha. Feeling as if he had truly become an ordinary mortal, shipwrecked on an island after setting out to sea, embarking on a journey of survival. On this deserted island, he had no friends, no kin. His only companions were the small animals of the isle and an uncivilized savage. One day, the weather was clear, and I chanced upon the small hill on the eastern side of the island with Friday. As the tale unfolded, the Tathagata's page-turning grew increasingly rapid, his breath quickening in tandem. He felt as if he was witnessing the tribulations of life, the primordial essence of good and evil, the boundless suffering of existence, and the stark contrast between life and death. These were sights he, as a lofty Buddha, had never encountered before. How enthralling it was, how breathtaking. Why had Manjushri and his companions not presented this book sooner? Gradually, the Tathagata became engrossed, losing track of time. In the great Thunderclap Monastery, all the celestial Buddhas held their breath, awaiting the voice of the seated figure. Yet this anticipation stretched on for several hours. Finally, Manjushri stepped forward, stating, "Buddha, the fate of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remains uncertain. We implore you to cast your spell and rescue him." However, after his voice lingered in the air for some time, the Tathagata did not even glance his way, still captivated by the adventures of Ksitigarbha. "Buddha, we beseech you to cast your spell and rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva," he repeated, raising his voice. "Be quiet. Let me finish this book." The Tathagata did not even lift his eyelids. He was so engrossed in the reading that he had no time to heed others. Manjushri and Samantabhadra felt their faces flush with embarrassment. As for the other Buddhas, they were all taken aback. Be quiet? The venerable Buddha, in pursuit of a novel, dared utter such crude words. It was simply unbelievable. Was this book truly so captivating? The Buddhas exchanged glances, trying to appear as if they had not heard. At last, the Tathagata finished the entire book, feeling an insatiable longing, still not fully emerged from the story's embrace. He then realized his rudeness and couldn't help but glare at Manjushri. "It is your fault, old fellow. The book was so splendid that I wanted to read it longer. What of it? Ahem, I have comprehended the intricacies within this book. Now I shall cast the spell to rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." To alleviate the previous awkwardness, he shifted the focus back to the text, as Manjushri had indicated. To rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it was not only necessary to read the entire book, but also to possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint and utilize formidable power to shatter the constraints, bringing the protagonist back to reality. Immediately, the Tathagata formed a series of hand seals, the Buddha's power resonating within him, producing a sound akin to the ringing of bells that echoed throughout the grand hall. Amitabha, break. He struck the spell upon the scroll, channeling immense Buddha power into it. Instantly, the entire book radiated with golden light, and the characters within began to writhe wildly, resisting the boundless Buddhist force. The one who sealed this has some skill. The Tathagata's gaze sharpened. He could distinctly sense that not only was there formidable quasi-saint power within the book resisting him, but also a peculiar force. This power was unlike any he had ever encountered. Neither spiritual energy, nor celestial power, nor even Buddhist power. It resembled a form of literary force, exceedingly rare. It seemed to exist only in legend. It was said that some could attain sanctity through literary prowess, crafting worlds with a mere stroke of the pen, transcending the boundaries of life and death, defying the celestial order, shrouded in mystery. However, later inquiries with the saints, Puxian and Jane, revealed that they both denied such claims, asserting that the literary force in this world had long since ceased to exist, and no one could wield it. Could it be that I am mistaken? His expression was filled with skepticism, but he did not dwell on it. The pressing matter was to rescue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and uncover the identity of the one who had sealed them. If that sealer were here, perhaps I would truly be at a loss. Alas, the power within this book is ultimately as transient as a drifting leaf. Let us see how I shall break it. He summoned the power of a quasi-saint, channeling all his strength into the book, which transformed into a pair of great hands, seemingly fishing for something. Hiss! Is this the power of the Buddha? Truly, the might of a quasi-saint is terrifying. To compel the Buddha to exert his full force, the one who sealed him must be extraordinary as well. The multitude of Buddhas sensed that overwhelming aura, all retracting their necks in astonishment. At that moment, the pages of the book flipped wildly, and a beam of golden light shot forth, landing in the grand hall. As everyone focused their gaze, they beheld the sealed Xiyou Bodhisattva, clad in tattered garments, his face unshaven and weary. He looked as though he had truly been stranded on a deserted island for years. Upon his sudden appearance in the grand hall, Xiyou initially appeared dazed, but soon erupted into wild joy, even breaking into tears. Alas, 28 long years. I have been trapped on that island for 28 years. It has been so arduous. Xiyou could no longer maintain any semblance of bodhisattva dignity, collapsing to the floor in a fit of tears, utterly aggrieved. The years spent imprisoned within the book's island had warped his perception of time, making him feel as if he had endured 28 springs and summers, driving him nearly to madness. If only he had known, he should never have provoked that monkey, nor should he have entangled himself with that mysterious, powerful figure. Regret consumed Xiyou. The Buddha, with narrowed eyes, observed Xiyou's release from his seal and glanced at the book. He saw that the adventures of Xiyou had turned completely blank, as if its words had vanished into thin air. Alas, such a stunning work, what a pity. He sighed inwardly, then turned to Xiyou with a hint of sympathy, saying, Amitabha, Xiyou Bodhisattva, you have suffered greatly during these days. Do you know who it was that sealed you? With this inquiry, the entire grand hall fell into silence, as curiosity filled the hearts of all present. Chapter 57. The Deficiency of Heaven's Way, the Strategy of the Buddhist Order in the Great Thunderclap Monastery. Myriad gazes were fixed upon Xiyou Bodhisattva, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Who could possibly have brought such disarray to the renowned Xiyou Bodhisattva? Gulp. Xiyou felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of that refined and elegant figure, his soul quaking in dread. Amitabha, the one who sealed me must be a manifestation of the virtuous celestial. He clasped his hands together, articulating his conjecture. What? It is indeed the virtuous celestial orchestrating this from behind the scenes. How many times has it been now? The assembly of Buddhas gasped in unison, their hearts simmering with indignation. That virtuous celestial is truly despicable, repeatedly opposing the Buddhist order, and now even sending a manifestation to combat our bodhisattvas. Does he think there is no one to stand against him in the Buddhist order? The ancient Buddhas seethed with anger, turning their gazes towards the Buddha seated at the head. The Buddha's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with intensity, the rising and falling of his chest betraying the fury within. Indeed, only the virtuous celestial could forge treasures capable of sealing a bodhisattva. Who in the three realms possesses such capability, if not him? However, this matter involves saints, and it is beyond the Buddha's authority to decide. He immediately commanded someone to light incense, sending word to the two saints of the Buddhist order. As a wisp of blue smoke ascended, curling through the air, it reached Mount Sumeru. Within Mount Sumeru, the two saints, Zhu and Jane, were in the midst of profound contemplation of Buddhist teachings when they were abruptly interrupted by the blue smoke drifting from the heavens. The incense lit by Shakyamuni. Could it be that a mishap has occurred in the journey to the west? Jian reached out and seized the smoke with his hand, his expression darkening. Ever since the journey to the west began, the Buddhist order had faced continuous upheaval, and not a single day of stability had graced Mount Sumeru. As he twisted the incense smoke between his fingers, he instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Brother, what has transpired? Zhu inquired, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Jane's countenance remained grim as he spoke. This tale is long. The heavenly court wishes to seize achievements from our Buddhist order. They sent Lu Zhidao to capture the soul of the stone monkey on Flower Fruit Mountain. But that stone monkey's strength is unparalleled, easily slaying Lu Zhidao with a single strike. What? How has that stone monkey grown so powerful? Zhu was taken aback. Do not be too surprised. There is even more preposterous news. Jane continued. After Lu Zhidao's death, our Xiyou Bodhisattva decided to take advantage of the situation and sealed the stone monkey within the Book of Life and Death. Little did he anticipate that this would invoke the ire of the stone monkey's master. The master of the stone monkey? Could it be the virtuous celestial? Without hesitation, Zhu guessed correctly. Precisely. The virtuous celestial dispatched a manifestation, not only causing chaos in the underworld but also sealing Ke Itagarba. At this point, Jane drew a deep breath. I never imagined that the virtuous celestial would be so audacious. It is known that Hongjun Laozu has issued a decree forbidding saints from casually intervening in the affairs of the three realms. While the virtuous celestial covertly took the stone monkey under his wing, now he brazenly stirs up trouble in the underworld. This is tantamount to disregarding the Buddhist order and the authority of Hongjun Laozu. How can he act so recklessly without fear of retribution from his master? Zhuanti clenched his fists, inwardly chastising the virtuous celestial for his lack of respect, as a dignified saint should not lower himself to confront a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order. Ah, my brother, you are unaware. Not long ago, our master sensed a deficiency in the heavenly path and became aware of the intrusion of outsiders into our realm. He has now secluded himself in the Xiyou palace to mend the heavenly path. Jane spoke solemnly. Were it not for this matter, how could the virtuous celestial act so recklessly? A deficiency in the heavenly path? Outsiders intruding? Juni's heart jolted. He understood that beyond the three realms lay 3,000 great worlds. Yet since the Pangu opened the heavens and earth, the connection to those worlds had been severed. How could outsiders possibly enter? I do not fully comprehend this matter. I only hope it does not hinder our Buddhist order's journey to the west. Jane's gaze flickered as he looked towards the Xiyou palace. The journey to the west is of utmost importance to the Buddhist order, and with Hongjun Laozu now in seclusion, the virtuous celestial has repeatedly obstructed the journey to the west. This issue must be resolved swiftly. We cannot allow the virtuous celestial to run rampant. Brother, come with me to the Xiyou palace, and let us confront that old scoundrel, the virtuous celestial, for an explanation. As Jane's words fell, he suddenly felt the Tao rhythm circulating atop Mount Sumeru, and a sea of clouds surged forth, revealing a phantom of a. Oh, just as we were about to go to the Xiyou palace, I did not expect this old scoundrel to come himself. Jane cast a sidelong glance at the billowing clouds, the chill in his expression palpable. As soon as he spoke, the burst into laughter. Ha ha. I did not expect the esteemed two saints of the Buddhist order to be toyed with by others. This is truly amusing. Hearing this, Zhuanti's anger flared, pointing and retorting. You old fool, if you cannot speak appropriately, then donate your tongue to those in need. What do you mean by being toyed with? This old scoundrel has bullied our bodhisattvas and now has the audacity to come here and mock us. It is utterly despicable. Upon the sea of clouds, the of the virtuous celestial remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, if it were not for being toyed with, why would you think I had taken in the stone monkey and caused such a ruckus in the underworld? Jane's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that we have been used? You are innocent? Oh, how ridiculous. At the outset, when we two went to the Xiyou palace, you explicitly acknowledged it. Zhuanti raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this old scoundrel was attempting to evade responsibility. Ahem, at that time, you two interrupted my alchemical endeavors, and in my anger, I spoke hastily. The virtuous celestial's old face flushed. This matter, upon reflection, was indeed his own folly. Had I taken this matter to heart from the beginning? How could I have been unjustly burdened with this blame? Fortunately, upon hearing the rumors, he realized the gravity of the situation and decided to clarify matters with the Buddhist community, seeking to absolve himself of this unwarranted guilt. Oh, are you implying that we have misunderstood you? The ones obstructing the journey to the west and misleading the Buddhist order are others? The sage of guidance regarded the supreme virtue with a cold gaze. The supreme virtue nodded with a smile, saying, Indeed, I have lived my life with integrity. If I truly wished to target your Buddhist sect, why would I go through such trouble? I could simply eliminate that stone monkey. At this point, sensing the gaze of the two saints of purity becoming increasingly frigid, he hastily changed the subject. I suspect that the stone monkey's master is someone else. A truly despicable individual who not only disrupts the journey to the west, but also attempts to cast blame upon me. As he spoke, he bore an appearance of shared enmity with the Buddhist order. The two saints of purity exchanged glances, both skeptical. Then, according to your assertion, who is this individual? The sage of purity inquired. The supreme virtue furrowed his brow and replied, In the current three realms, aside from our master and us, only the goddess Nuwa, the primordial supreme being, and the heavenly teacher possess such capabilities. The goddess Nuwa has long closed herself off, making it unlikely to be her. Thus, we are left with the primordial supreme being and the heavenly teacher. The supreme virtue's analysis sounded remarkably convincing. almost as if he had truly deduced the truth. The sage of purity pondered for a moment before coldly stating, "Humph, you old fox, do not attempt to deceive us further. We have our own conclusions regarding the true perpetrator." He did not trust a single word of the supreme virtue's claims, suspecting that he might be engaging in trickery. To uncover the truth, he resolved to root out the mastermind himself. Seeing that the two, purity and guidance, did not believe him, the supreme virtue could only sigh in resignation. What could he do? His words alone could not vindicate him. At that moment, the sage of guidance spoke. "Since you claim this matter is not of your doing, we shall investigate thoroughly. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, we will personally visit to apologize." With this, the supreme virtue nodded slightly and transformed into white mist, dissipating into the air. The clouds that had filled the sky also dispersed. After the supreme virtue's departure, the two saints of purity and guidance exchanged a glance, both falling into silence. After a long while, the sage of purity broke the quiet. "Brother, how about we send someone to capture that stone monkey and use the soul-searching technique to uncover the truth?" The soul-searching technique is not particularly arcane. Nearly any deity can perform it, yet it is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could leave the target's soul damaged, rendering them permanently dull-witted. No, the risk is too great. Moreover, once we proceed with such actions, it would disrupt the trajectory of the journey to the west. We must not provoke the stone monkey. His life must unfold according to the path we have predetermined. The sage of guidance promptly waved his hand, dismissing this suggestion. Then how shall we unearth the mastermind? The sage of purity too found himself in a quandary. The two remained silent for a considerable time, and after an indeterminate duration, the sage of guidance's eyes suddenly brightened. In my view, the supreme virtue is the prime suspect. We might as well test him first." "Oh, what scheme do you propose, brother?" The sage of guidance smiled enigmatically and said, "According to the trajectory of the journey to the west, the stone monkey is about to cause a commotion in the heavenly palace. We could expedite the process, compelling the heavenly court to act against the stone monkey, forcing him to create chaos. If the stone monkey is indeed captured, it would indicate that both the heavenly court and the supreme virtue are innocent. Conversely, if the stone monkey remains unharmed, it would suggest that both the heavenly court and the supreme virtue are implicated." Upon hearing this, the sage of purity's understanding was illuminated, and he burst into laughter. "Ha, splendid. When the stone monkey is in peril, surely his master will not remain calm. If he intervenes, we can seize him." Chapter 58. The monkey shall not ascend to the heavenly palace. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao palace, the Jade Emperor was in remarkably good spirits. Not only because he had cleverly outmaneuvered Guanyin Bodhisattva, but also due to the rise of his marshal Tianping. The heavenly court had gained a formidable warrior, a prospect he had never dared to dream of. "Summon a jar of jade dew nectar for me. I wish to indulge. Today, there is no court assembly." He strolled along the Yaoqi, suddenly struck by a desire for revelry. The general of the curtain, following closely behind, hesitated momentarily before kindly advising, "Your Majesty, recently, wine thieves have been rampant, resulting in considerable losses of jade dew nectar for the heavenly court. You have already consumed a great deal this month. If you continue at this rate, next month." Before he could finish, the Jade Emperor's expression froze, as if doused with cold water, and his smile vanished. Instantly, his enthusiasm evaporated. "Humph, those wine thieves are truly detestable. Do they think the wine cellar of the heavenly court exists for their benefit? My jade dew nectar is nearly consumed by them. Promptly inform King Li of the pagoda, instructing him to capture the wine thief within this month." He waved his sleeve, his face flushed with anger. Just then, a figure flew in from a distance, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence. It was the esteemed Taishang Laojun, a high-ranking minister of the heavenly court. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Taishang Laojun landed gracefully before the emperor, bowing in greeting. "Ah, it is you, Laojun. Why are you not in the Doshui Palace refining elixirs, but have come here instead?" The Jade Emperor looked at Taishang Laojun, and despite his current turmoil, he forced a smile. After all, Taishang Laojun is a manifestation of the supreme virtue, and in terms of power, he is stronger than himself, deserving of respect. "I have important matters to report to your majesty." Taishang Laojun, holding the Buddhist dust, seemed to emanate an aura of immortality with every gesture. "Oh, pray, speak freely, Laojun." Just now, the supreme virtue transmitted his voice to me, stating that the Buddhist sect intends to accelerate the journey to the west. seeking to force the stone monkey to create chaos in the heavenly palace. We in the heavenly court must prepare immediately. So soon? The Jade Emperor expressed surprise. Calculating the time, isn't there's still some time left? Could it be that the Buddhist sect is plotting something again? Hongjun Laozu nodded slightly and replied, indeed. I suspect the Buddhist sect aims to kill two birds with one stone. Firstly, they wish to test the relationship between the supreme virtue and the stone monkey. Secondly, they seek to leverage this opportunity to unearth the mysterious powerhouse behind the stone monkey, the one who caused chaos in the underworld. The Jade Emperor frowned. He had always believed that the underworld incident was merely a self-directed play by the Buddhist sect aimed at tarnishing the supreme virtue in the heavenly court. It now seemed that there were deeper implications. According to Laojun, who is this master of the stone monkey? The supreme virtue shook his head. I do not know. Not even I, nor the supreme virtue, have any knowledge of this mastermind. What? Even the supreme virtue cannot ascertain the identity of this individual? The Jade Emperor was taken aback. It is known that among the three realms, in terms of divining heavenly secrets, the Tao ancestor Hongjun ranks first, and the supreme virtue is undoubtedly second. Yet now, even he cannot decipher this, which is sufficient to demonstrate the formidable nature of the opponent. Could it be some ancient entity? The Jade Emperor's expression was one of suspicion. Hongjun Laozu sighed. Let the various saints worry about this matter. We should prepare for the journey to the west. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. Though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the undertaking of the journey to the west not only pertains to the rise and fall of the Buddhist sect, but is also intricately linked to the future of the Taoist and heavenly court. Despite his aversion to the Buddhist sect, he must now grit his teeth and cooperate. Since the Buddhist sect wishes to accelerate the journey to the west, I too must play the villain and compel that monkey to rebel. The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted subtly towards the general of the curtain behind him. General, it has been some time since the Venus star has descended to the mortal realm. Have you managed to persuade the stone monkey? The respectful Grand Marshal of the rolling curtain replied, Your Majesty, according to the transmission from the Great White Star, that stone monkey is impervious to persuasion. No matter what we say, he refuses to ascend to the heavenly palace, even boldly declaring that we should not mistake him for a fool, as he has no intention of tending to horses. Tending to horses? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brows, a flicker of surprise crossing his heart. How did this monkey know that I intended to appoint him as the horsekeeper? This was a notion I only conceived last night. Could it be that the monkey has the ability to eavesdrop on my thoughts? The Jade Emperor cleared his throat twice and said, Relay to the Great White Star that if that stone monkey remains obstinate, he should return to the heavenly court. I shall dispatch Yang Jian to summon him. Humph. If he will not comply with diplomacy, I shall resort to force. With a cold snort, the Jade Emperor turned to leave the outshi. He could not fathom how a mere rascally monkey would dare to challenge the illustrious Erling Shun. Meanwhile, in Huagua Mountain, my dear friend, when will your esteemed king deign to meet me? The Great White Star stood before the water curtain cave, wearing a forced smile, practically begging to see the Monkey King. These past few days had truly been arduous for him. As a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, it was beneath him to descend to the mortal realm to recruit a mere demon monkey. Other great demons could hardly dream of such an opportunity. He had anticipated that upon receiving the imperial edict, the demon monkey would be overjoyed and leap for joy. However, after revealing the edict and explaining his purpose, the monkey instead rejected him outright, even claiming to be a fraud. Remarkably, this was not the most outrageous part. The most absurd part was when the monkey, after exchanging a few words, suddenly produced a brush, claiming inspiration had struck him, and promptly ejected the Great White Star from the water curtain cave. The thought of this incident left the Great White Star utterly flabbergasted. Since when did monkeys in the mountains become literate? My king has mentioned that he is currently preoccupied with writing and has no time to visit the heavenly palace. I would advise you to abandon this notion. The monkey cast a dispassionate glance at the Great White Star and replied flatly, What? Your king can write? The Great White Star was momentarily taken aback, then filled with skepticism. Did the monkey truly need to fabricate such a casual excuse to avoid meeting him? Did he, the Great White Star, possess no dignity? A wry smile crossed his lips, drenched in embarrassment. Your Majesty, I fear I may not be able to accomplish this task. Sensing the Great White Star's incredulity, the monkey guarding the cave immediately bristled, straightening up and declaring, What do you mean by that? My king is well versed in both celestial phenomena and earthly geography. Not only is his penmanship unparalleled, but his literary prowess is also second to none. The Great White Star found himself amused by the monkey's vocabulary. It seemed that this Huagua mountain monkey differed from others. Humph, that is only natural. To speak frankly, my king is destined to become a deity of platinum in the future. The little monkey spoke of his king with unabashed pride. Oh, what works has your king authored? The Great White Star asked in jest, a smile on his face. The little monkey placed his hands on his hips, a look of admiration on his face. My king is quite remarkable. He is currently composing a book titled Journey to the West. What? Journey to the West? The Great White Star initially dismissed it, but upon hearing the title, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Wasn't this the plan of the Buddhist sect and our heavenly court? How did this monkey come to know of it? Quickly, take me to see your king. The Great White Star urged, curiosity etched across his face. Chapter 59. True Lord, I beseech you to allow the monkey to complete his writing. Before long, the beautiful monkey king witnessed two figures approaching with an edict bearing the name Sun Wukong. Without allowing for discussion, they bound him and took his soul. Stumbling toward the edge of a city. Inside the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong's expression remained composed as his brush danced swiftly across the bamboo slips, producing a stream of text. Ever since his visit to the underworld, his creativity seemed inexhaustible, with a plethora of novel ideas bubbling forth like a fountain, nearly outpacing his ability to transcribe them. Once I write a few more chapters, I shall return to the Three Flavors Library to see my master. A smile crept across his lips as thoughts of Mu Chen surged within him, almost overwhelming him with nostalgia. Yearning to transform into a steed and race back to the library to pay homage to his master. Alas, with inspiration surging, he could not afford to leave just yet. He would have to bide his time in Huagua Mountain for a few more days. The Monkey King, gradually sobering from his inebriation, lifted his gaze to see a sign above the city, inscribed with 3 large characters, the underworld. Coming back to himself, he continued to write. His mind flooded with memories of the day he was ensnared by Liu Dao's soul-collecting scheme. Indeed, it was thanks to Liu Dao that he had even come to know how the subsequent narrative should unfold. However, he did not intend to recount his true experiences. Instead, he planned to narrate the events using a blend of reality and embellishment. His master had once said that art originates from life, yet transcends it. Appropriate embellishment could lend greater drama to a work, enhancing its allure. The monkey diligently adhered to Mu Chen's teachings, continuously seeking the coherence of the story and the feasibility of embellishments. As his writing speed increased, your earthly life is nearing its end. We too bear the edict to summon you, and those 2 soul collectors are merely dragging you along, while that monkey king, in a fit of anger, draws forth his treasure, waving it, as if to summon a bowl of the right size. Paragraphs of text materialized, and as the plot approached its climax, even Sun Wukong felt his blood boiling with excitement. Vaguely, he seemed to return to that day in the underworld, recalling the figure that stood before him, destroying the Hall of Yama with a mere gesture, causing the 10 Yama kings to tremble in fear, and putting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to flight. He was so casual, so powerful, as if the heavens could not obscure his vision, nor the earth contain his heart. Yes, that was the feeling. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with fervor and reverence, envisioning that day when he wreaked havoc in the underworld, imagining it was himself. After all, who does not harbor a hero's dream? Thus, he continued to write in his book. The Monkey King raised his hand, turning the 2 soul collectors into a pulp. The ox-headed ghost hid, while the horse-faced ghost fled, and the spirits rushed towards the Hall of Yama. Wukong, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, ascended the Hall of Yama, taking his seat in the center of the southern side. In his narrative, he wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, battling his way through the gates of hell to the Hall of Yama, exuding an imposing presence that left the 10 Yama kings trembling in fear. What a thrill, what a thrill. The monkey paused his writing, unable to contain his excitement as he burst into laughter. It turned out that the feeling of showing off was so exhilarating. Regrettably, even when I, the old son, attempt to show off, I still cannot match my master's natural flair. Sun Wukong smiled widely, suddenly struck by inspiration as he recalled the moment he was trapped within the Book of Life and Death, the scene of him unhooking the ledger. How could I forget the great deed I performed? He placed the brush in his mouth, moistening it slightly before continuing to write. The 10 kings commanded the judge to retrieve the documents, presenting 5 or 6 volumes of records and 10 categories of ledgers. Examining them one by one, Wukong took the ledgers, marking all those of the monkey tribe. Truly delightful. When someone reads this book in the future and becomes my fan, I shall strike their name from the book of life and death as a benefit for my fans." He chuckled to himself, continuing his creative endeavor. As the story progressed, Sun Wukong was undergoing a miraculous transformation. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate inadvertently, following a peculiar trajectory. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation soared, reaching the golden immortal realm, with a faint tendency toward becoming a supreme golden immortal. As for his strength, it had increased by more than threefold. Meanwhile, outside the water curtain cave, chaos reigned. A group of monkeys appeared flustered, searching frantically for something. Where has that old man with the white beard gone? Strange, he was just here. The moment I mentioned journey to the west, he suddenly vanished. Could it be that he has left? Impossible. The king stated that the old man's task was to summon him to the heavenly court, unless the king himself departs. The old man would never leave. The monkeys were abuzz with discussion, having searched high and low among the grass and trees. Unbeknownst to them, the white-bearded elder they spoke of had been standing right beside them, watching with amusement. What a group of little demons. Merely a simple invisibility technique had easily deceived them. Bai Jinxing stroked his beard and chuckled, as a cloud of white mist surged beneath his feet, carrying him towards the water curtain cave. In truth, he could have used the invisibility technique to enter the cave from the very beginning. However, he understood that while this trick might fool the little monkey demons, it would not deceive the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. To ease the relationship between both parties, he refrained from employing the invisibility technique and instead lingered outside the cave for several days, waiting for Sun Wukong's summons. However, given the peculiar circumstances at present, he could no longer afford to wait. He needed to ascertain how this monkey had come to know about the journey to the west. Upon entering the water curtain cave, he immediately spotted Sun Wukong engrossed in writing a book. To his astonishment, the monkey was indeed writing. Bai Jinxing felt a surge of surprise, as the scene before him was strikingly incongruous. A monkey, imitating the demeanor of a human scholar, and doing so with remarkable skill. Subconsciously, Bai Jinxing thought that Sun Wukong must long to become human, which was why he mimicked a human scholar, albeit rather chaotically. Yet, as he approached, he quickly changed his mind. The monkey was so deeply focused that he did not even notice Bai Jinxing's approach. Clearly, he was utterly absorbed in his task. Could it be that this monkey truly had the ability to write? With intense curiosity, Bai Jinxing leaned in for a closer look. And the first line that caught his eye read, "In the three realms, all beings with 9 orifices may cultivate the way of immortality. Yet this monkey is a being nurtured by heaven and earth, formed by the sun and moon, traversing the world, partaking of dew and consuming the essence of the clouds. Having now attained the path of immortality, possessing the power to subdue dragons and tigers, how is he different from humans? I beseech your majesty to remember the kindness of creation and issue a decree to summon him to the upper realm." Did I not say something very similar in the Lingxiao Palace a few days ago? Bai Jinxing furrowed his brow, instantly taken aback. He recalled that during the court assembly, when the Jade Emperor inquired about the monkey, he had indeed expressed those very words. Even the punctuation was identical. How on earth did this monkey know such details? Were our every move under this monkey's surveillance? The thought sent chills down Bai Jinxing's spine as he held his breath and continued reading. Bai received the decree, exited the southern heavenly gate, rode a cloud straight to the water curtain cave at Huahua Mountain, and declared, "I am Bai Jinxing of the West, sent by the Jade Emperor to summon you to the heavens to receive the record of immortality." This was truly identical. Bai Jinxing gasped in shock. The implications were terrifying. Every action of his was evidently calculated by this monkey. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he read on, feeling an increasing unease. Then he called upon the 4 great generals, instructing them, "Teach my descendants with caution. I shall ascend to the heavens to see the path, so I may bring you all to dwell together." The 4 great generals complied. The Monkey King and Bai soared on the clouds, rising into the sky. Precisely as it was written, elevated to the highest celestial rank, listed among the treasures of the clouds. Upon reaching this point, Bai Jinxing found himself perplexed. Why does this differ from reality? In the real world, whatever he said, this monkey firmly insisted on not going to the heavenly court. Yet in this narrative, why did the monkey so easily ascend to the heavens? Could it be that he had made an error at some point? As he pondered this, Bai Jinxing's curiosity grew, compelling him to read further. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the water curtain cave. "I am the true Lord Erlang of Guangjiangku, sent by the Jade Emperor. Today, I have come to exterminate demons. You all had better come out and accept your fate." The commotion startled the creatures of Huagua Mountain, causing them to flee in panic, while the monkeys scattered in all directions. Who is this?" Sun Wukong paused, abruptly looking up at the entrance of the water curtain cave, a frosty murderous intent glinting in his eyes. "Yang Jian, you scoundrel. Can you not let the monkey finish writing his book?" At that moment, Bai Jingxing's voice erupted in anger beside Sun Wukong. Chapter 60. The Overbearing Erlang Shun. I report to the Buddha that the heavenly court has dispatched Erlang Shin, who is currently addressing the water curtain cave. It will not be long before Yang Jian captures that stone monkey. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Venerable Kasayapa used Buddhist insights to assess the situation at Huagua Mountain and reported to the divine figure seated upon the lotus platform. The Buddha, with a slight nod, harbored some doubts. Could it be that the Taoist Supreme and the heavenly court were indeed wronged? He had received messages from the two saints, Zhu and Xiyou, indicating that this was a test of the heavenly court and the Taoist Supreme. Should the heavenly court truly capture the stone monkey, it would prove that the stone monkey was unrelated to the Taoist Supreme, that his master was someone else, and that the heavenly court had been wronged. Considering the current situation, the fact that the heavenly court could send Erlang Shun was evidently a means of self-justification. After all, how formidable Erlang Shun's strength was. Known throughout the three realms, there was no reason for him to be defeated once he took action. However, whether the heavenly court was innocent would depend on Erlang Shun's performance. Ba, I shall keep a close watch on the situation at Huagua Mountain. The Buddha's voice was gentle as he gazed towards Huagua Mountain. As you command. Back in the water curtain cave at Huagua Mountain. When did this old fellow appear? Sun Wukong glared at Bai Jingxing, surprised that the elder had stealthily entered while he was engrossed in writing. Bai Jingxing scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. "I was captivated by the story you were writing, and before I knew it, I had wandered over. I hope the king will not hold it against me." "Humph. You old fellow are quite the charmer. Who is that noisy person outside?" Sun Wukong rolled up the bamboo scroll, storing it carefully, his face displaying considerable displeasure. That person dared to interrupt his creative process, truly a heinous crime. Bai Jingxing cleared his throat a couple of times and replied with a smile, reporting to the king. "The one shouting outside is Erlang Shin Yang Jian, the Jade Emperor's nephew." "Yang Jian? So that's the three-eyed fellow. How intriguing." Sun Wukong grinned widely, picking up his brush, ready to dash out of the cave. However, upon seeing this, Bai Jingxing became anxious. This monkey would surely be no match for Yang Jian. If a fight broke out, he might very well be captured. Who would then write the novel? No, under no circumstances could he let the monkey leave to write. With that thought, Bai Jingxing hastily blocked Sun Wukong's path. "Your Majesty, please hold on. Yang Jian has already attained the status of a saint with a physical body since the time of the investiture of the gods, and he possesses immense strength." "A saint with a physical body? Great Luo Golden Immortal?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, yet there was not a hint of fear on his face. "What of a saint with a physical body? What of a great Luo Golden Immortal? I, Sun Wukong, have the power of the literary way by my side, and with various magical treasures and elixirs bestowed by my master, if it comes down to a fight, the outcome is still uncertain." Seeing the fighting spirit ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes, Bai Jingxing felt a sudden pang of concern. He had not anticipated that this monkey would be so audacious. Utterly unaware of the dangers that lay ahead, with a sigh, he resolved, "Your Majesty, please remain in the cave for a moment. Allow me to speak with Yang Jian." In his fervent desire to witness the continuation of Journey to the West, Bai Jingxing was genuinely worried, fearing the monkey would be captured by Yang Jian. Upon flying outside the cave, Bai Jingxing immediately spotted the imposing figure of Yang Jian in the clouds. Before him stood Yang Jian, his brows furrowed, a striking figure with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, creating an enchanting scene merely by his presence. The revered Erlang Shun, it seemed, could not capture the elusive stone monkey. Meanwhile, the illustrious Bai Jingxing ascended through the clouds, arriving at Yang Jian's side. Yang Jian cast a cool glance at him and spoke in a chilling tone. "I have been summoned by His Majesty to apprehend the demon monkey. Why can I not succeed?" His words carried a hint of suppressed emotion. Initially, he had been enjoying a tranquil time at Guanjinku, but was abruptly tasked with hunting a demon. At first, he felt a thrill at the prospect of engaging in battle, but was soon disheartened to learn that the quarry was an obscure monkey demon. Was this not absurd? Was a mere monkey demon truly worthy of his efforts? Yang Jian's expression darkened as he longed to swiftly conclude this matter and return to playing chess with his sister. Yang Chantai by jinxing chuckled awkwardly, "Your Excellency has misunderstood. What I meant was that it is currently impossible to capture it." "Why not?" Tai Bai's face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly reveal to Yang Jian that he wished to wait until the monkey completed its writing. Even if he did, would Yang Jian believe him? Frankly, if he had not read Journey to the West, he himself would not have believed that a monkey could write. Enough. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not hinder my duties. Yang Jian's voice was icy, harboring no fondness for the deities of the heavenly court, especially those in the emperor's inner circle. Otherwise, he would not have remained at Guanjinku for so long. Just then, a raucous laughter erupted from the water curtain cave. "Ha ha, how amusing. I cannot believe there truly exists a three-eyed fellow. Ha ha ha." The monkey's boisterous laughter echoed throughout Flower Fruit Mountain, infecting the surrounding monkeys, who joined in the raucous mirth, completely devoid of fear. "Oh ho, how delightful. Three-eyed fellow, ha ha." Yang Jian's face darkened further, feeling as though his dignity had been insulted. This was intolerable. A mere group of wild monkey demons dared to mock him. Did they not fear for their lives? "Impudent!" he bellowed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged towards the monkey horde. In response, Sun Wukong executed a somersault, conjuring a shield of azure flames to envelop Flower Fruit Mountain. The shockwave collided with the fire shield, producing a cacophony as two opposing forces clashed. Yet, within moments, both energies dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke. "How intriguing!" they both exclaimed in unison. Yang Jian, filled with disbelief, noted that he had employed a divine technique from the 9 turns of primordial power, which typically could not be countered even by an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yet, this monkey had effortlessly dispelled his technique with a mere flick of flame, seemingly more potent than Nezha's true fire. Yang Jian's demeanor grew serious, while Sun Wukong remained relaxed, twirling his brush with a playful air. "I must say, three-eyed fellow, your breath is quite foul. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? You've extinguished my fire." The monkey perched upon a rock, reclining and grinning at Yang Jian. "Foul breath?" Yang Jian's lips twitched, his expression darkening further. How could this monkey be so infuriating? "Cease your insolence, demon monkey. I shall take you back to the heavenly court," Yang Jian declared fiercely, summoning his three-edged blade from thin air, its cold glimmer aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled in response, unfazed, and retorted, "The heavenly court is indeed amusing. First, they send an old man to persuade me, and now they dispatch a three-eyed fellow. Is there not a single competent man among the deities?" With that, he leapt aside, effortlessly evading the blade's attack. Though his current cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of golden immortal, his strength surpassed that of the original text, especially after having penned Journey to the West, wherein he miraculously mastered all the original monkey-esque techniques. Cloud somersault. Without uttering a word, merely by the power of thought, auspicious clouds appeared from the horizon, propelling Sun Wukong toward Yang Jian. Unlike the cloud of the six-eared macaque, Sun Wukong's cloud was conjured from talent, capable of traversing immense distances in a single leap, and could communicate with him, offering unexpected advantages in battle. Following Sun Wukong's intent, the cloud circled swiftly behind Yang Jian. "Take this," Sun Wukong screeched, extending his brush into a formidable iron staff, aiming a heavy blow at the back of Yang Jian's head. However, Yang Jian was not to be trifled with. Sensing the monkey's sudden appearance behind him, he prepared a counterattack. "You seek your own demise," he thought, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he executed a spell that clashed with the iron staff. Boom! The spell erupted into dazzling purple light, enveloping the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm observed the battle with keen interest. Though this stone monkey possesses great strength, his cultivation remains insufficient. His explosive power is remarkable, but prolonged engagement will undoubtedly lead to his defeat, a deity from the heavenly court remarked, having discerned the nature of the battle. Naturally, this demon monkey, while born of heaven and earth, has trained for far too little time to match the prowess of Erlang Shun. Another deity chimed in. The celestial onlookers, including the Jade Emperor seated upon his throne, bore smiles of satisfaction. Yang Jian was his nephew, and seeing him praised brought him a sense of delight. However, he pondered why Yang Jian did not seek to conclude the battle swiftly, instead choosing to prolong the engagement with this monkey. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in the unfolding events, but could not pinpoint the source of his concern. In the meantime, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, An odd atmosphere enveloped the space. The Buddha, along with the assembly of celestial beings, gazed intently in a single direction, resembling statues. After a prolonged silence, the Buddha finally withdrew his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Buddha, Yongjian seems unusual. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, having just emerged from the shadow of Mu Chen's actions, spoke gravely. Stripped of his former dignity following the events of Ksitigarbha's drifting journey, he had become exceedingly proactive in his endeavors, eager to reclaim his past authority. The Buddha regarded him coolly, nodding slightly. With Yongjian's strength, subduing the demon monkey should be a simple task. It is inexplicable why the battle endures for so long. Could it be that he is deliberately holding back? At that moment, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva speculated, perhaps Yongjian is intentionally prolonging the fight? After centuries of inactivity, he may wish to indulge in a few exchanges with the demon monkey. Upon hearing this, the other Buddhas nodded in agreement. Indeed, Avalokiteshvara's reasoning held merit. Even the Buddha himself inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the plausibility of her conjecture. Otherwise, why would Yongjian remain embroiled in battle with this stone monkey for such an extended period? Back on Flower Fruit Mountain, Yongjian gazed at the stone monkey before him, his face darkening to the point of resembling a stormy sky. The monkey is simply too formidable to contend with. Though he is merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, his strength astonishingly surpasses even that of the Tai golden immortal, and with that peculiar brush. He is almost my equal. Yongjian, having embarked on his journey for so long, has never encountered such a situation. I must act swiftly. This battle is likely being watched by many in secret, and I must conclude it expeditiously. Yongjian's heart raced like an ant on a hot pan. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong appeared remarkably calm. Hanging upside down from a branch, he twirled the brush on his fingertips, grinning at Yongjian. Three-eyed monster, is this all you are capable of? Should I, your elder son, inscribe this battle into a tome, so that all may know of your ineptitude as the Erling Shen? His words dripped with blatant provocation, seemingly aimed at inciting Yongjian's ire. Indeed, the monkey harbored such thoughts. Just moments ago, inspiration struck him, revealing a novel direction for the continuation of Journey to the West. Since the heavenly court seeks to confront him, why not depict it as a grand antagonist, allowing his literary self to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? As for Yongjian, he might as well be a mere tool for his battle within the narrative. To craft this tale authentically and captivatingly, he must ascertain Yongjian's abilities and techniques. The thought exhilarated Sun Wukong, who could hardly contain his eagerness to engage Yongjian in a protracted battle. However, he recognized that Yongjian was solely focused on a swift resolution. How absurd. They must fight for 3 days and nights. Yongjian, it is merely a skirmish. Why be so fussy? Unleash your divine powers, so that your elder son may witness your prowess. The monkey began to chastise Yongjian vehemently. Tai Bai Jinxing, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. This is disastrous. The monkey's reckless words might have thoroughly incensed Yongjian. Hopefully, Yongjian will spare the monkey's life. I am still eager to read the novel. Yongjian glared coldly at Sun Wukong, his murderous intent nearly palpable. This is intolerable, beyond measure. The monkey not only disparages my prowess but audaciously claims to be my elder. Given the Jade Emperor's disposition, this battle is likely being scrutinized by countless deities. Am I, young Erlang, to have no dignity at all? Very well, since you, this demon monkey, seek death, I shall show no mercy. Yongjian's fury ignited as he brandished his trident blade, charging forward. Sensing his scheme had succeeded, Sun Wukong grinned, swiftly retrieving a spirit pill gifted by his master. Donning the formidable armor of the ancient insect emperor. With the spirit pill swallowed, the monkey's aura surged dramatically, temporarily elevating him to the Tai golden immortal realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Just then, the trident blade struck Sun Wukong, leaving a prominent gash on the armor, yet not a drop of blood was shed. What kind of treasure is this? Yongjian, both astonished and enraged, swung his blade once more. This time, the monkey sprang into action. Like a nimble serpent, he leaped onto Yongjian's back, dipping his brush in saliva and sketching a turtle upon him. Presumptuous. Yongjian seethed, unleashing a wave of energy from within, sending Sun Wukong soaring through the air, flipping before regaining his balance. How amusing. I did not expect that not only can I write well, but I can also draw quite adeptly. Riding on his cloud, he gazed at Yongjian with the pride of an artist admiring his creation. Erling Shun, your attire. Tai Bai Jinxing, hiding behind a rock, timidly reminded. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, not even glancing back. He merely snorted coldly as the turtle-drawn garment disintegrated into ash, enveloping him in a brilliant golden light. Ha ha ha, don't obstruct me, there are no others here. Sun Wukong laughed heartily at the sight of Yang Jian bathed in golden radiance. Humph, rural monkey demon, what do you know of propriety and honor? Yang Jian growled in rage. This battle was, for him, the utmost disgrace since his ascension. He could no longer endure it. Demon monkey, I shall take your life. As he spoke, the vertical eye on his forehead abruptly opened, unleashing a blinding brilliance that threatened to annihilate everything. This is bad. Yang Jian has opened his eye. The monkey is doomed. Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed. He had yet to finish reading the novel. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong sensed the impending threat of death, and at that instant, something seemed to penetrate his mind, igniting a surge of inspiration. Ha ha ha. I, your elder son, know precisely how to write about wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace. In the face of existential peril, the monkey exhibited no fear, but rather excitement, as he faced the blinding light and retrieved a bamboo scroll, inscribing with flamboyant strokes, Zhao Hui Erlangshan. Qi Tian Sun de Shang, this arrogant monkey king, that familiar visage suppressing the true pillar of iron, divine spear dances like a phoenix, blocking left and attacking right. The golden hoop staff is a treasure of the sea, with transformations soaring to victory. If one remains slow, their life shall cease, yet must they strive to push forward. This time, he began with poetry rather than the story itself. At the moment the poem was completed, clouds surged from miles away, infusing celestial energy into Sun Wukong. Chapter 62. Yang Jian must have gone easy on him. At Mount Fengshuan, within the Sanwei Book House. Ding. Your disciple Sun Wukong has made significant progress in his writing. Journey to the West has achieved a milestone. As his master, your contributions are invaluable. You are rewarded with ability synchronization. Ability synchronization, you may now synchronize all abilities of your disciple, and you must also grant one of your own abilities to him. Mu Chen, savoring the Jade Emperor's divine nectar, suddenly received a system notification, momentarily stunned, before bursting into joyful laughter. Haha, Wukong has not disappointed me. I never imagined that journey to the West would progress so swiftly. At this pace, I shall soon acquire the laws of life. He laughed heartily, unable to resist pouring himself another cup of divine nectar, feeling no pang of regret. This ability synchronization is quite advantageous. Thus, I can create treasures and weapons from Journey to the West using the void. A smile crept across his face as he casually conjured a Rui Jingu Bang, which closely resembled the one from the East Sea, weighing over 13,500 pounds. If the Dragon King of the East Sea were present, he might very well lose his teeth in fright. One is already too much. Now he's summoned two. Mu Chen chuckled with satisfaction, considering it an additional skill set. The only drawback is that Sun Wukong's journey to the West remains unfinished. He cannot create unaddressed plots and treasures. Now, what ability should I synchronize with Wukong? He fell into contemplation, faced with a dilemma. Currently, he possessed a plethora of divine abilities, including the power of void creation and those comprehended by the readers of Tiangong, each immensely potent. Combined, these abilities could rival the treasures of an entire celestial sect. In other words, he was akin to a walking treasury. Perhaps it would be best to observe what Wukong is doing. As it is a synchronization of abilities, one must naturally align with what the other most requires. After all, he is my only disciple, and I cannot shortchange him. Breaking the illusion golden eyes. His gaze shimmered with golden light, shooting forth two beams that pierced the distance toward Huagua Mountain. Is that Yang Jian? Why is Wukong battling Yang Jian? Alarmed, he observed Wukong being infused with celestial energy, seemingly enlightened, while Yang Jian, wielding his trident blade, appeared astonished, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Only upon seeing Tai Bai Jinxing beside him did Mu Chen finally comprehend the situation. Thus, it appears that the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing was likely tasked with persuading Wukong to ascend to the heavenly realm. However, upon Wukong's refusal, the Jade Emperor dispatched Yang Jian to descend to the mortal world, opting for martial prowess when eloquence failed. In the briefest of moments, Mu Chen surmised the general situation. If that is the case, allow me to lend Wukong a helping hand. A smile graced Mu Chen's lips as he discerned the divine ability he would bestow upon Wukong. System, synchronize my void creation with Wukong. Ding. Synchronization in progress. At Huagua Mountain, a surge of astounding talent coursed through Sun Wukong's being, elevating his status from Golden Immortal to the exalted Tai Golden Immortal, his power significantly amplified. Moreover, he felt his literary prowess enhanced, gaining a deeper comprehension of the tomes he had previously perused. Could this be what my master referred to as the elevation of the literary path? Wukong was both astonished and elated when a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Wukong, congratulations on your advancement in the literary path. You are now a second-tier author. I shall impart to you the secret techniques as a form of encouragement. And I hope you remain true to your original intentions and swim against the current. As Mu Chen's voice faded, an ethereal energy began to circulate within Sun Wukong, traversing through his meridians and flooding into his dantian. In an instant, Wukong felt as though he had acquired a formidable divine ability from thin air. Soon, all information pertaining to this ability flooded his mind. Void creation? This is indeed my master's signature technique. I never imagined he would impart it to me without requiring me to learn it from scratch. Wukong was filled with astonishment and joy. Such profound enlightenment could only be achieved by his master. Thank you, master, for your bestowed wisdom. He chuckled inwardly and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Boom. Wukong's enlightenment occurred in an instant. Just as the radiance emanating from Yang Jian's third eye was converging upon him, the brilliance tore through the space, extinguishing spiritual energy in its wake, a terrifying spectacle. Demon monkey, prepare to meet your end. Yang Jian's finger pointed menacingly at Sun Wukong, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. This demon monkey had surprised him time and again, rekindling his long-dormant combat spirit. If Wukong could survive this encounter, perhaps they could forge a bond. With this thought, Yang Jian's three divine eyes fixated intently on Wukong, curious to see how the monkey would counter his assault. Rumble. The blinding light surged forth like a wild stallion, racing towards Sun Wukong. Yet, Wukong's demeanor remained unperturbed, standing tall like a mountain. He merely waved his brush, drawing a circle in the air. Whoosh! The space was instantly rent asunder, a gaping void emerging, dark and foreboding, resembling the gaping maw of a beast, swallowing the radiant light whole. Wukong stood behind this black hole, his fur swaying gently in the wind, his expression tranquil. Was it truly this effortless? Tai Bai Jinxing was left in a state of shock. His mind momentarily halted. He had anticipated that this move would leave Wukong gravely wounded. Yet he could hardly believe that the monkey had merely drawn a circle in the air to effortlessly dissipate Yang Jian's divine eye attack. Beside him, Yang Jian was equally stunned. He sensed that his attack had been transported far beyond the 33 heavens. The laws of space? He raised an eyebrow, yet quickly dismissed the notion. The power of laws could only be wielded by those at the quasi-saint level, no matter how formidable this monkey was. He could not possibly command such power. But if it was not the laws, then what could it be? Yang Jian's brow furrowed, his gaze growing serious. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to regard Sun Wukong as a peer in strength. Monkey, you. His words were abruptly interrupted by Wukong's laughter. Ha ha ha, three-eyed fellow. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have attained this insight. In appreciation, I shall bestow upon you a minor punishment, sparing your life. As his laughter echoed, Wukong's brush flicked, and droplets of ink splattered upon the ground, transforming into various figures. These figures varied in form, some wielding the golden-banded staff, others embodying celestial grace, and yet others brandishing three-pointed, two-edged blades. This was indeed the void creation. What manner of divine ability is this? Why do I see myself among them? Yang Jian's heart raced with surprise. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, the figures sprang into action, flanking Wukong and launching their assault upon Yang Jian. Crack! Crack! Each figure unleashed their attacks, raining down upon Yang Jian like relentless torrents, overwhelming him with their ferocity. In mere moments, Yang Jian found himself in a state of disarray, suffering numerous injuries. Witnessing this scene, the celestial beings of the heavenly court were left dumbfounded. Surely, my eyes do not deceive me. Our martial god is being pursued and beaten by another. No, I must be mistaken. Your Majesty, is there a malfunction with the Haotian mirror? How can a demon monkey best a true immortal? The heavenly beings rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The Jade Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, wore a grim expression, fully aware that the Haotian mirror depicted the unvarnished truth. But how could this monkey possess such strength? Has he taken some sort of elixir? Simultaneously, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the myriad Buddhas observed the spectacle of Sun Wukong pummeling Yang Jian and collectively gasped in shock. Buddha, This cannot be. Yang Jian must have been holding back. How could he possibly be outmatched by the stone monkey? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva immediately raised a query. He had encountered the monkey before and knew that while strong, it paled in comparison to the might of a great Luo golden immortal. The clash between Yang Jian and the monkey should have been devoid of suspense. How could such a reversal occur? The Buddha, with narrowed eyes, nodded in agreement. It appears that Yang Jian indeed held back. My two holy figures have spoken wisely. The heavenly court and the Taoist Lord of Virtue are undoubtedly intertwined with the stone monkey. He summoned Kasayapa, instructing, ignite the incense and contact the two saints at once. Inform them that the heavenly court intends to protect the stone monkey, and it is highly likely that the Taoist Lord of Virtue is indeed the monkey's master. Kasayapa, with a serious demeanor, departed the grand hall upon receiving the edict. Buddha, shall we continue to observe this battle? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired cautiously. The Buddha regarded her for a moment, remaining silent for an extended period. Observe? What is there to observe? Do you not see that this is merely a play performed by the heavenly court and the stone monkey? The heavenly court thinks to toy with us. Have you not grasped this yet? The Buddha's heart seethed with fury, wishing to confront the Jade Emperor and demand clarity. Chapter 63, The Truth Behind the Journey to the West, a misunderstanding blown out of proportion in the forbidden land of the West, within Mount Sumeru, the two saints. Junti and Jiejing sat upon the ground, a wisp of blue smoke wafting before them, carrying the voice of the Buddha. Saints, the heavenly court is duplicitous, and the Hao Yin is utterly devoid of martial virtue. They publicly dispatched Yang Jian to capture the demon monkey, yet in truth, they are merely staging a play to deceive our Buddhist sect, which is utterly detestable. This matter requires your judgment. The voice, imbued with unrestrained indignation, reached the ears of Junti and Jiejing, igniting their own anger. How outrageous! It appears that the Taoist Lord of Virtue has been playing us all along, feigning victimhood while orchestrating a spectacle to make a mockery of our Buddhist sect. The Jiejing saint, incensed, flushed red with rage, disregarding his dignified bearing and speaking his mind openly. He had never encountered such shamelessness as that exhibited by the Taoist Lord of Virtue. To present oneself as a victim is one thing, but to deliberately stage a play for all three realms to witness our embarrassment is beyond comprehension. How laughable that they initially believed their plan to be flawless, capable of unearthing the true master of the stone monkey. After all this commotion, it was merely the Taoist Lord of Virtue's scheme. Hold on a moment, brother. I suspect the Taoist Lord of Virtue and the heavenly court are not so brazen without reason. I surmise there must be some misunderstanding at play. Juni's brows furrowed, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Humph, if that is the case, let us observe and see for ourselves. With a swift motion of the guiding robe, a beam of golden light surged forth, transforming into a mirror that hung suspended in the heavens. The reflection within the mirror revealed none other than the flower fruit mountain. The expressions of the two saints darkened as they gazed upon the scene. There, in vivid detail, the mischievous monkey, Sun Wukong, was sharing a joyous drink with Yang Jian. Both men wearing smiles akin to those of longtime friends. Witnessing the spectacle ignited a furious blaze within the two saints. It was irrefutable. The stone monkey indeed had ties to the heavenly court, and a rather cordial relationship at that. After all, how else could the stone monkey be so close to Yang Jian, the nephew of the Jade Emperor? What was more perplexing was that they had just been engaged in a fierce battle. Had they truly concluded their fight only to dismantle their enmity? As if no conflict had ever occurred, the two saints fell into a prolonged silence. Although they were quiet, the air was thick with tension, as if it could ignite at any moment. After a considerable time, Juni finally spoke. Brother, we must seek an explanation from the Tao Tianzuan. According to the regulations set by Hongjun Laozu, saints are not permitted to interfere with the affairs of the three realms, nor disturb the order of the heavenly court. While we may be powerless against the heavenly court, we can certainly bring trouble to the Tao Tianzuan, for he is the visible support of the heavenly court. The guiding saint inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Do you believe it would be of any use for us to visit the Purple Cloud Palace now? Our master remains in seclusion, and even if we approach the Tao Tianzuan, with that old fellow's temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Yet, we cannot simply sit idle. If this continues, the journey to the west will descend into chaos. Humph, who says we must remain idle? Junti retorted. If the Taoist sect can secretly lay plans, why can't our Buddhist sect do the same? The guiding saint narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Let it be known that this journey to the West is not solely a matter for our Buddhist sect. The heavenly court also relies on it to solidify its foundations. The grand spectacle of the heavenly court's turmoil has yet to commence, and this matter is directly linked to the heavenly court. It is the heavenly court that should be concerned. At this juncture, the guiding saint's gaze turned pensive. The great endeavor of the journey to the West is, in truth, a self-rescue mission for both the Buddhist and Taoist teachings. According to Hongjun Laozu, centuries hence, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will wane, ushering in an age of decline for the three realms. At that time, the heavenly court will fall into slumber, the heavenly gates will close, and even the Buddhist teachings will face decay, retreating into seclusion. To prevent the arrival of this calamitous era, Hongjun Laozu sought the method of the journey to the West, sending forth the representatives of both Buddhist and Taoist teachings to embark on this pilgrimage, to release the karmic burdens of the great demons within the human realm and gather the strength of all beings to nourish the path of heaven and earth. This self-rescue will be led by the Buddhist sect, which possesses the least amount of karma. As long as the Buddhist sect completes the journey to the West along the predetermined trajectory, they will avert the decline, becoming the great benefactors of the three realms, thus ensuring their prosperity for millennia to come. The role of the heavenly court in this journey is merely to assist the Buddhist sect, as the latter succeeds. The heavenly court will likewise share in the fortune, albeit under the Buddhist sect's dominance for countless years to follow. Of course, there exists another possibility. The heavenly court could assume the lead role in the journey to the West, thereby preventing the advent of the decline. It seems that Dao Tianzuan has grand ambitions. He intends for the heavenly court to usurp the current position of our Buddhist sect and become the principal authority in the journey to the West. The guiding saint's voice grew somber, his countenance shadowed with unease. Initially, he harbored uncertainty regarding Dao Tianzuan's intentions, but after the series of events, his doubts had dissipated, replaced by a profound conviction. "Brother, what shall we do?" Juni inquired with curiosity. The guiding saint replied slowly, "Next. The heavenly court will surely devise a means to provoke the stone monkey into causing chaos in the heavenly palace, and our task will be to prevent this chaos, even compelling him to create an uproar in the spirit mountain. In simple terms, wherever the monkey causes a ruckus, that faction stands a greater chance of becoming the dominant force in the journey to the West." "Haha, splendid. Let it be so." Juni clapped his hands in excitement and immediately sent a message to the Buddha. Meanwhile, within the purple cloud palace, Dao Tianzuan paced anxiously in the alchemy chamber. Oh no. This miscommunication could escalate. Those two petty-minded individuals might genuinely believe I orchestrated this affair. His brow furrowed in distress. Having kept a watchful eye on the battle at Flower Fruit Mountain to unearth the true culprit behind the blame placed upon him, he felt disheartened upon witnessing Sun Wukong's overwhelming defeat of Yang Jian. This Yang Jian is utterly useless. He can't even best a mere monkey. Dao Tianzuan felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment, nearly reaching out to Yang Jian's master, Yuding Zhenren, to urge him to train Yang Jian more rigorously. Yet, more pressing than this was his concern regarding the Buddhist sect. With Yang Jian's defeat at the hands of the stone monkey, it would be an undeniable conclusion for anyone that Yang Jian had deliberately held back. In such a case, it would be impossible for the Buddhist sect not to suspect him. Now I find myself in an inextricable dilemma. Even if I had 1,000 explanations, I'd still be unable to clarify my innocence. Dao Tianzuan lamented, feeling utterly powerless as he understood that the two saints of the Buddhist sect would not let him off easily. Thus, he waited in the alchemy chamber for an entire day. However, as the day drew to a close, he found himself still alone, which only deepened his unease. This is abnormal. This is not how those two typically behave. Dao Tianzuan began to calculate the heavenly secrets, and with each calculation, his expression darkened. By the end, he was utterly astonished. Oh no, those two couldn't possibly think that the heavenly court intends to reverse the roles, he exclaimed, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. At Flower Fruit Mountain, within the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong raised his cup, exclaiming, "Ha, Brother Yang. It seems that fighting has indeed fostered a bond between us. I never would have guessed you despise the Jade Emperor as much as I do." Surrounded by monkeys clutching jars of liquor, a few orioles perched on the treetops singing merrily, the atmosphere was jubilant. Yang Jian, too, shed his usual cold demeanor. His face flushed from the wine, drunkenly declaring, "I've despised that Hao Ian for ages. Not only did he suppress my mother, but he also tried to recruit me later. Does he think I, Yang Jian, can be easily swayed? Sun Wukong chuckled. Then why did you accept his offer and work for him? Yang Jian shook his head, appearing quite the inebriate, devoid of any trace of the dignified Erling Shun. Nearby, the star of Venus, Zhu Bajie, stared at the unfolding scene in bewilderment, his mind struggling to comprehend the rapid turn of events. What on earth is happening? How did they go from fighting to drinking? He reflected on the earlier events. The monkey had relentlessly pursued and beaten Yang Jian, who, aware of his disadvantage, had not uttered a word of surrender, displaying remarkable fortitude. The monkey, witnessing his determination, felt a sense of respect and, finding the battle lackluster, decided to cease his assault. They paused at the seaside for a moment, and without knowing who initiated the conversation, they began to converse, their dialogue growing increasingly animated until they returned to the water curtain cave, shoulder to shoulder, to drink together. Realizing this, Zhu Bajie felt an odd sense of unreality. Just then, a wine cup came hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, only to see Sun Wukong grinning at him. Old White, care for a drink? Absolutely, Zhu Bajie exclaimed, eagerly approaching. What had begun as a duet of drinking swiftly evolved into a trio of merriment. By the way, Wukong, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Yang Jian inquired, thoroughly intrigued as he sipped his drink. He was genuinely curious about the source of such a formidable disciple. He was well aware that the monkey before him possessed not only unparalleled combat prowess, but also exceptional literary talent, being a top-tier author in the three realms. Who, then, was the remarkable figure capable of nurturing such an outstanding disciple? At this moment, two pairs of intoxicated eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment. He scratched his head and chuckled. To be honest, I, the old Sun, have apprenticed at the Three Flavors Academy, but I cannot disclose my master's name. He understood that his master, Mu Chen, preferred to maintain a low profile and shunned excessive ostentation. Three Flavors Academy? Yang Jian and the Star of Venus exchanged bewildered glances. As veterans of the heavenly court, they had traversed the three realms since the time of the deification. Yet they had never set foot in the Three Flavors Academy. In fact, they had not even heard of it. What sort of celestial establishment could it be? My master is truly formidable. His literary prowess surpasses that of this old Sun by 10,000 times, and reading his works allows one to comprehend divine arts and philosophies. Pride and satisfaction illuminated the monkey's face as he spoke of his master, causing him to stand a bit taller. What? Such incredible abilities? Yang Jian was taken aback, not doubting the monkey's words in the slightest. What astonished him was how, in an era when literary pursuits had already waned, Wukong's master managed to convey teachings through his writings. It was evident from the monkey's weapon, a brush, that his lineage was indeed connected to the literary arts. Moreover, some powerful ancient beings could indeed encapsulate divine abilities within their writings and paintings for future generations to ponder. However, Yang Jian was unprepared for the revelation that Mu Chen's works were even more extraordinary. Not merely sealing divine powers within the texts, but allowing readers to spontaneously grasp different divine abilities from the same book. Furthermore, the comprehended abilities would not require additional practice, being imparted directly to the learner's mind as if through divine enlightenment, thus maximizing their experiential understanding. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Jian, recalling the recent battle between Marshal Tianpeng and Guanyin. At that time, Marshal Tianpeng had unleashed two bewildering divine abilities that even Guanyin could not counter. Could it be that he also visited the Three Flavors Academy to read novels? With this realization, Yang Jian's intoxication dissipated and excitement surged within him. If only he could also visit the Three Flavors Academy to read a novel and comprehend a divine ability, it would be an immense opportunity. Wukong, my dear brother. You can. Yang Jian's enthusiastic gaze was interrupted as Sun Wukong handed him a cup of wine. Brother Yang, I understand your intention. Rest assured, since we address each other as brothers, I shall not stand on ceremony. Soon, I will take you to the Three Flavors Academy, Sun Wukong declared heartily. Having already considered Yang Jian a friend, he was generous with friends and hoped Yang Jian would gain further insights into divine abilities at the academy. Meanwhile, the Star of Venus interjected eagerly, Great King Sun, don't forget about me. Ha, splendid. We shall all go together. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his spirits lifted, and he raised his cup to down several more drinks. It was only when he became slightly dizzy that he recalled his ongoing novel, grinning as he asked, By the way, my novel is approaching a climax, and I need to depict some events related to the heavenly court. Given your familiarity, could you enlighten me? Yang Jian tilted his head back to drink and responded with a hearty laugh. Why not? As long as you, dear brother Wukong, inquire, I shall leave nothing unsaid. The Star of Venus nodded in agreement, though he was curious about what Wukong's impending climax entailed. With a sly smile, Sun Wukong pointed to the heavens, exuding an air of boldness, and declared, I, the old sun, intend to write about a grand tumult in the heavenly palace. Uft! The Star of Venus spluttered, wine spraying from his mouth, his face a mask of astonishment. Good heavens, this monkey was aware of such matters? His very descent to the mortal realm was to persuade Sun Wukong to ascend to the heavenly palace in preparation for the impending uproar. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, upon learning of Yang Jian's failure to subdue the demon, the Jade Emperor immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He hastily dismissed the morning court session and hurried to the Purple Cloud Palace. In the grand and mysterious entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Jade Emperor bowed respectfully, and the crimson doors swung open in response. He stood before the entrance, meticulously adjusting his attire before stepping across the threshold. First, he paid reverent homage to the statue of the Tao ancestor within the hall, then approached the grand chamber of the Taoist sage. Sage, trouble looms. My nephew has failed to vanquish the demon, and the misunderstandings between our heavenly court and the Buddhist sect may prove insurmountable. The Jade Emperor spoke urgently upon entering the hall. This was a matter of utmost urgency, marking the most significant misunderstanding between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect since the deification. At that moment, the Taoist sage wore a grim expression, seemingly resigned to fate. He had been aware of this situation for some time. Yet what could he do? He could not simply shake off the burdens placed upon him. Your Majesty, it has come to this. We can only accept it, the Taoist sage sighed. Had he known who was continually placing the blame upon him, he would have turned that individual into a golden elixir without hesitation. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened at the sage's words. Could even the sage do nothing? Would the Buddhist sect now believe the heavenly court intended to usurp their authority and lead the journey to the west? The Jade Emperor was genuinely alarmed. Initially, he had entertained the notion of creating obstacles for the Buddhist sect, but that was merely for amusement, a trivial matter. However, he had no ulterior motives regarding the journey to the west. After all, the reason the Tao ancestor chose the Buddhist sect as the leader of this endeavor was that they remained untouched by worldly affairs, free from karmic entanglements, and unburdened by sins. Even if the journey were to fail, it would merely herald the arrival of a decline, with both Buddhist and Taoist paths falling into slumber. Thus, the Buddhist sect was the most suitable candidate for this task. In contrast, the heavenly court was different. Its myriad deities were each stained with blood, and many disciples of the Chan and Jie sects bore countless karmic burdens. Should the heavenly court lead the journey to the west and fail, the entire court would face divine retribution, plunging into an abyss of no return. In other words, allowing the Buddhist sect to take charge of the journey to the west ensured the heavenly court's safety. However, should the heavenly court lead the endeavor, it would be a gamble, life or death. As the Jade Emperor, who governed numerous celestial assemblies, he dared not take such a risk. Yet now, the Buddhist sect had misinterpreted the situation. Sage, perhaps I should issue an immediate order to have the stone monkey return to the heavenly court. This may allow us to clarify matters with the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor pondered. The Taoist sage nodded slightly, then inquired, at this point, it seems we have no choice. However, with Yang Jian's defeat, who in the heavenly court could possibly fulfill such a significant task? The Jade Emperor smiled reassuringly, confidence radiating from him as he replied, Fear not, sage, I have already dispatched the Star of Venus to persuade the stone monkey. Though the Star of Venus may not excel in martial prowess, he understands the human heart better than most. He is my trusted confidant and will not disappoint me. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor waved his sleeve, summoning the heavenly mirror to notify the Star of Venus. However, as he began to cast his spell, the scene reflected in the heavenly mirror left him momentarily dumbfounded, his face flushing with embarrassment. Within the heavenly mirror, his trusted Star of Venus was pouring wine for Sun Wukong, all the while laughing and saying, Great King, in truth, there is little worth in the heavenly court. It matters not if you decide not to go. You intend to write, do you not? In that case, feel free to ask me directly. I am quite familiar with the heavenly court, and I could even draft a blueprint of the Palace of the Moon, which the Jade Emperor frequents. Witnessing this scene, the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched, and he felt as though he could dig a hole in the ground to hide. Chapter 65. The Monkey Enters the Heavens. The disappearance of the celestial mentor saint. This might be the scheme of the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing to deceive the stone monkey. Please do not take it seriously. The Jade Emperor, drenched in sweat from the piercing gaze of the moral celestial, hurriedly explained, while inwardly cursing Tai Bai Jinxing's entire family. You old rascal. I merely asked you to pacify the monkey, and yet you have exposed my secrets. It seems I cannot invite you to enjoy the moon with Chang'e next time. Truly, one cannot guard against treachery from within. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the Jade Emperor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hiki, in my humble opinion, to prevent any prolonged dreams, your majesty might as well directly send a message to Tai Bai Jinxing, instructing him to bring the stone monkey back to the heavenly court immediately. The moral celestial chuckled dryly before continuing. As a saint, he could easily see that Tai Bai Jinxing had already boarded the pirate ship of the monkey. And it wouldn't be long before they became sworn brothers. At that point, it would truly become a great joke within the heavens. However, he was genuinely curious about what charm this monkey possessed. First Yang Jian and now Tai Bai Jinxing, both inexplicably befriending the monkey. Such social prowess was indeed remarkable. The Jade Emperor evidently recognized this fact as well, promptly forming a hand gesture and solemnly conveying, Tai Bai, do not forget your identity as a special envoy of the heavenly court. I command you to swiftly bring the demon monkey back, without error. After this command, the Jade Emperor silently retracted the Haotian mirror, fearing that Tai Bai Jinxing might divulge more startling information. Saint, I have already informed Tai Bai, and the stone monkey should be brought back to the heavenly court shortly. The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth lifted slightly, curiosity tugging at him. However, I am puzzled about one thing. Who exactly is the master of the stone monkey? How dare he obstruct the journey to the west and sully your name? At this point, the moral celestial narrowed his eyes, an icy aura enveloping him. This person's identity is mysterious and audacious, possessing the ability to conceal heavenly secrets. He must be one of our 6 saints. As for who it is, I can only speculate and dare not draw any conclusions. His resentment towards the figure behind the stone monkey was palpable, as he had been calculating celestial affairs and had finally pinpointed a suspicious individual. Oh, what is the saint's speculation? I suspect this person to be the celestial mentor of the... Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was taken aback. The celestial mentor? Does the saint have any evidence? One must note that the celestial mentor is one of the 3 pure ones. Although he was defeated after the investiture of the gods, he is still a saint. How could he secretly obstruct the journey to the west? Moreover, after the investiture of the gods, the celestial mentor was confined by Hongjun Laozu. The moral celestial seemed to have anticipated the Jade Emperor's confusion and solemnly replied, I have only just deduced that the celestial mentor, taking advantage of his master's seclusion, has secretly slipped out of the Xiyou palace and descended to the mortal realm. What? The Jade Emperor's complexion changed dramatically, and he could no longer remain seated. A saint descending to the mortal realm was a monumental matter, given their immense power. A mere stomp could unleash tremendous calamity upon the world. Meanwhile, at Flower Fruit Mountain, Tai Bai Jinxing abruptly rose, awoken from his stupor by the Jade Emperor's message. Oh no, the Emperor knows of our affairs here. I have spoken ill of him. Yet, he reassured himself, but surely he did not hear me, right? Such coincidences are rare in this world. Tai Bai Jinxing glanced anxiously at Sun Wukong, who smiled and inquired, Old Bai, what has occurred? Tai Bai Jinxing initially contemplated fabricating an excuse, but recalling the monkey's formidable prophetic abilities, he feared his lies would be easily unmasked. With a resolute demeanor, he stated, The Emperor has just sent a message, commanding me to take you back to the heavenly court. As his words fell, silence enveloped the water curtain cave, and the monkey and his kin fell still, their gazes fixed upon Tai Bai Jinxing, as if facing a formidable foe. Yang Jian beside them furrowed his brow slightly. Tai Bai Jinxing opened his mouth to explain, yet every word felt inadequate. In truth, he admired Sun Wukong and wished to befriend him, hoping to frequently engage in discussions on the scenic beauty of Flower Fruit Mountain and the plots of novels. After all, who could resist a powerful friend who also possessed literary talents? Yet he understood that their identities had already predetermined their paths. Great King I. His expression was conflicted, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Sun Wukong's bright laughter echoed. Hee, what does it matter about visiting the heavenly palace? Old Bai, I acknowledge you as a friend. Accompanying a friend to the heavenly palace is no trouble at all. With a beaming smile, The monkey seemed to dismiss the heavenly court entirely. Witnessing Sun Wukong's carefree demeanor, Zhu Bajie's eyes reddened. He understood that the monkey was trying to spare him from discomfort by agreeing to accompany him to the heavenly court. However, great king, do you understand what ascending to the heavenly court entails? He sighed, wishing that as friends, Sun Wukong would remain in Flower Fruit Mountain, where it would at least be safe. At that moment, Yang Jian, moved by the situation, kindly warned, Wukong, remember your past disturbances in the underworld. If you ascend to the heavenly palace now, Hao Yin will not easily let you off. Both spoke in caution, and the atmosphere in the water curtain cave grew heavy. Only Sun Wukong grinned, declaring, what is there to fear? It's south merely the heavenly court. If the old Jade Emperor dares to act against me, my master will not permit it. What does it matter about the heavenly court or the Jade Emperor? I have my master to back me up. Let all the celestial beings come forth. With arms crossed, Sun Wukong gazed at the heavens, his eyes sparkling with fearless determination. This is a perfect opportunity for me to gather materials and seek inspiration in the heavenly court. With tears in his eyes, Zhu Bajie bowed deeply to Sun Wukong. His voice choked, Great King, rest assured that I shall protect you on this journey. And I shall too. Yang Jian produced his three-pronged blade, positioning himself behind Sun Wukong. Seeing this, the monkey felt warmth in his heart and chuckled, Brother Yang. It seems our visit to the three-flavor study will have to be postponed for a few days. Yang Jian waved his hand with a smile. No worries. Once this matter is settled, I will personally pay a visit to your master. That works. The three exchanged knowing smiles and soared toward the heavens. Their journey would surely stir the winds of the heavenly court. On the other side, in the western bull heaven, laughter erupted at last. I have escaped from the Xiyou palace. What a thrill! Across the vast sea of clouds, a streak of golden light sliced through the heavens, piercing the billowing clouds with the swiftness of lightning, covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The laughter emanated from within the golden light. Oh, the mortal realm is indeed splendid. Had it not been for my master's seclusion, I would not have had the fortune to witness such breathtaking landscapes. A figure within the golden light muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, with disheveled hair flowing in the wind, obscuring his face, giving him a rather unkempt appearance. As he trudged against the wind, he tilted his head back to drink, the liquor spilling from his lips and cascading into the valleys below, quickly forming a fragrant lake. Perhaps having imbibed too much, he became disoriented, the clouds in his vision merging with the mountains. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as he collided with a towering mountain, creating a gaping hole and startling countless creatures. Fortunately, his tough exterior allowed him to break through the hole and maintain his speed, careening toward another mountain not far away. Mount Fangsuan. He opened his eyes blearily, glanced at the mountain, and then nonchalantly closed his eyes again, allowing himself to crash into it. Chapter 66. The Old Man Who Falls from the Sky. Sigh. They say the world of Journey to the West is filled with beauties, yet since my arrival, I have not encountered a single maiden. Could it be that my method of crossing over was flawed? When will a Lin Mei fall from the sky? In the midst of Fangsuan Mountain, Mu Chen wandered aimlessly. Recently, his Sanwei bookstore had not seen any visitors, and aside from the large black dog, he found himself quite alone, the atmosphere feeling rather bleak. It seemed he would have to send Wukong out to advertise next time. He sighed, continuing his walk, when suddenly he spotted a golden light rushing towards him from the horizon, resembling a shooting star. What could that be? Mu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that the golden light seemed to take on a human form. Could it be that a Lin Mei truly fell from the heavens? He was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of utter astonishment. Although they were sheltered within the Sanwei bookstore, claiming invincibility beneath the sages, it was not as if their words could manifest reality. More importantly, he was not even at the bookstore right now, just as he was lost in thought. A deafening roar echoed as the golden light crashed down near him, shaking the mountain with a thunderous sound. Fortunately, Fangsuan Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. Nurtured by spiritual energy, its soil and rocks were compact and solid, preventing any craters from forming. Goodness, this Lin Mei is no lightweight. Mu Chen was taken aback. It turned out that the notion of a Lin Mei falling from the sky was quite perilous. What if it had struck someone? Even if it didn't hit a person, it would still be unfortunate if it landed on flowers and plants. He curled his lips in curiosity and approached. Before long, he found that the lush mountain forest had been transformed into a horrifying pit, Several large trees shattered in the vicinity. As Mu Chen drew closer, he spotted a pair of mud-stained hands emerging from the pit. Astonishingly, the figure was still alive. He gasped in disbelief, feeling quite shocked. My goodness, this Lin Mei Mei truly is something else. Falling from the sky without a scratch? How resilient. Filled with excitement and curiosity, Mu Chen unconsciously quickened his pace, even beginning to recall the flirtation techniques he had learned in his previous life. Yet, before he could approach, amidst the swirling dust, the figure slowly crawled out of the pit. Once the dust settled, Mu Chen focused his gaze and was astonished to see that this Lin Mei Mei was truly remarkable. Covered in grime and looking utterly disheveled, she had transformed completely. Ahem, old man. Are you here bungee jumping? Mu Chen coughed lightly, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had expected to see a pure and charming girl fall from the heavens, but instead, he was confronted by a scruffy old man. Moreover, it was evident that he had tea-bathed, looking like someone without any basic living standards. Mu Chen instantly lost interest, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Is this Fongshuan Mountain? The old man in the Taoist robe glanced at Mu Chen with a hint of disdain and weariness in his tone. Indeed, I am the proprietor and author of the Sanwei bookstore. Would you care to peruse my works? Mu Chen forced a smile. This old man had fallen from such a height without a single scratch. He was clearly no ordinary being. Just as it happened, his work, covering the heavens, was nearly complete, and perhaps he could recruit a reader, possibly even synchronize a divine ability. With this thought, Mu Chen's smile became even more amiable. A bookstore? The old man raised an eyebrow, his discontent evident. Isn't Fongshuan Mountain the domain of the Bodhi ancestor? What is your relationship with him? He was well aware that the Bodhi ancestor was of the Buddhist sect, of which he harbored no fondness. Mu Chen shrugged dismissively, his expression unimpressed. I have nothing to do with those bald monks, and besides, who said Fongshuan Mountain belongs to the Bodhi elder? As the saying goes, treasures of the world belong to those fated to possess them. I have a connection with Fongshuan Mountain. Should I still bow to the Bodhi elder? Bald monks? Bodhi elder? Treasures of the world belong to those fated to possess them? The old man's brow furrowed before he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, indeed. Treasures of the world belong to those fated to possess them. It seems my young friend shares the same philosophy. Initially, he had assumed Mu Chen was of the Buddhist sect, but it appeared he had misjudged him. The disdain in the old man's eyes shifted to admiration. The more he looked at Mu Chen, the more he found him agreeable. However, what is this Sanwei bookstore? He had attained sagehood countless times before, yet had never heard of such a place. Could it be a newly emerged celestial sanctuary? Curiously, he examined Mu Chen and was taken aback. He suddenly realized he could not discern the young man's realm. Remarkable, indeed. My young friend, may I inquire what sort of sanctuary the Sanwei bookstore is? The old man retracted his gaze, asking with curiosity. The Sanwei bookstore is not a sanctuary. Rather, it is a bookstore I own, where I sell my novels on the shelves. So it is merely a bookstore. A flicker of disappointment crossed the old man's eyes, and he promptly inquired. Can I drink there? I have my own wine. Please feel free. Mu Chen nodded slightly. Haha, excellent. Thank you, my young friend. The old man laughed heartily. Following Mu Chen, he had been troubled by the lack of a place to drink. As for reading, he had no interest whatsoever, viewing it merely as a waste of time. After walking a few dozen steps, they arrived at the entrance of the Sanwei bookstore. Here it is, Mu Chen said with a faint smile, stepping aside to allow his guest to enter first. The old man nodded, preparing to step into the courtyard when his foot suddenly hovered in midair, his expression turning serious. Gazing at the ancient and quaint bookstore, he, being a sage, surprisingly sensed a terrifying aura within. Intriguing. A smirk tugged at his lips as he fearlessly stepped inside. Big Black, come and attend to our guest. Mu Chen called out as he followed closely behind. Woof. Lying beneath the peach tree, Big Black listened attentively, barking a couple of times before transforming into a young man clad in black. Master, are you sure this impoverished old man is a guest? I can't shake the feeling that he resembles a beggar. Big Black cast a glance at the old man, his brows knitting together. Although he spoke softly, everyone present possessed considerable cultivation, hearing him clearly. A beggar? The old man's expression soured as he fixed his gaze on Big Black, about to retort when he suddenly froze. This looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. The old man scrutinized Big Black closely. A torrent of memories from countless eras flooding his mind, from the celestial realm to the mortal world, ultimately settling in the underworld. It's you. He stared at Big Black in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. This big black is not a divine beast from the underworld? How is he here as a pet at the Samway bookstore, dressed in the attire of a shop assistant? What on earth has happened in the mortal realm during my years of confinement? His mind went blank, utterly astonished. A dignified divine beast from the underworld, reduced to a mere pet in a bookstore. This is utterly absurd. At that moment, Big Black emerged from the bookstore, carrying a cup of hot tea. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Samway bookstore. Please enjoy some tea. Despite harboring disdain, his smile was warm and genuine. His demeanor and actions more professional than those of attendants in luxurious, earthly taverns. Thank you. The old man's mouth twitched as he numbly accepted the hot tea and gulped it down to steady himself. Despite being a sage, it was his first time being served by a divine beast from the underworld. Meanwhile, Big Black watched as the old man finished the tea. His eyes filled with further disdain. This man, while past his years, dressed in rags and exhibiting crude manners, must have emerged from some mountain hollow. He couldn't fathom why Master Mu Chen would allow such a person into the store. Would he even appreciate a novel? Chapter 67. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. Noticing the perplexity in Di Ting's eyes, Mu Chen smiled gently and explained, Di Ting, as the saying goes, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its measure. In our business, what we value most is profit, regardless of the source. Upon hearing this, Di Ting was momentarily taken aback. The first phrase was a well-known adage he had heard before. However, he was intrigued by the latter phrase. Profit without distinction. Truly, a renowned writer indeed. Even casual words exuded more elegance than those of us simple folk. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, Di Ting said earnestly. Eager to learn, Mu Chen nodded with a smile, then turned his sparkling eyes towards the elderly gentleman, filled with anticipation, and asked, Sir, would you care to read some novels? Our establishment offers not only thrilling fantasy tales, but also ancient romance, catering to all preferences. Once you delve into my stories, we shall be like brothers. Mu Chen's smile was so wide it seemed to stretch his face, as if he could envision a cascade of talent exchanged for divine treasures. However, the old gentleman merely glanced at him and shook his head, stating, I am but a simple man, with no habit of reading. Mu Chen's smile faltered, his expression crumbling in an instant. Di Ting, let me teach you another saying. When friends come from afar, is it not a joy? Di Ting's eyes lit up. I know this one. How delightful. No, it should be, when friends come from afar, though distant, they must be welcomed. All present are book lovers. It would be inappropriate for you not to appreciate novels, wouldn't it? With narrowed eyes, Mu Chen emanated a commanding aura, bolstered by his system, exuding palpable pressure. My novels are so captivating, I cannot allow anyone to ignore them. Regardless of who you are, once you enter my Three Flavors bookstore, unless you are a sage. Even if you are a dragon, you must comply. Moreover, the old gentleman did not appear to be a sage. The old man's brow furrowed, and his expression turned serious. He sensed a formidable presence from Mu Chen. Though it was not at the sage level, it was extraordinarily close, akin to a quasi-saint. How peculiar! When did such a powerful figure emerge within the three realms? The old man took a deep breath. Initially, he had not regarded Mu Chen seriously. And even now, upon revealing his quasi-saint prowess, he felt only mild surprise. In his eyes, a mere quasi-saint was nothing but a slightly more formidable insect. However, recalling the terrifying aura he had sensed upon entering the bookstore, he could not help but approach with caution. It seemed this so-called Three Flavors bookstore was far more profound than he had imagined. With this thought, the old man's demeanor softened, and he chuckled, Haha, I have not finished speaking. While I do lack the habit of reading, I hold great respect for literary figures and occasionally indulge in a bit of reading myself. Though he smiled outwardly, inwardly he scoffed. Humph, this young lad is indeed amusing. I shall see what trickery you employ to compel me to read. Noticing the old man taking a step back, Mu Chen smiled triumphantly, tempering his imposing aura and revealing a friendly yet professional grin. Sir, considering your advanced age, I shall not deceive you. Moreover, this peculiar encounter between us is surely a stroke of fate. How about this? For one piece of acquired spiritual treasure, you may read any book in my collection. One piece of acquired spiritual treasure? To read a book? Was it truly necessary to employ a spiritual treasure? It seemed he was not deceiving the old man after all. The old man felt that this was a more audacious scheme. Although he had seen his share of storms, he was undeniably astonished. While he indeed lacked for spiritual treasures, the disparity between expenditure and reward was utterly disproportionate. Sir, please pay to read the books. Mu Chen flashed a polished international smile. In truth, the price he proposed was quite reasonable. 1 piece of acquired spiritual treasure for access to all the novels in the store was a bargain even during promotional events. Had Tian Peng and others known this, they would surely wake up laughing in their dreams. However, the Three Flavors bookstore had not opened for quite some time, and Mu Chen suspected the old man was of remarkable origin, perhaps capable of grasping some extraordinary divine ability. If he could align with him, it would be a tremendous profit. At the same time, sensing the spark in Mu Chen's eyes, the old gentleman hatched a plan and exclaimed with bravado, "You speak wisely. Young friend, since we are fated to meet, I must support your literary endeavors. How about this? I shall offer 10 pieces of acquired spiritual treasure to read the novels in your store." What? 10 pieces of acquired spiritual treasure? Mu Chen was dumbfounded, utterly astonished. This old man was indeed impressive. He initiated the conversation with 10 pieces of acquired spiritual treasure. What was his background? Haha, if that is the case, then I thank you immensely. Mu Chen's smile beamed, for this unexpectedly generous old gentleman was indeed extraordinary. Beside him, even Di Ting was taken aback, staring incredulously at the old man. At that moment, Mu Chen approached with a grin, patting the old man's shoulder and exclaiming, "See, your grandfather is still your grandfather." Oh, such generosity, such audacity. Mu Chen couldn't help but wish for more such grandfathers to visit him regularly. The old gentleman waved his hand, summoning a pile of various magical treasures from thin air, all of which were acquired spiritual treasures, a total of 10. Impressive, sir. Mu Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. The old man, however, maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he said, "Take them." He appeared jovial, yet internally harbored thoughts of caution. Humph. This young lad dares to scheme against me. He possesses quite the audacity. These 10 treasures shall remain with you for now, allowing me to uncover your tricks before reclaiming them. As a sage, he had the confidence and strength to take advantage. Yet, little did he know that just as those thoughts crossed his mind, Mu Chen merely pointed to the ground, and the 10 treasures vanished before his eyes as if they had never existed. What happened to my treasures? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. Spatial loss? No, there is no power of loss here. Then why have my treasures disappeared? What trickery is this young lad employing? The old man was astonished to find that he could discern no clues, as if the pile of treasures had genuinely never existed. Ding! Congratulations on your successful exchange, acquiring 4,000 points of talent. The system's voice resonated within Mu Chen's mind, sending a thrill throughout his being. How delightful! He had gained an abundance of talent, enough to write a new book. Unable to contain his laughter, he noticed the old gentleman across from him, utterly perplexed, and subsequently displaying profound pain. "Sir, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Mu Chen inquired with curiosity. This gentleman was his prime reader. Nothing must go awry. "Oh, it's nothing. I suppose my heart is just bleeding a little." The old man waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, realizing he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot this time. Nevertheless, with matters as they were, he could only console himself inwardly, advising himself to take it lightly. "Sir, let us proceed. I will guide you to the bookshelves to choose your reading material." At this, Mu Chen, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed with a smile. The old gentleman gave him a suspicious glance, feeling that this young lad seemed even more eager than himself. Was it possible that there was some hidden secret among the books on the shelves? This thought ignited a deep curiosity within the old man. What could be so special about a pile of old books? How could their value compare to that of the treasures? Furthermore, with the severance of the power of the literary way in the 3 realms, even the most extraordinary books were, at best, just ordinary tomes. With this in mind, the old gentleman followed Mu Chen to the bookshelves. The first title to catch his eye was a novel called Covering the Heavens. In recent days, new book testing had been crucial, with tracking data determining the fate of this book. The great demon sincerely wished to write this book well and complete it, bringing joy to everyone. So he earnestly requested the support of all esteemed readers. Thank you. Chapter 68. The old gentleman enraptured by reading, Covering the Heavens? The old man merely glanced at the title of the book and couldn't help but let out a scoff, feeling that the title was excessively arrogant. One must ask, in this vast universe, besides the venerable Hongjun, who possesses the capability to cover the sky with one hand, even he, a sage, could only aspire to such a feat. Young friend, your title is indeed bold. I hope the content within lives up to such lofty claims. The old man teased as he cast a glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled gently, replying, one must be audacious in their youth. The old man paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, ah, what a splendid saying. One must be audacious in their youth. He realized that this enigmatic youth was increasingly to his liking. Just this brief exchange evoked memories of his own glorious past when he was full of vigor and, indeed, a man of audacity. Yet, it seemed the old man recalled some sorrowful matter, his expression darkening. At times, however, excessive audacity could also be a blessing, for there exist many saints in this world, towering like insurmountable mountains, disdainful of all. In his prime, he had been no less illustrious, having established the which attracted countless celestial beings and earned the reverence of the three realms. Nevertheless, even such splendor was but a fleeting moment amidst the fierce competition among saints. Just as he felt disheartened, Mu Chen's fearless voice suddenly rang out. Saints? Huh. Their affairs are of no concern to me. He continued with a jest, in fact. Most troubles one encounters are self-inflicted or brought upon by others. Understanding what pertains to me and what does not could make life considerably easier. In recent years, he had managed to extract the essence of life while residing in the Sanwei bookstore. Aside from his disciples being bullied, he seldom appeared before the world, and had been living quite comfortably. Mu Chen smiled faintly. In his view, his modest endeavors had yielded some success. He had not only secured his own development but also brought peace to the three realms. Just look at the harmonious relations between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. They were as close as kin. Meanwhile, the old man, having listened to Mu Chen's words, felt a sense of agreement and smilingly opened the first page of Covering the Sky. Although he was not fond of reading, having already relinquished 10 postnatal spiritual treasures, he couldn't bear not to peruse a few more books. It would be a painful loss. As the pages slowly unfurled, an ancient aura abruptly enveloped him. The old man's brow furrowed, and his expression grew serious. This book seemed extraordinary. He muttered to himself, sensing an indescribable ancient power within its pages that captivated him. Even he could not discern the nature of this force. Could it be the power of literary Tao? No. His master had stated that the power of literary Tao had long been severed and could never re-emerge in this world. But if it is not the power of literary Tao, then what could it be? With a heart full of intrigue and curiosity, he began to read intently. The story of Covering the Sky commenced with an ordinary human from Earth, the protagonist Yi Fan, who, during a class reunion, witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the 9 dragons transporting a coffin. Subsequently, he was whisked away from Earth, enduring tribulations to arrive at the Beta Star region. The Beta Star region? At this point, the old man's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that beyond the 3 realms, other star regions existed. This was knowledge even his master had never mentioned. His heart was filled with astonishment, his breath quickening, as he sensed that this book concealed many ancient secrets unknown even to a sage like him. As he continued reading, the narrative began to delve into the main storyline. You have entered the ancient forbidden lands. Though you have lost your youth, this world is balanced. For what is lost, something is gained. The treacherous path of cultivation, fraught with thorns, is indeed perilous, yet you have begun to carve out a small path. The notion of balance in the world? For every loss, there is a gain. The old man fell into contemplation, perceiving the profound implications hidden within these words. As a sage, despite his formidable cultivation, he had lost nearly everything from his past. Could it be that he might reclaim those lost things? With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation ignited within him, prompting him to turn to the next page. The subsequent tale recounted how Yi Fan, due to his archaic sacred body, could not engage in conventional cultivation and was not chosen by the 6 great saints. Yet, he remained in the Lingxiu sacred heaven, exploring methods of cultivation. Excellent. This Yi Fan is remarkable, indeed, for he has pioneered a wholly new path of cultivation. Such a prodigious talent could likely be compared to my disciple Zhao Gongming. I would very much like to take him as my disciple. As the old man witnessed Yi Fan discovering his cultivation methods, he could hardly contain his excitement. As if Yi Fan were truly his own disciple. For one who delighted in accepting numerous disciples, each was an integral part of his grand journey and thus deserved his utmost attention and care. Unbeknownst to him, his reading pace quickened, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, as if he were living another life within the pages, fully immersed in the tale. At that moment, the old man, who typically abhorred reading, was utterly captivated by the novel. Yet, unlike the martial Tianpeng, he regarded Yi Fan entirely as his own disciple. When Yi Fan advanced in cultivation and triumphed over the practitioners of various cave heavens, he would applaud with glee, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. When he witnessed Yi Fan facing perilous situations and narrowly escaping death, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene personally, wielding his sage powers to vanquish all nefarious beings. Standing as a pillar of support for his disciple. Good. I can see that Elder Han is not a good person. I never expected my disciple to be so astute as to see through Elder Han's schemes and slay him. Truly deserving of my favor. The old man continued to read, his laughter echoing throughout the Sanwei bookstore. Observing this scene, Mu Chen could only smile wryly, feeling utterly speechless. This old man, who claimed to detest reading, had become so engrossed in the story that he had unilaterally adopted Yi Fan as his disciple. Little did he realize that Yi Fan was the Emperor of Heaven. Could an old man like him truly take him on as a disciple? Not wishing to disturb the old man, Mu Chen allowed him to continue reading. Understanding that a generous patron who could produce 10 spiritual treasures should not be offended, after all, one must continue to reap the benefits. Reflecting on the sudden surge of talent he had just experienced, Mu Chen felt a rush of excitement. Unable to resist picking up his platinum wolf hairbrush to write the continuation of Covering the Sky, determined to complete the book in one go. He sensed that the moment this book reached its conclusion, unforeseen events would inevitably unfold. Within the bookstore, Mu Chen fervently scribbled away, while the old man savored the book with great delight. The tale of Yi Fan saw him cleaving through thorns, overcoming numerous hardships, battling his way from the ancient forbidden lands to the bronze ancient palace, a true testament to his resilience. And at this juncture, the story was merely at its thrilling inception. During his travels, Yi Fan uncovered that many of the forbidden zones were formed by the mightiest beings among the myriad races. These powerful entities, seeking refuge from the heavenly laws, lingered within the forbidden zones, biding their time for the fabled celestial realm to descend. Every 10,000 years, they would emerge from the forbidden zones to harvest the essence of mortals, sustaining their existence. Upon learning of this, Yi Fan led the human race in an indomitable struggle. In the 100,000 wild mountains, beneath the sky, 2 figures stood, filled with tears. I heard the cries of billions of beings, calling out to me. Their voices heavy with despair, he softly spoke, wiping his tears. It is time, we must set forth, even if it leads to our demise. Upon reaching this point, the old man's heart tightened, resonating deeply with Yi Fan's plight, as his murky eyes filled with a glimmer of clarity. This scene was all too familiar to him. In the past, during the great calamity of the primordial era, he had resolutely established all to seize a glimmer of hope for the 3 realms. To this end, he opened the gates of the celestial realm, embracing all with a teaching spirit. Anyone with a heart inclined towards the Tao would receive his profound teachings, even at the risk of defying the great laws of the universe. Like Yi Fan, he too had once stood at the pinnacle of a great mountain, seeking a path of illumination amidst the darkness. Gradually, the old man fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the scroll, devoid of joy or sorrow. Resembling an unfathomable black hole, inscrutable and deep, he yearned to discern whether Yi Fan had ultimately succeeded. The narrative continued, and the old man watched quietly, as if truly absorbed in the tome, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Time passed quietly, the 3 Flavors bookstore enveloped in profound silence, save for the sound of the brush gliding over paper. After a considerable while, the old man suddenly lifted his weathered visage, interrupting Mu Chen's writing. Young friend, has Yi Fan's celestial court ultimately been disbanded? His voice was hoarse, yet his heart raced with anxious intensity. Yi Fan's celestial court shared a fate akin to his own Xiyou, which, in reality, was but a name without substance. Within the pages of the book, he harbored a fervent hope that Yi Fan's celestial court would not descend into the annals of history like Xiyou. At this moment, Mu Chen slowly raised his head and, meeting the old man's apprehensive gaze, began to speak. Chapter 69. Remember your original intention. Comprehend the Tao through reading. I apologize, but regarding this matter, you must seek the answer yourself. I cannot divulge any spoilers. Mu Chen smiled faintly, his expression radiating warmth like sunlight. The old man had yet to awaken his supernatural abilities. He could not reveal the subsequent events, for he must seize every opportunity. Simultaneously, He found himself eager to discover what formidable powers this enigmatic elder might awaken. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, a flicker of disappointment and resignation crossed the old man's eyes. The defeat of Xiyou lingered as the most significant knot in his heart. During his years in Xiyou Palace, he had reflected upon it. Yet each day he longed for the Xiyou he had founded, for his golden Ao island, for his beloved disciples. However, he understood that Xiyou had irrevocably fallen, with no hope of revival. Now, within this book, he had glimpsed another Xiyou, witnessing the protagonist Yi Fan, like himself, risking everything for the sake of the world. Stirring ripples of resonance within his heart, he fervently wished for the celestial court within the tome to regain its former glory, even if only for a day. It would serve as immense solace. Why must you be so sorrowful? While the celestial court in the book may have been forced to disband, it once guided humanity through its darkest hour, sustaining the future of mankind. Even if the celestial court cannot be reassembled, what of it? People will always remember the celestial court. It does not exist in the physical realm, but within the hearts of people. As if perceiving the old man's disheartenment, Mu Chen offered gentle consolation, sensing that this elder was indeed a sentimental soul, deeply engrossed in the narrative. It does not exist in the physical realm, but within the hearts of people? The old man's despondency began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Xiyou still resided within the hearts of the people? A spark of optimism ignited within him. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately asked, "Then, young friend, among the sects founded by the current sages, which one do you believe is most worthy of admiration?" He refrained from directly naming Xiyou, opting for this veiled inquiry, fearful of revealing too much to Mu Chen. Which sect is most deserving of admiration? Mu Chen paused. Taken aback that the old man would pose such a question, the leap in thought was indeed vast. After some contemplation, he replied candidly, "Perhaps it is the Xiyou established by the celestial master Tongtian." As the words fell, the old man's pupils constricted, and his countenance erupted with joy. Why? Mu Chen sighed, explaining, "Perhaps it is because Tongtian is rather foolish." The old man? "You, sir, are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish." The elder's lips twitched, his displeasure evident as he prepared to engage Mu Chen in a debate, only to hear Mu Chen's voice resound once more. "I believe he is not only foolish but foolishly pure, foolishly thorough." The old man's face darkened. It was the first time he had been insulted so openly. Yet, why did this young lad's tone carry a hint of admiration? Just as confusion washed over him, Mu Chen proclaimed loudly, "The reason I deem him foolish is that his character is most carefree and unadulterated. The Xiyou he founded embraced all, welcoming anyone with a heart inclined towards the Tao, diligently instructing them. The number of disciples under his aegis reached millions, creating a scenario where myriad immortals came to pay homage. In the present three realms, one would be hard-pressed to find another sage like him." At this point, Mu Chen sighed deeply. He held genuine admiration for celestial master Tongtian. At the very least, he himself lacked such grand vision, daring to defy the world, widely accepting disciples, and spreading the teachings far and wide. Is that truly how you feel, young friend? The old man stood in stunned silence, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. The unexpected praise left him somewhat flustered. Mu Chen regarded him with a peculiar glance, pondering the elder's seeming lack of clarity. Was he genuinely elated by such commendation of celestial master Tongtian? Could he be an admirer? Of course. In contrast, the virtuous celestial master, while espousing tranquility and non-action, secretly controls the celestial court, even dispatching his avatar, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, to reside therein. Though he claims to do nothing, he is, in fact, the most active of all. Isn't that akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart? The more Mu Chen spoke, the more animated he became. The old man beside him was breathing rapidly, urging him on, continue. Furthermore, regarding the Mother of the Earth, though she played a significant role in creating humanity and was honored as the Holy Mother, her origins lie with the demon race. During the War of the Witches and Demons, the demon race sought to feast upon humanity's blood, slaughtering countless ancestors, and she, as the Holy Mother, remained indifferent. How does that differ from a parent who gives life, but does not nurture? She neither protects humanity nor cares for the demon race, displaying inconsistency and capriciousness. Then there is the primordial celestial master. Though he is a sage, he is arrogant and divides the seekers of the Tao into ranks, boasting of being the true lineage of Pangu. Little does he realize that when the great Pangu opened the heavens, his left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon, his sweat became lakes, and his blood formed rivers, All creation is a legacy of Pangu's greatness. There is no distinction of nobility or lowliness based on the order of enlightenment. As for the two saints of the West, their faces are as thick as city walls, and I shall refrain from further comment. His words resonated powerfully, each syllable clear and impactful, causing the ears of the listener outside to twitch in alarm. Good heavens! The master dares to speak so boldly about the sages. Such audacity is astounding. What if these words reach the ears of a sage? In contrast to the alarmed apprehension of Diting, Mu Chen's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Setting aside the Three Flavors bookstore's ability to shield from heavenly secrets, even if these words were to be known to a sage, what of it? Would a sage descend from Xiyou Palace to trouble me? Unless, of course, the sage is right here in the Three Flavors bookstore. But how could that be? Contemplating this, Mu Chen smiled reassuringly and stated, "Thus, among the sages, I hold the greatest esteem for celestial Master Tongtan. It is a pity he is like a lump of rotten clay, capable of ruining an excellent hand." Initially, the old man's lips bore a smile, but upon hearing the latter part of Mu Chen's statement, his expression fell abruptly. "What the heck? Why do you speak with such barbs? Ah, young friend, what do you mean by that?" He maintained his composure, curiosity piqued. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and chuckled, though Tongtian Jiao Master is a sage. He is merely a reckless brute, believing himself to be brethren with the moral heavenly sovereign and the primordial heavenly sovereign, oblivious to the truth that the human heart is inscrutable. The Fengshen Bang is clearly a trap, and all the sages are well aware of this, yet he remains oblivious, even aiding in counting the coins after being deceived. Huh, and he still dares to protect the disciples of his sect? Truly laughable. Mu Chen shook his head with a smile, his words resonating with wisdom. Beside him, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of green and white, attempting to refute but finding all explanations utterly feeble. Indeed, he was merely a valiant fool, possessing the cultivation of a sage, yet lacking the sagacity of one. In the end, he was sold out, aiding the very hands that betrayed him. As the old man's countenance fell, Mu Chen continued unabated, however. "There is one thing he said that I quite admire." "Oh, what was it?" The old man's eyes lit up with curiosity. He once proclaimed, "Moved by the suffering of all beings, I established the Xiyou, wishing to carve out a sliver of hope for the myriad of creatures. Teaching without discrimination." A faint smile graced Mu Chen's lips, how eloquently he spoke. Alas, after the fall of Xiyou, he lost his original intent. Boom. Upon hearing this, the old man felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his heart. Indeed, he had long forgotten the vows of his youth. "Old sir, this is the latest chapter. Within lies the answers you seek." At this moment, Mu Chen handed over the freshly penned chapter. The old man's eyes brightened, cradling it as a treasure, carefully wiping the ink stains with his sleeve before reading intently. At the end of the celestial path, who stands as the peak? A glance reveals the void of the primordial Tao. Soon, the old man was engrossed in the narrative, his curiosity driving him to read with utmost seriousness. Finally, he witnessed Yu Fan successfully overcoming the Great Tribulation, evading the pursuit of the Supreme Beings, and achieving the pinnacle of a holy body. Ha ha ha, splendid. I never expected this lad to reorganize the heavenly court. As he beheld Yi Fan's resurrection of the heavenly court, the old man felt a surge of excitement, his blood boiling, and the long-lost battle spirit igniting within him. This was Yi Fan's heavenly court, and it mirrored the Xiyou of his own heart. In reality, he had languished for countless eras, with the Xiyou fading into the annals of history. Yet within this book, his fervor was reignited. As if a beam of light pierced through the shutters of his closed heart, unraveling his inner turmoil. In the tale, the heavenly court was re-established. Yu Fan swept through the ancestral stars of the Dominators, extorting the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, annihilating the cycle of reincarnation, with all four supreme beings perishing, while the divine ruins and immortal tombs fell to Yu Fan's might. Subsequently, Yu Fan transcended the celestial paths, attaining the Tao to become an emperor. Revered by the world as the heavenly emperor, after his ascension, he eradicated the upper realm, the undying mountain, the divine ruins. And the upper realm became mere courtyards of the heavenly court, resplendent in glory, unmatched throughout the world, ultimately living through 9 lifetimes, achieving immortality amidst the mundane. Known as the Heavenly Emperor Yi, the entire book completed. Upon reaching this point, the old man was already in tears, his mind flooded with the words he once uttered. Moved by the suffering of all beings, I established Xiyou. wishing to carve out a sliver of hope for the myriad of creatures, teaching without discrimination. Once, he stood in glorious splendor, forging an era of brilliance. Yet, as Mu Chen stated, after the fall of Ziyao, he lost his original intent and succumbed to despair. But if he could emulate Yi Fan's indomitable spirit, steadfastly holding on to his core beliefs, perhaps he too could resurrect the Ziyao and achieve unparalleled brilliance. With this thought, he felt a profound sensation, as if some enigmatic force infused into his consciousness. Ding! Tongtian Jiao Master has been inspired by your novel and successfully awakened divine powers. Would you like to synchronize? The system's voice suddenly resonated in Mu Chen's mind. As Mu Chen set down his jade wolf hair brush, he was momentarily dazed upon hearing the system prompt, subsequently staring in shock at the old man before him. No way, could it be that this old man is Tongtian Jiao Master? Did I just teach Tongtian Jiao Master a lesson? Chapter 70. The Jade Emperor hosts a banquet. Wukong ascends to the heavenly court. As Mu Chen marveled at the old man's identity, the heavenly court was equally bustling. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor's laughter echoed, "Ha-ha." As expected of the Tai by jinxing, as long as I send him out, there is nothing he cannot resolve. The excitement and exhilaration in his voice were palpable. For this moment, he had fretted and worried, losing countless strands of hair, even reducing the number of clandestine visits to the Guanghan Palace. More importantly, due to the monkey's antics, a rift had formed between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The Buddhists firmly believed that the heavenly court intended to establish its own narrative for the journey to the West. Despite his repeated explanations, they remained unyielding, almost provoking a clash among several sages. Thankfully, he had heard that Tai by jinxing had already captured that stone monkey and was en route back to the heavenly court, alleviating the tension in his heart. From here on, I shall simply dispatch troops to confine that stone monkey, and then invite the Buddhist envoy to witness, proving that our heavenly court harbors no intention of dominating the journey to the West. The Jade Emperor's lips curled into a smile, feeling as though his days of hardship were finally nearing an end. Li Jing, I command you to immediately dispatch 100,000 heavenly soldiers, led by the giant spirit god and the third prince Nezha, to guard the southern heavenly gate. Once that stone monkey appears, seize him at once. I shall bind him to the immortal execution platform and punish him with the thunderous divine fire to demonstrate our celestial authority. He suppressed his excitement and proclaimed, Your servant obeys. Li Jing and his son respectfully accepted the order and promptly left the Lingxiao treasure hall to mobilize the troops. Watching the father and son depart, the Jade Emperor contemplated and added, Bring forth the incense and notify the Buddhist sect, informing them that I have captured the mischievous monkey, inviting them to send envoys to witness this battle, thereby expressing our heavenly court's determination regarding the journey to the West. Meanwhile, not far from the southern heavenly gate. Fear not, great sage. I shall surely assist you in securing an official position within the heavenly court. I assure you, the emperor will not harm a single hair on you. Tai by jinxing vowed with 4 fingers raised. With Sun Wukong's arrival at the heavenly court, he would be given due respect, and as a loyal minister, he must repay this kindness. Beside him, Erlang Shenyang Jian nodded in agreement. Wukong, rest assured. With this true lord present, all the deities of the heavenly court shall respect you, ensuring you enjoy the same treatment as you did in Huagua Mountain. Witnessing their earnest expressions, Sun Wukong felt a surge of emotion, smiling as he replied, I thank both of you in advance. Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to his visit to the heavenly court. Your Majesty, good news. The Buddhist sect is willing to trust us once more and has sent Jin Shanzi, who is currently awaiting outside the hall. The news from the Lingxiao treasure hall arrived swiftly. Haha, splendid. Shakyamuni has made the wisest decision of his life. In that case, I shall host a banquet outside the southern heavenly gate, inviting Master Jin Shanzi to witness the grandeur of my 100,000 heavenly soldiers subduing the demon monkey. A weight lifted from the Jade Emperor's heart as he immediately prepared a banquet at the southern heavenly gate, inviting the Buddhist envoy, Jin Shanzi. By demonstrating his sincerity to Jin Shanzi and clarifying that the heavenly court had no intentions of dominating the journey to the West, he could finally shed the burden of blame that hung over him and the moral heavenly sovereign. With this thought, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of impatience. It had been exceedingly challenging to prove his innocence. Soon, a lavish feast was set up at the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor, brimming with excitement, proceeded to the southern heavenly gate, where he soon spied a young monk clad in a brocade robe and holding a 9-ringed staff approaching. Amitabha, I am Jin Chanzi, an envoy from the West, here on behalf of the Buddha to pay my respects to your majesty. The monk clasped his hands together and offered a slight bow. He proactively sought the Buddha's favor, driven by two motives. First, to explore the truth behind the heavenly realm, and second, to glimpse the appearance of his future great disciple. The arrival of Master Jinchanzi truly illuminates our celestial court. Please, take your seat. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. Once Master Jinchanzi was seated, a resounding drumbeat echoed from outside the southern heavenly gate. There, the banners fluttered, and 100,000 celestial soldiers, wielding weapons, stood in formidable ranks, radiating an awe-inspiring presence that embodied the majesty of the heavenly court. What does the esteemed master think of our odds in subduing the demons today? The Jade Emperor, observing the disciplined formation of the celestial soldiers, could not help but smile with a sense of assured victory. With the stone monkey approaching the southern heavenly gate, he was convinced that no unexpected events would unfold. Beside him, Jinchanzi glanced at the 100,000 soldiers, noting their fervent battle spirit, all of whom were at least of the earth immortal realm, and he could not suppress a gasp. The heavenly court truly stands as the foremost power across the three realms, and such formidable combat strength could scarcely be rivaled even by the resplendent Buddhist sect. However, while the heavenly court excels in low-end tactics of sheer numbers, the Buddhist sect boasts a superior count of peak powerhouses. After all, they have two saints among their ranks. Contemplating this, Jinchanzi straightened his back, took a sip of tea, and remarked, Amitabha, with Li Tianwang leading the troops, our chances of victory need not be overly concerned. Surely, after today's battle, the misunderstandings between our Buddhist sect and the heavenly court shall be resolved. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was elated. Was not this banquet precisely for that purpose? I share the same sentiment. Master, let us toast together, for that demon monkey shall arrive shortly. Nearby the southern heavenly gate, King Sun, the southern heavenly gate lies ahead. Bai Jinxing pointed forward, his expression suddenly changing. Before them, the southern heavenly gate was adorned with fluttering flags and an atmosphere brimming with battle intent, as 100,000 celestial soldiers formed an imposing line. Leading them was a figure clad in battle armor, holding a delicate pagoda. This was the newly appointed war god of the heavenly court, Li Jing, who recently forced the Buddhist Bodhisattva Puxian to retreat. Beside Li Jing stood the third Prince Nezha, adorned in heavy eye makeup, gleefully kicking a shuttlecock. Old Bai, are these people here to welcome me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, incredulous at the heavenly court's unexpected hospitality. Observing this scene, he squinted and chuckled, as if the 100,000 celestial soldiers before him were merely a jest. Bai Jinxing's expression turned grave, and he found himself in a dilemma. Given the current display, it was evident that the Jade Emperor had no intention of sparing King Sun, yet the king had ascended to the heavenly court for his sake, and he felt compelled to protect him at all costs. Just then, the boisterous laughter of the Jade Emperor reached everyone's ears. Bai, Yongjian, you two have worked hard in subduing the demons. You need not concern yourselves any further. Return and rest. The Jade Emperor rose, laughing heartily, and upon seeing the monkey, he felt invigorated. The monkey he had longed for was finally within his grasp. Beside him, Jinchanzi smiled, his gaze traversing the 100,000 celestial soldiers as he scrutinized Sun Wukong. Is this the monkey? Indeed, his demeanor is refined and unpretentious, resembling that of a scholar. While he observed, Sun Wukong noticed Jinchanzi as well, yet the monk failed to pique his interest. Instead, he meticulously examined the surroundings of the southern heavenly gate, contemplating how best to articulate his observations. His visit to the heavenly court was not merely driven by impulse. Primarily, he sought material to prepare for the impending tumult in the heavenly palace. Now that he had finally ascended to the heavenly realm, he was determined to seize this splendid opportunity. Noticing the monkey's aloof and indifferent demeanor, the Jade Emperor's lips twitched, and a surge of unnameable fury welled within him. How dare he regard my 100,000 celestial soldiers with such disdain? Soon, I shall deliver a few lashes upon you. Bai, Yongjian, you two have not yet withdrawn? He coldly commanded, wishing he could order Li Jing to advance immediately, but Bai Jinxing and Yongjian seemed oblivious to his words, shielding Sun Wukong behind them. Your Majesty, there is no need for rash action. In my humble opinion, it is better to resolve this amicably. Uncle, there may be a misunderstanding. I implore you to withdraw your troops. Bai Jinxing and Yongjian spoke almost in unison. Bai Jinxing suddenly knelt, his old eyes turning red. while Yang Jian furrowed his brows, displaying a defiance that suggested he would oppose the emperor if the troops were not withdrawn. Their words sparked an uproar among the celestial beings. What? What is happening? Why are Taibai jinxing and the manifesting true lord defending the demon monkey? Could it be that they had been bewitched by the demon? The multitude of deities murmured among themselves, while the Jade Emperor's face turned ashen, his brows knitting in concern. What nonsense is this? Did these two devour the wrong medicine? I merely dispatched them to the lower realm. How did they end up siding against me? Did they not see the emissaries from the Buddhist sect present? Their actions are clearly designed to embarrass me. Taibai, Yang Jian, what nonsense are you spouting? He is the demon monkey who wreaked havoc in the underworld. What misunderstandings could possibly exist? You two, step aside immediately, or I shall hold you both accountable as accomplices to this demon. He bellowed, his face red with rage. Meanwhile, Jinchanzi squinted, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. A demon monkey causing chaos in the underworld? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow and sneered, Uncle, if I am not mistaken, the reason my younger brother Wukong entered the underworld is that you dispatched Lu Zhidao to claim his soul. If you had not sent Lu Zhidao to provoke Wukong, how would he have caused such a ruckus? Ultimately, this is the fault of both the heavenly court and the underworld. He had long harbored discontent regarding this matter. The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect were two sides of the same coin, appearing righteous while concealing countless unseemly deeds. As Yang Jian spoke, the expressions of the deities shifted to astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief at his audacity to voice such thoughts openly. Impudent. The Jade Emperor's fury erupted. He had never anticipated that Yang Jian would defy him for the sake of a mere demon monkey. Your Majesty, this matter ultimately stems from our heavenly court's error. At that moment, Taibai jinxing followed suit, bowing deeply and beseeching, I implore you, Your Majesty, to withdraw the 100,000 celestial soldiers and provide King Sun with an explanation. Witnessing this scene, the Jade Emperor's lips trembled and veins bulged on his forehead. How outrageous. A mere demon monkey demands an explanation from me? Does he deserve it? Furthermore, when did my decisions become subject to the intervention of you, my subjects? Humph, the audacity of Wukong and King Sun. It seems you both have forgotten your standings. The Jade Emperor angrily waved his sleeve and commanded, Li Tianwang, heed my orders. Taibai jinxing and Yang Jian, having been bewitched by the demon monkey, immediately apprehend them and throw them into the heavenly prison, awaiting their fate. As for this demon monkey, for causing chaos in the underworld, tormenting Judge Liu, and inciting my celestial generals, his crimes are heinous. Quickly capture him and bind him to the immortal execution platform, to be punished with divine thunder and fire. With his decree, Li Jing immediately took command, mobilizing the 100,000 celestial soldiers, who surged forth like a tidal wave, blocking out the sun with their overwhelming might. Sun Wukong watched this unfold, grinning widely, and said, Old Bai, Brother Yang, it seems I've brought trouble upon you. You stay back and watch. I shall stretch my limbs, and then I will come to drink with you both. His master, Mu Chen, had always taught him the importance of loyalty, and now that Taibai jinxing and Yang Jian had offended the Jade Emperor on his behalf, he would not let them bear the consequences. The monkey's eyes shimmered with golden light, and the mystical golden pupils activated spontaneously, casting a disdainful glance towards the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Aside from Li Jing and Nezha, the rest of the heavenly army seemed merely a disorganized mob. However, the sight of Nezha, kicking a shuttlecock, struck a familiar chord. Had he seen him somewhere before? Without dwelling on it, he soared into the air, gazing past the celestial soldiers, and called out to the Jade Emperor at the southern heavenly gate with a hearty laugh. Old Jade Emperor, your grandson is here. As his voice echoed, his aura surged dramatically, and the blue lotus earth heart fire erupted around him, enveloping his body like a suit of fiery armor, exuding an imposing presence. What divine ability is this? The flames seemed fiercer than those in the furnace of the supreme Old Lord. The celestial soldiers were struck with horror. Unable to approach the monkey engulfed in flames, the Jade Emperor observed this scene with calm amusement, turning to the golden cicada beside him with unwavering confidence. Master, watch closely. This demon monkey won't last long. With that, he directed his gaze at the leading soldier, Li Jing. Li Jing immediately understood and declared sternly, Nezha, charge forth and capture the demon monkey without error. He had absolute confidence in his precious son. After all, he knew that Nezha had comprehended the divine ability of the magical orb at the Three Flavors Academy. Once this ability was activated, his power would triple. How could a mere demon monkey be his match? Meanwhile, Nezha, stowing away the shuttlecock and retrieving the fire-tipped spear, froze upon seeing Sun Wukong. What? It's him. Nezha's face was filled with disbelief. He recognized at once that this monkey was none other than the one who had been clamoring to write novels at the Three Flavors Academy. Could it be the stone monkey, Sun Wukong? A storm of thought surged in Nezha's mind. After all, this monkey's master was none other than the esteemed Mu Chen. Everyone claimed the monkey's master was the Taoist sage of virtue, but in Nezha's view, the sage of virtue was unworthy of carrying Mu Chen's shoes. With this thought, a flicker of delight and justification crossed Nezha's mind. Naturally, he held greater admiration for Mu Chen. After all, the novels written by Mu Chen were not only captivating but also imbued with profound insights into divine abilities. Could the sage of virtue and those saints do that? Could they produce such works? The more Nezha pondered, the more excited he became, curious as to whether the monkey had truly learned to write novels. Nezha, why are you still not charging into battle? Li Jing prompted, sensing something was amiss with his son today. Chapter 72. Your Majesty, is this what you call subduing demons? Nezha, why are you still not charging into battle? Li Jing's voice grew stern, yet it only caused Nezha to hesitate. Father, Nezha mumbled, contemplating how to explain. After all, Sun Wukong was a disciple of Mu Chen, and regardless of whether he could defeat the monkey, this connection made it difficult for him to strike. Mu Chen had bestowed great kindness upon their family. Just as Nezha lingered in his uncertainty, the Jade Emperor at the banquet furrowed his brow, expressing displeasure. Nezha, will you not act to subdue the demon monkey? Do you intend to defy my command? Defying orders was a grievous offense in the heavenly laws. And even as the deity of the three altars, Nezha could not bear such a sin. If that were to happen, not only would he be punished, but his father would also suffer the consequences. Reluctantly, he steeled himself, gripping the fire-tipped spear and charging forward. Monkey, if you know what is good for you, lay down your arms and surrender. I can plead for your life before His Majesty. Young Nezha, standing on his wind and fire wheels, regarded Sun Wukong with a complex expression. He truly did not wish to take the monkey's life. Sun Wukong chuckled. Oh, little one, you are amusing indeed. In a life-and-death battle, where is your time for such idle chatter? Besides, I have no weapons. My tool is a brush. Sun Wukong smiled at Nezha, twirling the writing brush between his fingers, finding the boy quite intriguing, as he seemed bound by imperial orders yet reluctant to engage in combat. Your weapon is a brush? Nezha was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the dancing brush at Sun Wukong's fingertips. This confirmed it. The monkey was indeed a disciple of Mu Chen. Perhaps he had truly learned to write novels. Meanwhile, Li Jing's eyes twitched as he felt an inexplicable resemblance between the brush in the monkey's hand and one in Mu Chen's possession. However, he dismissed the thought and did not connect Sun Wukong to Mu Chen, for how could such a powerful figure take a mere demon monkey as a disciple? If he were to accept a disciple, it would surely be his own beloved son. On another front, when the golden cicada beheld the brush in the monkey's hand, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This monkey refuses to take the divine weapon from the EC, yet willingly wields a broken brush as a weapon, truly foolish. In his view, a mere brush could never compare to the Rui Jingu Bang. This monkey must have been practicing to the point of foolishness. A foolish monkey like this was to be a seeker of scriptures, and would eventually become his disciple? With this thought, the golden cicada felt an inexplicable sense of resignation, already foreseeing the arduous journey that lay ahead on the path of scripture-seeking. Yet little did he know that as he spoke, the surrounding deities cast him incredulous glances, as if he were the greatest fool of all. After all, everyone knew that the weapon used to slay Lu Zhidao was a white jade wolf-hair brush. As the deities awaited the moment when the golden cicada would be thoroughly embarrassed, Nezha, pressured by the situation, brandished his fire-tipped spear and charged into battle. With the wind and fire wheels whirring beneath him, he swiftly appeared behind the monkey, a glint of cold light preceding him as he thrust the spear like a dragon. Look at the spear. Sun Wukong smiled, showing no sign of movement. Suddenly, the flames surrounding him surged, transforming into a pair of fiery hands that reached out from his back. As the fire-tipped spear emitted a crisp sound, its searing heat turned it crimson, flames slithering up the spear towards Nezha's wrist. Oh no! Nezha's heart raced, completely unprepared for the terrifying intensity of the monkey's flames. Gritting his teeth, he activated the magical orb, instantly tripling his defense. Boom! With a burst of scorching energy, Nezha was sent flying backward, spinning several times in midair before barely stabilizing himself. Fortunately, in his magical orb state, his defense was formidable, and he sustained no injuries. 3 heads and 6 arms, the infinite universe circle, are you the magical child Nezha? Sun Wukong retracted his strange flames, observing Nezha in his magical orb form. Memories of Nezha, the devil child, flooded back to him. That familiar smoky makeup, it was indeed the magical child Nezha. He had long sensed that this boy looked familiar. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, upon careful recollection, he realized that Nezha had awakened his divine abilities after visiting the Three Flavors Academy. No wonder Nezha hesitated to fight him. It turned out he had already recognized Sun Wukong. Haha, Nezha, I remember you didn't wear smoky makeup back then. Today, with your makeup, I almost didn't recognize you. Sun Wukong chuckled shyly, relieved that he hadn't harmed Nezha earlier. Otherwise, it would have truly been disastrous. Seeing that Sun Wukong recognized him, Nezha laughed in return, saying, "Monkey, you are indeed fortunate to have obtained the true teachings of Master Mu Chen." Haha, not at all. I have merely grasped a fraction of my master's teachings. Their camaraderie sparked an animated conversation, and as they grew more excited, they even gestured animatedly, as if they were not in battle but rather engaged in a heartfelt reunion. All present were left in a state of bewilderment at this unexpected scene. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, Nezha and Sun Wukong were engaged in playful banter. Much to the dismay of the heavenly soldiers, Li Jing's expression darkened as he observed their frivolity, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He was oblivious to the fact that Sun Wukong was a disciple of Mu Chen. All he could see was the two of them laughing and joking as if they were long-lost friends. This behavior was certain to incite the wrath of the emperor. His heart sank as he instinctively glanced towards the Jade Emperor seated at the banquet. As anticipated, the emperor's face was as dark as thunder. And had it not been for Jin Chanzi's presence, he might have already stormed off in fury. Alarmed by the spectacle, Li Jing hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, this demon monkey possesses the art of seduction. Nezha must have been ensnared by his wiles." He added earnestly, "I shall personally take to the field to subdue the monkey." The Jade Emperor scoffed at the notion. Did he not know whether the monkey could truly wield such sorcery? If he could, why had he not simply used it to eliminate Lu Zhidao? It was evident that Li Jing sought to exonerate Nezha. However, while the emperor was aware of this, he could not speak openly in front of Jin Chanzi. Thus, he acquiesced, nodding, then let Li Tianwang confront the demon monkey directly and ensure a swift resolution. Li Jing's spirits lifted at the emperor's words. He leaped onto the battlefield, intent on uncovering Nezha's true intentions. Meanwhile, Nezha, animatedly conversing with Sun Wukong, brightened upon seeing his father approach. "Father, can you guess where this monkey hails from?" Li Jing's face darkened, barely containing his frustration. At such a moment, with the emperor and countless heavenly soldiers present, is this really the time for such inquiries? Before he could chastise Nezha, the latter interjected with a gleeful revelation. "You would never guess. The monkey is a disciple of the esteemed Mu Chen, having studied at Sanwei Book House." A thunderous shock resonated within Li Jing's heart, nearly causing him to falter. No wonder this monkey possesses such formidable power. To be a disciple of Master Mu Chen is indeed impressive. His gaze towards Sun Wukong brimmed with newfound admiration. He had been contemplating how to forge a closer relationship with Master Mu Chen, and now, this monkey appeared before him as a fortuitous opportunity. Young friend Wukong, I am Li Jing. A pleasure to meet you." He bowed ceremoniously to Sun Wukong, displaying more enthusiasm than he had for Nezha. Outside the battlefield, the assembled heavenly soldiers were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Their commander, Li Tianwang, was bowing to a demon monkey? Surely this was a jest. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor sat in a state of disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. How could this be? What sorcery did this monkey possess? First, it had been Tai Bai Jinxing and Yang Jian, then Nezha, and now even Li Tianwang had succumbed to his charm. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. As the emperor struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, Jin Chanzi coldly remarked, "Your Majesty, if you intended to mock our Buddhist order, there was no need for such theatrics. What was promised as the subjugation of demons has turned into a farce." His expression was frigid. He had come to realize that the heavenly court and the stone monkey were in collusion. The notion of proving their innocence through the subjugation of demons was merely a ruse to mock the Buddhist order. With resolve, Jin Chanzi stood and addressed the emperor. "Today's events will be reported to the Buddha in their entirety. I implore the heavenly court to tread carefully. With a flourish of his robes, he departed, leaving the emperor in a tempest of confusion. The air was thick with tension at the southern heavenly gate, where a gentle breeze rustled the beaded curtains of the jade emperor's crown, echoing a sound akin to shattering hearts. A bitter smile crept upon the emperor's lips as he beheld the jovial exchange between Nezha and Sun Wukong, his mind flooded with a multitude of questions. How had the battle devolved into such frivolity? Their commander was engaging in friendly discourse with the enemy monkey. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl, particularly in light of Jin Chanzi's parting words. Indeed, he was the supreme ruler of the three realms, yet the impending end of the Law era loomed ominously. If the heavenly court wished to maintain its foundation in these turbulent times, it must see the journey to the west through to its conclusion. However, the rift between the heavenly court and the Buddhist order was evidently irreparable, and this journey, spearheaded by Buddhism, would no longer allow the heavenly court a role. Was there truly no path forward for the heavenly court? Amidst his melancholic reflections, Bai Jingxing approached, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the misunderstandings between our heavenly court and Buddhism have now solidified. The Buddhists are a duplicitous lot, and Shakyamuni is a meticulous individual. They will not relent easily. The emperor, exasperated, shot him a glare. Do you think I am unaware of this? It is precisely because of your actions that we are in this predicament. He had witnessed the old man plead for Sun Wukong right before Jin Chanzi's eyes. Clearing his throat, Bai Jingxing chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong is inherently good-natured and possesses immense strength. He is a rare talent. My suggestion is, now that our relationship with Buddhism has soured, why not bring the stone monkey under our banner? It would bolster our forces. His words sparked a glimmer of inspiration in the emperor's mind. If Buddhism were to lead the journey to the west, the heavenly court would surely find itself marginalized. However, if the heavenly court were to take the reins, it could navigate the challenges ahead and stave off the impending end of the Law era. The journey to the west proposed by Hongjun Laozu need not be dictated by Buddhism alone. With renewed determination, the emperor's gaze shifted towards Sun Wukong, a plan forming in his mind. The monkey was already within the heavenly court's domain. Thus, the opportunity to lead the journey lay within his grasp. Rather than assisting Buddhism in fulfilling the journey, the heavenly court could assert its own authority. Why should the fate of the heavenly court rest in the hands of others? With this thought crystallizing in his mind, the emperor resolved to act. Though it was a reluctant decision, he firmly believed that by resolving the karmic entanglements of the heavenly court, they could successfully lead the journey to the west and prevent the impending end of the Law era. At that moment, Li Jing and Nezha returned from the battlefield, accompanied by Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, the Honorable Wukong is by no means a wicked individual. I implore your Majesty to reconsider and retract the million celestial soldiers, thereby restoring Wukong's innocence. Li Jing performed a grand salute, insisting that he must persuade your Majesty to withdraw the troops. Beside him, Nezha added, Your Majesty, although the monkey is somewhat mischievous, I assure you, his nature is not malevolent. Li Jing and his son spoke with unwavering determination, already envisioning the impending wrath of the Jade Emperor. However, to their surprise, the Jade Emperor remained unusually calm, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Sun Wukong, his face reflecting curiosity. What charm does this monkey possess that has compelled the usually stern Li Jing to plead for his clemency? Although I had already resolved to pardon the monkey, the Jade Emperor decided to maintain a facade of authority before finding a graceful way to concede. Yet, as he began to speak, Yang Jian interjected with a cold snort, stating, Uncle, I must make it clear that should anything happen to the monkey, you shall have to seek another capable individual for the task of subduing demons. The Jade Emperor responded, Oh, my dear nephew, are you now turning your elbow outward? His lips twitched, forcing him to swallow the words that had almost escaped his mouth, instead opting for a hollow laugh. Ha ha. I was indeed misled by the Buddhist sect, which led me to this imprudent decision. I can spare the stone monkey, but he has caused a commotion in the underworld. And should I not administer some form of punishment, it would be difficult to provide an explanation to the beings of the three realms. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor's eyes flickered as he suggested, why not assign him a task to redeem himself? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Star of the White Emperor lit up with excitement. Such benevolence. What task does your Majesty have in mind? The Jade Emperor feigned hesitation before continuing. Recently, the Imperial Horse Supervisor is in need of a steward. Why not assign the monkey there? This suggestion caused the expressions of all present to shift. their brows furrowing. Everyone understood that the duty of the imperial horse supervisor was merely to tend to horses. To send our king's son to care for horses? Absolutely out of the question. Meanwhile, the writer-born Sun Wukong was well aware of the nature of the imperial horse supervisor, though he felt a twinge of astonishment. He distinctly recalled his master, Mu Chen, warning him that the heavenly court would deceive him into tending to horses. Little did he expect his master's words to ring true. "Your Majesty, this cannot be. How can King's son be relegated to horse tending? It's utterly unacceptable. I beseech you to retract your command." The Star of the White Emperor was the first to voice opposition. Following suit, Yang Jian let out a cold huff, making his disapproval unmistakably clear. "Ahem, White Star. How could you so brazenly disclose the matter of horse tending?" The Jade Emperor's face flushed with embarrassment, cursing the Star of the White Emperor in his heart. "Who exactly are you serving? Must you be so treacherous?" He realized that the Star of the White Emperor and his ilk were utterly unreliable. At that moment, the silent general of the curtain approached, smiling, and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the Peach Garden is currently in need of a steward. Why not send our friend Wukong there to work?" The Peach Garden? All present were taken aback. Conversely, the Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he regarded the general of the curtain, bursting into laughter. "Excellent. He shall go to the Peach Garden." If the monkey were to enter the Peach Garden, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountain, under the temptation of so many peaches. He could hardly believe the monkey would not succumb to gluttony. Should the monkey pilfer a peach, he would be in violation of heavenly laws. At that point, no one could intercede on his behalf. The chaos in heaven must proceed under my dominion. Yet the Jade Emperor had not accounted for the fact that, in the three-flavor study, the monkey had consumed peaches almost daily, growing weary of them, and thus lacking any interest whatsoever. On another front, Jin Chanzi stormed back to the Ling Mountain, relaying the events at the southern heavenly gate to the Buddha. "Buddha, the heavenly emperor has gone too far. How can our Buddhist sect endure this affront?" The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, incensed, turned red with anger. Since his divine beast was taken by Mu Chen, his temper had diminished daily, unable to tolerate any slight. At this moment, the great Thunder Sound Temple was in chaos, with the celestial Buddhas angrily denouncing the heavenly court's injustice. This relentless mockery had truly reached new lows. "Jin Shanzi, you previously spoke of misunderstanding, but now you see the heavenly court's wolfish ambition, do you not?" Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva sighed from the side. Jin Chanzi clasped his hands together and recited a sutra, his face darkened with silence. Indeed, he was suffering the consequences of his own actions. Just then, Yi Jia Zuanzhang formed a spell, drawing a wisp of green smoke from the air, which he pinched in his hand, his expression shifting dramatically. "Buddha, our infiltrator within the heavenly court has relayed news that the Jade Emperor has pardoned the stone monkey and assigned him to the Peach Garden." "What? The Peach Garden?" The Buddhas were taken aback, while the face of the Tathagata darkened. The Jade Emperor intends for the monkey to cause chaos in heaven. Ordinarily, the procedure would involve first placing him in the Imperial Horse Supervisor, then the Peach Garden. Yet now, why has the Jade Emperor bypassed the Imperial Horse Supervisor and sent the monkey directly to the Peach Garden? This maneuver was incomprehensible. Could it be that he harbors some other scheme? No, we must not allow the Jade Emperor to have his way. With that thought, the Tathagata declared Amitabha. From this day forth, our Buddhist sect shall sever all cooperation with the heavenly court. If the heavenly court seeks to establish a new order and contest our sect's dominion over the journey to the west, they shall not blame us for turning unkind. Before his words had fully settled, the Tathagata continued. Furthermore, the demons of Flower Fruit Mountain have become a significant threat, and the heavenly court disregards the safety of the three realms and turns a blind eye to the plight of the beings. However, our Buddhist sect, with its compassion, must eradicate this menace for the benefit of all. Immediately notify the 18 Arhats and command them to lead 3,000 disciples to Flower Fruit Mountain to exterminate the demons without fail. Since the heavenly court has reached this point, our Buddhist sect shall no longer feign ignorance. Let us tear down the facade. If the heavenly court wishes for the monkey to wreak havoc in heaven, we shall ensure that he wreaks havoc in Ling Mountain. Let us see who will ultimately dominate the journey to the west and expel the other from the chessboard. Chapter 74. The Jade Emperor's Scheme. All for the great havoc in heaven in the heavenly court, within the Peach Garden. Dear Wukong, this is the Peach Garden. Your task is to tend to these peaches diligently, ensuring that nothing goes awry. The general of the curtain led Sun Wukong through the peach garden, familiarizing him with the surroundings. The entire peach garden spanned hundreds of acres, enveloped in rich spiritual energy, with the fragrance of fruit wafting through the air, tantalizing the taste buds. Even the general of the curtain himself could not help but swallow repeatedly. Continuing, there are a total of 3,600 peach trees here, each meticulously catalogued. The first 1,200 bear small fruits every 3,000 years. Those who consume them can attain immortality. The next 1,200 bear fruit every 6,000 years. Those who partake shall ascend and gain eternal life. The final 1,200, with purple veins and fine pits, bear fruit every 9,000 years. Those who eat them will share longevity with heaven and earth and the sun and moon. As he spoke, a proud smile spread across his face. When it comes to peaches, they are unique divine fruits of our heavenly court. Countless deities have prostrated themselves before the Queen Mother of the West in pursuit of just one. Now, allowing this earthly monkey to behold such a bounty, his eyes are surely turning red with desire. Thinking thus, the general of the curtain cast a smug glance at the Sun Wukong behind him, eager to witness the expression of awe on the face of this earthly monkey. Yet he was taken aback to find the monkey's demeanor utterly ordinary, even displaying a hint of disdain as he passed a few 3,000-year-old peach trees. The general of the curtain? What is this? Did I not see correctly? What was that disdainful look from the monkey just now? Amidst the general of the curtain's astonishment, the monkey had already approached a few 9,000-year-old peach trees and abruptly halted. It appears that one has turned their nose up at the 3,000-year-old peaches, now fixating upon the 9,000-year-old variety. How amusing it is. This rustic monkey exhibits quite an appetite. There stood Sun Wukong before the 9,000-year-old peach tree, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, "General of the curtain, do you think it possible that these peaches, which take 9,000 years to ripen, could mature in just a year, retaining all their efficacy?" As soon as his words fell, the general of the curtain's eyes widened in astonishment. What? To shorten the ripening from 9,000 years to just one? And still maintain their potency? What kind of reasoning does this monkey possess? Such a notion is utterly impossible. The general shook his head and chuckled. "Dear Wukong, this peach tree is a rare treasure. Even the 3,000-year peaches cannot bear fruit within a single year, let alone those of 9,000 years. 3,000 years for a single harvest? Is this peach orchard truly this futile?" Sun Wukong retorted with disdain. It would be better to chop it down for firewood. He recalled the peach tree in the Three Flavors bookstore, which bore fruit every 9,000 years, yet yielded bountiful peaches within just a year. In comparison, the trees here were nothing short of inferior. "Oh dear, Wukong, do tread carefully in your words." The general of the curtain was startled by the monkey's remarks. Yet he noticed that Sun Wukong had already wandered off to a wooden cabin. He quickly added, "Wukong, this is the dwelling arranged for you by His Majesty." Sun Wukong nodded. Although the wooden cabin was modest, it was certainly more comfortable than the stone cave in his flower and fruit mountain. He was not picky and chose a spot to sit, unfurling a scroll and sinking into contemplation. He pondered the continuation of the journey to the west. This visit to the heavenly court had provided him with a wealth of inspiration, yet the ideas jumbled together chaotically, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. Too many inspirations, it seemed, was not necessarily a boon. The monkey sighed and smiled wryly, a brush clutched in his mouth as he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the general of the curtain observed the monkey, who was lost in thought before a blank scroll, a smirk creeping onto his lips, filled with disdain. A filthy monkey, pretending to be a literary figure. How ridiculous. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong before finding a place to conceal himself. His mission was not merely to guide the monkey through the peach orchard. The Jade Emperor had also tasked him with monitoring Wukong. Should the monkey dare to indulge in the peaches, he would promptly report back to the Jade Emperor, who would then dispatch troops to apprehend the raucous monkey. However, he ended up hiding for several days. During this time, the monkey remained motionless, as if entranced, clutching the brush. Yang Jian and the Star of Venus visited multiple times, and upon discovering Sun Wukong immersed in creative thought, the Star of Venus immediately summoned everyone to leave, fearing they would disrupt the monkey's writing. Days passed, and still, Sun Wukong sat as still as stone. Finally, the general of the curtain could no longer endure it. If this continued, who knew how long he would be stuck here? Already feeling the cobwebs form on him, deciding to act, he quietly slipped out of the peach orchard and into a grand hall by the Jade Pool, where he recounted the recent events to the Jade Emperor. What? That monkey has no interest in the peaches? He has merely been sitting there with a brush for days? The Jade Emperor was taken aback upon hearing this. Since Sun Wukong entered the peach orchard, he had imagined countless scenarios, yet this one had eluded him. What was wrong with this monkey? Why forego the delicious peaches to sit idly with a brush? This was unacceptable. He was eagerly anticipating the monkey's ruckus in the heavenly court. Did the monkey genuinely believe himself to be a literary figure? Curiosity piqued, he asked. Since he has the brush in his mouth, has he penned any great works? The general of the curtain chuckled. Your Majesty, you truly overestimate that monkey. He hasn't produced even a single fart, let alone a masterpiece. In my humble opinion, he is utterly incapable of writing. The Jade Emperor frowned, sensing something amiss. He then summoned the Star of Venus. This old fellow had been closest to the monkey recently and might extract some information. Star of Venus. Based on your knowledge of the stone monkey, how would you assess his literary talent? The Star of Venus, taken aback, wondered why the Emperor, instead of visiting the Moon Palace to offer warmth on a cool night, had summoned him for such an inquiry. However, since it was the Jade Emperor asking, he dared not be evasive and thus replied honestly, to be frank, Your Majesty, the literary talent of King Sun is extraordinary, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. With a pen that blooms like flowers, truly unparalleled. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression turned peculiar. Oh, Star, you and that monkey share a close bond. It is one thing to flatter him, but to say he is extraordinary is quite another. If his talent were truly as you described, would he be sitting idly with a brush for days? The Jade Emperor chuckled dryly, dismissing the Star of Venus, while turning to the general of the curtain. Regardless of that stone monkey's literary prowess, he must create a stir in the heavenly court. Since he fancies himself a writer, I shall undermine his confidence in his most cherished domain, helping him recognize the reality of his situation. After a moment's thought, he continued, General, promptly convey this. The stone monkey, Sun Wukong, is said to possess remarkable literary talent. I grant him permission to establish a writing studio in the peach orchard, where he must prepare several extraordinary works for the officials of the heavenly court to read. Remember, they must be entirely original. You audacious monkey. If you claim to love writing, let us see what rubbish you produce. Should you fail to deliver a few remarkable pieces, I shall hold you accountable for ineptitude. At that point, I shall not believe you will remain calm. Once you lose your composure, how far can the chaos in the heavenly court be? With a smile dancing at the corner of his mouth, the Jade Emperor felt a faint sense of satisfaction. Chapter 75. The Completion of Journey to the West. Within the peach orchard, Sun Wukong remained blissfully unaware of the Jade Emperor's scheme. At this moment, he was wholly absorbed in the story's narrative. Vibrant scenes unfurling in his mind, continuously piecing together, adjusting, and blending until a complete tale emerged. Subtly, he had formed a comprehensive outline for the continuation of the story. Indeed, this shall be my approach. With a spark of clarity, his eyes lit up. The brush in his mouth seemed to resonate with the brilliance of his story, emitting a faint glow as ink began to coalesce at the tip, eager to be set free. Removing the brush from his mouth, he felt his body creak as if awakening from a long slumber, dust cascading from him like fallen leaves. This was the result of remaining in a single position for too long. Yet, he paid it no mind, his thoughts solely on the novel. And promptly inscribed on the blank scroll, the Star of Venus and the Monkey King emerged from the depths of the cave, soaring into the skies towards the southern heavenly gate. As he wrote these words, Sun Wukong recalled the imposing sight of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers blocking his path upon his arrival in the heavenly court. A smug smile creeping across his face. Upon my first ascent to the heavenly court, I could summon 100,000 heavenly soldiers. This aligns perfectly with my identity as a grand author. However, the character representing me in the story does not possess my stature. So I shall simply change the obstacle to a divine general. Sipping the ink from the brush, he wrote with his own saliva. As I prepared to advance through the clouds, I was halted by the King of Growth, who refused to allow me entry to the heavenly gate. Approaching the heavenly gate, the Star of Venus shouted, Heavenly Gate's celestial generals, both large and small, clear the way. This is an immortal from the lower realm, and I come bearing the Jade Emperor's decree to summon him. The King of Growth and the other heavenly soldiers promptly retreated. As he continued to write, Sun Wukong seemed to become one with the story, experiencing joy and sorrow alongside his character, his expressions shifting as he immersed himself entirely in the tale. Even as Yang Jian stepped into the peach tree garden, he remained utterly oblivious. Has little brother Wukong finally begun to write? Upon noticing Sun Wukong fervently scribbling away, Yang Jian's eyes lit up, and a profound curiosity surged within him. He had long heard from the Star of White Gold that little brother Wukong had penned a masterwork, not only distinguished by its exquisite prose, but also boasting an extraordinary plot, deserving of the title of a classic. Thus, Yang Jian had always yearned to peruse this divine creation. Regrettably, after Sun Wukong ascended to the heavens, he was assigned to the peach tree garden and subsequently fell into a state of enlightenment, leaving Yang Jian with no opportunity to disturb him. Now, witnessing Sun Wukong's creative process, he felt a surge of excitement. Deliberately slowing his pace, he quietly approached Sun Wukong's side, holding his breath as he began to observe intently. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, one is greeted by the resplendent golden light and vibrant rainbows. Auspicious clouds billow forth, and numerous celestial commanders stand guard, pillars of strength, adorned with splendid banners, while the sacred beasts of the palace consume gold and stabilize the realm. Approaching the sacred tower, clad in crimson silk, with stars twinkling brightly, adorned with a lotus crown, radiating golden brilliance. Just from this passage, Yang Jian was utterly captivated by Sun Wukong's eloquence. The description of the majestic and opulent heavenly court, which appeared quite ordinary to Yang Jian, was rendered by the monkey in an extraordinarily ethereal and lavish manner. How beautiful is the heavenly court! I never noticed this before, Yang Jian thought, somewhat astonished. No wonder little brother Wukong had been gazing about upon entering the heavenly realm. He was observing his surroundings for inspiration for his writing. Contemplating this, Yang Jian fell silent. With such a meticulous observer of life as an author, what reason could he have for failure? Moreover, the mere brilliance of Sun Wukong's prose raised questions about the prowess of his mysterious master. Yang Jian inhaled deeply, yearning even more to pay a visit to Sun Wukong's mentor. At that moment, he suddenly heard Sun Wukong mumbling to himself beside him. My master said the Jade Emperor would assign me a position in the Horse Management Bureau, and indeed, he did not deceive me. That elder could foresee even this. Could it be that he is a sage? Yang Jian was once again taken aback, perceiving Sun Wukong's master as both enigmatic and formidable. Just then, he saw Sun Wukong's brush flying across the paper, inscribing, "The Jade Emperor decreed, let him serve as the horse keeper." The ministers expressed their gratitude, and he merely offered a respectful bow. The Jade Emperor then sent the Lord of Wood to escort him to his post in the Horse Management Bureau. In the tale, Sun Wukong was deceived by the Jade Emperor into serving in the Horse Management Bureau, yet the monkey outside the story was enjoying a leisurely life in the peach tree garden. Even later, Sun Wukong pondered that had he never encountered Master Mu Chen in this lifetime, his fate might have mirrored that of the monkey in the book, at the mercy of others. The Jade Emperor is truly despicable for assigning little brother Wukong to tend horses. That is an utter humiliation. Yang Jian, filled with righteous indignation, could not help but exclaim. He had long considered Sun Wukong as a brother. His kin should not suffer indignities, even if merely in a story. Fortunately, the monkey within the narrative soon discerned the truth, realizing that the position of horse keeper was insignificant, and in a fit of anger, he shattered the official seal and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Haha, splendid. Now that feels satisfying. Yang Jian was utterly engrossed, applauding joyfully. However, no sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong halted his pen, breaking free from the narrative. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Sun Wukong looked at Yang Jian with surprise. He had been so engrossed in his writing that he had not noticed the presence of another. Upon realizing he had interrupted Sun Wukong's creative flow, Yang Jian blushed and hurriedly apologized. Little brother Wukong, I sincerely apologize. I was so captivated that I disturbed you. Sun Wukong, however, was unconcerned and instead smiled, saying, No worries at all. Just in time, for I have a matter on which I wish to seek your counsel. Oh, please, little brother Wukong, speak. Sun Wukong continued, In the book, I, old son, descend to the mortal realm to claim kingship, yet I am uncertain what title I should adopt. I wonder if brother Yang has any good suggestions? A title? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, then filled with immense delight. He had not anticipated that he could contribute to the creation of this book. He had already discerned that once completed, this work would undoubtedly become a sacred tome of the three realms. And he, Yang Jian, could offer counsel for this divine literary masterpiece. What an extraordinary honor. It was indeed more fragrant than the Jade Emperor's rewards. Containing his excitement, he pondered carefully and suggested, How about the great sage equaling heaven? It signifies that this book possesses the ability of the heavens. The protagonist embodies the laws of the heavens, and the author wields the techniques of the heavens. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong repeated, savoring the 4 words, finding them increasingly fitting and filled with joy. He immediately expressed his gratitude and inscribed on the page, "Quickly prepare a banner for me, with the great sage equaling heaven written in large characters, to be displayed prominently. From this day forth, refer to me solely as the great sage equaling heaven, and no longer as the great king." With these words, the entire book suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, and streams of talent surged forth from the pages, soaring into the sky and transforming into countless golden dragons that roared. What is happening? Yang Jian's expression turned to shock as he gazed at the scene before him, filled with awe. Even Sun Wukong, at that moment, appeared bewildered. What is going on? Why such a phenomenon? While Sun Wukong was in a daze, the myriad golden dragons soared and spiraled through the sky, eventually merging into the text of Journey to the West. Boom! A faint rumble echoed, and the formerly ordinary white pages of Journey to the West transformed into golden leaves, with the tattered cover now glistening like a radiant skin crafted from some divine beast, adorned with sinuous golden dragons that formed the 3 characters of Journey to the West. Subtly, the book emanated a profound and domineering aura. Even Yang Jian could not help but steal a glance, his heart trembling, sensing an overwhelming terror emanating from this work. A terror born of boundless mysteries and the unknown. Wait, little brother Wukong, your book is indeed a divine tome. Yang Jian stammered, his astonishment beyond words. Such phenomena and transformations could not possibly be achieved even by the most potent elixirs crafted by the supreme Lord Laozi. At this moment, Sun Wukong smiled, toying with the book, unable to part with it. Although he was still unaware of the book's true capabilities, he had a nagging feeling that this tome would become his most formidable artifact in battle, aside from his brush. Just then, a flustered Tai Bai Jinxing arrived, riding on a cloud. "King Sun, it's terrible. His Majesty has just decreed that you are to open a bookstore in the Peach Tree Garden." "A bookstore? That is splendid news," Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly elated. Has the Jade Emperor finally had a change of heart? However, Tai Bai Jinxing sighed and shook his head, saying, "Not at all. His Majesty also stated that you must prepare several new works, as he will summon the heavenly officials to come and read them." This was where the problem lay. After all, Tai Bai Jinxing was aware that while the monkey's literary talent was commendable, he possessed only one work, and that was merely an introduction. If Sun Wukong failed to produce several works, not only would he incur ridicule from the heavenly officials, but the Jade Emperor might also accuse him of incompetence. This was clearly a trap. Upon realizing this, Tai Bai Jinxing's expression darkened, feeling that he should never have brought Sun Wukong to the heavenly realm. At least then, he would not have to confront such sordid affairs. Yet, to his surprise, Sun Wukong was not flustered in the least. Instead, he laughed, saying, "Is it merely a few works? The Jade Emperor did not specify that they must be my own. I can simply return to the Sanwei bookstore and ask my master for assistance. Surely, my master wishes to establish the Sanwei bookstore in the heavenly court as well." As he spoke, he turned to Yang Jian with a grin, saying, "Brother Yang, have you not always wanted to visit my master? How about I take you to meet him now?" "Ha. I must trouble you, little brother Wukong." Yang Jian felt a surge of joy in his heart, but soon found himself in a quandary. Should he bring a gift when meeting the elder for the first time? He chuckled. His master had a penchant for collecting spiritual artifacts, so a few artifacts should suffice. Yang Jian smiled, for as a disciple of the Jade Dingzhenren, one of the 12 celestial immortals, he possessed an abundance of spiritual artifacts. Chapter 76, Comprehending the Supreme Divine Ability. The stowaway at the very moment Sun Wukong resolved to descend to the mortal realm. Within the Sanwei bookstore on Mount Fonken, a chime echoed. The voice of the heavenly teacher resonated in Mu Chen's mind. "Your novel has inspired me, and I have successfully awakened a divine ability. Do you wish to synchronize?" Stunned, Mu Chen gazed at the elderly figure before him, disbelief etched across his face. He had never imagined that this seemingly unkempt old man was, in fact, one of the 6 saints of the present day, the founding patriarch of the Jie sect, the heavenly teacher. The disparity between this man's appearance and the legends was astonishing. Could it be a parody? Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Chen, and his expression darkened. The so-called saints must not be insulted. Yet he had just called this venerable figure a fool to his face. Alas, he had truly made a fool of himself. The corners of Mu Chen's mouth twitched, overwhelmed by a sense of exhilaration that left him feeling unwell. Although he was under the system's protection within the Sanwei bookstore, it only extended to those beneath the saints. However, the heavenly teacher was an authentic saint, He sighed in resignation and replied in his heart, "Synchronize the divine ability, adhering to the principle of reaping what one sows." Although he did not revere the saints, he would not miss out on any divine ability that could be obtained for free. With that in mind, Mu Chen gazed at the heavenly teacher, who was in the midst of comprehending his divine ability, curious about what extraordinary power this saint might uncover. At that moment, the heavenly teacher sat cross-legged, his expression serene and tranquil, seemingly in a deep slumber. Yet, within his sea of consciousness, turbulent waves and extraordinary phenomena surged. What could this mean? Why was there such a drastic change in my sea of consciousness? Floating above the vast sea of consciousness, the heavenly teacher, transformed into a small figure, gazed in shock at the scene unfolding before him. He had merely read a novel. How could it incite such monumental changes? As he pondered, a thunderous rumble erupted. The boundless ocean suddenly churned as if something from the depths was about to emerge. The heavenly teacher furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing to pinpricks. He sensed that whatever lay beneath the waves exerted an immense and terrifying pressure upon him, one even more formidable than that of his master, Hongjun Laozu. What could it be? His heart raced with astonishment, desperate to unravel this mystery. Another thunderous roar echoed through the infinite sea of consciousness, as towering waves surged to great heights, revealing 3 massive bronze coffins. These ancient bronze coffins were inscribed with profound inscriptions, and upon their emergence, they radiated an astonishing aura, accompanied by the distant sound of dragon roars. Strange, why does this bronze coffin seem familiar? The heavenly teacher felt a surge of confusion as he prepared to approach for a closer inspection, only to be startled by a sharp, clear sound from the depths. Reminiscent of chains being slowly drawn, there was still something beneath the sea. The heavenly teacher's heart tightened. Even he, a saint, was at a loss at this moment. Boom. Another resounding crash reverberated through the vast sea of consciousness, as 9 figures surged from the depths, dragging the bronze coffins to hover above the ocean's surface. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The heavenly teacher's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Before him lay 9 colossal dragon corpses, seemingly from ancient times, exuding an aura of antiquity. Just by their presence, each dragon corpse rivaled that of a quasi-saint. Even more terrifying was that the bronze coffins they dragged were tightly sealed, as if housing the remains of an unparalleled emperor. Gulping deeply, the heavenly teacher was overwhelmed with shock and curiosity. What lay within these 3 bronze coffins? Why did the elements from the book manifest in his sea of consciousness? Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning: the path of literature. As a saint, he was privy to many ancient secrets, including the path of literature. It is said that practitioners of the path of literature establish their path through writing, transforming the words within books into magical artifacts, and concealing divine abilities within the texts, establishing myriad laws through a single tome. Those who master the path of literature to its zenith can alter the rules of heaven and earth, and even modify the past and future. Even saints must pay their respects to those who have attained mastery in the path of literature. Could it be that this young friend, Mu Chen, is a practitioner of the path of literature? Yet, had not his master stated that the path of literature had been severed since the primordial era? The heavenly teacher's mind was filled with questions. Nevertheless, he was aware that he had stumbled upon a great fortune and an extraordinary opportunity. This 9 dragons pulling the coffin was clearly a divine ability bestowed upon him by Mu Chen. No, the esteemed elder Mu Chen. Perhaps the elder had already discerned his true identity. At that moment, the heavenly teacher felt an immense gratitude for not having acted with the arrogance of a saint. Ding! The heavenly teacher has completed his comprehension. Congratulations, you have synchronized and acquired the unparalleled divine ability. 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Mu Chen's mind, startling him. What? 9 dragons pulling the coffin? This was the most mysterious existence in. Even the original author could not elucidate its origins. Truly, the heavenly teacher was remarkable, awakening such an impressive divine ability right from his first book. He marveled. Eager to delve into the relevant description, 9 dragons pulling the coffin summoned the illusory form of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin with immense magical power. When all 9 emerge, one possesses the might to rival a saint. Note, this divine ability can be used to locate the physical 9 dragons pulling the coffin and unravel the mysteries of the universe. Gasp! Merely reading the description caused Mu Chen to inhale sharply. Generally speaking, the shorter the description provided by the system, the greater the power and limitless potential of the divine ability. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin evidently adhered to this principle. Even its illusory form was sufficient to rival a saint, and should he find its physical form, would it not lead to the annihilation of heaven and earth? Moreover, the note's content left Mu Chen astounded. Unraveling the mysteries of the universe? It appeared that this divine ability was even more enigmatic than he had imagined. His eyes widened in awe. This was perhaps the strongest divine ability he had ever synchronized. At that moment, the heavenly teacher, having completed his comprehension, slowly opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. Ha ha ha! Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this divine ability. He stood, casting aside all pretensions of solemnity, and respectfully bowed to Mu Chen, not daring to show any hint of disrespect. Mu Chen, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. A dignified saint was addressing him as esteemed elder and bowing in reverence. What a tremendous misunderstanding. However, Mu Chen refrained from explaining. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of grandeur, and said, "There is no need for thanks. This is the opportunity you rightfully deserve." He eagerly wished for everyone to read books and comprehend divine abilities, thus allowing him to continue reaping the benefits. Observing Mu Chen's lofty demeanor, the heavenly teacher grew even more respectful. Indeed, this esteemed elder has achieved mastery of the path of literature in some form. Regardless, this encounter has not only rekindled my original aspirations but has also granted me divine abilities, all thanks to your grace. The heavenly teacher bowed deeply in gratitude. The book had ignited a fervor within him, and the protagonist Yi Fan's journey had rekindled the ambitions he once held when founding the Jie sect. With eyes ablaze, he slowly gazed towards the heavens, filled with resolve. Mu Chen smiled at him and said, "Now that you have regained your original aspirations, go forth. If Yi Fan can reconstruct the heavenly court, I believe you can do the same, for there are many awaiting your return within the Jie sect." A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the heavenly teacher's dark hair. At this moment, he shed the guise of a beggar and transformed into a striking young man. With sharp brows and starry eyes, his flowing black hair framing a resolute face that radiated noble vigor and an indomitable brilliance. The essence of his heart manifested outwardly, revealing the visage of Tong Tian as he once was in his glorious past. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He cast a deep glance at Mu Chen, and then the aura of a sage erupted from his being, conjuring a colossal ethereal image in the void, which was the 9 dragons' coffin he had just comprehended. This coffin nearly blotted out the sky, exuding a terrifying presence. With a mere shift of his body, Tong Tian appeared atop the 9 dragon corpses. "I shall now proceed to the 33 heavens to reconstruct the Jie sect." After leaving this proclamation, he stepped onto the dragon corpses, shattering the space and vanishing from sight. Witnessing Tong Tian's majestic departure, Mu Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Today was indeed full of surprises. He had initially thought he was merely encountering a powerful immortal, only to discover that it was the illustrious Tong Tian. What left him speechless was the realization that his own novel had aided Tong Tian in reclaiming his original aspirations. Contemplating this, Mu Chen's expression grew peculiar. It seemed he had inadvertently altered the world's preordained course. Yet, upon reflection, ever since he had taken in Wukong, this world of journey to the west had already begun to unravel, and it was likely that old Master Wu's coffin lid could no longer contain the chaos. Mu Chen nervously stroked his chin when, suddenly, a tremendous force erupted within the Three Flavors bookstore, surpassing even the power Tong Tian had unleashed during his comprehension. Surging straight towards the 33 heavens. "Ding! Your novel-shrouded heaven has reached completion. This work is overflowing with talent and has stirred the great Tao. The system can no longer contain it. Please absorb this talent promptly to avoid calamity." Meanwhile, within the 33 heavens, inside the purple cloud palace, a pair of weathered eyes suddenly opened wide, emanating a weighty gaze filled with astonishing cold light. "Cultural talent? A trespasser from beyond the realms. I have finally awaited your arrival." Chapter 77. The Battle of Tong Tian Against the Two Saints. The countenance of Hongjun Laozu turned solemn, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he gazed towards the direction of the Western Bull heavenly continent. Years prior, he had sensed a deficiency in the heavenly Tao of this world, with outsiders breaching its boundaries. However, this individual's movements were shrouded in secrecy, and even he, a sage who embodied the Tao, could not discern the truth. Fortunately, after years of waiting, he finally perceived a glimmer of evidence. The intruder had revealed a flaw. "Dare to infiltrate my world? I shall obliterate your soul and essence. With a solemn shout, he unleashed a seal. An illusory seal tore through the void, swiftly arriving at the Western Bull heavenly continent, roaring across mountains that dwarfed the mortal realm, while all beings appeared as mere ants. The seal sought the aura, heading directly towards Mount Fengsuan. But at that moment, whoosh! The astonishing talent instantly contracted and vanished without a trace, eluding any detection. Hongjun furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Such remarkable cultural prowess, how could it abruptly disappear? Who is this person? As he dispersed the seal's attack with a wave of his hand, intending to meticulously search the entirety of the Western Bull heavenly continent with his sage consciousness, he suddenly heard a resounding roar from outside the purple cloud palace, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars. Tongtian. His expression darkened, and his profound gaze pierced through the entire purple cloud palace, landing on the figure outside. There stood Tongtian, brimming with spirit, his long black hair billowing in the wind, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor, as if a fierce fire burned within. Yet what astonished Hongjun Laozu was the ethereal image of the 9 dragons' coffin beneath Tongtian. Though merely an illusion, it exerted a pressure even Hongjun could feel. What sort of divine ability is this? How can it be so formidable? Tongtian, what is your intention? His lips moved, and a voice imbued with profound authority echoed through the surrounding chaos. Master, I once vowed to seize a sliver of hope for all living beings, and now I wish to fulfill that promise. Tongtian, standing upon the ancient bronze coffin, bore a resolute expression. You wish to reconstruct the Jie sect? Hongjun Laozu appeared somewhat astonished. He had kept Tongtian in seclusion for millennia, yet his initial aspirations remained unscathed. Master, though we were defeated during the Fengshan era, the Jie sect did not perish. Countless disciples await my return. Tongtian's tone was heavy. The protagonist Yi Fan's journey had profoundly inspired him. If he could reconstruct the heavenly court, why could he not do the same? Today, I, Tongtian, shall defy the heavens and reconstruct the Jie sect. Alas, if that is your resolve, then go forth. After a lengthy silence, a sigh emanated from the purple cloud palace, as though Hongjun Laozu was moved by Tongtian's determination. Thank you, master. Tongtian bowed in gratitude. Soon after, Hongjun Laozu's voice resonated once more. However, thereafter, you must not act recklessly. Remain within the purple cloud palace for cultivation, and do not interfere in matters of the 3 realms. Otherwise, your sage position will be unstable. Tongtian inhaled deeply, understanding that his master had made the greatest concession. Very well, once I have reconstructed the Jie sect, I shall refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. Upon finishing his words, the 9 dragon corpses beneath him let out a long howl, propelling Tongtian directly towards the abodes of Dao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi, Dao, come forth for a battle. In the past, it was his excessive trust in these 2 that had led to the downfall of the Jie sect. Now, as he sought to rebuild, he must begin with them. The 9 dragon corpses surged through the chaos, their resounding voices echoing throughout the 33 heavens, exuding an imposing might. Tongtian, you are far too audacious. Do you dare to act recklessly even within the purple cloud palace? At that moment, a fissure in the void opened, and a young man clad in white stepped forth, glaring fiercely at Tongtian. Following this, the aged voice of Dao Tianzuan rang out. Tongtian, how can you be so disrespectful? I am your elder brother. Such arrogance is unbecoming of a sage. Before his words could fully escape, an image of the Yin-Yang Taiji slowly emerged, revealing Dao Tianzuan reclining on a cloud bed, grinning as he gazed at Tongtian. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Tongtian, his smile froze, replaced by shock. You have regained your Dao heart. The current Tongtian radiated vitality, resembling a sharp sword, exuding brilliance, completely devoid of the previous sense of despair. This was unmistakably the restoration of his Dao heart. For a sage, the Dao heart is the foundation of their cultivation. A steadfast Dao heart ensures that every action aligns with the great Dao, receiving its enhancement. Conversely, if the Dao heart shatters, not only does one's power plummet, but they also risk being forsaken by the great Dao. After witnessing the Jie sect's defeat, Tongtian's Dao heart had completely shattered, and for several epochs, he had been unable to recover. Yet now, Tongtian had merely descended to the mortal realm. How had he regained his Dao heart? What had he experienced among mortals? Dao Tianzuan wore a perplexed expression, glancing at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who appeared equally bewildered. They had presumed Tongtian was unchanged, yet to their astonishment, He had quietly recovered his Tao heart, standing before them once more as a formidable presence. What on earth happened? Who is the scoundrel that assisted Tong Tian in regaining his Tao heart? If we find out, he shall not escape unscathed. The two saints' expressions soured, their faces contorted with displeasure. The Tao heart? My descent to the mortal realm has not only restored my Tao heart. Tong Tian smiled faintly, recalling the mysterious elder in the Three Flavors bookstore who had wielded a brush and fervently penned his story. Without his assistance, how could he have encountered such fortune? Only then did Dao Tianzuan and the others notice the 9 dragon corpses beneath Tong Tian, along with the ancient bronze coffin. What manner of divine ability is this? Why have we never encountered it before? Even in mere illusion, it has already rendered me breathless. Strangely, the old man sensed a trace of an aura comparable to the great Tao within this divine power. The two individuals gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting an indescribable shock. Observing their expressions of dread, Tong Tian felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the past, he had suffered a humiliating defeat, ultimately being brought back to the Purple Cloud Palace by his master, where he was made to reflect on his failures for countless years. Yet now, thanks to the novel titled Covering the Heavens and the Mysterious Elder, everything had taken a turn for the better. Tong Tian, regarding the events of that year, I am aware of your dissatisfaction, but those were the decrees of the great Tao, the mandates of heaven, beyond the influence of you and me. The Taoist deity spoke solemnly, clearly unwilling to let the situation escalate further. The decrees of the great Tao? The mandates of heaven? Tong Tian scoffed derisively. The candidates for the Fengshen list had long been determined, yet it was you two who, dissatisfied with the names on the list, instigated chaos, sending Jiang Xia down to reselect those worthy of inclusion. You altered the Fengshen list for your selfish desires, and now you speak so grandiloquently. It is truly laughable. Elder Mu Chen of the Three Flavors bookstore was indeed correct. These sanctimonious individuals are utterly hypocritical, presenting one facade while concealing another beneath. Tong Tian, do not speak nonsense. The Taoist deity's expression changed, rising from his cloud bed. Tong Tian shot him a cold glance, stepping upon the ancient bronze coffin, his voice icy. This time, I shall reconstruct the Jie sect to protect my disciples and release my disciple Yunxiao. I know she is not dead. Among all the disciples of the Jie sect, besides Zhao Gongming, the Sanxiao sisters were his favorites. Yet during the Fengshen War, Xiongxiao was slain by the Yuanshi Tianzuan with the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and Bixiao was transformed into blood by the deity's treasure box, while Yunxiao was said to be trapped beneath the Qilin cliff, declared dead to the outside world. However, he had deduced through years of celestial calculations that Yunxiao still had a breath of life remaining. In his view, the first step in reconstructing the Jie sect was to rescue his disciple Yunxiao. The Sanxiao sisters have wrought havoc in the primordial chaos, their sins unforgivable. I can spare Yunxiao's life due to heaven's benevolence. Do not be too greedy. The Taoist deity forced a smile, shaking his head. Wrought havoc in the primordial chaos? Was it not merely the elimination of a few of Yuanshi's boastful disciples? Tong Tian sneered, casting a cold glance at the two saints. You, who bully the weak with your power, is this the dignity befitting saints? Upon hearing this, both Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Taoist deity's expressions turned frosty, their anger boiling. Yuanshi Tianzuan could barely contain his rage, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Do you truly believe that with this single divine power, you can contend against us? Since the sealing of the gods, we have immersed ourselves in the great Tao, our strength having significantly advanced. How could your mere divine power compare? At this moment, a sense of arrogance blossomed within Yuanshi Tianzuan. Whether I can defeat you too, we shall see once we engage. With a cold snort, Tong Tian took a step forward, showcasing his unparalleled magnificence. Beneath him, 9 dragon corpses stirred as if alive, causing the chaos to tremble and the space to collapse. An overwhelming aura enveloping the heavens and the earth. Chapter 78. The 9 dragons manifest their might. A different space within the coffin. Tong Tian, you are forcing our hand. Witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by the 9 dragon corpses, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched violently. He immediately formed a hand gesture, summoning a 5-colored auspicious cloud that emerged above his head. This cloud radiated divine light, dispelling all darkness, countering the might of the 9 dragons. It was a fragment of Pangu's righteous energy, the innate treasure known as the heavenly auspicious cloud. Almost simultaneously, the Taoist deity waved his whisk, summoning a delicate, exquisite pagoda that shimmered with dazzling, mysterious light, shielding himself. This pagoda was none other than the famed Tiandi Xuanzhuang Linglong Pagoda, the foremost postnatal merit treasure. Faced with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the 2 saints summoned their protective treasures, maximizing their defensive capabilities. The esteemed saints, reduced to this level of cowardice? Tongtian, riding upon the dragon corpses, laughed mockingly. It appears these 2 are indeed wary of my 9 dragons coffin. Since you have chosen defense, I shall test the might of the dragons. A smirk graced Tongtian's lips as he focused his thoughts, causing the phantoms of the 9 dragons to seemingly come to life. Pulling the ancient bronze coffin towards Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others. Boom. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Taoist deity invoked their treasures, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, causing their artifacts to sway perilously, as if made of paper. What? How can this divine power be so formidable? This is impossible. Their faces contorted in horror. Having experienced countless divine powers in the realm of saints, they had never encountered such a brazen and tyrannical force. Nothing is impossible. Tongtian, standing atop the ancient bronze coffin, wore an expression of calm arrogance, though internally he too was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the divine power imparted by Elder Mu Chen would be this potent. It could effortlessly breach the defenses of both the heavenly auspicious cloud and the Tiandi Xuanzhuang Linglong Pagoda. Moreover, he had merely unleashed a fraction of the 9 dragons' might. If he were to fully mobilize them, defeating these 2 would be a mere trifle. Even more importantly, if the 9 dragons alone possessed such overwhelming strength, how mysterious and formidable would the ancient bronze coffin be? If he were to activate all 3 ancient coffins, what earth-shattering power would that unleash? Contemplating this, Tongtian could not suppress his excitement. He realized just how fortunate he truly was to have acquired such a treasure. This divine power could rightly be deemed the strongest of the present age. Tongtian, do you truly intend to strike against us? At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was genuinely alarmed. As a saint of the teaching of enlightenment, should he be defeated by Tongtian, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Now you know fear? Today, not only will I rescue Yun Xiao, but I shall ensure that you 2 forever remember this battle. Tongtian laughed heartily, once more channeling his saintly power to activate the 9 dragons. According to his master Hongjun, he had but this one opportunity. After this battle, he would enter seclusion and could no longer intervene in the affairs of the 3 realms. Thus, for the sake of his disciples and the entire Jie sect, he had to strike forcefully, ideally leaving these 2 in eternal slumber. Boom. The 9 dragon corpses moved in unison. Nearly shaking their bodies caused the 33 heavens to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Roar. A faint dragon's roar echoed, and one of the dragon corpses suddenly extended its 5 claws towards the Taoist deity. Not good. Alarm surged within the Taoist deity. He sought to evade but found himself ensnared by an invisible force, rendering even his soul immobile. However, as a saint wielding the power of the laws, he was not without means of self-rescue. Yin and Yang laws. He traced a Taiji symbol in the air with his whisk, and 2 fish, one black and one white, leaped forth from the Taiji, swimming joyously around the Taoist deity. Boom. The dragon corpse's 5 claws reached out, piercing through the Taoist deity and shattering the 2 fish entirely. This was the path of substitution within the Yin and Yang laws. The destruction of the Yin and Yang fish left the Taoist deity's expression grim, apprehensively regarding Tongtian. Battles between saints do not rely on flashy techniques. They are more a contest of laws, where a mere gesture can determine victory or defeat. Yet in this encounter, Tongtian had not even employed the laws he mastered, relying solely on a single divine power to obliterate his pair of fish. Logically, he had already lost. However, just then, a clanking sound echoed as the chains rattled. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin forcefully downward. Upon the coffin's landing, the surrounding space swiftly transformed, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Within that darkness, ancient runes flickered to life, densely packed, nearly filling the entirety of the space. The 3 saints stood within this rune-filled realm, all bearing expressions of shock. They realized that the power of the laws they commanded was rendered ineffective. This space was not of this world. The Taoist deity immediately sensed something amiss. Every realm possesses its own laws, and those who command such laws can only wield them within their respective worlds. The sudden disappearance of these laws proves that this space does not belong to this realm. Tongtian, From whence did you acquire such divine powers? Even the usually disdainful Yuanshi Tianzuan is compelled to reassess the situation. At this moment, Tong Tian's expression reflects astonishment, as a tumultuous wave surges within him. Moments ago, he observed Dao Tianzuan employing the power of the laws and instinctively sought to seal the opponent's loss. Strangely, as this thought crossed his mind, the three were drawn into this peculiar space. Moreover, their powers of the laws have indeed been sealed. Tong Tian disregarded Yuanshi Tianzuan, for he was astonished to discover that the 9 dragon corpses remained nearby, yet the ancient bronze coffin they were pulling had vanished. Could it be that he is within the ancient bronze coffin? Does it conceal fragments of other worlds? If that is the case, to which realm does this space belong? Tong Tian took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to Dao Tianzuan and his companion, his demeanor filled with arrogance. Now that you can no longer utilize the power of the laws, what do you intend to contend with me? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared fiercely at Tong Tian, harboring a desire to enact 1,000 tortures upon him. How infuriating. He had been outmaneuvered by this fellow. At this moment, Dao Tianzuan cast a wary glance at the 9 dragon corpses behind Tong Tian and sighed. Very well, we concede defeat. Upon hearing this, an unwillingness flickered in their eyes. Yet the circumstances compelled them to bow their heads in acknowledgement of their defeat. One cannot deny that Tong Tian's 9 dragons pulling the coffin is indeed formidable. Not only are the dragons powerful, but they also transport them to an extraterritorial space, sealing their loss. How can they fight now? Continuing to resist would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, a sure path to self-destruction. Surprised by their voluntary surrender, Tong Tian felt an unexpected delight. Although he yearned to thrash these two severely, perhaps even to the point of incapacitating them, he understood that should he act on such impulses, his master, Hongjun Laozu, would undoubtedly intervene with force. Despite the formidable nature of his 9 dragons pulling the coffin, it was merely an illusion. Bullying an ordinary saint like Yuanshi Tianzuan was one thing, but facing off against a being who was one with the Tao like Hongjun Laozu would be another matter entirely, unless he could locate the true entity of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. My disciple, where is Yinxiao? Tong Tian inhaled deeply and inquired. Yinxiao remains beneath Qilin Cliff, but what? Tong Tian's heart tightened. Dao Tianzuan sighed. It is merely that her soul is missing. Even if you rescue her, she will be as if she were dead. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes, and after a brief silence, he spoke with a grave tone. Hand her over to me, or you too shall remain here forever, enjoying your twilight years. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Chapter 79. Only the 3 Flavors bookstore can save Yinxiao. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened, his face nearly turning a deep shade of black. For millennia, it was the first time he had been so threatened, and the one issuing the threat was none other than Tong Tian, whom he had always looked down upon. Despite his overwhelming anger, the power of Tong Tian stood irrefutably before him. Even in his unwillingness, he had no choice but to bow his head. Beside him, Dao Tianzuan's expression was equally grim as he stated solemnly, "Release us from this space. And upon our return to Xiyou Palace, I shall immediately hand Yinxiao over to you." In this extraterritorial space, stripped of the power of the laws, they felt as though they had lost their greatest support, a most unsettling sensation. I hope you too honor your words. Tong Tian replied coldly, unafraid of any deceit from them. With the 9 dragons pulling the coffin at his disposal, especially knowing that the ancient bronze coffin contained an extraterritorial space capable of binding the powers of the saints, Tong Tian felt an absolute confidence. Even if these two were untrustworthy afterwards, he could easily confine them here without a hint of pressure. As his thoughts settled, a multitude of luminous runes erupted in the dim space, swirling like glowing tadpoles converging upon Tong Tian. Immediately, the surrounding space shifted and folded, the darkness receding to reveal the sacred light of Xiyou Palace. It was as if they had never left that space at all. Dao Tianzuan was astounded. Despite having observed the spatial changes intently, he detected no clues. It was as though they had stood still the entire time, while the space simply turned itself inside out. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression mirrored his astonishment, gazing at Tong Tian with profound apprehension. My friends, I implore you to fulfill your promises. At that moment, Tong Tian's voice resonated as he stood atop the ancient bronze coffin, looking down at the two. Dao Tianzuan smiled wryly, nodding as he activated the yin-yang laws. He formed a seal with his hands, and a pair of black and white Dao fish materialized, swiftly darting through the air, casting shadows that merged into a black and white Tai Chi diagram. Soon, the pair of fish slowed, transforming into two youthful figures, a boy and a girl, who cheerfully entered the void, their figures becoming indistinct. At this, Tong Tian raised an eyebrow and let out a cold snort. Dao Tinzuan immediately understood, chuckling awkwardly as he flicked his fingers, sending forth a beam of white light. This light landed beside the youths, morphing into a splendid palanquin, and the two children paused momentarily before lifting the palanquin and vanishing from sight. "Ha! Wait just a moment. My two youths will soon fetch your disciple Yunxiao." Dao Tianzuan stroked his beard and smiled, though his expression bore a hint of embarrassment. One cannot deny that as a saint. Dao Tianzuan's mastery of the yin-yang laws is boundless and profound. Merely a few breaths later, the pair of youths returned carrying a palanquin, the beaded chain swaying gently in the breeze, and a shadow could be glimpsed seated behind the beads. Upon seeing that figure, Tong Tian's breath caught in his throat. His heart surged with excitement. "Yunxiao." He stepped forward to the palanquin but hesitated to lift the beaded red silk curtain. Countless epochs ago, he had established the Jia sect, taking Yunxiao and her two sisters as disciples, nurturing them with care, treating them as his own daughters. After the calamity of the Fengshen, the three sisters had endured untold suffering. Bixiao and Qiangxiu perished and fell into the Fengshen ranking, forever bound by the heavenly court, deprived of their freedom. Even Yunxiao, who had miraculously survived, was suppressed beneath Qilin Cliff, enduring torment for countless millennia. Meanwhile, he, the master of the Jia sect, had been hiding within Xiyou Palace, surviving. Had it not been for the assistance of the proprietor of the Three Flavors bookstore, he might still be lost, neglecting his disciples in Jia sect. He could not forgive himself, nor could he face the disciples who had suffered due to his actions. "Tong Tian, Yunxiao is right before you. Why do you not dare to see her?" Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice cut in with a sneer, laced with derision. "Indeed, what a coward! What does it matter if you possess formidable powers? You still cannot save your disciple, nor do you even dare to confront her." Sensing the mockery in Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Tong Tian inhaled deeply, mustering his courage, and lifted the red silk curtain. Clink! The beads at the front of the curtain swayed gently, producing a melodious chime. Within the palanquin sat a girl clad in a purple gown, staring blankly ahead, her large, shimmering eyes devoid of any emotion. Even when he waved his hand before her eyes, she remained unresponsive. Indeed, her soul had been lost. How could this be? As he gazed at the vacant-eyed girl, Tong Tian's heart bled. It ought not to be this way. She was once the illustrious goddess of the clouds, renowned for her countless virtuous deeds, destined to enjoy the offerings of mortals. She should not have been reduced to a mere shadow of existence. Alas, during the divine battle of Yur, she was meant to meet her end alongside her sisters, ascending to the divine list posthumously. Yet, her profound obsession led her to resist the call of the divine list, clinging to life with sheer will, refusing to acknowledge her fate. The celestial virtue, pursing his lips, offered a wry smile. However, one cannot defy the will of heaven. The one destined for the list has suffered the backlash of cosmic retribution. Had it not been for my manipulation of the auspicious terrain of Qilin Cliff, obscuring the heavenly secrets, her life would have been forfeit, and her plight far worse than mere loss of spirit and cultivation. With a raised brow, Tong Tian retorted coldly, "So, should I be grateful to you for this?" The celestial virtue flushed, hastily waving his hands. "Do not misunderstand. I do not seek accolades for my words. Furthermore, her survival is not solely due to my intervention. Her fixation runs deep. She seems to have been waiting for someone capable of cleaving through Qilin Cliff to rescue her from peril." At these words, Tong Tian trembled, his heart wrenching with agony. It dawned upon him that his foolish disciple had been awaiting him all along. "Yunxiao, master has arrived late. I will take you home." He gently called to the girl within the palanquin, carefully cradling her in his arms. Just then, the celestial virtue solemnly cautioned, "Tong Tian, do not blame me for my warnings." Yunxiao's defiance of fate means that if she lingers away from Qilin Cliff for too long, the heavens will take notice. At that point, divine punishment will descend, claiming everything she possesses, including her very essence. Unless, of course, you can find a sanctuary that can obscure her from the heavenly gaze. With a resigned sigh, the celestial virtue lamented. In his eyes, from the moment Yunxiao rejected the divine list, her demise was all but sealed. At that moment, the Yuanshi Tianzun, with a hint of malice, chuckled, "Heh, the entire three realms fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly law. Even the Xiyou Palace cannot conceal itself from it. As for your extraterritorial space, while it may shield this realm from the heavenly laws, Yunxiao is a soul lost. If you place her there, you cannot guarantee that a new spirit will not emerge from within her. Will she still be herself then? Yuan Shi Tianzun's words struck Tong Tian like a dagger, piercing his heart. Indeed, only Cliff could safeguard Yunxiao's life. But how could he bear to watch his disciple suffer beneath it? What to do? Who could rescue my disciple? Tong Tian clenched his fists tightly, a rare confusion and helplessness evident in his eyes, despite his status as a sage. Suddenly, a handsome figure flashed in his mind. Of course, the Sanwei bookstore. Within it lies mysterious powers that even the heavenly law cannot detect. Surely it could save Yunxiao. With this thought, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he cradled Yunxiao and rushed towards the Sanwei bookstore, as if grasping the last straw of hope. The celestial virtue and Yuan Shi Tianzun exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Tong Tian's departure. That direction does not lead to the hall of the Honorable Hongjun. Yuan Shi Tianzun squinted, frowning. The first person he seeks assistance from in times of trouble is not the Dao ancestor Hongjun. What on earth is Tong Tian up to? Does he believe someone is more powerful than Hongjun? Curiosity swelled within the two sages as they exchanged glances and promptly cast spells to follow him. They were eager to discover what formidable ally Tong Tian had in mind. Chapter 8. Please, just write this book. Within the realm of Xiyou, the azure sky suddenly split open, revealing a dark void that startled the migrating geese into frantic flapping and squawking. Moments later, two figures emerged, standing effortlessly upon the clouds. Tong Tian's Nine Dragons coffin technique is truly formidable. Not only is its power astonishing, but its speed is equally remarkable. The celestial virtue shook his head in resignation. Unable to conceal his awe, they had followed him from the 33 heavens but were easily left behind by Tong Tian's sudden acceleration. Beside him, Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, a tumult of envy and resentment swirling within him. How infuriating. Such a powerful technique, and yet it belongs to a mere failure. What extraordinary luck has he stumbled upon? Just then, the celestial virtue's voice rang out again, laced with deep astonishment. How is this possible? I cannot even deduce Tong Tian's whereabouts. His face was a mask of bewilderment. His divination skills, intricately intertwined with the principles of yin and yang, were unparalleled. Aside from Hongjun, few could rival him. Even the Buddhist figures, Zhuanti and Jane, were within his grasp. Yet now, he found himself unable to trace Tong Tian's path. The last time his foresight faltered was when he attempted to discern the lineage of the Lingming stone monkey. Could it be that within Xiyou there truly existed a hidden realm undetectable by heavenly law? He muttered to himself, his expression clouded with doubt. Impossible. Even my master's Zhixiao palace lies within the heavenly jurisdiction. A mere Xiyou cannot harbor a secret greater than that. Yuan Shi Tianzun dismissed the notion with a scoff. Perhaps Tong Tian, that coward, knows Yunxiao is doomed, thus retreating to his extraterritorial space to send her off for the last time. Upon hearing this, the celestial virtue's brow finally relaxed. You speak the truth. The entire three realms are under the heavenly law's authority. Tong Tian's sudden disappearance must mean he has hidden away in his extraterritorial space. With a sigh, the celestial virtue turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun. Well, this matter is resolved. Tong Tian has suffered the loss of his beloved disciple. Once he returns to the Zhixiao palace, do not provoke him further. He is not one to be trifled with now. Yuan Shi Tianzun crossed his arms and scoffed. If he cannot even protect his own disciple, I see no merit in squabbling with such a worthless being. With that, the two sages stepped back into the rift in space, and the sky once again cleared, revealing a bright blue expanse. At Mount Fengsuan, within the Sanwei bookstore, Mu Chen reclined leisurely in a rattan chair, basking in the sun, sipping peach juice, with a beautiful serpent-bodied maiden crafted from the void attending to him, kneading his shoulders. Life was blissfully idyllic. Beside him, the hound-like Dieting lay at his feet, munching on a peach pit, oblivious as he asked, "Woof, master, what does years mean?" Mu Chen glanced at him, smiling as he explained. Years refer to the time since you emerged from your mother's womb. Of course, aside from years, there is also virtual years, which denote the time since you emerged from your father's womb. Dieting's mind swirled with questions. As expected of my master, your knowledge seems endless, filled with all sorts of peculiar information. Just as Dieting pondered the distinction between years and virtual years, the door to the Sanwei bookstore swung open, and a figure rushed in, a look of urgency etched upon his face. Predecessor, I implore you to lend your hand in salvation. Tong Tian, drenched in sweat, clutched a dazed young girl in his arms as he hurriedly entered the shop. Mu Chen was taken aback. Isn't this fellow supposed to be in the 33 heavens? Reconstructing the Jia sect? Why has he returned? With a furrowed brow, Mu Chen turned his gaze to the girl in Tongtian's arms. Although her eyes were vacant, her beauty was striking, her long, dark hair cascading down her fair, oval face, and her pink lips resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Not to mention her legs, long and fair as jade, evoking a sense of excitement. Cough. Are you planning to elope with her? Mu Chen awkwardly averted his gaze, his mind swirling with romantic scenarios akin to a melodramatic urban drama. Tongtian did not comprehend the meaning of elopement, but at present, there was no time for inquiries. He hastily exclaimed, "Senior, this is my disciple, Yunxiao. Due to her transgressions against the heavenly Tao, she has not been inscribed on the divine list, resulting in her current spiritual disarray. No medicinal remedy can save her now. Only you possess the power to rescue her." "What, Lady Yunxiao?" Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. In his previous life, as a veteran in the realm of online literature, he was intimately familiar with the tales of the primordial era and the investiture of the gods. Among the myriad celestial maidens, Lady Yunxiao was his favorite. She was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a kind and gentle disposition, and, crucially, she was stunningly beautiful. She was, in every sense, the epitome of his ideal goddess. Now, the illustrious Lady Yunxiao stood before him, appearing as a youthful maiden. How could he not be exhilarated? "Senior, Yunxiao is my most cherished disciple. I implore you to lend your assistance. Tongtian would be eternally grateful." Seeing Mu Chen remain silent, Tongtian earnestly pleaded, his words imbued with deep sincerity. In his eyes, Mu Chen's mastery of the literary arts, coupled with his ability to encapsulate the formidable divine power of the 9 dragons in his tales for his own comprehension, indicated that Mu Chen must possess extraordinary capabilities. This left Mu Chen even more bewildered. "What nonsense is this? You want me to save someone? You, a venerable saint, are at a loss, while I, a mere golden immortal, am expected to have a solution? Besides, as a novelist, what do I know about healing?" Mu Chen sighed and shook his head, feeling utterly powerless to comment. "Cough, cough, I am in a bookstore, not a medical clinic." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression faltered. He mistakenly assumed that Mu Chen was unwilling to assist. He immediately declared, "Senior, if you save Yunxiao, I shall bestow upon you all my possessions." In the midst of his speech, he did not even furrow his brow. "Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to save her. Rather, I am simply powerless to do so. I am merely a writer who can only pen a few novels." Mu Chen found himself in a quandary. Despite the tempting offer made by Tongtian, he was acutely aware that life and death were no trifling matter. One could not jest in such circumstances. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was not disheartened. Rather, he breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly said, "In that case, I beseech you, Senior, to write a novel to save Yunxiao." "What?" Mu Chen nearly doubted his own hearing. Since when could a novel cure ailments? As an author, he had no such knowledge. Were you jesting with me? Cough, cough, Tongtian. You are grasping at straws here. My novels can at most awaken divine abilities, but they are not capable of healing. Mu Chen felt exasperated, wondering if Tongtian's mind was somewhat addled. Conversely, Tongtian's intellect was quite sharp. With eyes filled with earnest appeal, he bowed deeply to Mu Chen, saying, "Senior, I implore you to write a novel to save Yunxiao." Mu Chen opened his mouth, deeply moved. A venerable saint, willing to go to such lengths for the sake of his disciple. In the 3 realms, perhaps only Tongtian could do such a thing. Alas, very well. I shall write a novel. However, whether it can awaken Yunxiao ultimately depends on her own fate. Mu Chen sighed, ultimately acquiescing. Upon hearing this, Tongtian rejoiced, his gratitude towards Mu Chen immeasurable. With a quill in hand, Mu Chen pondered for a moment before turning to Tongtian. "You mentioned that Yunxiao has been trapped beneath the Qilin cliff, enduring until now." Tongtian nodded with a pained expression, speaking with remorse. "She has been waiting for me to cleave the Qilin cliff, but alas, I arrived too late." "Cleave the Qilin cliff?" Mu Chen paused slightly. Then his eyes brightened as inspiration struck. He immediately knew what story to write. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the quill, he began to inscribe. Long ago, before the chaos of creation, when the distinctions of purity and turpitude were not yet defined, and the cosmos lay shrouded in endless cold and desolation, it was Nuwa who stole the heavenly fire to illuminate the universe and create the world. The heavenly fire, transformed by the essence of the sun and moon, became an infinitely powerful lotus lamp. Meanwhile, in the fangs of the mountain, Brother Yang, ahead lies my master's abode. Sun Wukong smiled at Yang Jian, his face radiating immense pride and excitement. It had been so long since he last saw his master. He wondered what monumental work his master had penned this time. Is your master residing on Fang's mountain? Could it be that he is a figure of the Buddhist sect? Yang Jian inquired curiously, gazing at the ethereal mountain shrouded in spiritual energy. The Buddhist sect? What of it? Even Shakyamuni would have to bow in reverence upon meeting my master. Sun Wukong grinned, his face filled with disdain for the Buddhist sect. Yang Jian, however, could only manage a wry smile, clearly skeptical of the monkey's claims. He knew that Sun Wukong's master was formidable, but to assert that even the Buddha would bow in respect was somewhat exaggerated. After all, the Buddha held a status of immense significance. He was a quasi-saint. Did one truly believe that quasi-saints could be treated as mere stepping stones? As they continued their banter, they arrived at the entrance of the Samway bookstore. The antique wooden door appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense a hint of profound energy emanating from it. This compelled Yang Jian to adopt a serious demeanor, as if he were approaching a sacred site, meticulously adjusting his attire before crossing the threshold. What is this? Yang Jian lifted his gaze to see a 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality tree standing tall, its trunk robust enough for 4 individuals to embrace. Its branches were laden with golden, glistening peaches, filling the courtyard with a rich and intoxicating fragrance, far surpassing that of the peaches of Immortality Garden. He marveled at the fact that such a tree existed in the mortal realm, with just this one tree. It could rival the entire orchard of the Queen Mother of the West. Yang Jian inhaled deeply, his expression shifting with emotion. No wonder Sun Wukong looked down upon the peaches of Immortality Garden. If he were in the same position, he too would perceive the Queen Mother's trees as mere refuse, fit only for kindling. Suddenly, a bark echoed through the air. Yang Jian turned to see a large black dog rushing out from the bookstore, baring its teeth in an aggressive manner upon spotting him. Is this the divine beast Deity? As the war god of the heavenly court, Yang Jian instantly recognized the identity of the large black dog, his face a portrait of astonishment. Good heavens! The divine beast sought by the Buddhist sect throughout the 3 realms is actually a gatekeeper here. Yang Jian's lips twitched in disbelief, reflecting on his own celestial hound, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, without comparison, there could be no pain. Both were large black dogs, yet Mu Chen's divine beast was a creature of the underworld. What a distinction! Hey there, big black dog, it's been a while. Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping forward to affectionately scratch Deiting's head. The dog, recognizing Sun Wukong as Mu Chen's disciple, responded eagerly, displaying a friendly demeanor and even nuzzling against Sun Wukong's hand. This was a true sycophant. Yang Jian was left dumbfounded. Since arriving at the Samway bookstore, everything he witnessed continuously challenged his worldview, leaving him in a state of turmoil. All right, big black dog, where's my master? I wish to bring Brother Yang to pay him a visit. Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Deiting flicked its head towards the study, then pointed at its mouth with a paw, signaling them to keep their voices down, lest they disturb Mu Chen's writing. Sun Wukong immediately understood. Turning to Yang Jian with a smile, Master is currently writing. I'll take you to see him, but we mustn't interrupt his creative process. With that, he led Yang Jian into the study. Upon entering, Yang Jian immediately sensed a powerful aura, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gazed at the young man standing by the desk. Tongdian Saint? Yang Jian stared at Tongdian, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, his mind utterly blank. What was happening? How could a saint be present here? This is disastrous. I am a disciple of the Chan sect, and the most contemptuous figure to the Tongtian saint is none other than us. Surely, he wouldn't strike me down without a second thought? Yang Jian's mind was in turmoil, as the mighty god of war was now trembling, his legs quaking, yearning to flee 3,000 miles away. Beside him, the Tongtian patriarch merely cast a fleeting glance at Yang Jian before returning his gaze elsewhere. He had heard of Yang Jian's esteemed name, a disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, who had injured numerous disciples of the Jia sect during the Fengshan War. In ordinary circumstances, he might have indeed reprimanded this young man. However, with his disciple Yunxiao's life hanging by a thread, all his thoughts were occupied with her plight, rendering him indifferent to Yang Jian's presence. As the Tongtian patriarch averted his gaze, Yang Jian felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Brother Yang, this is my master, Sun Wukong whispered into his ear. He is currently engrossed in writing. You may approach to take a look, but do not disturb him. Yang Jian nodded slightly and turned his attention to Mu Chen. Clad in a neat azure robe, Mu Chen exuded the refined aura of a scholarly gentleman, his demeanor suggesting he was an ordinary scholar without any cultivation. Yet, Yang Jian understood that some individuals, the more unassuming they appeared, the more unfathomable they truly were. With this thought in mind, he approached with great reverence, eager to discover what Mu Chen was penning. The Lotus Lantern? His brows furrowed as he beheld the title, confusion flooding his mind. Why was this tome named after a magical artifact? Moreover, it was the artifact belonging to his younger sister, Yang Chan. His curiosity piqued. He held his breath and continued reading. After the three sacred mothers saved Lu Yanchang, she fell irrevocably in love with this mortal. Disregarding the heavenly edicts forbidding unions between gods and mortals, she resolutely married Lu Yanchang, bearing him a son named Chen Xiang. At first, Yang Jian found the narrative captivating, but upon reaching this juncture, he was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How could his precious younger sister fall for a mortal, and even bear a child? She was always obedient, never defying family rules. How could she dare to breach the heavenly laws? Senior, are you serious about this book? Adaptations should not be absurd fabrications. Satire should not be nonsensical. Yang Jian was on the verge of exasperation, had it not been for Mu Chen's status and prowess. He would have erupted in anger. Yet soon, Yang Jian noticed something peculiar. In the narrative of the Lotus Lantern, not only did the heavenly court appear, but there were also depictions of the underworld, with certain details sending chills down his spine. Could it be that the tales penned by Senior Mu Chen foretold future events? His heart skipped a beat, and he found himself regarding Mu Chen with even greater reverence, his eyes fixed on the novel, determined not to miss a single punctuation mark. If the story within this book was indeed related to the future, he must do everything in his power to prevent his sister from marrying a mortal. This was not merely a matter of the Yang family's honor, it was also a matter of his sister's happiness. With a flourish of his brush, Mu Chen crafted one brilliant segment after another, weaving a narrative that unfolded seamlessly, from the three sacred mothers being suppressed beneath Mount Hua to the birth of Chen Xiang, culminating in his meeting with his uncle, the Erling god. The entire tale was intricately connected, devoid of any superfluous elements. As the story progressed, the once listless figure of the goddess Yunxiao finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. It was her thoughts that had begun to resonate. The Tongtian patriarch gasped in astonishment, then quickly realized his volume was too loud, fearing he might disturb Mu Chen's creative flow, and hurriedly covered his mouth. The elation evident on his face was sufficient to reveal the excitement within his heart. Indeed, it was effective. Senior Mu Chen's novel was truly miraculous. A feat that even saints struggled to achieve was resolved through the mere pages of a book. The Tongtian patriarch's spirit soared. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Yunxiao. He could sense that as the story grew richer and more captivating, the lingering consciousness of Yunxiao, trapped for countless millennia, was gradually awakening, akin to a sun rising in the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, engrossed in the novel, gritted his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. How despicable! How could I be so vile? I suppressed my sister and sought to kill Chen Xiang? He is my nephew. How could I bring myself to do such a thing? What? My younger brother Wukong has become the victorious fighting Buddha, yet I imprisoned him in the heavenly dungeon and subjected him to torment? I, Yang Jian, am truly a beast. How have I become this way? As he continued reading, Yang Jian muttered to himself, fully immersed in the tale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. As the principal antagonist of the Lotus Lantern, Yang Jian could hardly bear to witness his own actions. From this moment forth, I, Yang Jian, shall do everything in my power to prevent my sister from marrying a mortal. Even if I ultimately fail, I must treat my sister well, resolutely ensuring she is not suppressed beneath Mount Hua and that her child remains unharmed. Yang Jian vowed silently as he continued to read the novel. At this point, the story of the Lotus Lantern was nearing its climax, with Yang Jian and Chen Xiang poised for a decisive battle by the riverbank. Chen Xiang, congratulations on obtaining the Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe. The first task of the Heaven-Cutting Divine Axe emerging from the mountain is to eliminate you, the great menace. Chen Xiang, wielding the axe, gazes at Yang Jian with eyes filled with hatred. Yang Jian, unhurried, lifted the Lotus Lantern, enticing Chen Xiang into battle. Chen Xiang, With both hands gripping the axe, spun around and unleashed all his strength in a strike towards Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian withdrew the lotus lantern, arms wide open, bracing himself against the blow of the divine axe. A smile graced his lips, accompanied by a sense of liberation. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Was everything I did before merely an act? Moreover, the lotus lantern can only be activated by those of supreme virtue. How could I, a villain, wield it? A multitude of questions surged within him, and Yang Jian's curiosity deepened as his gaze followed the dancing tip of the brush, diligently reading on. Why don't you use the lotus lantern? Chun Xiang hurriedly retracted the divine axe, unwilling to engage in a fight against this cold-hearted uncle. Yang Jian replied with a smile, Chun Xiang, I will not use the lotus lantern, nor shall you wield the heaven-cutting divine axe. Let us engage in a final battle, shall we? You are courting death. Instantly, both withdrew their magical artifacts, closing their eyes, their primordial spirits clashing in a desperate struggle in the heavens.